complicated. We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Isn't MSC mad this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. LaFell's MSC 2025 Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this. What's that? Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh,
We can still fix the format.
thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow. Cool. Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys. This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect!
Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, just smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
We can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time. Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright. Come red, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow.
Disiarkan langsung dari La Casa de Esports Indonesia, Mall Taman Anggrek, Jakarta Barat. Selamat datang di Cross National Finals dari Galaxy Gaming Academy X Mobile Legends Campus Series.
Wow, Mall Taman Anggrek, mana suaranya? Dari lantai 1, 2, 3, 4 kayaknya udah rame banget. Dan teman-teman yang ikut secara streaming juga hari ini ada Mas Ger dan juga Monica Ko di sini bakalan nemenin teman-teman semua selama 3 hari ke depan untuk kita melihat ada tim-tim dari 4 region berbeda akan bertemu bertanding di Land of Dawn.
Dan pastinya kita akan menjadi saksi kampus mana yang terbaik di seluruh Asia Tenggara. Mereka akan berjibaku demi satu supremasi yang sangat utama. Dari 8 tim yang ada kita akan melihat siapakah yang akan menjadi jawaranya. Ladies and gentlemen, tanpa menunggu lama langsung aja kita akan menuju ke opening ceremony dari Crash National Finals dari Galaxy Gaming Academy X Mobile Legends Campus Series. Here we go!
Di tempat inilah legenda dilahirkan. Bukan sekadar sebuah mall, bukan sekadar sebuah panggung, tapi medan perjuangan. Tempat di mana mereka menorehkan nama, bermimpi menjadi seperti para legenda sebelumnya. Dan hari ini mereka berdiri untuk menciptakan legenda mereka sendiri.
Mereka datang bukan hanya membawa mimpi mereka sendiri. Di pundak mereka ada harapan dari kampus yang mereka cintai, dari negara yang mereka wakili. Indonesia, Malaysia, Filipina, Singapura. 4 negara, 4 semangat, 1 tujuan.
Mereka yang terbaik dari tiap region, merekalah para pilihan yang telah melewati tantangan, rintangan, dan bahkan mereka hadir untuk membuktikan potensi prestasi yang ada. Membuktikan bahwa dari hobi bisa jadi prestasi.
Ini saatnya
mereka diuji.
Dan hanya satu nama yang akan berdiri di puncak. The Battle of Campus Champions.
Lagi mari kita sambut tim pertama di Galaxy Gaming Academy X MLBB Campus Series. Unida! Unida salah satu tim perwakilan kampus Indonesia diperkuat oleh Kakazi, Arzi, Earn, Scratch, dan Nam. Mereka adalah juara pertama dari Galaxy Gaming Academy Series Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Unindra.
Dan untuk tim yang kedua, sang lawan yang berasal dari Malaysia, UMX Boboyot. UMX Boboyot ini adalah peringkat pertama di qualifier Malaysia. Tim lain wajib mewaspadai pergerakan dari AM Kitty yang cukup syarat pengalaman di pro scene Malaysia.
Tim selanjutnya dari Filipina, Novus Brave Hearts. Novus Brave Hearts punya rekor yang mulus sepanjang qualifier di Filipina. Mereka hanya kalah dari New Bulldogs yang terjadi di laga final. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Novus Brave Hearts.
Dan Novus Braveheart akan ditantang dengan perwakilan dari Singapura. Please welcome Team Secret. Kalau dari UMX Boboyot ada pemain yang pernah tampil di pro scene, Tim Secret juga punya pemain pengalaman. Jungler mereka dan pernah tampil di MPL Singapore Season 8.
Selanjutnya perwakilan kedua dari Indonesia. Kita sambut dengan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah. Inilah dia, VL Team. Di final kualifikasi Indonesia kemarin, VL Team dan Unindra bertarung dengan sangat luar biasa sengit. Bisa dibilang gap kekuatan mereka sama-sama kuat. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome VL Team.
Dan inilah lawan mereka siap mengaum bagai harimau Malaya. Ini dia MVUBM. Dipimpin oleh Wim dan Martsi, duo jungler dan mid lane dari MVUBM ini adalah duo maut andalan dari tim ini.
Dan inilah dia, juara Singapura akan ditantang oleh juara Filipina laga sengit di laga pembuka. Beri tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk New Bulldogs.
Dan untuk match pertama kita, ini dia peringkat pertama dari Galaxy Gaming Academy Series Singapore, Banana Brawler. Dengan nama tim Banana Brawler, kita patut menantikan apakah gaya main mereka juga bakal agresif dan rusuh seperti orang main Brawl.
Dan pastinya juara Singapura ini akan ditantang langsung oleh dari region Filipina di laga pertama, laga pembuka New Bulldogs. Dan akan menjadi pertandingan yang sangat menarik untuk disaksikan. Apakah mereka benar-benar akan bermain agresif atau malah menyajikan draft yang rapi jali seperti yang biasa kita saksikan. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the first match of the day. Banana Brawler versus New Bulldogs. Dan langsung saja kalau begitu kita akan langsung lemparkan kepada caster-caster yang sudah bersiap-siap di sebelah sana. Silakan.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the Galaxy Gaming Academy campus with Mobile Legends Campus Series. Man, I'm here, Mirko, with Arashi. We're going to accompany you throughout not just day 1, but day 2 and day 3 as well. But Arashi, how are we feeling here? We just opened the show. We got a lot of the competitors ready on stage.
It's definitely a weird situation to be in. You were opening right there on stage and the participants were actually watching right in front, right there, you know, front and center. So I think it's going to be a very interesting situation, a very interesting tournament. And I'm looking forward to seeing the unique strategies that some of these participants may bring to the table. That's what we're expecting from a tournament that's just less, you know, less high profile.
Definitely. And again, when it comes to the battles, you guys might be expecting, you know, some crazy old meta stuff, but I hope you guys won't be too surprised because the new patches dropped and man, have there been quite a bit of changes, Arashi. I've been playing a lot of ranked games recently, just testing things out. Notoriously, yesterday I was sitting at a 40% win rate because I was testing the new Arlet, testing the new Yi Sun Shin, testing the new heroes that just got buffed and nerfed. Dude, there are a lot of changes. Like, on top of the hero changes, we have the battlefield adjustments that really change a lot in how you play. The rotations with the river movement speed getting buffed, the jungle camp getting delayed to now spawning at 20 instead of 15.
Yeah, you were making a big point about this. The new meta, especially in the jungle perspective, you were saying it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I won't quote you directly, but you're saying it's pretty unreal. It just like doesn't really make sense so far. So I do wonder, what is the take from the players? Do they have the same opinion you have? Are we going to see some of those newer, changed, reworked heroes, or are they going to stick with what works so far?
Yeah, I use strong words, ladies and gentlemen, to describe the new meta. Just because I'm not used to it, you know? I'm used to dominating my jungle, dominating in the gold lane. Now I gotta reinvent myself again, reinvent the team's playstyle. It's very, very tough, and I think you guys are aware of this too. If you guys have been playing solo or ranked in any shape or form, you guys have gone through the same struggles as me in the solo queue games, adjusting and going through it. But luckily for me, I have the Samsung Galaxy S25 series that really helps me, Arashi, when it comes to adjusting to the new patch because of Galaxy AI. That's my #1 right there.
Yeah, the Galaxy AI is going to help you really just adapt immediately. You can ask questions on the fly and you get responses almost immediately. And not to mention, outside of that AI capability, you still get the powerful Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor built on the 3nm processor. So I mean, dude, it's the fastest processor in the Samsung Galaxy lineup so far. And with those kind of specs, gaming is just smooth sailing, bro. That's just never an issue.
Totally lag-free. On top of that, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series also comes with the Galaxy AI that I was talking about. This feature, which can literally help you win games live. You can ask Galaxy AI anytime you want. Say you're losing in lane. Say I'm playing Claude up against the Granger, right? I can ask Galaxy AI, yo, how do I actually beat this Granger? And then you'll actually get real-time advice. You can even ask Galaxy AI to read the game right now and tell you what you need to do. So go ahead, find your solutions to all the problems that you have in-game, outside of the game, everywhere. And if you want to try the Galaxy S25 series features, visit the nearest Samsung Experience store and get yourselves one of those bad boys that you see up there. You know, one's for me, one's for Arashi. I spoke to the event. They're going to give us one each.
Really?
Amen, amen.
Well, I'm looking forward to that one, man, honestly. And again, dude, if you guys want to use this phone for gaming, if you're not really vibing with all that AI stuff, it's still really good because you can charge it fast. It has that fast charging. It has that extra large vapor chamber as well. So you ever feel your phone overheating when you're playing games? That's a thing of the past, dude. It really shouldn't be a thing in 2025.
Really shouldn't be, and it isn't with the Samsung S25 series. Go ahead, use the promo code earlier. You can go and redeem your voucher at the Samsung Shop app and get special discounts. Scan the QR code earlier that you saw to go and claim your voucher to go and buy your S25. Because man, seriously, that's a game changer, guys. Especially if you're like me and aside from like work, you have nothing else to do except for just gaming. Usually my previous phones all overheat. I gotta let it. Sometimes this is actually a real thing, Arashi. I put my phone in the fridge.
In the fridge?
When it gets too hot, I put it in the fridge.
That's because you turn up all your settings to ultra, dude. I've seen you play.
Yeah.
He has all the graphics, all the effects turned up to maximum. No wonder his phones overheat. But the Samsung, no problem.
Nada.
It's that new thermal interface material, man. That material they use for the vapor chamber. That's just advanced technology.
And that phone will be used by the people, the players that you see on your screen up there on the stage. By the way, we are in Taman Anggrek, guys. Is this like the first ever? This is the esports mall. I think it's called the esports mall of Indonesia. But let's get through the tournament format first here. Open qualifier, single elimination. We went through this already on the 25th of April all the way to the 14th of May, where 16 groups goes to national finals. Then we already went through national finals as well. 16th to the 18th of May, 2025 with single eliminations. The top 2 of each region, of each of those national finals, makes it here to the cross national finals.
This is the final stage here where the total prize pool is 40,000 USD, man. 18,000 of which goes straight to the champions. And afterwards, that's split between the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. So if you made it to this stage, you're already winning, technically.
That's crazy, Arashi. What would you do with $40,000 US?
I mean, don't even talk about 40,000, bro. 1,500 is a big deal already. I gotta say, man.
What would you do with that?
Upgrade my phone, maybe. You know, enjoy my day at Mall Taman Anggrek. You know.
That's true.
So the possibilities are limitless when you have that kind of budget.
Especially if you get the 18K that is going to be given over to the champions. Woo. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot of big teams here too. Teams that you would know personally as well, technically. Because I think a lot of people who are watching this, they're friends of the players. These are university players. These are campus players. You can see Indonesia's representatives. We have VL Team and Unindra. Last year, we actually had Rin and Hijume, who are now playing in MPL. Malaysia's representative, UUMX Boboyot, and also MVUPM.
And of course, for Singapore, we have Team Secret. You know, familiar name, but I'm pretty sure it's not the same org. But Banana Brawlers coming with them as well with a great performance. Actually, a great showing. And of course, the Philippines representative, Novus Bravehearts and NU Bulldogs.
Yeah.
That's a scary team.
Hey, I was watch partying MPL Philippines, Arashi, just a few weeks ago. And I remember them being interviewed by the host, Mr. Hans Galeria. Ooh. And my comment section went crazy because they were like, "Yo, those are rich kids. Those are
rich kids.
Those are expensive universities." And I'm like, "Oh, wow, all right,
I see." Well, that certainly does help. Let's put it that way. But for today, in the elimination bracket, we're showing you right here. As you can see, you're going to be narrowing it down later on for the bronze match and the grand finals. But before that, in these quarterfinals, I believe the first match is going to be Banana Brawlers with NU Bulldogs.
Yep. That is going to be our first match. Our second match later will be followed by MVUPM versus VL Team. So we already have an Indonesian team and a Malaysian team going at it, a Singaporean team up against the Filipino teams. And unfortunately for these two teams, they're the champions of their regions. They're number one, the first seed, but they have to meet each other first, which is crazy because it's single elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, no second life, no lower brackets. It's all in or nothing here for Banana Brawlers and NU Bulldogs. I think for the rest of the teams, they can look at this match and see it as a reference to how they're going to draft, how they're going to play later. But for NU Bulldogs and Banana Brawlers, they kind of have to pioneer the meta right here. They have to show the rest of us what the meta really looks like.
And that's the crazy part, because usually when you're doing really well, you have a chance to kind of experiment. You have a chance to go later on in the day, you know, so you can actually do some more strategic maneuvers. But right now, they're going to be the ones making a surprise move. So initiative is the name of the game right now.
Let's take a look at the lineup here for the Banana Brawlers. We got G-Bean, not Jellybean, G-Bean, PTBL, Shadowgraph, Panthy Simp, and Impulse.
All right, that's for Banana Brawlers. Definitely looking all focused here, but for NU Bulldogs, we have Bangsal, Estacio, Blas, Pachulan, and Klutz. Despite the name, I believe he's not a Klutz in the game.
Yeah, definitely not. NU Bulldogs, I think coming into this are the favorites. Would you say so, Rashi? Mr. NU Bulldogs. I mean, they're from the Philippines. Usually that in itself is how we determine favorites. But if you take a look at the Banana Brawler statistics, dang, that's a stomp when it comes to statistics, man. Team head-to-head here, all in favor of the Banana Brawlers. 100% win rate, 9-7 and 22, 669.9 GPM, 10.9 KDA. Whoa.
Exactly.
They've been dominating the Singaporean scene.
That's a ridiculous KDA, man, at that point. Especially with the 100%, so either they've been going all out and saving no strats at all, and if that's the case, they aren't even going to pay for it, because right now the meta has already shifted a little bit, but the concerns is there. They've been able to do so well with the previous meta. Will the change in the meta kind of force them to adapt a bit too much, and then now they might have a looser grip on the control in the Land of Dawn?
Taking a look at it here, again, they have been undefeated. Arashi, blue side, 100% win rate. Red side, 100% win rate. NU Bulldogs, pretty similar statistics here. But looking at those stats, it's been different. You know, NU Bulldogs, they've kind of had more competition in their own region. Meanwhile, for the Banana Brawlers, they've just been brawling out of their minds.
And this is the question here. When you have had such success, now that you're up against the hardest, potentially the hardest match in the tournament right now against the top contender, your rivals in tournament so far, are you gonna do just fine? Are you gonna be used to winning so far that you can't really play from behind? Because we can expect this match to kind of have a bit of a back and forth with all the playmaking tools available, as we're seeing some of the highlights right here on screen.
Let's take a look at it. They've actually been going through a lot of unorthodox drafts here. The Mathilda with the Exborg in the jungle, and then the Xavier come up for Shadow Graph as well. Definitely interesting to see again how good they've played. 16 minutes in, it's a snowballing composition with an 8,000 gold lead. This is, by the way, Team Secret, the second seed, and they were swept 3-0 in the grand finals. NU Bulldogs against the Novus Bravehearts. It's a bit closer. It's 2-1 into a 3-1. But still, you can actually already see Novus Bravehearts try their attempt the Yi Sun-shin meta before the patch.
Which is interesting, man. You're seeing a lot more heroes we over here in Indonesia find a bit more familiar. Like Yi Sun-shin in particular, Mirko, I believe you were saying that, I mean, we saw it in our own playoffs, but afterwards, right now, after trying it out yourself, you were saying it's pretty crazy.
After the patch. After the patch, it is busted, especially considering the new jungle is... I don't know why. I guess because it's slower, I guess because the creeps spawn a bit later. When you go for these safer junglers, the junglers who you want to just farm, you do really well. Yi Sun-shin and then all the others especially, you don't get invaded too early, and you can't really invade too early as well. Usually on a Baksha, on I would say even a Suyo or a Joy, you would want to invade early, right? You utilize that movement speed and the clear speed that you have. But now that it's just a bit delayed, the mid lane has so much more prio. They're level 2 by the time that you hit level 2. By the time you clear your jungle, they've already established tempo on the map. So very difficult to invade, letting these very safe junglers like the Yi Sun-shin strive in the current meta.
And on top of that, moving on to the Roamer showdown here between Panty Sim and Patulan, whose initiation shines brighter. Looking at the heroes available right here, Panty Sim definitely has the more active, the more dangerous roamers. But on the other side, you know, for Patulan, you can still see a lot of big initiation, big AoE heroes as well. So if we consider that the jungle is going to be slower, that means that these roamers have a lot more to do in the early game, especially with the more passive junglers. There might be a lot of attempts to invade and also negate and block off those invade paths from the opposition.
We'll be taking a look at this. Ooh, Banana Brawlers, we gotta chat with them. What does Banana Brawlers need to secure victory in this match? Win the gold lane matchup, as it's the core focus of NU Bulldog's strategy. Prioritize early game heroes and target NU Bulldog's scaling heroes as key priorities, and draft counter setup heroes for Panty Sim. By the way, Rashi, no wonder this name seems familiar, sounds familiar to me. I played against Panty Sim a couple of times, my friend.
What?
Yes.
Where? When?
In scrims with my friends. He's a friend of my friend.
No way.
Yeah, so, okay.
Wait, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
More on that later, Mirko, but for NU Bulldogs, what does NU Bulldogs need to secure victory in this match? Avoid getting baited by PDBL's kiting playstyle. Distance management has been a very strong tool right now that a lot of teams have been taking advantage of. And consider... Didn't get to read it out, Mirko. There's just way too much information here to process.
They're so ready. They're so prepared, Arashi. You can't even read it, you know? They're trying to hide their strats away from you.
That's why we need the AI, bro. Because now, if I can't read it, I can just ask the Samsung AI.
And then you can ask him to summarize. Ask it to summarize what they just said. Oh,
exactly.
Man. So,
so what do you think, Mirko? Since you've played against the man.
Yeah.
Panty Sim.
I don't know if it's the same team, you know? Like, I know Panty Sim was part of that team, but I don't know if the rest are the same guys, same dudes. I forgot our record against them.
Oh, well, was it a tough fight?
It's alright, you know?
It's alright? Okay.
It's alright.
Alright.
Hey.
Well, do you think with the change in the meta though that they're gonna be able to adapt? Because honestly, some teams are really good at adopting a meta, but some teams aren't really good at the adapting afterwards if there's any more changes. So yeah, that's it's gonna be the main question for all of these teams. But considering that we are focusing more on this match for now, Mirko, what do you think?
Looking at their picks again, from the picks they've shown, they've always kind of been unorthodox. So I feel like in this meta, it favors the bold. It favors the teams that want to, try their different strategies. And it looks like we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, of game number 1. Banana Brawlers up against the NU Bulldogs. Baksha, Irithel, and the Angela. Oh, I'm not a fan of NU Bulldogs' first base, first pick, 1-1. Instantly countered by the Irithel.
Yeah, 1-1 and Roger, so a lot of aggression, not a lot of flex available. Back when Roger was meta, you did see it flex between the jungle and the gold lane. But now, with the 1-1 and Farsa immediately, it really seems like this is a strat we've seen before in our own MPLID playoffs, where you want to show the side lanes immediately, the jungle as well, because you want to hide the tools, right? You want to hide the EXP lane and the roamers. But for now, for Banana Brawlers, this is a combo that's very familiar here. The Angela with the Irithel and Baksha. I feel like for NU Bulldogs, even when they do have a good damage output, they want to make sure that the early game, they have some tools to kind of stall it out. Because honestly, man, in the earlier levels, this combo, whether it's the Irithel or the Baksha, it's just going to be a massive pain to deal with that hard guard.
Yeah, and the Yusun Shin has been left completely open. There you go, it's finally banned out. It does feel like earlier Banana Brawlers were already setting up for a Baksha in the jungle, but having that marksman in the jungle just seems to be the right choice at this point of the game. Again, the Roger as well recently got buffed. It's a pretty big buff as well, guys. It basically almost reverts the nerfs to the Roger. Now you turn to Lycan form, normal human form, or as I like to call it, gun form. Hey, Rashi, people are like, why you call it the gun form? He gets a gun from out of nowhere. That's him. He is the gun.
It's part of him, bro.
Exactly.
It's part of his identity. That's an interesting theory there, Mirko. But for Banana Brawlers, they benefit the CC as well. They want to make sure that in the EXP lane, no one can really deal with can't really shred down the Baksha as well.
Wow.
Oh, look at the Cho.
Oh,
interesting.
You wouldn't expect the Cho with this kind of composition, right? You wouldn't be expecting to be scared of a Cho. With an Irithel and a Baksha, but let's see what they want to go for. The Badang is still up for grabs.
They might be trying to just remove NU Bulldogs' options to scout and screen, because the Cho is a notoriously safe hero. With an Angela Baksha, you can chase someone down, but after the initial collision of the shield unity, the Cho can get out really, really easily, so that's probably why. But NU Bulldogs with the Gatot Kacha here, not really, it's a bit of a in-between. It's not really the best initiator, but it's also not the best frontliner, so it's a bit of both. So hopefully something a bit more straightforward for the final pick. But Banana Brawlers, what do they want to show here?
I think
they want to go for a mid lane pick, Mirko, something with more damage, right?
I wonder if the Angela is a mid laner or a roamer at this point of the game, right? Because you don't really want your roamer to be an Angela. You want to open up. I guess with the Baksha, it should cover things up. But again, you got to understand that currently in the meta, the jungle is a bit delayed when it comes to being online around the map. So you're still going to have to technically get your roamer on something that can open up the map. And again, I think earlier we saw Panty Simp in the win conditions for the chat we had with them. They did say that they want Panty Simp on setters. This ain't no setter, Arashi, but they go with the Eve instead. So it does mean the Angela will be going roam, Baksha in the jungle, and the Badang and an XP.
Yeah, so a lot of ways to chase down. And after you're slowed down just a little bit, real wood manipulation and the fist crack available to keep you in place. So for NU Bulldogs, they go with the glue.
Nice pick.
So it's just a lot more sustainable, a lot more survivable whenever they're trying to go for that kite style as well. So for NU Bulldogs, mobility seems to be the name of the game here. If Banana Brawlers can keep NU Bulldogs in place with that big AoE combos, and this game might go to them. But if NU Bulldogs can escape, which they have a lot of tools to do so, then it's going to be tough for Banana Brawlers to keep the fight going, especially if NU Bulldogs have disengaged from the initial collision with those big ultimates like the Yves and Angelas.
Because of the winning lanes, in the Irithel, I feel like Banana Brawlers have gotten themselves a technically better composition, but NU Bulldogs are looking scary themselves here. I would say a highly mechanical, composition. They really are going to be relying on their mechanics individually to win out this game.
Don't forget the roaming potential here for NU Bulldogs. If they can go around the map faster, then those winning lanes from Banana Brawlers might just be negated, Mirko.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number one of this matchup. Banana Brawlers take on the NU Bulldogs as we dive straight into the land of Dawn. Bangsal helping out in the jungle. Impulse in the gold lane, and already you can see the aggression of the Angela and Yves.
Patreon coming to the lane a bit later here, but look at Klutz actually doing a ton of damage to Mirko. That's uncharacteristic for the matchup, I believe. Impulse has got to be a bit more careful here. Again, especially with the roaming potential coming in from New Bulldogs, but already Blast is the one heading to the bottom side of the map.
It's pretty normal for level 1, especially with the Inspire, but after that, like level 4 onwards, it'll be very, very tough for the Wanwan to even get close here. But again, like we said, this could be a mechanical battle. You know, they're playing comfort picks, it does seem, from NU Bulldogs. Put yourself together, tenacity and vitality for the Gatot Kacha. Really seems like they just want to set and force their opponents to stay in the fight, right? They have a lot of damage with the Farsa, the Wanwan, and the Roger. Banana Brawlers, in a way, they can stand and fight too. They have a lot of sustain.
But they have 3 bargain hunters, Mirko. They are going for that value, man, immediately. Especially, trying to snowball, get some power spikes. PTBL already spotting Estacio. Might go for something.
Wow, good shield unity in. No, Estacio. Revitalize coming down, but it's going to be the taunt over. Good peel. Panthy Sim with a flicker forward, finding first blood. Pakalan walking back in, and it will be Impulse finding another 2-0 to the Banana Brawlers.
The aggression from the Banana Brawlers, man, living up to the Brawler name. The flickers from the Angela and Yves, you'd expect them to be a bit more defensive, but they're just going all in, trying to take advantage of the Baksha. Impulse gets low, but will stay alive as Banana Brawlers will be making a play towards that turtle.
Should be a free turtle here. Good pin down over to Bangsal. Pakalan trying to open up the map again. A retreat attempt, but it's going to be secured in by PTPL. Pakalan finds himself all alone, pinned down to the wall. G-Bean picks up the kill.
Estacio on the Roger right now. Back when it was still meta, you see the Rogers win out in the farming game, win out in the retreat game. But now with the lanes not really supporting his aggressive ambitions, Estacio is finding it a bit difficult to really find a lot of success in the early game. Just going to be farming. Not really being able to do a lot, even in terms of ganks as well. As Bangsal, with the wave pressure after clearing, can't really do much either.
1,000 gold lead in the early game here, 2 minutes in. Very slow game as we get into the 3rd minute of the game. It does seem like for the Banana Brawlers, they know better than to actually look for random skirmishes while ahead, right? We're still trying to gauge, again, how strong these teams are, ladies and gentlemen. Still trying to gauge how good and bad they are with leads. And so far, Banana Brawlers, they're playing it well. They're controlling the map really, really well. They're playing with that Baksha, as always, to open up the map first. And you Bulldogs, they're caught in the tough spot now with the 1-1, right? You kind of need to win in the early game with the 1-1. And I'm still, again, trying to gauge the strength of the Roger.
Exactly, man. It's just a weird situation. We're trying to gauge the teams, but also their proficiency with the current meta. As PDBL goes for Klutz.
Just wants to go into the back. Oh, Impulse, heavy crossbow. Good for the airstrike coming down as well, but Pakalan, we force back with Klutz. Even with the Heart Guard, Banana Brawlers don't want to push in the tempo a bit too much. Estacio, good damage in. Lycan pounds at AOG. RWM saving him for a bit, but it'll be a kill over the Blast.
Good back and forth right there. PDBL rolling in, but the fight is already lost. Without their mid laner, it's not wise to go for more fights. And you Bulldogs there finally coming on strong with Estacio leading that kill attempt onto Shadowgraph. And immediately can see the back and forths, and also the damage numbers coming through from both teams. It's kind of high. This might be because of the emblem choice. Both teams trying to snowball, trying to get other values. Turtle attempt from Estacio, and he gets it.
Wow, Estacio actually gets it. Now a lockdown into GB. Going to be caught in a tough spot. Estacio walks up with the human form impulse. Heavy crossbow, trying to tie them up again. Bangsal! Oh! 2-man locking them down. Estacio, Lycan form again with a Lycan pounce. Mounted on. Now in the back, Pakalan zoning them in the back as impulse. Won't be able to dish out enough damage for Pakalan. Still able to survive for a bit. PTBL gets rid of him. Has the hard guard on him. Bangsal caught in a tough spot again. Flickering out the safety. Klutz getting caught by some of the shots from Impulse.
All things considered, not bad for NU Bulldogs there. They got the EXP laner for the roam. Pakalan surviving for quite a decent time there, abusing that Gatot Kacho passive, just sustaining through. But you're seeing again, Banana Brawlers, once all the big ultimates are down, especially the hard guard and the real world manipulation, that means that fighting capabilities immediately get shut down. So NU Bulldogs are going to be trying to bait that out as much as possible, and then they can try and re-engage. And fortunately for them, they can chase through with the wings by wings from Blast and also with the Avatar of the Guardian from Pakulan.
Slowly but surely building through their item power spikes. And it does seem like, at least for Klutz, it'll be the crit build that he's going to go for. No, not the Holy Trinity that technically we have been seeing still sometimes in the playoffs, especially up against tankier compositions. But you know the reason why crit build is a bit better right now, Rashi?
Why?
It's because it's very difficult, especially later on in the game when Winter Crowns get built up for the 1-1 to fly. So you just deal damage to basic attacks.
I see. And that extra bit of damage, by the way, it's a bit of a bit of association to what we're talking about with the mid laners as well. More damage just allows you to get more moments in the game as well. So with the crit build, I mean, in a way, it's less shreddy against the big boys, the big tanks in the game. But you can always find a way to get to the back line, especially if you're a 1-1, and you can shred some of these squishies down really, really fast as the final turtle shows up here.
Impulse. Oh, a bit too aggressive. Walks up for the airstrike. Oh, Impulse gets away just barely. Bangsa on the front, trying to go and act as a front line now. Able to go for the mount down. AOG into the back line, finding PTBL, but the hard guard is healing them a bit too much. RWM Shadow Grab, a bit too aggressive. Astachio with a Lycan form, just scratching them down now with the Lycan pounce. It's a double. NU Bulldogs somehow, some way turn it all around, and it's just Panthy Simp left.
Dude, the team fighting from NU Bulldogs, able to just go in, but also out. That's the mobility we're talking about. Pakulan and Estachio both going in, but then immediately kiting out. So Banana Brawlers, with all of the big damage tools, all the big ultimates, they were forced to use it, and they have no idea who to target, who's going to stick around. And when NU Bulldogs disperse all that damage amongst everyone, eventually, once the cooldowns, once the uptime of the ultimates are down for Banana Brawlers, NU Bulldogs just go back in, and Estachio and Klutz just chase them down. Let's take a look at that replay right here. Good score started by the Feather Airstrike, but afterwards, look at this. Everyone got so low from NU Bulldogs, but look at the mobility and how they spread away from each other. There's no combo available for Banana Brawlers, so even if PDBL survives the whole ordeal, it's just fine because NU Bulldogs ignore him and take out everybody else.
They gotta play perfect MLBB front to back here for Banana Brawlers, for NU Bulldogs. Despite utilizing a composition that by all means should be countered, right? The 1-1 at least by the Irithel. Klutz is doing well, he's doing great. 2-0-2 on track to go in. Feathered Airstrike again into the mid lane. Impulse! You've gotta respect that damage, my friend. And he does, but the tier 1 in the mid lane falls and Banana Brawlers are left scrambling.
Look at Pakulan. Trying to go for something, but TBL, a bit too tanky, won't be the ideal target. Targeting is so important for NU Bulldogs right now, because if they go and funnel all their damage onto the Baksha, that's a surefire way to lose the fight. They have to try and get the damage onto Shadow Graph, onto Impulse. That's how they were able to win the previous fight. So Banana Brawlers, they might want to keep some of those engage tools just to ensure that the backline members can't be dove on.
Look at that again. Bangsal on the glue. This is such an underrated pick for some reason. I don't know why we don't see more of glues, but he's broken, man. G-Bean already with the flicker. Even in the grand finals, Arashi, I think I was just spamming, yo, why don't they pick glue? Especially RRQ.
I mean, it's just such a strong laning hero. And on top of that, the team fighting, if you know what you're doing on a glue, you can be such a massive problem, and you can tank a lot of these spells, a lot of the skill shots coming through in the midst of a big team fight. But NU Bulldogs rushing down the Lord.
Yeah, GB, and I don't even think they can actually go for the opening here. Crossbow attack gonna be ready very soon. No, not even. Unnecessary. PTBL, even with the hard guard, shredded down. Forced to use the Poisson's 2 big ultimates. Burnt out for nothing.
You can see Banana Brawlers losing control right here. They want to be brawling, but now, without the security of those turrets and without the front lines able to tank some of these engages from NU Bulldogs, you can see Shadow Graph and Impulse slowly but surely losing the confidence to walk up and deal some damage.
No damage at this point in the game, right? Bangsal and Pakulan just are tanking it up so well. Again, that revitalized. I thought with the Baksha, they would be able to nullify a bit of the Gata Kacha, and maybe they'll be able to shred through as they get the early game lead. But right now, Blast is just blasting away with the Feather Airstrike. Klutz in the side as well. The Enhanced Lord still marching down up top, and it does seem like Banana Brawlers is just going to go into the mid lane, forcing the rest of NU Bulldogs in. PTBO, the Tortoise and Poissons again already mounted on AOG, locking them down. PTBO, what a fist crack down, and we'll be able to find a few with the crossbow tang in the back line. Will be enough to take him down. Clutch with a win of nature, up against 2 more members. It's a stun over. Blast gets the killing spree.
Just like that, Feather Airstrike zones Impulse out. That's gonna be the NU Bulldogs going for the end. Impulse able to clear it out just for a little bit longer. 10 seconds on the clock.
GG, Banana Brawlers get taken down in game 1 despite an impressive start. NU Bulldogs are a bit too clean.
Pattern continues, Mirko. We did mention that NU Bulldogs team fighting is one of their strong suits, and they definitely showed it right there. The knowledge on targeting and kiting back from the dangers of Banana Brawlers is what allowed them to turn things around, and they were able to end it dominantly there, brute forcing their way with the Lord.
Brother, that was impressive. The NU Bulldogs look so good. And for the Banana Brawlers, that 100% win rate is gone, Arashi. The 100% win rate that they came into this tournament with in their own region has just been cracked wide open by a composition, again, that kind of got countered in a way, right? Like, this Irithel was winning so hard in the early game together with a Baksha, but in the end it was Klutz coming in clutch.
Yeah, man, the crossbow of Tang there towards that backline, getting it on a backline bait. I mean, that's so good. And that was set up by the team as well. The Avatar of the Guardian under the turret, I thought initially that was too much, you know, but the Holy protection was already used up before anyways, so they were able to just maintain their position, and that's what allowed Klutz to just dive in the backline kind of undetected because everyone else was focusing on the other members. So they're playing that mind game of making you confused. Who are you supposed to pay attention to in the middle of a fight?
Too many targets to pay attention to. There's a Farsa shooting down rockets.
Roger.
There's a Roger. There's a Wan. There's too many threats here. And I really do believe that in this meta, it's all about damage. Wow. Even with the sustain, they just got melted down. This is something that I experienced even yesterday. I was like, yo, we have a Baksha and Badang. Why are we losing in these fights? Why are our frontliners not tanking like they should? And damage is the key, Arashi, in this meta.
Sure is, and I think for Banana Brawlers, unfortunately, they're able to get that early game lead, but who was carrying those fights? It's Baksha. You know, they weren't really playing so much for the Irithel, the winning lane. And you know, if they could use that hard guard combo with the Irithel, a snowballing Irithel, I mean, we've all been on the receiving end of that combo. It's usually quite difficult. But because the Baksha was the main focus for the hard guard, that means that for NU Bulldogs, they're the ones who have the dive advantage. And the Irithel, unfortunately, could not just stay alive long enough to be relevant.
They stayed as a team for, I think, they didn't go and rotate as a team for too long. They kept in the laning phase for too long. They had that lead earlier. I feel like Turtle 2 onwards, they should have just really grouped up together, played around for these neutral objectives, won the big fights, and then snowballed out of control. But they weren't able to capitalize on that 1,000 gold lead. So now we're seeing 1-0 down Banana Brawlers. Single elimination. We might be seeing Banana Brawlers getting knocked out by the NU Bulldogs.
It's looking like that, man. If they want to really win it out, I feel like they have to try and figure out a bit more of what they want to do in the team fights. Because I think in the lanes, we saw that potential. We saw them winning in the early game. But when it got to team fighting, you saw them kind of fall short. And even in the positioning, you know, you saw Shadowgraph get jumped on by that Roger. So I think they have to kind of have a bit more of a game plan on how they want the fights to start. Because I think that's where NU Bulldogs are getting the better of them.
They need to be cleaner in the early game, but I also feel like at this point, maybe not the Angela. You know, I like the Baksha and the Irithel, the Angela pick though, especially when you give it over to Panty Sim. I thought it was part of their win con in the chat that we had with them that they needed Panty Sim to be on the setter picks. I don't know if that was, you know, a curveball to make us think that it's going to be a setter and then seeing an Angela, or if it's actually his comfort. Who knows?
Yeah, because I mean, right now, regardless of where you put the Angela, mid lane or roam position, I mean, you know, it's you lose a big tank if you put Angela in the roam position. The hard guard technically allows you to tank more, but it's just, you know, it's the same person. And in the mid lane, lack of damage, we know that issue. But for the MVP here from NU Bulldogs, no lack of damage to be seen. It's gonna be the 1-1.
Klutz coming in clutch with the MVP performance, and We get to go through it all again here, Arashi. Talk us through game number 1.
Okay, initially, the fights were going so well for Banana Brawlers, but afterwards, you're seeing them slowly but surely falling short. You see NU Bulldogs kite back, kind of let go, but when they find the moments, right, they have these long-range engagement tools with the Feather Airstrike, with the Avatar of the Guardian as well. And look at the fights here. NU Bulldogs always kite back, right? They use Paculan to zone away the backline, as you can see here. Impulse and Shadow Graph not really being able to walk up. And when they're zoned out like that, you see Estacio and Blast and Klutz just go to work. They're the heroes with more mobility. So in these fights, they're more confident to walk up because they know that worst case scenario, they can always jump back out of into safety. And there's no chase tools available from the Banana Brawlers. So that was just the main story of the game, repeated again and again. And eventually with the gold lead, at about like 5k, 6k gold lead, he just went for an all-in dive, even under the real-world manipulation. But due to the play from Klutz here, 1v3 under the base, in the base by the way, I mean, that was definitely impressive. I did not think the game was going to be ended right there, right then.
Great itemization for the man, you know. Usually when you're that far ahead on the 1-1, when you don't lose on lane, you would want to go for even more damage. But Mans went for the Wind of Nature early, again, finding a lot of value for the pull yourself together too. Usually, we see Wind of Nature is a bit too late, and that's why I gotta give props to Mr. Klutz for coming in clutch here. The pull yourself together works so good for the Inspire that recently just got buffed, plus the Wind of Nature as well. I don't know, it just feels well played. The Bargain Hunter is, I'm not a fan of that though, right?
Exactly.
The 3 Bargain Hunters, especially for the Irithel, I feel like they could have gone and, you know, squeezed in a little bit more milk out of the juice of Weapon Mastery. Or maybe Master Assassin squeeze a little bit of milk in the lane.
Yeah, just get value, dude. A bit more value, because you have to remember, Banana Brawlers were losing, like, in the laning phase per se, but they're losing in these brawls and these skirmishes. So they were skirmishing with a disadvantage because they wanted to get more value gold-wise. And unfortunately, I think they were trying to snowball even more and get some of those items, those power spikes, but it wasn't allowed. NU Bulldogs were able to delay the game long enough. They sacrificed Bangsal, they sacrificed Paculan, just enough to ensure that the main carries, Klutz and Blast, aren't really too far shut down. So I think if Banana Brawlers are that confident and they want to go for the same kind of strategy, there's an angle here where they need to kind of put that focus more on Estacio, on the jungle, on the mid lane, on the gold lane, because that is what you have to try and do if you're trying to go and use these early game picks. It's not enough that you're doing well, you have to make sure that your opponents are doing worse as well.
Just well played, honestly, from NU Bulldogs. And maybe also just a bit of that stage jitter that we are kind of accustomed to as well, you know? Seeing a lot of rookies coming into MPL here playing probably their first ever international offline tournament. It definitely has impacted a bit of their gameplay for sure, right? I mean, a little bit of jitters here and there. Hopefully they are able to shake those jitters and to shake the rust off in game number 2 as we get prepared for the NU Bulldogs to yet again fix their errors. Like this composition, yes, ended up being really good, but it wasn't without the mistakes. It wasn't without the errors. They could pick up 1-1 by banning the Irithel next time. They could pick up the 1-1 last pick red.
They do have options to kind of get one more leg up in the drafting phase for sure. And I think what's interesting to see as well, by the way, the damage to turret from Banana Brawlers, 0. Despite the winning lanes, despite the strong early game, they were unable to translate that pressure towards the turrets as well. So that could be another factor that Banana Brawlers might have to try and revisit and try and solve for the next game.
I think ditch the Baksha. The Baksha in the jungle at least. Like, pick it up, but try to play more damage dealers in the jungle. You need to be able to battle out against the Roger early. If you do want to get a Baksha, then the rotations were kind of weird in the way where they were playing for like a damage jungle. Like, it was still kind of very lane heavy. They wanted tempo, but also they just wanted lane prio over plays around the riverside. So that's something that I think the boys will need to figure out here, because NU Bulldogs, they stick together so well. When we're sticking together, the team fight composition works fantastically.
So maybe for the roaming position for Banana Brawlers, you know, live up to that brawler name and go for something a bit more AoE focused, something that's a bit more set heavy. So maybe when you get that early game advantage, you can translate that into like dives, you know, into invades, and you have something to actually start off the fight. Because the Angela against the Roger, you know, like how exactly are you supposed to try and catch the Roger? That's a very mobile, you know, wolf human.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we went through game number 1. We'll be waiting for game number 2. Arashi has dissected enough. Go ahead, eat your breakfast, eat your lunch, you know, enjoy again a replay of Arashi dissecting the game, because we're gonna very soon be throwing it over to our hosts. Oh, G and M.
G and M.
Gare and Mo.
Interesting.
Those are our hosts.
That's the combo. Is this gonna be like an interview thing?
I don't know. They literally just told me activity. So I don't know if the hosts are going to be dancing, break dancing, as Maskia promised us previously, or if they're just going to be talking with some of the players, you know, interviewing them. They're right there.
Right there, yes.
And they're right behind us. So we're going to be throwing it over to them. Arashi, throw it over. Moko, Maskia, what do you have for us?
Thank you para caster, dan 1 poin Ko Gary kalau kata Ranger Emas ya. 1 poin sudah diamankan oleh New Bulldogs.
Betul
Tapi masih
sekali.
ada harapan untuk Banana Brawlers?
Masih.
Karena ini best of 3 series
Best of
ya.
3 series. Ini New Bulldogs ini setelah aku melihat para playernya, aku curiga mereka ini adalah sebuah kampus yang berada di regional Jawa Timur.
Wait. Tapi kan mereka dari Filipina.
Oh enggak. Mereka dari Jawa Timur. Mereka itu dari sebuah kota di utaranya Surabaya.
Ini kenapa?
Lihat nama-namanya tadi.
Namanya ya?
Dan namanya Bangsal. Bangsal itu adalah sebuah daerah, sebuah kecamatan di Mojokerto, Jawa Timur. Paculan. Paculan itu pacul.
Macul ya, macul.
Ya, itu bahasa Jawa Timur semua.
Bahasa Jawa Timur.
Iya.
Nanti ya, Mas Ger.
Nanti kita akan tanya ya, kalau mereka menang,
kita tanyain. Kalian
what is the
beneran
meaning
dari
of Paculan, what is the meaning of Bangsal gitu kan.
Kalian beneran
Seperti
dari
itu.
Filipina apa Jawa Timur gitu.
Nanti aku akan pancing mereka. Sakjane awakmu iki iso basa Jawa apa gak? Kalau dia bilang, "Oh, aku iso." Fix.
Fix ya,
Jawa
dari
Timur.
Jawa Timur. Tapi
Dari Jawa Timur.
ngomong-ngomong Mas Ger,
Ya.
Mas Ger udah ngonten belum?
Nah, ini nih teman-teman ya. Kalau di sini kalian nggak ngonten itu rugi banget ya.
Karena bakalan ada apa?
Betul sekali, karena kita punya GGA, asik.
GGA. GGA apa itu? Yaitu ada Galaxy Gaming Academy. Jadi teman-teman semuanya jangan lupa ya kalau ngonten, kalau tadi tuh Mas Ger udah sibuk banget dari tadi kesana kemari
Betul
ngonten.
sekali.
Karena nanti bisa dipost di sosmed teman-teman semuanya.
Betul
Dan jangan
sekali.
lupa ditambahin hashtagnya Galaxy Gaming Academy dan hashtag Play Galaxy. Terus mention juga ke social media Samsung di setiap country atau negara-negara region yang ada.
Betul sekali. Kalau Indonesia berarti Samsung ID, kalau di Filipina berarti Samsung PH, MY, dan juga SG seharusnya ya untuk Singapura ya.
Betul sekali.
Oke, nah sekarang kita mau nantang teman-teman yang ada di venue. Nah, ada yang mau dan berani nggak? Saya invite ke depan, 1 orang, udah ada nih. Mas, sini mas. Padahal dia belum tahu bakal ngapa-ngapain. Kita invite aja dulu ya. Sini mas. Saya punya challenge buat mas yang satu ini. Kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dengan mas ini nih ya.
Halo mas, namanya siapa, dari mana?
Raka dari Depok.
Raka dari Depok. Nah, Depok ini juga punya kampus yang keren banget. Ya, ada Gunadarma di sana. Kenapa? Karena Gunadarma juga melahirkan banyak sekali pro player di Mobile Legends.
Emang ya, emang pro player ini datang dari
Lahir dari kampus-kampus
Dan
keren.
ini salah satu juga
Betul
skin
sekali.
mereka ya untuk
Betul
lahir
sekali.
menuju ke stage profesional. Tapi
Betul sekali.
ngomong-ngomong Mas Ger,
Ya.
ini kan Raka belum selesai tadi Mas Ger ngomong
Benar.
apa? Udah angkat tangan. Emang
Nah.
Raka udah tahu mau ngapain?
Belum tahu.
Oke, Raka, gue akan nantang lo untuk nebak pertanyaan dari gue. Ya, pertanyaannya gampang banget, masih seputar event kita hari ini dan gue sudah kasih tahu jawabannya sebenarnya.
Tapi sebelum itu Mas Ger.
Secara implisit gue tadi udah ngasih tahu jawabannya.
Masih tahu. Tapi
Nah.
sebelum itu Mas Ger,
Ya.
emang kalau benar dijawab Raka
Nah,
dapat
gini.
apa sih?
Raka, kalau lu bener, lu akan gue kasih redeem code. Tapi, nah gini nih. Tapi redeem code-nya itu akan gue kasih di layar LED. Artinya semua orang yang di sini bisa nge-redeem. Nah artinya kalau lo salah, berarti lo menghalangi rezeki satu Taman Anggrek ini untuk dapat redeem code ya.
Jadi semua yang ada di mall Taman Anggrek yang ikut secara live stream harus support ngedukung Raka biar benar ya.
Biar nanti live kodenya bisa ditampilin di LED kita.
Berarti teman-teman semuanya yang ada di Mall Taman Anggrek di lantai 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan juga yang live streaming langsung ambil HP-nya. Siap-siap buat nge-redeem code yang bakalan muncul. Tapi ini kalau Raka bisa menjawab pertanyaan dari Mas Ger.
Kita kasih pressure ke Raka.
Kayaknya dari senyumannya yang gede tadi lebar udah mulai senyum tertekan.
Udah mulai meredup ya?
Meredup. Langsung aja Mas Ger, apa nih pertanyaan?
Ini pertanyaannya gampang karena jawabannya sudah gue spill tadi. Raka, saat ini ada tim-tim yang bertanding kan di Galaxy Gaming Academy gitu kan. Mereka berasal dari 4 region yang berbeda. Apa aja?
Indonesia, Filipina, Singapura, Malaysia.
Betul sekali. Selamat.
Selamat ya. Selamat dari punya teman-teman semuanya emang udah mensupport jadi
Selamat.
bebannya langsung diangkat.
Gak jadi dihujat satu Taman Anggrek karena salah menjawab pertanyaan saya. Oke, Raka thank you banget sudah bisa menjawab pertanyaan. Nanti akan saya tampilkan redeem code-nya di sini dan Raka boleh kembali ke tempat duduk. Tepuk tangan udah buat Raka.
Terima kasih Raka. Raka juga katanya mau siap-siap ambil HP juga. Katanya mau nge-redeem code-nya juga.
Ya. Jadi nanti kita akan tampilkan redeem code-nya di LED kita. Buat teman-teman yang bermain Mobile Legends di sini yang ada di Taman Anggrek, silakan langsung aja redeem code-nya. Nanti dapat apa? Screenshot. Kasih tahu di Instagram story kalian ya.
Jangan lupa hashtagnya Galaxy Gaming Academy dan hashtag Play Galaxy.
Betul sekali.
Tuh langsung aja kayaknya udah ready banget.
Sudah ready banget.
Teman-teman semuanya di Mall Taman Anggrek yang ikutin secara live stream, HP-nya udah disiapin, udah siap-siap untuk nge-redeem code. Kita lihat sama-sama. 3, 2, 1.
Redeem code kita. Hai. Nah, banyak.
Banyak ternyata
Mas Ger. Banyak, ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Banyak pokoknya, ada 7. 7 kali 2, 14.
14.
Ya. Nah, pas di redeem kalau ada tulisannya, Kak kok kodenya invalid artinya sudah di redeem.
Sudah di redeem tapi gak apa-apa Mas
Artinya
Ger.
tangannya kurang cepat.
Kurang cepat, tapi gak apa-apa Mas Ger. Karena kita masih ada 3 hari ke depan di sini.
Banyak sekali.
Dan masih banyak redeem code yang bakalan kita bagiin.
Kita
jadi,
masih punya
semuanya,
sekitar 18.324 kode yang akan di... segitu
itu bentar, kalau 18.000 kayaknya nggak 3 hari sih Mas Ger. 3 tahun kita di sini ya.
Itu kita akan membaginya dengan blast SMS gitu. Jadi kan ditampilin lagi di blast aja udah.
Blast aja,
ya,
semua dapat.
Ya, jadi langsung aja di redeem aja kodenya yang ada di LED kita. Silahkan dapat apa nanti langsung di apa namanya di mention ataupun di post di sosial media nanti biar bisa sekaligus ikutan activity yang tadi ya teman-teman.
Betul sekali Mas Ger.
Langsung aja kalau gitu kita sudah dapat kode untuk caster yang siap-siap di sana. Jadi artinya kita akan menunjukkan game selanjutnya. Apakah akan menjadi full 2-0 atau malah akan ada game yang ketiga. Kita akan langsung lemparkan ke caster-caster yang bersiap-siap di sebelah sana. Silakan.
Thank you Eminem, Masger, and Monica Co for the wonderful activity that we just saw. Apparently that was a redeem code thing. I redeemed it, by the way. You're welcome. I mean, actually, technically, joke's on you. Because I redeemed it quick. There's probably a delay on stream, so I can do it.
It's a privilege. It's a perk.
Exactly.
It's a family recipe.
And if you didn't get it, skill issue, brother. Should have been faster. Should have been here in Taman Anggrek. Come over.
Yeah.
You guys are in Indonesia and you guys are thinking, yo, that's pretty cool. You know, I can get redeem codes. I can come over, watch, and maybe some of your friends are here too. Who knows? Come over to Mall Taman Anggrek. Watch live in the historically very esporty mall.
Yeah.
Esporty mall.
We want to talk a bit more about that because this atrium right here, this actual atrium has hosted like a multitude of tournaments all the way since before even the days of the older casters like Ranger Amas, you know, the OG caster.
Yeah, we got shouted out.
Back then when he was a small little boy, he was already here watching the other esports events and he's like, man, I want to be like that one day. And he's been like that for a while now, so
wow,
props to him.
From dreams to reality, right? And you guys can maybe do the same. You come over here like, dang, I want to be one of those dudes on stage playing one day, and maybe you will. Maybe
I want a picture with Mirko. You can get it.
Yeah.
He's right here.
You can. If
He's
you walk
real.
up,
He's real.
You walk up, say hello, you will get a picture. You can ask for a picture for Rashi as well. Depends on the schedule though. It's kind of busy sometimes.
That hasn't happened, by the way.
That hasn't happened. So so no pictures. He's too busy.
For now.
For now. Speaking of though, NU Bulldogs. No wonder they're called the Bulldogs, Arashi. They were ruthless.
They got the dog in them.
They got the dog in them. They got the dog outside of them. They got dogs.
They got the whole pack. But that's how they, maybe that's why when they play team fights, they stick together like a pack, bro. And they're in sync.
This is why you gotta name your team with ferocious animals, folks. Like, I don't want to diss Banana Brawlers, but Banana ain't so frightening, you know? That ain't intimidating.
And when you go to the league game, you might just slip.
Banana Brawlers, I hope the banana is thrown to the opponents, right? You make your opponent slip. Don't slip yourselves. But so far, in game one at least, it was them slipping. It was them slipping to their names.
Slipping.
I don't think it's their names, no. But like, you want to be, intimidating, right? Like,
well, they have the name Brawler.
No one's gonna be scared when you say Bigatron. Like, but when you,
Yeah. Well, hopefully, right? Hopefully, we're gonna see a more exciting game 2 for sure. See the Brawler side more than the Banana side for the BBs right here. And we already talked about the draft possibilities, Mirko, but do you think they should be targeting some of these players from the side of NU Bulldogs right now? Because, Blast and Anastasio, they were doing really, really good. And these, they can be targeted depending on the rotation.
Yeah. They gotta be, man, there's so much they gotta work on, honestly, because NU Bulldogs were coming in with a newer meta draft, right? Like, it does seem like for Banana Brawlers, they're just sticking to what worked in the previous season. And that kind of composition was probably the best kind of composition in the previous season. You get a Baksha, Angela, and the Irithel. You dominate early games, especially in your ranked games. That is like a sure win. But in a tournament, you gotta be creative. You gotta take those risks. You gotta try to play the new meta. You can't just force yourselves to play the old meta game that is, again, no longer the best, most effective tactic available.
And that's the problem, Jared, because if they tried it before, then maybe they would kind of be able to polish it in the tournament as the game goes on. But if they haven't really tried it, right, and they're going to be forced to try it out on the fly, it's going to be a problem. But looking at the drafts and the picks, the bans and the picks, you're already seeing a bit of a shift here. But NU Bulldogs with a Joy in the jungle. What do you think about that, Mirko?
I am okay with it for now. Again, the Joy hasn't really suffered, like, it wasn't really nerfed, so it should be alright. I'm just, again, curious as to if this Roger is first pick prio. I don't think, I haven't played Roger, to be fair. Yes, the Roger is broken. We did see it picked up by NU Bulldogs, but that was first pick in the second. There you go. That's what I was talking about earlier, right? 1-1 could just be placed. Changed in the placements of picks. They picked it up first pick, second phase. Now, first pick, first phase red. Now they pick it last pick, first phase red.
Well, explain this one to me though, Mirko. There's the final ban towards the Irithel from the side of Banana Brawlers. And then they pick a Moskov. And now there's a 1-1. So
I guess they're thinking Klutz hero-wise. He plays the Granger, Harith, and Irithel. It should be respect.
That has to be it, right?
Because, this is why, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you need to have meta picks in your arsenal. Like, the 1-1 would have been a massive pick, but to be fair, that's why NU Bulldogs picked up the far side. They already had a counter to the 1-1 if it was picked by Banana Brawlers.
It's probably why they ended up not going for it. But for NU Bulldogs as well right now, they banned most of the big long-range engage tools, the Kalea and the Mathilda as well. So you can fully expect them to still default back to the same style, the same kind of kite approach. And you see the Phobias banned out and the Sicilian. So 2 heroes that can kind of keep you in place. Sanguine Claws is a annoying tool that has really good range and really good AoE as well. So for Banana Brawlers, what do they want? They themselves now ban away the troll that they were kind of, they don't want NU Bulldogs to have that scouting potential still. Now with the glue, they're going to try and find more ways to punish NU Bulldogs, it seems.
Yeah. Good ban on the glue, but at this point of the game, it's a bit different already, right? In game number 1, why the glue was so good was because they were on a utility jungle. They were on the Baksha in the jungle. Now the fact that it's a Roger, I don't think you're as... I don't think you're bullied as much by the glue here with the Roger, especially with the Moskov as well. You have proper avenues to stop and disengage against the glue. But all right, we'll take a look at NU Bulldogs now in their composition. They need 2 frontliners. They got the Kacha already taken away from them. To be fair, this could just be a Badang pick for NU Bulldogs, but they go for even more damage. They really are loving this new meta, this damage meta. They're leaning towards it, man. They're literally free-falling in the current meta. Shawhead pick up with this composition. This is looking like, again, another early game snowball into a 10-minute game. If they get the early game snowball.
Fortunately for Banana Brawlers, though, it's going to be a lot of magical damage in the early game. The Jawhead amplifies physical damage, but with a Farsight and Joy, NU Bulldogs won't really have all that, optimal damage augmentation coming in from that Jawhead's effect. So there's a bit of wiggle room here for the side of Banana Brawlers. They themselves, what do they want in the mid lane against a Farsa, right? Again, is it going to be some damage or is it going to be something more utility-based? Especially against so many dive heroes. They go for a Kufra and a Zask. Yo!
Unorthodox. I guess that's what the Banana Brawlers do best. If you look at their track record as well, the Xavier pick to win in their region as well, Rashi, it was with the Xavier. It was with an unorthodox pick, an off-meta pick. But have they bitten a bit too much than they could chew? Because looking at the composition here for the Banana Brawlers, Zask and Moskov take a while to get going. They need, mid to late game to go on, and they're up against a very heavy early game snowball composition with the Jawhead, Wan, and the Farsa. Now all they need is another... Oh, wow. Are they going to go CC and just melt through everyone?
Oh, there can be an option.
So greedy, though, if
I feel like they need a frontline ban. Like, surely. It can't be just Jawhead. Go for the Arlet. So
you buffed Arlet.
Bit of the best of both worlds. It's a frontline. It has good sustain, but also a ton of playmaking. And if you look at Banana Brawlers, everyone's short range, man. I feel like Banana Brawlers just went super reactive with this one, with a Kufra to deal with the dashes coming in from the Wan and the Joy, and the Zask. Seeing all the burst potential, the Feather Airstrike, the Joy diving with the electrifying beats, the Zask will be able to stay alive, but what can he do while staying alive? Is he going to be able to do enough damage? That's the big question here.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, again in Mall Taman Anggrek. If you guys want to come over, you can. We are live here in the venue. Looking at the compositions, Arashi, give us your honest, brutal take.
I feel like NU Bulldogs will have a lot of control in the early game, and unless Banana Brawlers are able to bake them out into something, I feel like the Bulldogs got this.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, a possible knockout for the Banana Brawlers here as they are 1-0 down. Match point for the NU Bulldogs, the favorites of the tournament. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2, Effects versus Bangsal. Oh, they subbed off Impulse, Arashi.
Interesting. Wait a minute, that's really early on. I don't think we were expecting a switch out that early. But all right, let's see how this goes, man. Moskov 1-1 matchup. I believe that's a bit of a skill-based matchup. We're looking at the emblems here. No longer a lot of bargain hunters. No longer 3 bargain hunters from the side of Banana Brawlers. 2 tenacities instead. So 3 actually. So they are shifting from looking for gold to looking for those bras, looking for that early game win. But look at that. Litho snatched away by Estacio.
Not that good for Banana Brawlers there, but again, their composition can just scale it out. As long as they're able to hold on in the early game, it'll be good. Moskov, Roger, technically as well, with the Zask. We'll have a good time as we get into the mid to late game, but Estacio is already looking to invade on the Joy. Good. Tyrant's Revenge to cancel it out with a bouncing ball as well. Pakalan waiting all the way there. Ejector bringing it back all the way. Panty Sim got on the tough spot under the turret. Electrifying beats. Gets Estacio first blood.
Man, Penny Sim really should have maybe flickered a bit earlier there, knowing that there's just so much continuous damage coming through from NU Bulldogs. And again, they're using this leverage to try and get a dive.
Effects caught on a tough spot again. Klutz able to go for it again. Almost getting the kill to Purify out for Effects. Baited. 8 seconds for the turtle, and Estacio should be able to get back to a good amount of HP. Blast. Feathered Airstrike already.
Gonna zone out Banana Brawlers, but they don't even get the push advantage now. Banana Brawlers will be able to contest immediately. Oh, Final Slash.
On the GB, that's an interesting take there. Good times revenge over to the back again. Pakalan gonna be able to escape with the ejector. Bangsao with the vengeance. Turtle contested, and it will be Banana Brawlers to secure Estacio with a steal on it, despite 4 members being on the turtle. A double taunt from GB and Estacio. One last hit. Bangsao let's give him to play. The Feather Airstrike comes in, but Bangsao's the one who picks up the kill.
Ooh, good back and forth. Final Slash right. Oh, Bangsal going in, gets the double kill, going for the triple.
Panty Simp stands no chance. Arashi, it's a stomp in the early game as expected with this composition, man.
all the playmaking tools used up early by NU Bulldogs, and afterwards, they have it off cooldown to go for another small skirmish afterwards. All planned, all calculated for the Bulldogs right here. And Banana Boys, oh!
Ejector over, effects caught in the bad spot. Crossbow of Tang for Klutz. Oh, this is looking bad for Banana Brawlers.
And you see him going for an engage here, trying to trade back somehow. Gotta be careful though, there's no damage available. This is the problem with Banana Brawlers. They have a bit of a mix, some early game fighting, but a lot of heroes that need to scale. So right now, NU Bulldogs have so many more ways to win out in these fights, and so many ways to start the fights out. The Shadow Graph immediately half HP without even anything really spent from NU Bulldogs.
And Klutz is being given that double lane now. 2,700 gold, already almost 1,000 gold ahead. Bangsa on the bottom lane, GB on him already, Lycan Pounce coming down. Bangsa, final slash. But PTBL gets the kill. Finally on the board for the Banana Brawlers now. Turns revenge and the range coming down, but it's going to be the second skill from Klutz to get away from it as Paklan walks in with unstoppable force. Dominator's Descent coming down to just save them there. We have a pause. But be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we are going to get through this, troubleshooting the issue. Banana Brawler is currently down 2,600 gold.
That was a cool move by them though, to try to go for the punish under the turret. They were predicting that the Bulldogs were trying to go aggressive there. And the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo kind of got Estacio really, really low there, taking multiple turret shots. Unfortunately, they were unable to really chase down and get value from it. That's where the pause happened. I believe the Banana Brawlers were the one calling for it.
Yep.
Wonder what it is.
I hope it's nothing too crazy. I hope they'll be able to recover from this, because losing in their early game and having to face a technical issue is another big punch to the confidence, big punch to the momentum that they have. In a way, this should stop that momentum for NU Bulldogs. They could get overzealous, they could get overconfident after getting such a massive lead in the early game with this kind of composition. But all they need to do is play it calm. It's up to the Banana Brawlers to come back, to find an angle. And they can't really just find an angle, they gotta create it.
Especially for the Banana Brawlers right now, they have a Kufra as their main engage tool, and the Kufra is great. I mean, you can't really see the Kufra set up, and before you know it, you get jumped on. But at the same time, if it's not a full-on team fight, a full-on 5v5, then the Jawhead has so much more value, because you saw earlier, those heat-seeking missiles, even without follow-up, does a ton of damage. So especially when there's just scouting going on, contesting off the bushes to try and get some of those pick-off options, pick-off chances ready, I feel like NU Bulldogs will always have a bit of an advantage that way. And not to mention, the follow-up from range coming in from the Farsa is just so much faster, so much more intuitive compared to the Zask.
Yep. Instant burst. That's why we saw it even first picked in MPO Indonesia. So much value on the Farsa. Possibly the best mage pick in the mid lane currently. Maybe Zetian actually, but obviously it's banned here. In case you guys are wondering, why don't we see Zetian? Well, it's because it's banned, globally banned for the first week of release. Later on in week number 2, starting week number 2, that's when we can see finally, Zetian in tournaments. But Rashi, Zetian, I haven't played her myself, but I like her. I like Zetian a lot.
I think it's great optics, that hero, man.
Jusin, Zetian, man. Moonton with the constant bangers, back to back.
You gotta admit, you like what you see.
Yep.
And, it's great design choice. Let's put it that way. So, Zetian, looking forward to seeing more of that hero. Unfortunately, not for now. And on that note, Mirko, the Sushin, I think that's a bit too situational. I don't think we're going to be seeing much.
No Paramis, no Juicin, no utility for a while now, especially considering the damage dealer's just doing so well in the meta. The Farsa, ladies and gentlemen, the Kimmy technically in a way as well. And then the Tien in ranked games. Don't play utility mids. You guys are going to get destroyed, ladies and gentlemen. Unless you... No, really, even in the jungle, I don't even think utility is that good anymore. Like, it's not prio pick anymore. The Boxer is good as a flex pick, not as like, okay, you pick it and then you put it in jungle.
Right. So do you think that now with the depth in the utility junglers, with the rise of the damage dealing like marksman style junglers like the Roger, like the Yisun Shin, do you think it's time for assassins to kind of shine as well?
No. It's time for marksmen to shine. Like, yeah, the assassins can do well too, Arashi, but the marksman jungles.
Because assassins technically do well against marksmen, right? I'm thinking with an abundance of marksmen in the jungle, could there be a possibility? Could there be a resurgence?
The thing is, the marksmen in the jungle farm as fast, if not faster, than the assassins. So you're up against tankier marksmen. And the two marksmen that I'm thinking about, it's not really marksmen. It's like they're marksman fighters. Eason, Shin, and Roger. You know, they're not as squishy, vulnerable as like say a Wanwan, a Granger, a Claude, a Kimmy. It's like their version. It's the jungle marksmen. These guys are Tarzan.
Tarzan, huh?
Born to be in the jungle. No, Tarzan wasn't born to be in the jungle. He was born normally, and anyway, he was trapped in the jungle.
Yeah, he got raised by apes.
Anyways, let's get back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. That was an interlude into a possible podcast if we have any more of these pauses. But NU Bulldogs, again, will just be looking to play around their strong side. It's good to see how good these amateur teams, tier 3 teams are, Arashi. Again, they know so well how to utilize the winning lanes, pop off on it even more, control tempo on the map. I love it. Pack with the ejector. GB caught in the assault force. Oh, HCC down with a feather airstrike. A good stun from Shadowgraph. But now, Plutz, crossbow tank ready, doesn't get the stun. Man, Banana Brawlers are getting destroyed.
They're transitioning into the mid game. Conceal from NU Bulldogs.
Vengeance,
two-man dive.
down. Oh, stun over Pakalan with a flicker forward. Bangsal finds a double. Arash, 4005. PTBL can't even go in his own jungle safely. Shadowgraph, no. Dominator's Ascent. Astasha walking up again with the rhythm. Will be able to take this away. Feather airstrike, final slash. PTBL taken very low. Unstoppable force one more time with the ejector. GB gets away with the AOG.
This is a problem for Banana Brawlers. They're using all of their skills, all of their playmaking tools defensively. There's so much aggression coming in from NU Bulldogs that they are forced to use everything. And by the time NU Bulldogs are off position, are low on HP, there's just no opportunities, no windows for the Banana Brawlers to try and charge back in and try and get something. A 6k goal deficit at 6 minutes. NU Bulldogs definitely pushing the tempo here. Oh, potential catch.
Crash Revenge and the Rage, but it's only onto the Jawhead, and I think they'll be fine with it. Ejector gets him out, actually. Shadowgraph forced to flicker. When you go all in on the roam and you are the ones forced to flicker out, that's a problem.
That shows you the lack of mobility for the Banana Brawlers. If they want to go in, they have to go in all the way. There are no takebacks. It's a one-way ticket if they really want to try and take that risk. So they might be better off just splitting, sending out effects to try and get something. He's already 2 kills down. Right now, face-to-face with Paculan. Oh no, wait a minute. Full rotation from the Bulldogs.
Purify ready, unstoppable force. When does he decide? Oh, feathered airstrike coming down. Effects! Taken down by Klutz.
And all that, while Estachio still is just farming, keeping up with tempo. The Bulldogs here are just playing without any concern. There's no risk that the Banana Brawlers have been able to throw in their direction. They got the good solid front line and they have more than enough damage as... Oh, wow. G-Bean. Whoa.
Fanti Sim able to find the Charge Revenge and the Rage in the back line. Dominator's Ascent coming down with the final slash. Lands on everybody. Crossbow Tang! Translating over. PTBL will fall to a double for Klutz. It's a dive in the back again. The Zos taken down. GB and effects. Lynx effects in the mid lane.
They're able to get blast, but at what cost? The Banana Brawlers sacrifice 3. And still, for the most part, NU Bulldogs are just farming up a storm right here. The gold from 1,000 gold a minute so far, it's kind of rising here, man. They're going past the 1k gold a minute mark, the NU Bulldogs, because they're just farming so well, both sides of the jungle. And again, even if the Banana Brawlers really get a pick-off, a big engage with the Kufra, I think Panty's team has to get like 2 or 3 members before it's even anywhere worth it.
Oh man, Ejector with the unstoppable force. Chain CC, they get a double time there. Crossbow Tang ready. Panty Sim can be taken down again. Dominator's Ascent. Oh, obliterated before he can even do damage.
Way too much damage coming in from the Bulldogs. And they're gonna go push right here. They have better siege as well with Blast on the Farsa. You can see the Brawlers trying to clear as much as possible, but there's no tools.
Another ejector over to GB, and this time no AOG to get him out of there. Crossbow Tang for Klutz. It's just a stomp.
Oh, wait a second. Howard won't be falling.
Oh, Lord.
PTBL almost gets taken out though. Good stun there by Shadowgraph. They're trying to play defensive, but now the Lord is in the picture. If they let this go, I think it's still a done deal. If NU Bulldogs push with the Lord, I feel like they can just brute force the end.
Man.
But the Banana Brawlers can't even leave their own base. Going to be forced to concede it. Ooh!
An attempt from effects. But it will be a free one for NU Bulldogs. Man. It's looking bleak here. Holy Defense all procced in already. Ooh, Gamakichi's going to be falling, Arashi.
Was that the Golden Staff? So only the Swift Trinity completed at 9 minutes for effect.
I think that's second item, not even third, Arashi.
Oh man, that's difficult, but look at this. Hanny-Sim trying to set up for some kind of pick, but the positioning from NU Bulldogs, always keeping Bangsal and Pakulan in the front. So even if you do get a good engage, the final slash always looming around the corner, and this is a 5-1 Arlet, dude. It does some damage in the backline.
Plus with the recalls already. Look at Bangsal. He's going to be looking for a final slash flicker. See if he's able to find it. Into the back line he goes, zoning them all. Back into the base with the Feather Airstrike and the Vengeance of Bangsal again. Another Vengeance as Bangsal looks for an angle. Astachio! Back and forth he goes. Putting the damage on still now. Bangsal looking for the play. Final slash! Able to find one now. Damerson coming down. His Clutch is able to kite away in the back line with the crossball tank ready. Pops it in the OG. But now it's given over to Panty Sim. Slowly but surely, the NU Bulldogs make their way into the Crystal. They move forward in the brackets and they will knock the Banana Brawlers out in day number 1.
Calm, clean performance here by the NU Bulldogs. Even in the end there, when the engage really isn't ideal. A final slash only onto the frontline members from the side of Banana Brawlers. And still, they were able to kite back. They were able to just slowly but surely output their damage and get the end with the Lord. Just great calculated gameplay here from the NU Bulldogs. You're seeing why they're kind of hailed as the favorites for this tournament.
So good. Astachio, Blast, Pakulan, Bangsal, Klutz. They obliterated their opponents today. Their next match will be tomorrow. It does seem like when it comes to confidence as well, the coaching staff ready too. They're all ready. I would want some answers here from this team. You know, how did they prepare for the new meta? How do they prepare for this? Again, 180 when it comes to the meta, Arashi. This is very different to the meta we just saw. Not even a week from now, like a week before. It was a few days ago in the grand finals of MPLID.
That's crazy, man. The fact that this isn't a professional team and they're able to just pivot from the meta so well. Taking a look again at the winning moment right here, you can see that Blast, despite the dangers right next to him, he just stands there and just blasts back at the Banana Brawlers, takes it down.
Wow. We're gonna throw it over to our M&M combo, Masker and Monica Co.
Terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Om Oji dan Madam Cipi.
Om Oji dan
Madam Cipi. Ya.
Wah, dan di sini udah ada Koko Geri.
Ada Koko Geri dan juga ada
Oke,
Mbak
tapi
Monica.
anyway,
Yes.
so congratulations to new Bulldogs. Wow.
Dan di sini kita akan melihat teman-teman Banana Brawler yang memberikan penghormatan dan we have to say thank you once again and nice try for Banana Brawlers from Singapore. So we like to invite new Bulldogs to the middle of the stage to do some kind of interview.
Yes, dan kita sudah melihat bau dari teman-teman dari Banana Brawlers yang sudah memberikan yang terbaik selama perjalanan sampai dengan hari ini. Tapi hari ini mereka harus pulang karena ini single eliminations. Dan inilah pemenang kita pada kali ini.
The winner.
Welcome. Congratulations to
Once again
new
for
Bulldogs.
So we have some kind of interview for them. So the first question is why 1-1 and Parsha? 2 games, perfect executing. Is there any strategy that you guys planned before or okay, I just like 1-1 and Parsha to play together?
1-1 and Parsha because we count 1-1 and Parsha because we 1-1 and Parsha. Because we counter their heroes. Okay. That's why.
Just simply of the strategy, just you found the right counter for their draft and then you pick the 2 heroes for them.
Yes.
Oke.
Jadi Mas Gar nanya ini ya, kenapa harus 1-1 dan Parsa? Tapi dijawab ya memang itu udah part dari strategi mereka. Udah counter mereka untuk tim Banana Brawlers. Dan luar biasa sekali ya. Tapi there's something interesting fact.
Yeah.
So, both of the teams are the champions from each region.
Yes.
And you know, Banana Brawlers has 100% win rate
Yes.
in their region. But now, you defeat them. What do you think about that?
We're very happy that we defeated the Singaporean champions. And also, this is why we came here, we prepared for everything.
Oke, mereka sudah mempersiapkan semuanya. Mereka juga bangga sekali sudah bisa mengalahkan perwakilan dari Singapura. Last question maybe for New Bulldogs. Is there any specific team that you want to meet in this tournament?
We want to... you.
We want to play with Novus Bravehearts because
Novus Bravehearts.
PH and PH.
Oh, jadi
Same
mereka
region,
menunggu-nunggu yang
Derby
same
the
region.
kita kasih nama Derby the Filipino.
Derby the Filipino. Kita akan lihat ya nanti karena mereka expect untuk bertemu dengan Novus Braveheart yang dari sama-sama region dari Philippines.
Yes.
But I think you want to add some
Maybe you guys have
more.
another, maybe any other team that you want to meet beside Novus Bravehearts?
Or do you all agree?
Or do you guys agree?
Yes, we all agree.
Okay.
Agree. Jadi
Kita-
setuju ya semuanya
yes.
mau ketemunya Novus Braveheart. Tapi
Mereka
kita
pengen
akan
ketemu
lihat.
Novus Braveheart dan kita akan melihat apakah mereka akan bisa ketemu dengan tim yang mungkin kalau ketemu ini asik ya karena mereka mungkin sudah ketemu di babak regional, mereka sudah bertemu sebelumnya dan mereka penasaran seperti apa sih kalau mereka bertanding di babak istilahnya udah cross national final seperti itu. Oke,
Yes.
once again kita kasih tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk New Bulldogs. You guys can go back to your seat. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. New Bulldogs!
New Bulldogs, everyone.
Congratulations once again. Tapi ini perjalanan mereka belum berakhir di sini.
Oh, belum.
So it's not the end of their journey.
Yes.
Because this is just the start. It's
Betul
their
sekali.
first match on this cross region national finals
Yes.
this time. Dan mereka masih akan menghadapi tim-tim selanjutnya ya.
Betul sekali, mereka masih akan bertemu dengan tim-tim yang lain. Tapi nampaknya kita sudah harus melemparkan sekali lagi ke caster-caster. Oh ya teman-teman, hari ini kita tidak hanya akan ada stream Indonesia, tapi juga akan ada stream Inggris. Jadi mungkin kalau di stream Indonesia kita sudah ada Om Oji dan Madam Cipi. Tapi kalau kita di stream Inggris ini sudah ada duo maut. Ini duo yang seharusnya tidak pernah atau tidak boleh disatukan.
Kenapa emangnya?
Ini mereka punya lagu.
Apa?
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Langsung aja kalau gitu kita lemparkan lagi ke caster-caster yang ada di sebelah sana. Silakan.
Thank you so much, Eminem. Apparently we're the bad boys duo now, so...
What you gonna
Bad
do
boys.
when we come for you, bro?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when NU Bulldogs do that too? I mean, that was a stompy stomp. GG Banana Brawlers. I would love to see, again, more Banana Brawlers, but unfortunately the tournament format is quite brutal. One, just like MSC, you know, where it's gonna be single elimination in the playoffs. And that's the end of the road for the Banana Brawlers, but it's the start for NU Bulldogs. They got a long way to go, as the host just mentioned.
For sure. It's just the beginning. It's day one after all, but they're already showing a lot of good stuff, man. I mean, the early game, the late game ending plays. I mean, some good aspects here, some good attributes they're displaying.
We're going to be expecting a lot from the NU Bulldogs. Again, so many big teams coming in as well, ladies and gentlemen. We got BLT later on for Indonesia playing as well in our next match. But we're going to be looking at our MVP for match number 1, game number 2 here. Who's it going to be? Who do you think? Is it going to be Klutz again? Double?
Might be
Back to
Klutz,
back?
honestly. He was the one who was still hitting the crystal towards the end of that game, by the way. You know, when everyone else was still kind of scattered from the fight. He's got his eyes set on target, bro.
Let's see who's going to get it. If you guys want to go and vote, you guys can as well. A lot of you guys are probably friends of the boys that you see up on your stage.
Could be Paculan as well. That
Paculan,
jawhead was,
yeah,
man,
ejector,
relentless.
unstoppable force, but it does seem like here, Rash, it is going to be our boy, the MVP, most valuable player. Of course, it goes down to the man of the hour. Still, lots.
Oh boy, let's take a look at the highlights right here. That was quite the eventful game, man. Starting with this early play, I feel like Banana Brawlers completely underestimate the potential for the Bulldogs to just completely go all in aggressive. And they were walking as if, you know, as if NU Bulldogs could not just dive in and chase all the way. They have a 1-1, they have a Jawhead, they have a, the Joy and Farsa as well. There's so many ways for them to chase down the members of the Banana Brawlers. And from there, after getting some of those kills, because the Banana Brawlers weren't really respecting it, they just started going all in aggressive. Bangsal gets taken out here because he was trying to be aggressive. But afterwards, even the Gatot Kacha, man, that revitalized towards the end was pointless. It wasn't revitalizing anything. And even under the turret here, you can see Bangsal just go all in, go crazy. And this move was definitely surprising for me. They got the neutral objective and sent 3 members on a kill train all the way to the top. And then from there, once they do have a definitive advantage, a 6k or 2k gold lead, immediately they go for all these contests towards the neutral objective, the turrets, the buffs, and look at the control here. Again, Blast on the Farsa, not feeling threatened at all. It's almost like they understood that, okay, even if you do take out our Farsa, right, we're gonna make you pay with your whole team. So they just played the game so well. The turret game, 0-9, 2 games in a row, the Banana Brawlers were able to brawl, but they were unable to take down any kind of structure.
It's unfortunate for them. I think they ended the game with another total... Oh, actually, they did a bit more damage this time with the Moskov, I believe, up top. But yeah, even with the change of effects coming in for Impulse, it wasn't enough. Shadow Grab, Panty Sim, PTBL, GB, and the rest of the Banana Brawlers are going to have to take this home, this loss, this big L, for them to learn. It's not about losses, ladies and gentlemen, especially when it comes to the campus series here. It's learning from the experiences. We finally got to see Panty Sim on a center, but unfortunately it wasn't to our expectations. 0-6-1. The NU Bulldogs, on the other hand, my lord, they live to
live up to the hype.
Live up to the hype, and also live to just stomp Banana Brawlers, bro. Like I don't even want to say they lived up to the hype, because like they just did their thing. It's like another day in the job for them.
For sure, man. And even despite the best efforts from the Banana Brawlers, going with the Lightning Truncheon, by the way, Shadow Graph, trying to get a bit more burst damage, perhaps, in that pick-off game. I feel like you can see from this game that NU Bulldogs, their pick-off mindset is just unlocked, dude. They know the opportunities and they deny all of the chances from the Banana Brawlers. And again, 0 damage to turrets again, completely. Not to mention, I mean, the neutral objective game also just clean from the NU Bulldogs. So they know when to go aggressive. They want these kills. They want a snowball. But if they don't, right? If they don't, they know how to play it calm, cool, collected. And that's just a very dangerous combo to go up against.
Wow. They didn't let Effects play the game.
Yeah.
Like, Effects didn't play the game. He was farming for a bit, and then he saw his friends die, and then he saw structures, and then he saw 4 members ganking him up top, and then the game was over. Oh man, 0 damage to turrets, 0 turrets, 0 turtles, 0 lords. In game 1, at least they got a turtle, Arashi. They were able to contest for number 1, and they were able to win out number 1 turtle. Wow.
Yeah, but in this game, it's just a whole different story, man. That's the crowd control value. You know, usually, I'm always a big fan of crowd control, right? Because if you're less experienced, that's the tool to try and make things happen if you can't do those fancy macro plays. If you're experienced, then those macro plays are in place, but then having crowd control, having a pick-off tool like the Jawhead, just allows you to just be a bit more dynamic in how you start fights, in how you want to zone out and pressure. So I feel like that's an approach that a lot of teams in the tournament right now can really try and look to and kind of, take something, steal some inspiration.
It's just unfortunate because I feel like their direction was just not right. If they wanted to ban the Aerithal, they should have just picked up the 1-1. Right? Oh man, maybe they could learn a thing or two from the Galaxy AI that you guys can also learn from here with the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It's definitely my go-to phone for gaming, for honestly everything, like in life. I'm a content creator as well. I actually record on the S25 Ultra. That's my personal choice. And I take notes with the S Pen. So there's so much value for you guys back at home. Go ahead and redeem the voucher code SGMLBB50 there for you guys to get extra vouchers, extra promotions when you get the phone.
This is so good. And again, if you ever have any questions, not just about Mobile Legends, by the way, in general, right? the AI has got you, man. That's why it's just so good. Even though it's great, it has great applications for Mobile Legends. But you know, in life, sometimes there are questions you don't really know, right? It comes up in conversation. You know, what continent is Argentina in? And you're like, I kind of don't know right now.
Crazy.
You know, really quick. That kind of simple question, the AI, it's just in, you know, it's unlock.
Exactly. Any question that you have for him, you can also customize it however you want. If you want a female voice, a male voice, or a robotic voice, you got it.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's fully customizable, and you guys can go with the ultra smooth gameplay with powerful performance. Again, why is Galaxy S25 Ultra good for gaming, Arashi?
Well, obviously because of the Snapdragon 8 Elite mobile platform, and it integrates ray tracing and Vulkan optimization. Those are terms you find.
Isn't that PC stuff?
Exactly. You would find this on a PC, not a phone, my friends.
Wow.
It improves your gaming experience by a crazy amount. And with a larger vapor chamber with new thermal interface materials, TIM, you know, like we were talking about earlier, you'll get a smoother and cooler experience. Cool temperature, but also cool as in style. So you can fully immerse yourself into the game for longer and look cool doing it.
Hey, look, it's me and LaFell and the boys right there for the MSC format video.
It's a funny video.
We were trekking through the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even joking. Gideon had a leech on his neck. He's like, guys, I think I got a leech. And I was like, yo, let's wrap this up, right? Like,
it's real.
Get me out of here, dude. I know I know the term for gamers is touch grass, go touch grass, but I'd rather not. I'd rather stay at home on my Samsung S25 Ultra than touching grass and possibly getting a leech on my neck.
If you want to try and do the same thing, just make sure you redeem your voucher at the Samsung Shop app and get that special discount. But for now, you have to go to a break, Mirko.
Just a short one for us to go over to game number 2. It's been Mirko and Arashi. We'll see you in a bit.
easy. We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cubic frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wild cards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow. Cool.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC right this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team to claim it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wild cards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright. Come lit, just right. Wow, want that sight.
Wow. Cool.
We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC bad this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory, Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
Lapel!
From now on, you can call me Lapel, the great format discoverer.
Lapel! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaSalle, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow. Cool.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys. This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Stars bright, come right, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow. Cool.
We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Selamat datang kembali di Cross National Finals dari Galaxy Gaming Academy X Mobile Legends Bang Bang Campus Series.
Yeay! Kita masih di Mall Taman Anggrek. La Casa de Esports Indonesia kalau kata Om Oji tadi ya.
Kalau kata Mas Ger juga sih, karena Mas Ger juga ini salah satu saksi ya. Pas
Pertama kali memang
di sini bersama Om Oji.
Pertama kali event esports digelar di mall pada saat itu ya di Taman Anggrek.
Dan kita kembali lagi di sini ya.
Di Taman Anggrek lagi. Selalu di tempat yang sama.
Ketahuan usianya.
Ketahuan usianya ya.
Tapi anyway,
8 tahun yang lalu.
8 tahun yang lalu.
8 tahun yang lalu.
Sekarang Mas Ger umurnya 18
Sekarang
ya?
aku masih di angka 23.
23 ya? Oke, kita percaya aja ya biar Mas Ger senang. But anyway, Mas Ger dan teman-teman semuanya yang ada di Mall Taman Anggrek dan juga yang mengikuti secara live stream. So from the 8 teams who will compete on this Cross National Finals, one team has already go home. So went home. So there's only 7 teams left.
Yes. So we will have another fight, another match for the next one between 2 team. Ya, kita punya 2 tim yang serumpun.
Serumpun, negara tetangga ya. Bisa dibilang serumpun kakak adik karena ini dari tim Indonesia dan juga Malaysia.
Tapi sebelum kita melangkah lebih jauh, sebelum kita menggelar pertandingannya, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dulu dengan perwakilan dari kedua tim ini.
Wow, jadi sebelum mereka ketemu di Land of Fun, kita pertemukan di stage ini dulu ya.
Kita persatukan di sini dulu, mereka akan adu breakdance. Wow.
Apa hubungannya pemanasan ya?
Breakdance kalau kata Mirko adalah break the dancer.
Break the dancer.
Yes.
Aduh, ini bapak-bapak ini ya. Tapi kita akan mempertemukan langsung saja. So 2 mid laners from the VL team and MV UBM. Please welcome Langsbu and Marzi. Hai.
Kita sudah bersama dua orang mid laner di sini, ada Marzi dan juga ada Langsbu di sini yang mewakili masing-masing tim ya, baik dari MVUPM dan juga dari VL Team. Kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol langsung dengan mereka ya.
Betul sekali.
Oke.
Jadi kita mempertemukan mereka sebelum mereka ketemu di Land of Dawn.
Betul sekali,
Mungkin
ya.
Monica mau nanya dulu ini yang tuan rumah dulu.
Tuan rumah dulu.
nih ya.
Langsbu
Ada
dulu berarti ya.
Langsbu. Gimana persiapannya? Apalagi kamu ya bakalan ketemu ini Marzi, salah satu yang main di MPL Malaysia juga nih. Gimana persiapan mentalnya juga?
Persiapannya sih udah pasti siap banget.
Siap banget ya. Oke, jadi
Gak grogi
nggak
gitu
grogi.
ketemunya kan player MPL nih.
Nggak ada grogi-groginya sih.
Oke, Langsbu will fight against one of the member of the MVUPM is MPL Malaysia player and he's so ready for that. So for Marzi, you will face Langsbu who have some kind of experience in the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 tournament in Indonesia. What do you think about it? Is it enough for defeat you guys?
Mungkin kalau macam defeat tu kita orang akan tengok dulu lah macam mana game sebentar nanti.
Oke.
Tapi kita orang akan bagi 100% lah untuk lawan orang sebab orang pun kita orang kenal sebagai pejoki Indo.
Ya, mereka sebenarnya udah kenal sebelumnya di pertandingan-pertandingan sebelumnya dan mereka sudah sangat siap dan kalau bilang kalah ya kita lihat aja dulu nih nanti di game-game yang akan mereka mainkan.
Jadi sepertinya keduanya udah very confident both
Yes.
of the team. But Marzi, you're right now facing Langsbu. You will be facing Langsbu again at the Land of Dawn. You're both the mid laner. What do you think about Langsbu, Marzi?
What do I think about him? I think he's good enough to give a good fight with me.
Kalau Langsbu gimana? Kalian sama-sama mid lane. Gimana perasaan kamu ketemu Marzi nih di tengah dan di tengah gitu kan?
Ya harusnya buat pembuktian aja lah.
Buat pembuktian.
Lawan sekelas MPL harusnya.
Oh, ini ya pembuktian lawan sekelas MPL. Mungkin
Yap.
jadi penasaran mau denger nih kalau dari Marzi mau jawab apa?
Gak apa, lihat aja.
Ini yang ditunggu-tunggu ya, mereka akan bertanding dan seperti biasa ya sebelum bertanding akan ada side war terlebih dahulu ya pastinya. Dan mereka juga siap untuk bertanding dan mereka memiliki respect masing-masing ya, baik dari Langsbu ataupun dari Marzi saling support karena mereka tahu posisi mereka ini akan sangat rawan sekali untuk bertemu dengan Overman dan pasti biasanya di tengah itu akan ketemu ya pas di early-nya ini.
Oh,
2-3 menit pertama kalau menurutku ya in my humble opinion 2-3 menit pertama ini akan menjadi penentu bagaimana game itu nanti akan menuju ke depannya.
Oke.
Nah, kalau umpamanya di 2-3 menit pertama kita sudah melihat ada hal yang mungkin ternyata kalah laning atau kalah draft atau kalah apa ya kedepannya juga bisa kelihatan.
Kita akan lihat ya nanti
Betul
seperti itu. Tapi kalau kita mau tanya pendapat dari kedua tim ini kan best of 3 series nih Mas Ger.
Yes.
So it's a best of 3 series game. What do you think the outcome of the match? Will it be like 2-0 or 2-1?
Of course 2-1, but we win.
Dia pede sekali akan bisa mencetak kemenangan dengan skor 2-1 untuk MVUPM. Kalau untuk Langsbu gimana skor akhir?
Ya sama lah seperti jawabannya dia.
2-1 juga
2-1.
apa 2-0?
Ya 2-1 mungkin.
2-1.
2-1 buat VL team.
Mungkin game satunya untuk memberi kasih ini aja hadiah dan 2-1-nya menjadi pembuktian tuan rumah.
Pembuktian tuan rumah.
Oke, kita kasih tepuk tangan dong untuk Langsbu dan juga Marzi teman-teman dan langsung aja kalau gitu kita persilakan kedua player untuk bisa bersiap-siap kembali di belakang. Silakan good luck Langsbu and
Marzi from VL team and MBUPM.
Ini seru banget ya.
Iya, keduanya tuh pede banget.
Pede banget.
Jadi langsung aja karena kayaknya udah mereka nggak sabar nih buat ketemu di Land of Dawn. Dan para caster sudah ready, ada caster Indo kita, ada Ranger Mas dan juga Cipi. Dan the Bad Boys di caster English ada Mirko dan juga Arashi.
Langsung aja kalau gitu, take it away.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Masger and Moko, or the GER and Mo connection. Thank you so much, my dudes. Well, I don't know why we're the bad boys. I think Arashi is a bad boy, obviously because he's got the earrings, but I'm a good boy. It's the bad boy and the good boy here on the English desk.
That's a lie, my friend.
I am a good boy in what does a good boy mean, Arashi?
man who says good things.
I say good things all the time.
Sometimes.
Especially with the help of the Galaxy AI that helps me with my good vocabulary. Now for you guys back at home, we got a stellar match for you guys for the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. For match number 2, we saw a team get knocked out in match number 1. Very sad for the Banana Brawlers, getting knocked out by the new Bulldogs. But for match 2, it's a classic Sarumpun Derby with MV UPM going up against VLT.
Oh boy. In theory, right, this should be an aggressive clash. And we know, we already talked about how the meta, despite some slower things happening in the jungle, it actually ends up being a bit more of an aggressive style here, just because of the compensation. When one role becomes more passive, other roles must kind of get more aggressive to kind of fill in the balance. So I fully expect a lot of fireworks here all the way from level 2. That's my call.
And it's also the changes to the river movement, right? Now you walk into neutral objectives faster and actually stays longer, that effect. So when you're in the gold lane and you're playing a scaling hero that doesn't deal damage in the early game, you lose a lot of value. You want to participate as much as you can in these team fights. And that's why, I actually spoke to a little bird, a big bird, a guy with 6 rings, Mr. Yeba, about the picks in the meta. He says fighter side lanes might come back with the changes in the river. So we might see more Rubies, more Brodies. I would love to see more Brodies,
Brody,
This guy's been missing for so long. Play strong side, play around team fights. Brody is a team fight savant.
I feel like his role has kind of been overshadowed by Harith. Has it not? Kind of strong in the lane, kind of scales really well, and then immediately gets into team fights to try and start a snowball. I feel like it's a Harith thing.
Yep.
So
we're going to throw it over to our boys, I believe.
Dari MV UPM Malaysia.
Kita sudah ada Win di sini dan kita akan tanya-tanya kepada Win ya. Dan ini yang menarik ya, Win ternyata bisa berbahasa Indonesia.
Bisa cakap bahasa Indonesia.
Bisa
dikit lah.
Bisa dikit lah. Can little.
Oke, Win, aku mau tanya ini, gimana pendapatmu tentang bermain di Indonesia, apalagi di sebuah tempat yang memang dikenal sebagai salah satu tempat yang sering sekali digunakan sebagai venue untuk turnamen e-sport. Gimana menurutmu? Ini Mall Taman Anggrek namanya.
Menurutku keren lah. Tempatnya juga besar.
Keren, tempatnya besar juga katanya.
Besar juga. So, Mas Ger asked, what's the opinion of Win,
the venue
about the venue and Indonesia, which we all know that Indonesia mostly also hosted tournaments like this, right?
Oke, nah sekarang pertanyaan selanjutnya nih. Win, you play in the MPL Malaysia with SMG. Jadi apa yang kamu bawa dari MPL ke turnamen ini? Apa yang kamu share ke teman-teman? Pengalamannya seperti apa?
Jadi aku berarti pengalamannya daripada gameplay sampai inilah training lah. Drafting ada lagi.
Okay.
Lain juga lah.
So Win actually also plays at MPL Malaysia, and from MPL Malaysia, Win shares to his team today about the gameplay and also drafting strategy. But Masker and Win, your team will be facing Indonesian team, the VL team. What about that?
Bagiku seru lah, minat-minat.
Khas banget ya kalau tetangga ketemu tetangga gitu, pokoknya seru, menyenangkan, dan ya kita berharap agar may the best team win lah ya pokoknya.
May the best team win. Tapi Monica penasaran nih, kalau Win yang player yang patut diwaspadain nih dari VL team siapa?
Bagiku itu golingnya, Uwais.
Why?
Karena itu apa nih? Preman tuh.
Preman.
Punjoki.
Oke, ini jawaban yang menarik sekali dari Win, tapi kita akan melihat seperti apa nanti pertandingannya antara MV UPM berhadapan dengan VL Team. Maka dari itu kita akan langsung aja kembalikan ke caster yang bertugas di sebelah sana. Silakan.
Thank you again for the interview there. Again with MV, a representative of MV. my boy played in MPL Malaysia already back in the day, so he is coming here with experience, stage experience. That's very valuable. We saw how the Banana Brawlers weren't able to keep up with the level of play up on stage because of the pressure that was just crushing them down. Now that MV are technically, not all of them, but they have someone who has that experience, that should be a good sign, right? Up against the Indonesians.
It should be. I mean, he was saying that he wants things to be seru, to be exciting. And he's happy to, I think Masker was talking about comparing this to meeting your neighbor and then getting into like a fun match with your neighbor. It's always a fun time, good vibes, competitive vibes. But I get the feeling he's hiding a lot of aggression, man. He seems calm on the surface, but deep down, who knows?
It's the calm before the storm, and we're gonna throw it over again for our interview.
Oke, kita sudah bersama Jose kali ini, perwakilan dari BL Team yang akan menghadapi tim dari Malaysia tadi ya, MVUPM. Nah, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dengan Jose, seperti apa nih persiapan dari BL Team untuk hari ini. Halo, Jose, gimana persiapan kamu untuk pertandingan pertama hari ini? Silakan.
Dari tim kami sih udah ngesiapin semuanya dengan lumayan matang dan kami berharap bisa kasih game yang terbaik.
Okay, so we are here now with Jose, the jungler of VL Team, and Masker asked about their preparation and they're so ready to face the MVUPM. Tapi Jose, kalau yang menarik ini karena kita tahu, we know that you're going to face the team MVUPM, and one of the players, which we also chit-chat just now, he played at MPL Malaysia.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Takut nggak lo ngelawan player yang main di MPL Malaysia? Bebas, di Indonesia aja boleh?
Saya sendiri sih nggak ada takutnya sih, kita lawan aja. Saya lumayan yakin kalau tim saya masih lebih baik.
Okay, so he's very confident that his team can beat the MVUPM, that they're better.
Yes. Dan mereka juga pede sekali berhadapan dengan MVUPM, meskipun salah satu player dari MVUPM ini adalah pemain dari MPL Malaysia bersama SMG. Nah, pertanyaan selanjutnya adalah, kamu dalam turnamen ini punya target apa?
Targetnya udah pasti juara sih, juara satu.
Okay, so the target first winner, so the champion
of the tournament.
And I think he's very confident about that, Jose and your team. But I want to ask also about what from the Malaysia team mentioned, that they think that their strongest one of the strongest player that they're going to face is Uis, the gold laner. What do you think about that?
What do you think about Uis? Gimana menurut kamu tentang Uis yang begitu ditakuti oleh teman-teman dari MVUPM?
Saya emang sebagai rekannya dari Uis, emang mengakui juga kalau dia jago dan maksudnya harus hati-hati sama dia.
Okay, so also Jose also agree with Win that Uis also is a strong contender. Jadi katanya ya setuju aja ya dengan sebutan Win yang perlu diwaspadai.
Ya. Jadi kita akan melihat bagaimana nanti apakah benar Uis yang benar-benar akan menjadi lawan terberat bagi tim-tim yang lain ini, mainnya apakah sejago itu atau bagaimana nantinya. Jadi kita akan saksikan pertandingan yang satu lagi ya pastinya antara MVUPM berhadapan dengan VL Team. Maka dari itu kita akan langsung saja lempar ke caster yang bertugas di sebelah sana. Silakan.
They're confident, Arashi. They technically have the home ground advantage here. Gonna check the crowd real quick, and it looks like we're actually kind of packed here for the Indonesian match. Again, for you guys back at home who might be watching and might be thinking about coming over, don't think about it, just do it. Just come over to Mall Taman Anggrek here, the dome of the Mall of Esports rather, to enjoy some good MLBB.
You can see the confidence earlier. He's like, I want to see what MVUPM are made of, man. I've heard the stories. He's saying he knows some info. There's some intelligence going on. But for the most part, he wants to see them prove it and the Lena Dawn. So, hey, it's a bold move, bold statement. Let's see if it backfires, man. The competitive fire, he might have ignited it for MVUPM.
As a kid, his mom told him about the stories of how MV were dominating the amateur scene, and now he gets to see it right in front of his eyes to stop that domination, perhaps, right? Because MV, technically, they dominated Malaysia for the longest time when it comes to the Tier 3 scene here. They are top 2 here, and they're going up against the top boys as well in Indonesia. Remember, we had a national finals, and the top 2 from the national finals make it here, qualify here to the Cross Nation finals.
Cross Nation. That's what makes this step in the tournament special, bro. That exchange, the cultural exchange, the mindset exchange. Man, I wonder what they have cooked up here after seeing game number 1. Yeah, right. Match number 1 actually. Seeing the change, seeing that if you can't adapt with the new style, with the new meta, you kind of fall behind. I fully expect that with both teams kind of wanting to be aggressive, right? Indo and Malaysia, I feel like the roaming position is something that's going to be hotly contested.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going through the introductions for the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, PL Team, Toretto, Jose, Langsbu, Gojel TZ, and TK Wistaka.
Who is looking good? Is that a translation?
That is.
Well, he's looking confident, arms crossed and all.
Damn.
Esports pose. On the other side, though, taking a look at the opposition right here, walking on the stage, looking confident.
They're ready to go and show what they've got. The young guns of Indonesia, VL Team.
Standing there menacingly.
Esports pose.
Wonder what's going on in their heads. They definitely have a bit of a serious air going in, so I don't think they're here to joke around, man. It's all business.
It's all business here when it's up on stage. It's jokes, it's fun, it's games backstage, but not on stage. That's why MVUPM will have a tough challenge in front of them.
Wacknut, Win, Martizi, Itikwe, and Illidan. That's a name.
I feel like these players need to be briefed sometimes, about their names, Mr. Arash. We got some cool names here and there, and then we got Itikwe. But it's okay, because this is the team that is trying to again get that win on enemy soil. MVUPM.
And you see that they got a bit of an easygoing aura going through. If you're an Indonesian fan, you gotta be a bit concerned here, looking at the confidence that this team is radiating.
Oh, speaking of, the coaches now walking up on stage with our head marshal, Mr. Gary, Axelel Islami, and Sora.
And Sora, indeed. Let's see how it goes, man. We talked about the meta shift. For the coaches, it has to be a bit of a headache, man. It's not just finding the meta, it's finding the meta that your players can handle, that your players can actually execute properly. Without that, you can have the best read on the meta as possible. It really won't matter, right? You have to really work overtime right here. As you take a look at the team head-to-head, looking pretty equal, actually. And I'm surprised the KDAs are below 5, because earlier we saw from match number 1, 5 and 10. Now it's 4 and 4.3. PL Team having a bit of the advantage, but considering the meta, once again, that higher KDA might just lend itself to more direct domination coming in from VL Team.
I think seeing a KDA that high is actually bad, because usually that means that is more of like a brawl, lower level server. Here we have more of an equal stat line, so I hope for these two teams it's not just about the brawl, it's not just about brawling and fighting it out. Hopefully there's some legit technical geniuses in the team to make those statistical strategies work out. From second place to taking space, Arashi.
That's
turning the dream into reality.
Yes, sir. I'll see how they go here, because they're not really hailed, as like the favorite so far, I guess, but they have a lot to prove right here. And looking at the win rates, though, you can see the blue side. Both teams really like that blue side, man. They want to make the first move. They want to show that surprise first and see what the opponents want to react to. Let's take a look at some of the clips here from from MVUPM. You can see the assassin gameplay and the chase. They definitely have that aggressive flair to them.
Super aggressive here in the match against Boboy. And you can see here for Onindra and VL Team as well. VL Team were doing really, really good, especially when they got their hands on the assassins. These brawling compositions that really want to fight. 16-5, mind you. Jose's definitely got that knockout punch in the fanny. Gotta be aware of that with the Selena too. These abyssal arrows were landing on demand.
Man, the Fanny, such an important hero in any stage of competition, and it seems like for VL team, that is something that they have confidently set up in their arsenal. So definitely look for that Fanny pick or ban in this matchup. I think it's a bit too costly. In a close calculated game, the Fanny is already such a massive X factor. Now that you potentially have a more aggressive game, I think the Fanny even more will be prioritized.
The Ultimate Magician though, MPL Malaysia Season 12, 5th to 6th Johor All-Star Esport Championship 2nd, and MLBB Academy League Season 1 1st. A lot of achievements here for Mr. Man in the mid showdown. And we're gonna have to see this mid matchup again. We've hyped up so many crazy mid lane duels in the past, Arashi, from MPL Philippines, MPL ID, MSC to world stage as well. But now we finally get to shed some light on the amateur scene,
which is always cool. This is where the regeneration really begins, technically. But is it Martizi, Mirko, or is it Martzi?
I prefer Martizi. It sounds cooler, you know. Martzi sounds kind of whack, you know. I hope he actually calls himself Martizi, yeah.
Because on stage we heard Martzi. I'm like,
Let's see. What does MVUPM need to win this match? We're asking them. Reduce overextending, maximize winning condition. Give Waknut a comfortable hero to win the XP lane matchup, and bring a draft with high CC. Could be a good option. You can see the key to victory here, written down by the S Pen on the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
If they want to try and assert their dominance and their control, the crowd control is definitely something that they have to really think about. And against a potential assassin pick, yeah, of course, crowd control is always the name of the game. But for VL team, what do they need to do? Is to pressure Win's jungling pattern, limit the assassin heroes, and force a utility jungler battle. And give Itiku a pick-off hero to fight those initiations. So they want to get utility jungles here, presumably. I think this is we don't know if this is real time, if this is the way to go for them now, today. But if they want to go for that utility, then that roaming position has to be something that's aggressive, something that can start fights and contest and go into the opposing side's jungle.
Wow. Side selection here, MVUPM choose first pick, and VL team will be placed on second pick. You can see already earlier from the statistics, both these teams have been more comfortable, have found their jam better when it's first pick, when they get their hands on first pick. They had, I think for MV, a 33% win rate on red, and it was a 50% win rate for VL. First pick has been quite big when it comes to regular season matches as well in MPL Indonesia, but in the playoffs, it's actually been the opposite. Red side has had better results. So I'm curious to see whether in this meta, if the red side or the blue side will have a significant advantage, because in match number 1, it was all red.
Well, let's see how this goes, man. That's the adaptability, the mind games. With the two coaches showing up earlier, you do wonder, what's the idea here? Oh, Kalea.
Have you tried playing Kalea in the new patch, Arashi?
I have not.
Bro, they nerfed Kalea's second skill range so bad. Like, it's so short now. You can't... The only way you can actually find picks is if the enemies are dumb enough to walk up, or you use your flicker. It really comes down to you being able to skill to flicker at this point. It isn't even a reliable engage tool anymore.
So it's basically like a different version of Guinevere.
Yeah, right. It's a Guinevere that doesn't have the instant like lockdown technically. Like Guinevere has way more than that. Yeah.
And more I don't know, more baiting capabilities. The Kalea, I guess, brings in sustain though, something that can be very useful. So perhaps VL team, they want to make sure that their roamer, right, has a chance to go up and win out in that roamer duel. They go for the Badang with the Farsa here, so already a lot of pick-off angles. But for MVUPM, Baxia and the Kimi, so very strong early game pressure, and even the Bruno on the side lane. That's a lot of crits, man.
That is a lot of crits. It's really good, honestly, for VL team to go for, I would say, what do they go for? I think at this point, just go for the jungler first, right? You have the Roger up for grabs, the Yisun Shin as well. Yeah, because the Baksha, it's going to be quite concerning, but if you're able to just win out that early game with crazy fast clearing in the jungle, should be good already. But they decide to go for an odd choice, in my opinion. not that odd if we look at the previous meta, but in the current meta, I don't really think you want to be scaling on the gold lane. You want heroes that are ready to fight. The Grangers, again, unfortunately was banned out, but the 1-1s too coming up there, and that's maybe why MVUPM decided to go for Bruno. You know, more ready to fight compared to a lot of the other gold laners.
Not to mention faster power spikes, 2-item power spike that gives you good burst potential and sustain. Hey, I mean, the Bruno has options. I don't know, Mirko, the Harriet usually wants to kind of participate in fights as well, but I guess it's just a bit slower here. Maybe they're trying to compensate for that slower early game using the Farsa, using the Bedang. But they're also betting with the Estes. Now that's a hero you haven't seen in a while.
I heard KB talk about this, right? In his, I think, patch review, he said, wow, if there's a hero that he can give like the patch to, it would be the Estes, because the Estes finds a lot of value with this pick. And that's why I feel, even in my own, you know, like talks with my friends while playing ranked, this might be the revamp Ube style coming down in the new meta. I'm not too sure if it's that good though, or if amateur teams can play it. I think it still requires an insane level of coordination to take you back to, you know, like the flashbacks to the old times of the Ube, well, where VYs dominated MLBB. It was only them really doing the Ube. All the other teams who tried doing Ube don't play it as well as them. You know, it took real skill to play that composition. There's a reason why only they found success with that composition. So they know something we don't. They know that MV are probably playing for that now with a very tanky frontliner, with the Bruno and the Kimi. It looks like it's going to be like 2 frontliners, 2 damage dealers, 1 healer type of comp.
And on top of that, they're also banning the Minotaur. That's a good crowd control if VL team wants to try and dive in.
Yeah.
And it does give that sustain still, so any kind of sustain with a Baksha is just extra value, considering how tanky the Baksha is. But I have to agree, Mirko, that Ube strat, it's just such a different mindset. Not just for the jungler, but for everyone else on that team. It really is a different way to really have an approach at Mobile Legends. So for MVUPM now, they're banning Assassins, starting with the Ling, now with the Hayabusa. I do wonder if there's some kind of split push angle in mind. The Joy, though, gets picked up by a VL team. That's a lot of magic damage, man. With Joy and the Farsa?
Yeah, and it's up against the Baksha too. Someone that you would expect to be a pretty good pick up against the magic damage. But to be fair, if we're talking about magic damage, Harith and Joy would probably be the best choice to go for if you want to go for a full magic comp. The Divine Glaive, once you get it done for both these heroes, you bypass through the magic defense items. Because in this current meta, Moonton, knock knock, you need to add a new magic defense item. You need to try to give these tanks a bit more to play with magic defense. You have Athena Shield and Radiant, and then the Oracle, sure. But like when you take a look at it compared to the physical defense items, you just have so many more unique passives, so many more ways to deal with physical defense compared to magic defense. But it turns out to be true here, Arashi. VL team have read through MVUPM. Thank goodness we don't see the Estes here, because this would be a pretty nasty composition to play with the Estes. But in a way, the Florin might be better, Arashi. I went up against the Florin in the early game. MV are gonna kind of struggle. But with the Florin, once you get to mid to late, if you do scale properly, it's gonna be very, very scary. VL team end things off with Toretto on Lapu Lapu. Recently got buffed too, an amazing hero in the meta.
This is an interesting one right now, because we're seeing one super tanky front line with healers and good backline damage versus a team with a lot of burst damage and a lot of dive. This is a contrasting style here drafted by both these teams. Which one is going to come out on top? Only time will tell.
Ube strat in the new meta, ladies and gentlemen, or will it be the tried and tested, in a way, composition that we've seen for the longest time? Just the only change here being the Lapu Lapu finally back in action. I've been waiting for this moment, man. The bravest fighter, Lapu Lapu, an amazing pick for my boy Luke. But we didn't see it in the MPL. We get to see it here in the Galaxy Gaming Academy. The Campus Champions, the battle of Campus Champions. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 and match number 2 between MV and VL team.
See how this goes, man. In the early game, I feel like the Florin isn't going to be too annoying. The Angela is going to be more annoying in the early game, but like you mentioned, Mirko, towards that late game, especially with the ability to remove healing reduction on that ultimate, that Florin is definitely a massive problem. Against the body of Smith of Terizla, as well as the Baksha, all that damage reduction is just going to be extra useful, extra difficult for VL team to burst through, unless they snowball. looking at the emblems right here, Wilderness Blessing for the mid lane and Roam for VL team. They want to be around very, very fast. Festival of Blood for Toretto as well. So look to that lane for some aggressive moves as Win goes for an early invade.
Langsbu is taking a bit of damage in the mid lane there already. Not really respecting the pressure that Akimi can provide. You will have to pop the wings by wings just to get a little bit of the waves here, soaking it in. So far, so good for both teams, honestly. But again, when it comes to the first neutral objective battle, that's where I really need to start questioning VL team. In a way, I think MVUPM actually have the better comp to contest. Just because of the Baksha and the Kimi, but it really depends on how VL team are able to chain their combos together. If Gojel finds a massive pin into Langsbu's damage, that'll be enough. Like, VL will win. So I think it's kind of like 50-50.
Depends on execution, man. Can VL team skip the tanky frontliners? Win? Whoa!
Walking up already, stopping it! That's exactly what I was talking about! The activeness early of a Baksha, Shield Unity, and the Poissons. I don't think the Poisson should have been popped, but hey, a kill's a kill. That's first blood over Martizi already in the mid lane as well, shoving it in as Waknut is able to get closer to level 4, but both of them haven't hit it just yet.
All right, MVUPM going for the turtle right now as Jose looks for a steal angle.
Jose walking up again, Win. Oh, what? Shield Unity away from it now, back in away, all the way to the back. Waknut getting caught again, taken down by Langsbu by the feather airstrike. Win caught all alone. Shield Unity away earlier. Gojel Teasy with a fist crack now, going on the Martizi, who's able to fly by, and now with the flicker out as VL team take control.
That's a damage coming through from VL team, man. You see how Toretto jumped in and immediately just demolished the HP bars of the backline? Dude, MVUPM, if they want to play this front-to-back strat, they have to keep their eyes open for so many threats. VL team has already set the tone right here with 2 heroes that can dive in the backline. The Harriet wasn't even in the conversation just yet. The longer this game goes, the more that could be a problem. So MVUPM has to kind of ration out their crowd control and make sure that the backline stays protected. Better airstrike gets popped already.
He's actually going to lose out on the trade now. Shield Unity lock. Gojel TZ down. Has enough to get away. Traction Pulse landing on Jose. But it's all good, man. With Retribution and now Electrifying Beats in the back. Win. Able to pop the Poissons to heal and just a bit more healing from Itikikike.
And that's the damage coming through for a VL team, but also the mobility. If you look at it, every single time MVUPM does something, VL team, knowing that MVUPM has to move as a unit with the front line and back line together, they're able to actually abuse that and force MVUPM to move in weird ways. Better airstrike.
Martizi just walks in the bush. Gojel with a knockout punch, sending Martizi down. Back into the base he goes. VL team controlling every part of the map. Even Jose in the enemy jungle. Win forced to rotate up top. Langsbu. Oh, in the bottom lane, Waknut on the Terizla, even with the penalty zone, unable to survive Toretto's family buff.
That's good moves from Jose there. The trades in the turret aggro as well, allowing them to take that kill very, very easily. 2k gold lead as Vin tries to find something right here.
Fist crack, CC immunity, getting him out of the CC now. Good airstrike, Langsbu! I don't know what the flicker was for, but it was flashy. Toretto now, Bravest Fire to the back, finding it. Martizi taken down as Toretto goes for the stun. We'll be able to go for the pin down onto Win, but no more damage coming down. And Toretto is forced to run away. No flicker. Waknut throwing away a lot of those hammer swings, but it will be free on the turtle for VL teams. Jose.
Man, that was fancy moves from Toretto, man. Not turning his back on family, jumping in there to save Langsbu. Purple buff will be secured for MVUPM, but afterwards, what next? So Jose is really pushing on the bottom side as Gojel is baiting out so much resources.
Uh-oh, Feather Airstrike come down with a fist crack as well. Gojel just barely out of range. What? Finds it in the end. A healer comes in for the save. Langsbu caught in the penalty zone and the hammer swings. Toretto now with the help of the Zaman Force of Wish Chaka walking back and forth. Traction pulse to Martizi. Cutting away as Wish Chaka was able to dump back and forth. Mana is going to be concerned here. Lilidan with a flicker forward, finding the few balls to land it on Wish Chaka. A triple kill. Jose walking down. Lilidan taken down.
So many low members from MVUPM. Unfortunately, VL team will not be able to cash in, but they got the objectives on the bottom side. All in all, though, the gold lead has shrunken down just a little bit. So good moves from MVUPM, but Martizi has got to be careful, man. He has been the primary target. He's been jumped on so many times. VL team understand the dangers of this Kimi in the early game.
Man, I think they're getting they're overheating right now. They're just going for constant fights back and forth. Good shield unity in, electrifying beats as well. But Win was able to pick it up. Now Gojel looking for the play. Can't really engage on a Baksha with Poissance. It'll end up just being a turret down below. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wish Jakob, Zaman Force.
Not really getting too much so far, being able to shove in the wave. He actually had a big window there to go with a Zaman Force and clean up, but I think he hasn't really scaled enough into that late game. So with a couple of more items, if MVUPM find themselves in the same situation, VL team is about to clean the house.
Remember, this is a scaling comp for MVUPM. So the fact that they are just down by 2,000 gold, I thought Langsbu was able to steal that away, but good take from Win. If MVUPM keep the gold lead at just 2,000, they can win. They can actually just scale with the Florin.
It's a big problem here for VL team. Look at that consistent damage from Martizi. And now the Farsa is too low to fight potentially.
In the back line, Toretto with the stun, but it's only landing onto one penalty zone, locking him down again. That's the bravest fighter, used defensively. The healing coming down, and Golgel TZ falls. The Florin a bit too much to deal with as Jose is able to dash away in the mid lane. VL team, Langsbu holding the feather airstrike, will be able to pop it in time, but Win walks up against him on force. Over to the back, that's 1-for-1 now, as Wiz Chakap continues to dash into the Zaman Force. Not enough damage to threaten anyone.
And while that is happening, Jose clearing the jungles on the bottom side, farming up a storm, going for yet another turret. So in the macro department, VL team wasting no moment at all. MVUPM may be able to scale well, but VL team, I think in the late game, aren't really pushovers themselves with a Joy Harriet and the Farsa. The burst damage is the main thing here. If VL team can focus down that damage on one member from MVUPM, then they can really get a huge advantage in these fights.
This is the thing about this kind of composition, right? For MVUPM, they can play really well when it comes to team fights. Gojel! Oh, I thought he was going to go on to Illidan. No follow-up, though. I think there was going to be follow-up anyways. They could have at least tried to burn a flick. Anyways, though, again, with this kind of composition, you're kind of forced to group up, and that's what gives VL team more of an angle to attack the side lanes with the Joy.
Ooh. Immobilized, CC immune.
Miss Crack with a pin down to Gojel, falling down to the Sky Piercer for Martizi. First stack on the board, Toretto trying to survive now as MV continue to just group up together and play in the mid lane. Jose, kind of tough spot, bravest fighter into the back line they go, but the healing is just too much and the damage actually overwhelms in Waknut, able to flicker back to safety with the healing coming down again. But their airstrike zoning them in the back as Wiz Chakap also, for some reason, pops in the Zaman Force.
Messy fight here from VL team. Again, everyone goes in one by one, allowing MVUPM to survive just long enough for the Florin healing to kind of keep them in the fight. If they applied the electrifying beats, Zaman Force, and Feathered Airstrike together there, they could at least secure 2 kills, I believe. But because they came in one by one, no one was taken out. This is something the VL team have to address immediately, man. MVUPM are kiting back just enough to kind of force their hand.
Oh!
Whoa, Waknut.
No one saw that. It's okay. Just like Ranger Rama said, nobody saw that. It's all good. Dyron did that too, you know? It happens to the best of us.
But in the late game, Mirko, the split push potential here from Jose.
1v1?
Wait for 1v1.
Oh! Flicker forward, Martizi! Onto Jose, Flicker as well! Oh, basically a solo kill with the help of Itzika. Even with the help of the Feather Airstrike, not enough to get the kill onto Martizi. Now no side lane control and a loss around the neutral objective. Illidan on it already, no jungle to be seen. Win still on it now with a shield! Gojel jumping the back. Chaka with the steal as well. Zaman Force coming down as Win is going to be taken very, very low. One more Chrono Dash, finding the kill in the back line. Toretto! Look at the stun, the slight tackle gets him to safety as Wish Chaka deals a bit too much damage for the rest of the team of MVUPM to deal with it. Traction Pulse and the Flicker out. Wish Chaka no Zaman Force. Waknut swinging the hammer.
Wow, man, a huge turn of events from both teams. In the end, though, Wiz Chakap was able to get the Lord, I believe, so not all is lost. But again, the gold lead has shrunken now. MVUPM scaling into that late game. You're seeing the damage come out of Illidan and the healing too. 1 or 2 crits is enough to actually zone out the backline members. So this Bruno now functions as a marksman, also a bit more of an assassin. VL team have to pick the right moment to go in, because Toretto and Jose, if they dive in together, it doesn't even guarantee that they're going to be able to take down Illidan, who already has that malefic gun, 3rd item power spike. more range, more damage.
An interesting dive to the back. Good cancel with the penalty zone, but he gets pinned down as well. Bottom lane, Lord still marching down. No one dealing with it just yet, but the Kimmy and the Bruno, both Illidan and Martizi, will disperse. Martizi in the mid lane, trying to shove it in. Again, the wave's going to be dealt with quite well. Jose just hovering in the bottom lane as the Holy Defense gets procced in up top. Good defense from MVUPM. They keep their tier 3, or tier 1, sorry, in the mid lane up and alive.
Jose takes an orange buff away from MVUPM though, so great utilization of that Lord. Macro has been something that VL team have been trying to use in the early game. Now with the gold equalized though, again, I think Luis Chakov has to find ways to get to the backline as well and do some more assassination attempts. Because he's been trying to beat down on Vin and Waknut and they're just not falling, man, with the healing. So if they can consolidate their efforts and get that damage onto Illidan or Martizi, this game is still very much winnable. And the tools to make those plays happen are there for VL team.
Definitely. Late game scaling, VL team still does quite a bit of damage to MVUPM, and they actually have enough burst and consistent damage to deal with the floor and healing. It just comes down to targeting at that point, right? Like, Gojel will need to get a big set, and somehow they need to pick Itikike up before the fight even starts. Because if all of them are low, but they get the healing of that Bloom, oh man, MVUPM have more consistent damage. Again, it's a Bruno and Kimmy. VL team are playing with windows, cycles of skills.
Especially the Demand Force, that's a big one there. They've had an airstrike as well, but this Demand Force is really what VL team has to use, especially in the late game, for the Harriet to be able to match any of the damage output coming in from a full item Kimmy or Bruno. And right now you can see them really dodging away, trying to evade from those big fights. They're trying to set up the wave on the top side so they can go for this Lord uncontested. That's the way they think they're going to be able to find an advantage and force MVUPM to potentially fight without a proper formation here. That could be the winning condition. Look at this rotation though, immediately looking for an opportunity to pick off, but MVUPM are doing a great job just sending Vin and Waknut in the front.
It's a 3-level lead too, by the way, for the jungle. Jose, who's just been in the side lane, busy clearing it up. Now it's 2. Win was able to get level 13. Before that, we get the hand cam by the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra series. Or S25 series. Traction falls in the mid lane. Toretto able to dash away from Ilang's Boo with a good position, holding it down. If he gets a good feathered airstrike to start the team fight off and maybe to bait out that Bloom, it's going to be big. But the Wings by Wings will be used instead. Win with the Shield Unity. Jose able to escape with those dashes. Martizi continues to hold the Lord.
Oh, Toretto gonna go and find something. Wave's Fighter already used up. Wave on the top side, still favoring VL team, and they are playing this patient with a capital P. And now MVUPM are a man down. They have sent Martizi back. This could be the window for VL team.
Oh, but they don't hold on it.
What?
This gives an angle to MVUPM to actually utilize the wave up top. And now VL team are looking to go to play with the Lord. They don't see Martizi just yet. They'll just be holding on to it. Feather airstrike onto Waknut. Penalty zone coming down. Langsbu forced to flicker out. Bad resource. Ooh, Bravest Fighter too. Big resources being burnt out for nothing, Rash.
And they still conceal for it. Langsbu looking for something. Finds Itike.
There's no better airstrike coming down. The Gojel TZ walks up. Interesting move. Gojel goes over the fist crack. It's a panic button for them. Illidan in the back now. Martizi in a 1v1 against Jose. Toretto, no Bravest Fighter. Already used it earlier. Bad resource management leads MVUPM to take the lead back. And now, with the late game comp, with 1,000 gold in their hands, and with Win walking to the Shield Unity, Wish Chakram's got to be able to dodge away from this. Zaman 4 is going to be ready again, has a Purify as well. We'll be able to go with the Chrono Dash. Oh! Gets the crit, unstoppable. He gets it with a Rose Gold Meteor purchase.
You gotta respect the mobility, man. When Vin is on a roll, quite literally with the Shield Unity, you gotta get out and get to that safe zone. Luis Chakov just did not respect it, and he gets caught as a result. The Lord's coming in. Main damage dealer for VL team not available. Can they defend here against the relentless pressure coming in from MVUPM? Jose!
Interesting move from Jose. Woo! The crit's almost finding him. Feathered airstrike over to Martizi, who's able to escape again. They've cracked open a base turret in the mid lane, and now they're looking to go for the tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Fortunately for VL team, they did not lose too much from that. They're gonna lose the bottom. One more turret on the bottom lane here. MVUPM at a 5k gold lead. Again, this is a game of moments. Whether or not VL team can find it is a different question. Gojel being targeted, but without the range here, MVUPM, they don't want to risk losing their backline members. They know that they're all very squishy. Rose Gold Meteor already built in for Illidan. It's going to be a bit more tanky here. A bit more survivable against that Feather Airstrike. But right now, Langsbu and Jose, they gotta work together, man. They have to find something in the back line. Toretto as well. After the great aggressive plays in the early game, he hasn't really been able to find a lot of bravest fighter moments as of yet in the mid game to the late game. Oh, once again.
Shield Unity over, forcing the bravest fighter. That's CC immunity. We're back to just playing for the neutral objective at this point of the game, but it really just favors MVUPM at this point. I wonder why VL team are so hesitant to play with their strengths. Jose has the joy, you know, this could have been a very easy hold on Lord and then just let Jose push up top, get a base turret.
I think they tried to do that, but afterwards there was a bit of a disconnect. Jose was all the way on top, going for a 1v1 against Martisi when VL team overall went for the fight, got pressured into it, I guess. And so now they don't really have the vision and the control over the map. The mid lane turret still stands for MVUPM. So a lot more safe zones compared to VL team. And that's how they're able to actually rotate a lot more reliably. VL team on occasion has to kind of path around the mid lane area just in the off chance that MVUPM is in the area setting up for an ambush. Because we saw that for Langsbu, for Uis Jakob, any of these backline carries, when they get hit with the Shield Unity, it's almost a game over.
Again, Gojo going to be engaged on this time. Both junglers are level 15, so there's no more advantage for Jose around the neutral objectives when it comes to retributions. They're going to have to play it very, very clean, but even then, I feel like MVUPM have kind of done the dirty job that they need to in the early game to stay ahead, to stay even.
Oh, the rush!
They kind of outscaled them. No way for them to deal with it. A Feather Airstrike, a possible steal there, but it will not be possible. Not to MVUPM with wins so consistent on the retry.
Great decision there for MVUPM. They saw Jose up there. They know they have 2 damage dealers, and they have a Baksha that does a ton of damage to the neutral objectives, to the Lord, and immediately they just melt it down and take away that option, that possibility from VL team. Late game Bruno now, 5-1 with a Florin. This is a problem, dude, and VL team, they're going to be forced to deal with that and the Lord at the same time. As MVUPM are setting up for the waves so far, they might be able to actually set up the top wave and the middle wave together, but on the bottom, Jose already trying to do his best to kind of throw off the timing. It's going to be a decisive fight right here, 18 minutes in.
Lord of the mid lane, this is, I believe, not an evolved Lord yet, ladies and gentlemen, or is it? It's not. Shield into the front, Jose, what? Walked in a bit too aggressive, traction pulls from Martisi, finds him in the back, the penalty zone, locked him down, and now it's all in for Illidan. Triple kill to end game 1.
Too much sustain, too much damage. As promised, man, the late game from MVUPM. That was just difficult, man. VL team had a grasp in the game, but once they lose it, MVUPM took it and ran.
Wow. MVUPM, the constant scaling, waiting for the Florin, waiting for the Kimmy, waiting for the Bruno. It looked like a composition that was just too greedy at the start of the game, but they made it work. It was actually VL team who were so much more greedy, overextending, overheating in crucial moments where it could have been a bigger snowball.
And unfortunately in the late game there, Jose! What happened, man? He dove in to try and assert some pressure and he got deleted. One stun is all it takes and he is just way too squishy there. That's the value of having a crit marksman, by the way, Mirko. I think you can testify to this.
Yep.
When you have crit like that, assassins have to be careful against you, man. A single stun and they're done.
This is a classic battle of bronze versus brains, ladies and gentlemen. The Indonesian team, VL team, were all in with their mechanics, you know? A crazy composition with a lot of bursts, a lot of mechanical heroes. And on the other side, it was slow pace. It was just control over neutral objectives, playing it so that they don't lose in the early game, waiting for their power spikes. And when it hit like a truck. They didn't know what hit him. VL team couldn't react, couldn't do anything at that point of the game. The only win angle for VL team would have been in the early segments when they could actually split up the map, when they had a 3-level lead in the jungle as well.
Yeah, I think that play near the Lord where they have the wave setup advantage.
Exactly.
And also, again, when they needed something more something more reminiscent of like Beloy, you know, that crazy move to the back line. And if they trade 1-for-1 with the Kimi, with the Bruno, it's always going to be worth it, man. It's a late game Bruno and Kimi, you know? I feel bad for Uis Jakob as well, because on the Harith, he's in that late game, but he is outgunned completely, man. Every single time he goes forward with the Zaman Force, immediately gets chunked out, tries to dash out, gets taken out anyway. So, yikes. They really could have used him a bit more in the mid game, where the Harith supposedly is going to have so much more damage, but also sustain due to the kit.
That's why I was saying, you know, if you really want to just go for these fights, it would be better for them to pick up an early fighting hero instead of the Harith, you know? Like at this point, I feel like up against the Kimi and the Baksha, maybe the 1-1 would have been good too, you know? Up against the Baksha, it's the front and back, and you could utilize your crossbow attack, maybe. But really, if they're going to ban the Estes, ban the Florin too. Florin and Estes, they're both just as good. Florin is actually way better in the later stage of the game. Estes, better maybe early to mid compared to the Florin. It just feels very half-baked, you know, that draft for them. They banned out the Estes and they're like, all right, let's leave the most broken one, healer, that can bypass our in-game anti-regen system.
Yeah, man, I mean, that was just an impressive showing from MVUPM, showing that patience and Illidan on that Bruno after being pressured in the early game. The moment he gets 2 items, again, the pressure, the presence in the game immediately shoots up. And with how VL team are playing here, exposing Jose and Langsbu, using them aggressively to try and go for these crazy flanks, it's just dangerous, man, against all this crit, all these playmaking tools that MVUPM themselves have.
Really is just too much for them to handle. And this was one of the moments, ladies and gentlemen, where they overheated. They went for a fight that they really didn't need to. They were leading at that point of the game, but they wanted to just constantly fight and fight and fight and fight. And I think for the longest time, this has been the biggest problem for Indonesian teams. We just don't know when to stop. We keep on brawling, and yes, in some metas it's good, but in the meta with a healer like this, you cannot just continue to brawl like this. It can work. It did work for a while, but in the end, man, these slower games really get... They were getting so much value out of these slower games, MV. Look at how clean they were playing again in the backline as well. And this one was just the weirdest play of today so far. Langsbu did not have Feathered Airstrike. He used it for the Terizla of all people. And then they still decided to look for a pick play on Itikekekehehe.
And we did mention that that is a requirement. They had to try and get that Florin out of the way, but not like that. And unfortunately, after those team fight losses, you can see that there's just not enough tools overall. They really had to kind of pressure the mid game more, find ways to shut down the Kimi and the Bruno more. Especially the weapon mastery for Illidan. Dude, he was knocking with massive damage. And even Uis Jakob, in that mid game, there was that point where he was trying to brawl out against Illidan, and he was like, oh wait, hang on a second, you do damage. Wait, you do real damage, and he gets taken out.
Really good job by you. Wait, that was not 10 minutes, right?
Was it?
Okay, no, it was 18. It was 18. We got a problem there when it comes to the assets. No problem though. Okay, because I was like, wow, that felt way longer than 10. But yeah, it was like around 1840, 1850. They ended the game with the last normal Lord.
Can you imagine a 10-minute game end with a Florin Kimi Bruno combo? Like, no,
honestly,
dude.
that would be ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Like, it would have to be like a crazy stomp, like a ridiculous stomp in the early game if that were to happen. I don't know how that could happen with the Kimi and Bruno, but hey.
What do you think about this Lapu Lapu though, Mirko? We did say there's some good potential there. And Toretto initially was able to zone, and zoning was definitely a big part of why VL team were able to get that early game. But towards that mid to late game, I feel like the problem for VL team is they didn't change how they were fighting. In the early game, they had the damage, the burst coming in from the Lapu, from the Farsa. But towards that mid game, they were doing the same thing, which is why we saw Langsbu use that Feather Airstrike to try and take out a Terizla. You know, not the target, bro. I feel like they had to really transition to a different team fighting style, and they have to acknowledge when those power spikes really hit for UPM.
It was that, but it was also the fact that they just kept fighting, right? Like, obviously, yes, they could have taken better routes to the fights. They shouldn't have forced these fights when they didn't have their cycle of skills ready. But why did they even take those big fights in the mid game when they could actually just, get turrets, snowball out of control? Here, even if you win those team fights, the way you win is through, or the way you get your gold lead then would be through kills. That leaves you pretty susceptible to bounties, again, that can be claimed by the enemy team through shutdowns. Play with the macro, play with the objectives. This is something that a lot of teams need to still learn, and it's just unfortunate to see VL team, a team that's made it this far, still come and do the same mistakes that we have been seeing, have been talking about for amateur teams. It's just they keep on fighting, they overheat, and they don't know when to stop. They don't know how to capitalize over leads.
It's not a multifaceted kind of game plan, because again, when they don't get those fights, when UPM in particular don't even give them the fights, right? They don't move up Martizi and Illidan. They wait for those spells to be on cooldown because they know that that Win and Whacknut can tank it up. So when they just don't allow you to get in range, they don't let you get close, then immediately, right, slowly but surely, VL team starts faltering, and they're like, dang, what do we do now? And that's where the confusion begins.
Yeah. This is why when it comes to early game teams, you see a lot of teams, pull off the early game so well in MPL and the highest level. And you think, man, I mean, it's just the early game comp. But it takes, I would say, it's harder to pull off an early game comp than a late game comp, especially in this meta. It's just because that one little mistake that you make can turn into your 4,000 gold lead depleting to 2K. And that gives the win con over to your opponent. So you gotta be extra clinical in this card meta if you want to play for the early game, if you want to snowball, if you want to wait. If you don't want to wait for the late game to happen against a Florin, that's what you need to do. You need to banana split your way into a win. And be careful, ladies and gentlemen, against the Ube. The Ube is very, very strong in this meta, like we were talking about earlier.
Which is why we might see a lot more of those really late game carries make it back to the scene. If we're talking about both teams clashing with an Ube, that might open the door for something like an Ixia, a hero we haven't seen in so long. Last time we saw it in MPL ID, that was a sad one.
For you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Technically, it was sad and good, right? Because for TLID, they won with it. For RQ, they lost with it.
Yes.
It really depends on how you play it, Maybe if you add the Mathilda plus the Ixia, you have more angles.
Exactly.
But they did lose on the Mathilda Ixia in the final game, I believe.
So, with the Ube coming back, maybe we'll see some of those picks again. We saw the Natan once already in our own MPL, I believe. So, we have to see.
Yeah.
Very early days here for the new meta.
We haven't seen Yi Sun Shin a single time in the jungle, though. I feel like if you want to ban the SS and the Florin, bring out the Yi Sun Shin. Yi Sun Shin is now so ready to fight. You clear in the jungle very, very quick as well. Level 4 power spike is massive for the Yi Sun Shin. Like, you can instantly look for a fight now once you hit level 4, just because of how broken, this new ultimate is. You have an AoE stun with ridiculous amounts of damage early on that literally gets you wins around turtles, around early, lethals or gold crab contests and lanes. I wonder why we've seen more Rogers than Yi Sun Shin. I've been spamming Yi Sun Shin. I've been winning every game, MVP with Yi Sun Shin.
Really?
Yeah, it's broken, dude.
Is he broken or are you just too good?
Probably broken. I mean, I haven't played Yi Sun Shin in a while. Picking it up, just learning and being like, okay, this is Yi Sun Shin.
All right then. Maybe we'll see it later on. It seems like with the teams still having the team fight, that aggressive mindset, I guess the Roger is a bit more chase heavy, forward.
It's less skill dependent in a way, right? Like it's a simpler hero compared to the Yi Sun Shin, where you need to.
Also, you're seeing a lot of burst heroes, right? Like the Farsha is still here. So the Roger has a built-in execute. So that could be the extra reason as well, the chase and the execute. And don't forget the invulnerability in a fight that's so chaotic.
Damage reduction on like and
forms. It's more survivable compared to the Yi Sun Shin.
There you go. Roger.
You think that's something that VLT might go for here, going into game number 2?
If they're looking to snowball, honestly, I feel like Yi Sun Shin is a pretty good choice to look for the snowball early, especially when it comes to farming. Like, you're very fast around the jungle. And guess what? Unlike the Joy, you actually have CC immunity with your first skill. So even if your opponents try to lock you down, as a good Yi Sun Shin shouldn't be caught. Shouldn't.
Ideally speaking. Well,
you don't skill 1 forward though.
Because back then when some of the fighters were still meta, the Roger was a good counter to some of these fighters too, because of the high HP pool. When you go for this Lycan form damage, you do more damage against low HP targets. But yes, CITB indeed. You're seeing those high-tech, high-level design phones here in the hands of the audience. That's what's up.
Sheffins in the building, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know he was here. I thought he was back in solo queuing and ranked, but
he spawns.
For you guys, go ahead. He does. He spawns on demand. But for you guys back at home, go ahead and check out the Samsung series. You can go with the A series, S series, whatever you want, man. As long as it's Samsung, you're good. You know you're in good hands.
And they're having a good time right there. Quality content. If I'm not mistaken, that phone has a 50 megapixel camera.
Dang!
That's some HD.
That's bigger than some flagships, brother.
HD, brother. HD all day.
That's high definition. They need to create a new term.
The high definition squared.
High definition.
Oh, like itikehehehe.
Exactly, like itikehehehe.
Interesting. Well, it's good that with the high definition photo, they also provide high amounts of memory for you to store it to. Because some phones, man, they give you all these facilities and you're like, memory full. Like, bro, come on.
Unlucky. But it does seem like for the teams, they're back and ready on stage. Arashi, now give us your predictions. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 or do you think we're going to go game 3?
Oh, looking at how that game went, I feel like it might be a 2-0. Especially if you consider the mental component of the game. A comeback is something that's quite taxing mentally. So I think VL team will find great moments, but I think right now the stats would favor MVUPM just a little bit more.
Just because Naveen isn't here, I think, yes, we're not going to get a full.
Oh, wait, is she going to be here?
Tomorrow, Naveen's going to be here.
Oh, boy.
And then Grand Finals, she'll also be here. And we have a best of 3 and best of 7 on that final day. So maybe we might see a full day going all the way. Cross Nation home finals here, though.
You should beware the Naveen effect.
Yeah. I think in the Philippines, they call it the Brigida and Chantel.
I see. So
it's always the ladies, man, bringing the curses. Bringing these long series curses. Technically, I think the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series will benefit off of that, right? It's like more views, more exposure because longer games. Oh, that's a change. VL team with first pick. They do better, remember, on first pick. And MV, notoriously, only have a 30% win rate on red.
Definitely an interesting factor here. To look at the picks earlier, I do wonder though what exactly they have in mind for the first pick. If they really want to elevate that position on blue side, is it going to be some of those fighters yet again? You know, the Baksha, like you mentioned, Mirko, now isn't really super prio in the jungle, but you can still kind of like flex it around somewhat, play some of the mind games, and it's a small factor, but it might pay out. It might pay out generously over the course of a whole game.
Let's see if they can actually come back from this. Again, mental block could be a big reason as to why they lost in game number 1. Again, we kind of touched on this topic a bit before we got into the drafts. MV with Martizi have an MPL player. They have a player that has been up on the stage, has played in the playoffs of MPL Malaysia as well. But for VL team, the team technically full of rookies. The maximum they had was like, maybe I think Gojel was able to play in MDL, but that's it. So MDL experience versus MPL experience here as we get ready for game number 2. MVUPM, slow and steady build with that experience factor. The experience brings you a lot of the macro plays that we saw in game number 1.
Yes, sir. And even for the other teammates who are not, who do not have that experience, having someone on your team with the experience telling you, hey, guys, it's fine. I've seen this before. We're gonna win. That's a reassuring factor.
I understand it now.
Exactly. Shout out DJY, the man who understands.
Hey, he actually is streaming right now.
Is he?
Yeah. He's a bench player for Ocean Black.
Has he been fielded? Has he been fielded?
No. Ocean Black went 0-9, by the way, Arashi. So,
see, DJY would have been the answer.
I agree. I think if DJY played one game, he would have a game.
His greatness is gonna affect the rest of the teammates. The same way Martizi's experience, you know, I don't know, spreads out to his teammates right now. I do wonder if they're gonna go with the same strat though, a full-on front to back. Because in theory, right, against a Farsa, it really shouldn't be that easy, but they found ways to bait out that feather airstrike. It could be something that becomes a point of contention in drafting phase for game number 2.
I've heard when DJY wins, he doesn't lose.
Whoa.
And when he loses, he doesn't win.
That's interesting. Is
Yeah,
that
fun
not the
fact.
same situation for everyone else?
No, just DJY, you know. Just
I
fun
see.
facts for DJY. Anyways, let's get to the drafts here. Phobius and Mathilda also got nerfed recently. Man, VL team really, it feels like they're a meta behind. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's weird because they brought out the Lapu Lapu, but they're still kind of tunnel visioning in the bans to the meta picks, which again isn't the current meta, but the previous meta. Chip still gets banned despite the nerfs. Still, I think I agree with that. You know, it's still very, very annoying to deal with. The Fanny respect for Jose, who we saw just earlier in the highlights, do amazing on the Fanny.
Yeah, the Fanny, always respected for sure. Now for VL team though, they're gonna let go more gold laners, right? Only the Granger banned out for now. For MVUPM, what's it gonna be here? Is it gonna be the potential Baxia, a strong jungle pick? They can kind of force MVUPM into that fighting style. If they want to go for the scale, then they gotta curb some of these early game tools that allows LV team to move fast and also do damage. Those are two things they require to get a early game pressure approach, and the Baxia indeed will be the banned option.
Interesting. From MV, the team that you would think would be the ones to pick up the utility.
Oh.
The Baxia ban means the Kimmy is wide open for the taking. VL team picks it up, and MV have a shot to go for the Harith themselves if they still think that is within, you know, their... Well, I would say usually I would just go Badang Harith or Badang, like Badang Farsa, Badang Harith, you know, just mid lane and Badang, or gold lane and Badang.
They're gonna hold off on them. Well, I guess they, with the Kimi being kind of flexed, I guess they can't really hold out on some of these picks early on. Do you think that Lolita might show up, Mirko? It's been an option kind of against the Kimi, but we haven't seen a lot of teams in our own region kind of opt for that option.
I don't think so. I think it's a very like coordinated, very like
Kalea.
It requires a lot of coordination is what I was gonna say for the Lolita. I got curveballed here by still the Kalea pick. Oh, the SS Fredrin VL team want to pull a sneaky one on MVUPM. They feel, hey, you didn't win because you were better. You won because you played the meta. So we're going to show you what the meta is all about here. Fredrin, SS, and the Kimmy.
Well, this is the situation here. In theory, right? VL team is going to have a lot more damage output with a marksman in the mid lane. But another option for just consistent AoE, good DPS that some people have used against the Kimmy is the Lilia that has shown up. If this is going to be a full-on front-to-back, you know, sustained battle, then something like that can really be interesting. But Hilda, very early on here for MVUPM, aggressive options that is usually meant to zone, but against the Kimmy, the Hilda's going to be zoned out almost. A lot of ways for the Kimmy to kind of kite back away from a mobile hero that can only move fast.
I thought just go glue.
Yeah, exactly.
Good against the Fredrin, but they are thinking about beating the Estes, I think, you know, like trying to split up the Estes from the rest of the team. It'll be good in the early game, but I don't think it's like a permanent fix. It's more of like a temporary solution for MVUPM in the early game. So I guess they'll be looking for the early game. Yu Zhong gets banned out. We haven't seen the Yu Zhong yet, not even an MPL, but there you go. With the new meta, could possibly be coming back. There you go. Finally, we see the Yisun Shin, but it's banned again in the second phase. No, I want to see my Yisun Shin.
Unfortunately, Mirko, we won't be able to see that broken hero just yet. With the Yu Zhong ban, though, it seems like MVUPM have a lot of emphasis in winning out in the lane, EXP lane at least. So I wonder if the CC might show up here as well on top of that. Because MVUPM are just attempting to use the Hilda to get a roam advantage, use that to zone out. It's not a bad idea. Also going to allow the Kalea to stay hidden a lot more. And with that shorter range, that hiding factor is something that needs to be utilized, as a Lapu Lapu is the option taken by MVUPM.
Okay. Lapu Lapu and the Yu Zhong banned out. Really respecting the XP. Toretto power to the family. With the old picks here, Lapu and Yuzong. Another jungle ban, Ling will be the choice here, taking it away from Win. Let's see, for MVUPM, will it still be an assassin in the jungle? Because technically they're left with a nerfed Hayabusa, a Joy that doesn't do too well against the Fredrin. And that's it, I believe. I guess the Roger, if they want to go for it, double marksman up and then go for the mid lane. That will... what would you go as mid lane here? Farsa again?
See, how crazy would it be if the Valir pops up? It's against the Fredrin. If it's going to be a front to back, you know, resets
Honestly,
all those
pretty good,
fireballs. Not bad at all, man. And a ton of crowd control, too.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a pretty solid pick here for MV if they want to go for it. The Valir, because VL team will then have to just basically go through the Valir, go through the front line they've already built for themselves. That's quite tanky here for MV. But I think if they go for it, maybe last pick. Oh, Lilia. Lilia.
There you
just
go.
recently got buffed as well. Great against the Estes and the Fredrin. Good choice. Lilia coming down. MV really reading the patch for that pick in particular, not the Kalea, you know?
Right. So I was thinking the Valir just because there's more crowd control built in, but CC comes through along with the Wan. That's a lot of damage, a lot of leaning aggression coming in from LV team. But with AoE, again, if MVUPM can kite back away, that Lilia is going to do a lot of work, a lot of damage. That's why we were thinking about what can match the Kimi's damage output. The Lilia, man, that's a lot of slows for these shorter range heroes, and also a lot of AoE, something that the Kimi kinda has, but not really.
Let's see, last pick for MVUPM. What's it gonna be? Smiles in the faces of Martizi. Still waiting for the last pick here. I don't know what it's gonna be. Well, I know it's gonna be a jungle, but what jungle do you go for at this point of the game?
Fighter, you think, Mirko, or an assassin, marksman?
If you want to win early, I guess something like an alpha, but they go Hanzo.
What?
Oh, we haven't seen this in a while, too.
I believe there were changes to the Hanzo, right?
Yeah, there were.
The most recent patch. Not sure if it kind of elevates him that far, though. If this is going to be a damage output kind of match, yes, the Hanzo is going to do pretty okay, but you've already mentioned it, Mirko. It's a bit squishy here, and against a team that LV team has secured, not a lot of burst damage, so I guess there is an angle here that can be exploited by Win.
No one can deal with the Wan is my major concern. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be going to our first 3-game series here as we get ready to jump, or rather teleport into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, come over to Mall Taman Anggrek and display your Samsung phones as well. Oh my, every single one has the S25. Damn!
It's crazy.
I'm jealous, man. I need the S25. Samsung, please.
Samsung, please.
S25.
We need it. We need it.
Give me the S25 Ultra. Thank you.
Oh, a crowd really is building up, by the way, in the arena right here. Interesting.
For the Indonesian team, VL team got to perform. They have to do well in this game if they want to keep this crowd happy.
That's for sure, man. Is that going to be additional pressure or additional mental support there? That's the big factor whenever you're talking about fan bases, you know, fan support in venue.
Based on the draft, Arashi, who do you like better? MV Oop M or VL team?
I want to see the Lilia win, man, because I think a lot of people have been theorizing about this. Mr. De Guzman, by the way.
Mr. Neil.
Mr. Neil.
Robert Neil De Guzman.
Yes, sir.
From the Philippines.
Mr. Midnight.
Mr. PL.
He was pretty vocal about this Lilia having a lot of potential as well. So I want to see those words realized in match, in game.
Realize the caster.
Is he casting right now?
Realize?
No,
Mr. Neil, yes. Mr. Robert Neil De Guzman.
He's on the Tagalog broadcast, is he not?
I think he is in a Tagalog broadcast with a young man from the Philippines.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cuban guy.
Mr. Yeah. Yep.
Shout out, shout out.
Shout outs.
All right. Seems to be a bit of an interlude here.
Yeah. Welcome to the English podcast, ladies and gentlemen, with Miracle and Arash. If you guys want to join the Indo version, if you want to join the Indo version of the podcast, we have Ranger OG and Chippy Sylvia on the Indo desk.
It's a chill time, man.
This is what always happens, Arashi. Whenever we go to a pause, we get to an interlude of a podcast. By the way, why are there planets in Mall Taman Anggrek?
Planets?
Yeah, look.
Mirko, those are lights.
No,
those things.
They got. Oh, Arashi, I can differentiate between planets and lights, not like actual planets. They got planets.
I have no idea. It has to be a Taman Anggrek type of deal.
Oh, that's why we had the space picture earlier, the poster. From the ground to space.
Ah.
We are in space. Well, technically in the space of Mall Taman Anggrek.
We're elevated to new heights.
Way,
you can see there on the
right
pillar.
That's pillars.
That's the planets Mirko's talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice, Mirko.
We got Jupiter. We got
a
right
satellite
next to Jupiter, Uranus.
Ooh. Got a spaceman right there too, right next to the sun.
Is that what you call an astronaut?
Spaceman.
Arashi, is that what you call an astronaut? A spaceman? What the heck? We have a term for that, man. A spaceman.
Spaceman. We gotta make our own terms, bro.
Okay.
Look, there's a frisbee.
Yeah. He's talking about the UFO, ladies and gentlemen, the unidentified flying object. There's also a, what would you call that? Well, make a creative term for satellite.
A signal amplifier.
Signal amplifier, spaceman, and a frisbee.
Oh, it's a good time in Mall Taman Anggrek, bro.
It is a good time, man. We got people watching from the balconies of Mall Taman Anggrek here as we get troubleshooting going on here for MV and VL team, ladies and gentlemen.
I believe the later and later we go into the day, there's gonna be more people watching from the balconies, man. Because when I frequent this mall, whenever something's going on here, it just seems that much more interesting because all you have to do is kind of like lean over, like, hey, what's going on down there?
Gets people to come, for sure. Good events, the attraction.
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously with the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
We're getting pointed at.
Yeah, I think they're talking about, I think they're talking about cameras and like, oh, that's the broadcast team.
I see.
Man, honestly though, it's so cool to see the Campus Series. It's so cool that we have this now in MLBB. Because for the longest time, it really just feels like an idea, but it never was executed to this level. You know, having a grand stage for the LAN event. And Cross Nation, bro, like even when they announced the national finals, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Now they have the Cross Nation, and it's legendary. Thank you so much as Samsung to the Galaxy team for putting all this together, man. You can see again. Whoa, a shot from the elevator. That's amazing. That's cool.
You can see us.
Whoa. I like that. What a shot.
Oh, it's right there.
We're getting really creative with our shots here.
Only in Taman Anggrek, bro. You don't get that anywhere else.
In Taman Anggrek. That
was cool.
is phenomenal.
I wasn't ready for that.
You production team.
Oh boy. But yeah, back in our day, Mirko, Campus Series.
Back in our day.
Campus Series wasn't a thing, man.
Yeah. If it was, I'd be there. I'd be playing right there, Rash.
Exactly.
And I'd be dominating.
In a different alternative.
Oh, he's going down again. He's going down again. Say hello. Say hello, Rashi. Say hello. Hey. I don't know if you guys saw us waving to the camera there.
Bit of a mini game, like spot where the cameraman is.
Oh, she's showing a selfie.
High definition, bro.
Wow.
You can see the texture of the cloth.
Yeah. You can. Like, that's how detailed it is, Arashi. That's crazy. And you know you can edit your pictures very easily with the S Pen and the AI tools.
Yeah.
Like, you can remove your background. You can add yourself holding onto something. You can add like things into the picture as well. I use it to remove my background because my background is usually very cluttered.
I see. I gotta take pointers, Mirko, because I too suffer from the esports cluttered background problem.
Oh man.
I think that's something that a lot of people can relate to, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's why we're all in this together.
High School Musical, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out, the throwback.
Who's your favorite character in High School Musical? Oh, and why is it Troy Bolton?
Why is it Troy Bolton? That's Zac Efron, right?
Yeah. He was my favorite character. Whoa, hold up. We got Mr. Rez and two little boys were watching MLBB.
Yes, sir. Having a swell time. That's the thing, man. You can watch this show from so many different angles, so many different seats. You can pick and choose what works for you.
Yeah, you
I
can sit in a cafe.
Exactly, from some of the cafes, you can get a great view.
What's up? Hello. Hey, we got a wave from little Jonathan there. I'm gonna call him Jonathan. Jonathan. The next guy we see is gonna be Jackson.
Oh,
that's
Jackson.
That's not a guy, Arashi. You can't call him. We'll call them. What do we call them? We'll call them. Give us a name.
Melinda.
And
Jenny.
Melinda and Jenny, what do you have for us there at the booth?
There's a redemption stall, actually.
Oh.
You can redeem
whoa. We got people back. Oh, I can see them as well. Waving there. You got caught in 4K, Mr. Man.
They're next to Earth.
They are next to Earth. There? What is that? What is next to that? Is that Mercury?
Where?
Below Earth.
I don't know, man.
Like the red planet is Mars.
Blue might be Neptune.
Oh, people are just bouncing as they see themselves on cam. They're like, nah, I don't want to be caught in all this.
Someone was being shoved into the frame.
Wow.
They're like, yo, get on camera. And he's like, nah, dude, let go of me.
You know what it is, boys. You know what it is. Sometimes in the mall, it do be like that. Your boys might be out and about, and then someone will just be like, hey, get in cam, bro. Look at that. You're on cam.
There's always that one friend, dude. There's one friend, like, he'll walk up to people and be like, hey, my friend wants to meet you. And you're just like, what? I didn't say that. Just trolls you, man.
That's the good kind of friend right there. That's a good friend of ours, Ranger OG. Oh, we're getting back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Finally here. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Thank you so much for your patience.
And already, MarTZ.
Mar.
Forced to use the Purify so early on. Dangerous situation here. VL team, we've seen that they will like that aggressive style, so MBUPM giving the necessary respect. Look at Illidan though, weapon mastery once again with the fatal. Watch for those crits.
Interesting choice here. Pull yourself together again. The bargain hunter for the Estes. Weapon mastery still for Illidan. Nothing crazy aside from that.
Well, if Gojil can get a early photo, it could be a great pickup to just, elevate the team's prowess a bit more. A big advantage here though for VL team is that if only one guy gets chunked down, then Gojil TV can go gadget health dispenser and they can just stay in the fight.
I wonder why they pick CC into the Hilda. This is a matchup that it's like kind of like a non-matchup. Wagner gets away, baits out Langsbu. Flicker out for Wagner.
Is that a spaceman, Mirko? Langsbu on the space.
Yep.
Spaceman.
Is that the Blacklist M3 skin? It is.
Oh, it is indeed. Shout out. Bit of a throwback. With 3 seconds to go for the turtle though, you can see Jose looking for something.
In the mid lane, Wagner as well, trying to get level 4. Will be able to get it, but MarTZ suffers from that. Oh, Illidan! One more shot, doesn't get it, just barely. Wish Jakob able to escape. Win! Does he get it in time? Wish Jakob chopped down. Over from Win. Itikikehehe. Traded on the other side of the map.
So Turtle for a kill and a ton of plating gold on the bottom, the shield gold from the bottom there. Illidan's gonna collect a good couple of hundred gold immediately. That's massive for the matchup, man.
And the orange buff take as well. This makes it so valuable for MVUPM. At the start of the game with a Bruno and a Hanzo. This is a composition that, again, scales pretty well, and they deal with front to back pretty good too. Remember, Lilia and Bruno? Oh, Fredrin, even with the SS, you're gonna have a tough time.
Now Illidan picked up the Has claws as well, so you can expect him to just stay in the front, and he won't have to go back to base for a long time. Oh, Wagner already chunking Toretto, but look at this.
Traction pulse. Just that. Just the traction pulse. Keeping the Lethal Wanderer in the hands of VL team. Always chalk up. Picks up the gold crab down below.
And it's really good for both teams that they have the tools available to just pump fake, They can start off with like a small, immobilize, a slow. And you have to respect the follow-up potential. And you can use that to feint, right? You can make sure that they maybe let their guard down and suddenly Tsunami Slam. Suddenly, who knows? There's so many tools available for both teams.
See, non-lane, Langsbu going to be caught. Win, able to walk up again with Chocolate going to be caught. Good taunt over to stop him from jumping in. Gets a chomp down anyways. Will be forced back into his real body.
And Win on the Hanzo. He's got to be careful, man. If you're too low and there are no camps available to heal up from, you could be stuck in a tough situation, especially with the neutral objective being up. That's the value that Estes gives for VL team. But for MVUPM, they're going to rely on Wagnut to just stand there, take some damage, regen back up, win.
Gojel TZ going to be engaged on again. Has a brilliant... Oh, Blessing of the Moon God is still available, but won't need to use it. Just decides to go and flicker out.
Flicker already forced. We'll see if MVUPM can capitalize and punish that, revisit the situation. Turtle is already up right now though. MV, do they want to go and trade once more, or is it actually time to go for the fight? Lilia in the mid game, remember, with the Enchanted Talisman, that's a lot of damage available.
You're doing such a good job at actually keeping the gold lead at a minimum. VL team with the control again, able to find the Taman onto Wagnut, who's able to walk up, Red Tree! Win wins it out now. Blessed the Moon God is coming down as Win is able to walk back, but Wish Chalk up is looking for the crossbow tang. Will be able to get in range just barely, but Win gets away in time as Martizi provides the escape. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a turtle take and a turret for free for Illidan.
So good right now for MVUPM. They might lose the mid turret unless Martizi can clear a bit more. Gets pressured off it though.
A ton as well. Win walking up now onto Gojel TZ, who doesn't have the flicker this time around. A chop down as well. The crossbow tang ready, but unable to pop it in time. Mid tier 1 for the price of turtle and turret tier 1 down below.
Not enough damage just yet for Win. It's a scaling hero after all, but the fact that MVUPM were able to get the neutral objective with a man deficit, they allowed Illidan to just get so much value there on the Bruno. And once he gets that Berserker's Fury, you can bet he's going to be trying to fight. Oh, Win.
Another attempt, but this time he's able to walk back into the body. Taunt coming down as well with the Tsunami Slam, knocking him down. Jose caught in the tough spot, still able to get the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Good take. Toretto with a meltdown as Wagnut is a bit late to the skirmish.
That burst healing with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, crazy as always. But you're seeing the damage potential come through from Martizi on that Lilia. Going with the Rapid Boots, by the way, so he's trying to match the roam potential of the Kimi. So that's probably why some of that damage is a bit delayed for now. Probably after the next item, which is most likely a glowing wand, will we see Martizi really start hitting hard. He's going to also lower the healing from Jose, so that Fredrin is going to have to play a bit more conservative, a bit more concerned once the next objective rolls around.
Slow build again for MV. That curtain call with the traction pulse as well, locking him down. Crossbow tang over to the back line. Illidan forced to run away. Langs, boo, getting the kill. Martizi forced away, and MV can only just look for the turret up top for this turtle.
A burst of aggression that was not expected by MVUPM right there. Wagnut only alone. Wants to try and risk it to clear potentially. No, too dangerous. He's going to let the turret fall.
Man, no one can deal with Wiz Chakab on the 1-1, at least now in the mid game. They have proper peel and they can play for Wiz Chakab so well. Every time anyone walks back up, it really just feels like a free crossbow tang to him.
I guess once later on, once any Winter Crowns does get built up, and once the damage comes through for Martizi and Illidan, then in a sense, there's going to be ways to deal with Wiz Chakab by zoning him with the damage. The short range is a problem, as always. Wagnut gets jumped on.
Traction pulse, taunt, locked down to infinity. Gunned down by Langsbu. Wow, big yikers for MV. They got no answers to this composition for VL team. They're just chain CCing them. I guess they got to wait for Bruno.
They might wait for some kind of split push angle from Win as well. Right now, MVUPM doing a great job defending this purple buff from a take. But so far, Illidan and Martizi, that's the big question here. Can they find ways to deal with all this take? Can they zone enough? Because right now, VL team is doing a great job when they can output all the damage to Wagnut without being threatened back. Later on, in a proper fight, in a proper lore dance, MVUPM will have damage traded back from there, which is why the sustain from Gojel will be able to actually turn things in favor of VL team.
Again, for VL team, just playing with their power spike. That's going to be hitting very, very soon. Again, with the 1-1 and the CC. Mid-game is going to hit like a truck. MVUPM on the other side, really struggling to find their jam here with the Lilia. It's a pretty good pick against the Fredrin and Estes, but against the 1-1, not too good. You need a bit more burst. Jose with the cut, expecting Win to take this short route. But he's a bit too smart for that, and he will be able to walk back into mid.
So it might be a split push angle that MVUPM is looking for. Kind of zone and use the Hilda to kind of tank the damage, get back, heal up, and then just allow Win to just do his thing. That might work, but unless VL team finds a way to cut, to try and outmaneuver macro-wise, might be an issue. And look at this, with the control, the Lilia has a lot more ways to deal some damage, but VL team just brute force through the danger zone, and now they're the ones in control.
Martizi putting the booms down. Wave in the bottom lane, pushing for VL team. Lord taking a half HP, traction pull, slog him down, Win. Oh! 2-man in the back line, forcing the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Black that is able to dish out enough damage now with the back as well. Illidan in the back, looking for the damage again. Oh no! Wiz Jakob! No crossbow attack, that could be disastrous. Win walking up over the legs, move, finds the kill, goes back to the shadow form, jumps onto Golgel TZ. VL team crumbling 1 by 1.
That's the damage we're talking about, man. MVUPM did an amazing job kiting away from all the danger. Illidan with the clutch play, taking out 2. And VL team really should have been wiser than that. They allowed Illidan to just do so much damage, and afterwards, they forced the stay. They did not want to let go of this advantage, and MVUPM punished them for it.
VL team just play front to back. They started to play without respect for MV, just going in randomly. Wiz Jakob, instead of playing with a Fredgen who can lock people down, decided to jump in, taking the risk against Illidan. Take a look at the replay here to see it again. Why were they so split up? I mean, why was Toretto? Choose one, guys. You gotta play as one.
And you mentioned it, Mirko. Wiz Jakob, no solution from oh, hang on a second. Yeah, that was the dive here from Win here. Oh boy. They allowed both the damage dealers to actually deal damage uncontested there, Illidan and Win. That is how MVUPM were able to find so much value. And for VL team, despite the 1-1 not having any counters, that might be himself. Win.
Illidan's trying to deal a lot of damage. Win caught, has the escape. Tsunami Slam! Toretto has the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Illidan in the back line of Princess Wrath. Oh, they're tied together. Illidan cannot run away. Now he's giving it all in over for Wiz Jakob, who's going for the chase, forcing the flicker away from the Kalea. A small win for VL team as they keep their turrets alive. Win. A chomp down, now going back to the body. But Wiz Jakob will be chasing.
Man, we just saw VL team overextend their goal leader, Wiz Jakob, gets taken out. And immediately, Illidan did the same thing right there. He felt that the team that was going to move forward for MVUPM walks up preemptively a bit too far. Unfortunately, gets taken out. Win's trying to do something here. Now it's back. Now it's going to be a macro thing. With 80 seconds to go for the next Lord, both teams are going to be dancing around, and VL team immediately make the proactive moves, trying to steal away some buffs. We take a look for the items here. Martizi with the Wishing Lantern already. It's going to be a ton of damage to the front line, provided that MVUPM can keep them in place. So far, they've been diving through past those Angry Glooms.
Okay. They're going to play for it now. Okay. They'll play it slow. Again, slowly but surely. They'll get the game under their hands. Luckily, they didn't lose a single base turret there, Rashi. Could have been real bad up against this composition. Win again. An attempt that doesn't really play out the way he wanted to. Now it gets really hard to crack open the formation of VL team. And again, for VL team, I think that loss around the Lord is a good reality check for them, right? Like, they need to play together.
Especially with the S's in the picture, they really do need that. Right, Pinnacle Ninja no longer available. Look at the control here, dude. With the spammability of damage from the Wan and the Kimi on Langsbu, it's basically a basic attack, so he can just spam it out, and just like that, Martizi can't really contest being short range himself. Now with the Lord in the picture, though, they're gonna let Win be on the bottom side just for a little bit.
They play slow, and together they should win this. MV again in the back line, they go in, locking him down, but let's see, the Moon Goddess already. The Lilith was able to bait it out, but the Hanzo was so far away. Jose with the Retribution win. Kaleo with the flicker up, Martizi in the back line again. They're going to go for the all-in with the Tsunami Slam, knocking him down. Wagner taken down as Toretto is able to survive. VL team with the Lord.
Good decisions for VL team right there. I was concerned they were funneling into a choke point, allowing Martizi to just do a ton of damage to everyone. But they did a great job deciding how far is enough. And now with 5 men available, Wagnut is still not going to be up for another 10 seconds. So VL team have control right here because MVUPM, they don't want to risk running into VL team with a man down as Win keeps trying to go really far with that Pinnacle Ninja, but he just keeps getting ricocheted back because he runs out of energy.
Now, it's a slow build back for VL team as they have a Lord in the bottom lane, but Martizi has a very, very good wave clear. Together with the Hanzo too, to be fair.
And the Bruno, don't forget.
And the Bruno. Win's got to be a bit more clinical with the usage of the Pinnacle Ninja though. Like he's just been going in randomly, I feel.
Agreed. He has to pick the right target and the right timing as well, because you really shouldn't be using it for harass the same way you used to be able to. And now, look at this. Base turret already down on the bottom side. That'll be it. VL team can't get any much more so far.
Yep. Bottom lane being dealt with. Martizi's trying to clear up the wave. Oh man, amazing. Traction pulse! Oh no, the black shoes used up by Martizi right into the midst of it all. Lil Dan in the back trying to deal damage again. Blessing the Moon Goddess. Win actually gets the kill! Oh, Tsunami Slam with the Purify helps him out. The turret takes him down. VL team, 2 members down to conceal already. MV are looking for the chase.
Gotta find something, man. They lost 2 base turrets. If they don't chase VL team now and get some kind of trade, means the next neutral objective, they're going to be playing at a immediate disadvantage, but they're going to be forced to accept that reality. 4K lead for VL team. And well, those are kills that I think were not required to be given over to MVUPM, but they were trying to really push their advantage, see if they can find something or even the possible end there.
Now it's back to them trying to set up. For VL team, it's a slow build. We've been saying this on repeat for so long, but it really is. When it comes to the Ube strat, there's not much you do when you don't have a neutral objective to fight for. Just play for your own jungle, hold in, freeze the waves, you know, when you're ahead. Traction pulse, look for some picks! Oh, that was massive! Luckily for MV, the curtain call was a bit late and wasn't able to find both of them because that could have been fatal.
Now it's going to be a waiting game once more. Martizi has to be a bit more calculated in his positioning for the black shoes, man. In the previous fight, he black shoes straight into the jaws of VL team, which is unfortunate. So he needs to be a bit more calculated with his movement because he is, I think at this point, the main damage dealer. His AoE is going to be critical in MVUPM winning any kind of fight whatsoever. That's probably why he went for the Wishing Lantern as well, because Illidan, I think he's going full crit. He won't really be going for anything like a DHS. But as I say that though, that's a Sea Halberd. It's going to be really good against that Fedrin.
Now on the Lord they go. 16 minutes in. 3,000 gold lead for VL team. Composition at 6 together. Wagnut able to get away from the traction post now in the mid lane. It's Win. Reset one more time. Bottom lane slow push building up for VL team. They can take it as slow as they want. Hanzo already down below. That's a green light for VL team to go for the Lord.
So see Halberd finish for Toretto as well. They can clear this Lord so fast with Wagnut.
What?
Zoning them away. Actually, VL team doing a back and forth here, forcing MV to maybe give up their middle turret even. Half HP though, this is the moment.
MV just needs to fight it. It's all like, it's either here or they lose the turret. They're going to go into the back line. So now down again, but Win is on to the Lord that got reset already in the back line. Wagnut will be fallen. Wiz Chakab finding it now as Illidan gets away, trying to deal as much damage as possible now. Wow! Almost part of the play, but will fall in the end. Base getting attacked by the minions. We are going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Martizi taken down, and the Kalea stopped from recalling.
What a play from VL team. We talked about their shortcomings in game number 1, the macro decision. But right there, they displayed just great patience. And this is a sign, Mirko, that healers are the way to go. Because for 2 games, that has literally been the case. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess outshadowed, overshown any kind of damage that MVUPM were outputting towards VL team.
Play together, play with the healing, and you win games. That seems to be the meta that we are back into. Utility jungle or not, it really comes down to the healers being able to heal you up. And here, look at how clean it was. VL, if they don't lose track of their win conditions, if they actually play towards it, this is the outcome we expected. Illidan almost able to get a miracle play. Had he gotten the kill on the 1-1, I feel like he would have had enough HP to deal with the Kimi.
Agreed. I mean, the Kimi can be outplayed for sure, but I find it unfortunate for MVUPM because they really wanted to try and get that control, and that Lilia that I was kind of hyping up really was kind of zoned out here because he was trying and harass and try and get some damage onto the Fredrin, onto the CC, but because they were just, moving around so much, it just wasn't allowed, right? And when the fights do break out, it's so far away from the initial Angry Bloom location. And remember, with the current Lilia, you have to stack those up. A 5-stack Angry Gloom is when you get the max damage, when you get the reset on the energy, so you can just keep spamming it. If you're fighting so far away from it, the Lilia kind of loses half her kit.
That's why I feel like the Farsa is still the better choice here, especially up against the Wanwan, right? Because there was no answer to the Wanwan. The only answer was them making their own mistake. It's like they hurt themselves with the Wanwan by going in and dispersing away from the rest of the team. But if they played together with the taunts, with the constant lockdowns, it was, I think, foolproof for the Wanwan.
Could there be a Valir angle over the Lilia? I don't know, man. Because they were kind of ran over, right?
I think so. I think the Valir would have been a better choice. I agree.
The initial charge.
See, Fredrin, Estes, it really seems like a composition that Valir would just love to be up against. But we didn't get to see it, right? Maybe they didn't think about it as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing a Game 3. Finally, our first Game 3. Our first match was such a stomp. We expected maybe the whole first day to be full of stomps, full of sweeps. I'm glad we were proven wrong, though.
Let's go, man. And now we're going to see the adjustments battle. And if it is both teams just going healers, man, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a Florin Estes,
Okay, please no.
Are we going to see multiple bans expended for those healers? That's also a throwback type deal to season... What season was it? The healer season?
Season 7, Season 8, it was MSC,
Yeah.
it was M3 as well, but here you guys can see for yourselves who our MVP is. Most valuable player for game number 2 from BL Team. It's the man of the hour. The boy who shredded the tanks.
Toretto.
Dom.
Family.
He's fast, he's furious.
See, he lives up to his name, man. He's trying to tie the opponents together because you have to stick together as family.
Almost is never enough, and family is important. That's what Dom says, right?
Yes, sir. Well, on the CC, though, he was out of control, dude. Only 2 damage items, technically. But with the Brute Force on top of that, he was just so mobile, and he is able to actually zone out a lot of these damage tools. Because for the most part, right, there isn't really a big fight where every single member from the opposition comes in together. So the CC on Toretto always has a chance to output all that damage onto a single target. And that's where the CC does her best work. And you can see that shredding come through, man. Whether it's Whacknut, whether it's Win, everyone just gets shredded down so fast. And that's part of the issue here on why MVUPM just could not walk up and actually get any control there. It's the Kimmy with the pick-off potential, but it's also that CC just grinding anyone down.
So slow, but sure. Again, the shred of the CC. There's really not much they could do here on these picks because they just couldn't shred it down, and that's why we were already kind of, weirded out by the fact that they didn't have a way to deal with the 1-1 in the early game. Especially in the mid to late game, man, they really just didn't have any answers to it, and it's so unfortunate because the 2 guys that could defend were just held down by the Fredrin. Too much to handle. Let's take a look at the items one more time here for game number 2. 17:45 is the game timer. This time, it's right.
17:45. So like about a minute, almost 2 minutes faster than the previous game. The Estes with the Bargain Hunter, we questioned it, but when the game goes like this, when UPM were unable to really pressure all that hard, I guess it really paid off, man.
Yep.
And the Kalea you talked about, Mirko, you saw that the engages weren't really as dynamic, and VL team themselves just didn't respect it and didn't need to respect it, right? With the Purify for Langsboo, that's the only thing. Everyone else, except for the Estes maybe, can just stand in the front, take that damage because of the Estes. I think the Estes is the only valid target for ETK to actually try and go for here, because we saw the Fredrin getting jumped on, and immediately, once that Blessing of the Moon Goddess gets popped up, it's a good time.
I'm telling you, Rashi, it's not Prio anymore. I wonder why the Kaleo was picked up here in game number 2. Well, to be fair, it was VL who banned it in game number 1. At this point, I think giving your opponents Kalea should be a way to win the game. Like, she's so short at second skill, you can't really look for anything. No plays on the map.
So who's the better engager, Mirko? Gwyn or Kalea?
At this point, I would say Gwyn over Kalea,
Gwyn.
but I don't even like the Gwyn.
I see. So it's like double negative for Mirko right here.
Yeah, I think at this
Does not
point,
like
like we're in a pretty bad spot for Omers. I guess Tigreal would be an alright pick to go for. The Franco in this pick-off meta, but the Purify could be a way to handle that.
Man.
Yeah, you just need Shred, dude. You need Insta-burst. Like, if you're up against a composition like this, you need a Farsa. You need even the carries, you know, to deal with it.
I like VL team's approach at dealing with the
Brody
Hanzo as well, though, by the way. Oh, Brody.
Stomp him before they can even get going.
Stone him immediately.
Stomp him stomp on his head as he's unconscious.
Exactly. I was gonna say that Win was doing kind of okay on the Hanzo, right? His KDA at least is pretty good, pretty decent. But realistically, I guess because of the CC, right? If you look at the amount of consistent DPS that VL team has, every single time the Hanzo comes in, yes, he's doing damage, but everyone else is doing as much, if not more damage back.
And why Hilda?
Yeah, that's also the other thing.
You saw the Fredrin in the first phase, decide to pick Red 3 Hilda against the Fredrin. It's like, oh? Is this supposed to, like, it's not a Yisun Shin, it's not a Granger, it's not an assassin in the jungle. Big yikes.
I think they were really trying to out-sustain, and they felt like the early game was gonna go better for them, but it just didn't happen, right? Toretto, credit to the MVP again, was able to match Ragnat, and he was actually able to have more impact across the map right there. So because of that, I guess it's just a compounding factor here. They can't really get a lot of aggressive early game plays because of the nerfs to the Kalea, and because of that, the early game pressure from the Lilia, the wave clear that we saw in the early levels, couldn't get used properly, and because of that, Vin, who in theory could be able to steal a lot more jungle camps, was not able to do so, right? So I feel like overall, a lot of small problems here just end up being a massive L factor for UPM.
Too much to handle for UPM. I really hope they actually, learn from this again when it comes to the draft as well, especially the draft. You were criticizing VL for going for a composition that was very old. Like it's the previous meta, not
very
the new
old.
meta. Now we see UPM do the same thing. They go for even older, man. The Hanzo against a composition with Estes here, it was wishful thinking to think that they wouldn't have enough, but like peel.
Wasn't even peel though, it's just damage.
Damage and peel, right? For the peel, the taunt from the Fredrin.
That's about it though. I feel like the problem more than so. You can kind of dodge away from the taunt, by flanking, by all that. But the Kimi and the 1-1, notorious for being able to kite back on their own and constantly outputting damage to you. The issue with dealing with the Hanzo, more so in the mid lane and the gold lane that I've experienced, is that either you really run away from him all the way, or you're forced to just output all your damage onto him, and usually you don't even have that damage in the early game. But because everyone from the side of VL team had DPS every single time, dude, I don't think there's a single big moment being made by that Hanzo. There was one assassination, but that was answered back immediately by a proper team fight win by VL team.
Now we wait for game number 3. Hopefully those adaptations are made by both these teams. I really don't want to see the same mistakes over and over again, right? Especially for VL team, because they figured out what worked. They figured out what didn't in game 1 and what worked in game number 2. I think they should just stick with this. The Estes, will it be banned is the question. Now, do we see the Estes and Florin banned in the first phase? Because I think a lot of the bans that they were already taken out were bans that were unnecessary.
Right.
So, yeah, well, that's something that we have to think about for sure right now. And for you guys back at home, you guys can go and check out MSC 2025 because tickets are on sale already. What are you guys doing? If you guys are coming over to Riyadh to watch it, MSC 2025 and MWI 2025 at EWC will be on the 10th of July all the way to the 2nd of August. It's 1 game, 2 champions.
1 game, 2 champions?
Yeah, MLBB, but there's MWI and MSC.
Oh, right. We have representatives there as well, so I think, well, a lot of people have to have a stake in that tournament for sure. So we're looking forward to it, especially with the developments in the meta. Who knows what teams are gonna come up with by the time, that starts rolling out.
We'll see who's the best of the best, because you guys can see the game format as well, or the tournament format that me, Lavelle, Renmar, Gideon, Brig all did together. That keeps on playing. Right here. Look at that. Boom, right there. Right
Miracle right there.
Yeah, that's me.
Why you look so upset, bro? You look annoyed.
Because the whole character was me being annoyed. I'm like, why are we in the jungle? Isn't MSC in Riyadh this year, I was like, what, guys, what the hell are we doing here? And then
it's a theme, bro.
It's a theme. MSC 2035 playoffs tickets.
Mirko was supposed to represent Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
That's actually his outfit from.
I know. I noticed.
Yeah. There
Pretty good cosplay.
Free entrance, by the way, for MWI. If you guys want to come over Riyadh to Saudi Arabia, it's 15th July to 2025, over to the 19th July of 2025. Also, you want to know a fun fact?
What?
I had black hair there, but my hair was still red.
What? Say again?
Yeah, like in the video, I have black hair, but at the time it was still red. I came back and I cast it, and my hair was red. Remember?
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
different shades of Mirko here.
So you guys can figure out what we did to get my hair to be black there. But I'd say it's not healthy for the hair.
Oh, did you just like color over it?
I think we just sprayed it. We sprayed like
with what?
Black hair spray.
Spray paint.
Black hair spray.
Black hair.
It was so annoying because it's so stiff. It's so stiff, dude. It just like when you touch it, it feels like one thing. It feels like a piece.
You just have like
the whole thing.
Individual strands.
Yeah.
Like anime hair.
Yeah.
Like Sasuke hair.
Yeah, I think you can see it. The hair is very cartoonish. Look. It just doesn't move. Look, it just stays there. There's no movement.
Mirko transcending into an anime character as we speak. Definitely interesting. But yeah, what do you think about the golden options right now, Mirko? Because this Bruno has shown up twice, right? Do you think the 1-1 is just a better answer here, more dynamic?
Yeah, I think 1-1 is up there, man. Especially when there's no Irithel. 1-1 is definitely like S-tier pick. I think we're going to see a lot of 1-1 bans later on in the big tournaments. Just because of how broken it is, especially if you want to play utility jungle, guys. Remember to ban your 1-1s or pick the Irithels if you want to go up against the 1-1s.
I think the Irithel alone is gonna be a good option because there's a lot of kiting going on here. For the first two games in match number 2 here between MVU PM and VL team, you saw a lot of back and forth movement-wise. I think that's something that some teams in our own PL have used, using the Irithel to really get an edge there in the movement. But second pick is gonna be VL team right now, back to the pick order of game number 1. That's UPM making their move.
100% win rate on blue side for match 2. Unlike match 1, ladies and gentlemen, match 1 was 100% sweep on the red. Let's see if MV can replicate what they did in game 1 and stay away from whatever they did in game number 2, because they weren't cooking with the drafts in game 2. They were kind of cooked in the drafts.
Really wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't really the great recipe. So
pretty bad.
A lot of amounts, a lot of spices have to be picked up right here. You can see, I don't know, some discussions going on between the players here.
Yep.
This is the part that gets me really curious as an analyst. I want to take a look, take a listen into what these teams are talking about in the middle of these games, right? Because it's great to see what the coaches spot out in the game that they think is going to be the critical factor in turning this game around. Is it the drafting phase? Is it the execution? Is it the lack of respect towards the damage dealers? And I think that's an argument to be made for a lot of different factors here. And that's where the coach comes in, right?
Yep.
You have opinions of 5 different players, but the coach goes, hey, forget about all that. Focus on these factors, 1, 2, 3, and we should be good.
I think it's a draft. I think they should be able to identify that in game number 2, especially. Seeing that whoever got the healers, whoever had, the more synchronized draft won the game. Like, it's not all about just pure mechanics anymore. You got to play it slow. You got to play it together. You got to be, as a wise man from Malaysia once told me, very together. You have to play very together.
Wow. Who is that?
Gideon, my father.
Very together.
Very so together.
All right. Well,
I was back in the Ube meta, and he was right.
Well, his rep is certainly playing very together.
Not in game 2.
not so much in game
In
3.
game 2, they were very apart from each other.
But in game 1 they were, so they have to just return back to the classics, you know, to the traditional sayings that has been passed down from father to son.
Yo, hey, don't overthink it, guys. Play it chill, play it simple. It's like the go to CS. Simple. Simple.
Right. Aside from that, Mirko.
Yeah.
So no Kalea, right?
No Kalea. I think, dude, stop Kalea and stop picking Hilda when you're against Fredrin. What? Who thought of that?
You think the CC was a bigger problem for the Hilda compared to
No, I think the CC versus Hilda is fine. I think that's why they picked up the Hilda. They saw the matchup against CC and they were like, all right, we'll deal with the CC through just non-laning with the CC by picking Hilda.
Wasn't there a chance for MVUPM themselves to pick up that CC first? Because I think the Hilda showed up initially, no?
Bro, just go glue. Like, just go glue, man. Just go for CC against CC. You know how to beat CC?
CC?
Exactly. Crowd control. We're talking about crowd control, folks. How to beat CC the hero? CC, the term, crowd control, okay? You need to have enough crowd control. And technically they did with the Kalea, but this is wacko Kalea. This ain't previous patch. This is Sakura lore accurate.
We're very vocal about Sakura's lore accuracy for sure.
Absolutely.
So, I do wonder, is it gonna be more of a pick-off style once more? Because the Jawhead was what showed up earlier. Or do they want a bit more of a team fight? Because in theory, right, if it is gonna indeed be a healer thing and everyone's grouping up together, then those AoE engagers, that Tigreals, the Minotaurs, that was banned in game number 1, those heroes immediately gain extra value.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they do. Oh, we're gonna jump into the drafting phase. Arash. Let's see. Game number 3, the final game for one of these teams in the tournament. Remember, this is single elimination. MVUPM or VL team, one of these teams will have to go home. For VL team, it's a drive away. For MV, they gotta catch a flight.
That's indeed the case, Mir. Let's see how this goes with the Kimi and
Sir,
Fanny. The Fanny is always respected here for a good reason. I was thinking that MVUPM might want to pick it up, but I guess they have other plans up their sleeve. Granger banned away as well. Good kiting hero. A hero that doesn't really have a counter lane per se. Pretty good option here.
Okay. Oh, no Kalea ban. Baksha, they go for the Baksha ban here for VL team, knowing that MV has picked up the Baksha first pick. Well, in game 1, literally, the utility jungles. Or did they just battle it out? Like you said, Arashi, did they go for Fredrin against the Baksha, play utility, pick up the Estes? But the Baksha is just so good against the healers. I think you gotta bat it out.
Just free value. Estes banned out by MVUPM.
So they don't want to go Baksha?
No, maybe they want to go Baksha. They don't want to let go of the Estes. That's why they
But why would you not want to let go of the Estes if you go Baksha? You have Tyregion, but
it's still too much healing, maybe they feel.
That's kind of weird.
No Baksha, no Estes regardless, so what's gonna be the prio pick then? Is it the jungler? Is it the EXP or Roam flex potential here? And if so, what options do they have left? Because back then, this would be a Kalea. EXP potential, Roam potential as well, but now
should be
Fredrin.
Okay, dude, we're back to M4 all over again. The Fredrin first pick when the Baksha is banned down and the Estes is taken away. MV are looking to go for the Florin comp again, I feel. VL team, this should be a Farsa, and they red 3-1-1. There you go. Red 3-1-1. Oh, why do they love Bruno this much, though? Oh, wait, no, it's VL who pick it up this time around. So they're taking it away from Itikeke. Oh, sorry, from
Illidan.
Illidan. Okay. MV, Fredrin.
Did you add an extra K, by the way?
Hey.
Itikeke.
Itikeke. So it's Kwe and then K. Kwe. So it's Kwe. Itikeke, he.
Itiquake.
Itike as in like the Spanish word K. Que. ¿Cómo está? Que. Alright. Wow. Fredrin Lapu. We're actually just back to M4. This is Echo's draft.
So in theory, it's gonna be a utility draft then, right? Because they have the power, damage dealing EXP laner. Oh man, Florin first phase. What year is it? Definitely an odd sight in recent times. Now, final pick. It's gonna
Oh,
be the
thank
glue.
goodness.
Miracle, they heard you. We're so close to the
Thank
stage. They're like,
goodness, man.
someone say glue? Someone say glue?
Yeah. Thank you to VL team for picking up glue. When you're up against Fredrin and Baksha, guys, please just pick up glue. Please just pick up glue. Like, even if the enemy team picks Ferrum, it's like, whatever, dude. That's a pretty bad pick. You're killing yourself with that. Oh, man. All right, that scratched my itch, Arashi. I'm done.
I'm gonna tell the audience why the glue is just so impactful.
All right, listen. These utility picks, what do they not have? Compared to assassins, compared to even the MMs in the jungle. Mobility, exactly. The glue, you mount on the Fredrin, you mount on these boys, and you bring them back. You're able to bring the grab. Yeah, you can grab them, spread them over to your team. And then the whole team just gets a freebie. That's why I thought it was going to be a Farsa and Wan there. But they ended up going for the glue, which is fine, you know. But I think the 1-1 would have been great because, again, the glue would have just bring Fredrin over and then the 1-1 would just crossbow attack. Freebie.
Oh, with that, they banned with the Moskov now, VL team, so...
Interesting.
With the Florin? I guess they're concerned about the cross-map pressure, no? And it's still a pretty good pick front to back. You know, the piercing hits from the Moskov hitting multiple people. It is relatively short range against a Farsa, though, so... I guess technically it's also a counter against a Farsa if you're bold enough. Spear of Destruction straight to where that Feather Airstrike is being casted allows you to just get a freebie, usually.
VL team should just go alpha at this point of the game, right?
Whoa,
like,
really?
It's a Fredrin, Lapu, and Florin. Just go for it. Just go and dive together with your team. You already have a glue that can mount on the Fredrin. Think about this, right? The glue mounts the Fredrin, and the alpha walks up and shreds him. There we go. Iritho ban still. Okay, that's a better ban than the Moskov in my opinion because it's more ready to fight. It's a hero that you would expect with a composition like this to just ube. But for MV, I think a carry ain't bad, but actually never mind. It is pretty bad against the Farsa. What pick would be okay? Every meta pick has been banned away. I guess if they were really caught in the tough spot, Harith?
Is it Brody time?
The Brody's not that good against the Farsa. It's alright against the glue. It's a skill matchup against the Bruno, so it's not really like the best choice to go for anyways.
But if they're gonna be brawling a lot, there's potential there, by all means. Get a bold move. Yisun Shin still banned out. Okay.
Yeah, good ban.
They've heard that advice too, Mirko. Broken hero.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very good. So far, we've only seen Yisun Shin ban in the second phase, by the way. VL team, let's see what it's going to be. They need a
Lancelot?
I would have never guessed Lance.
Same.
I would have... This looks like a free alpha game, if I'm being honest with you. But we'll see. Because the Lancelot, to be fair, back in the day as well, up against the Fredrins, was a good way to contest Retries against the Fredrin. Fredrin usually always has the Retry win because you have first skill on Retry. But the Lancelot does the same with Thorn Rose.
It's going to be difficult, though, again, to try and find those targets. Now that the Lancelot is already shown, MVUPM, they can just pick heroes that have mobility and self-peel. That's probably why they banned the Moskov as well, but I feel like the options are still there available for MVUPM.
Nice Valen.
Valentina, mobility and crowd control, and a Claude?
Honestly, the Claude and Valen,
I was team fight, I guess.
I was going to say Valen Harith. I think that does really well. I like the Valen pick, the Claude pick. It can be good, can be bad. It really depends on how they play it because technically, with the Claude, you overwhelm your opponents with movement speed now. Like, the Farce is going to have a tough time landing shots on Claude, at least I think on paper. And the Lancelot, Lancelot's not going to land a single skill, I think, on the Claude or the Valentina. They're just a bit too fast with it. So many dashes. This is where, I think for VL team, they just need proper lockdown.
Well, if VL team can pressure using the Lancelot towards the Florin, though, force out some of those healing, some of those stuns, or even the ultimate, I guess that's the angle.
Gato?
But that's the only... Oh my... Whoa! I guess they did not hear you, Mirko.
Well, in a way they did, but also the Kalea pick. I think I would have preferred Gato Kacha here, to deal with the Claw, to deal with the Fredrin as well. You have that lockdown, you have an extra AOG, you have Revitalize as well that cannot be dealt with early on by a Baksha because you banned it out. And you don't give a big ult over to the Valentina. Now you give a Tsunami Slam and a Feathered Airstrike over. It's another resource that they can utilize to capitalize here.
Yeah, I feel like something else, man. Something more frontline heavy because it's cool you have burst damage now, VL team, but can you actually get the job done? Can you scale enough and snowball enough to be able to burst through all of the sustain, especially with so many ways, so many mobilities for MVUPM to just kite back away? That's crowd control immune as well with the Bravest Fighter, so it's going to be a tough one.
Best of one. We started in the best of three, but ladies and gentlemen, it'll come down to just this game. Who's gonna win? Leave it in the chat right now. Will it be MVUPM or will it be the team from Indonesia, VL team?
All right, only time will tell as Gojil TZ takes a lot of damage. The Kalia might be there because they wanted a bit more sustain. Mirko, you know, the Kalia does provide a decent bit of healing.
That's all.
Well, without the Revitalize, right? Kalia does it with passive. Gatot needs a Revitalize.
Your passive pretty good too, right? For sustain. You get the bonks and then you get healing with the bonks.
Yeah, I feel like we just want more team healing. 3 Inspires for MVUPM though. On the 3 heroes that have a lot of, not a lot, but they have crowd control tools. So you already know that there is a priority here for MVUPM to make sure that Jose gets put under control.
Okay.
Master Assassin from both gold inners, by the way, so there's some pressure for both to really get something going in this laning phase.
That's going to be Toretto walking up. Gojil TZ, you can see the range, right, of the jump from Kalea now. That would have hit normally max range. Now, battle in the mid lane. Langsbu getting the better of Martizi, but with lead Itike, he's going to be able to stop that possible kill from happening.
See how the level 4 goes. If VL team is gonna let Gojil TZ get that quick level 4 and then go for some kind of pick-off, because they have to try and take advantage of that. Only one Purify available for MVUPM. For VL team, if they can land that combo with the Kalea, then they can do something here. Window, it's a turtle sneak.
Yeah, they're actually going to burst it down. Jose first onto it. You can already see Toretto on Whacknut. Great. Big VL team. Very quick with the rotations, finding it.
Good moves for sure. MVUPM wasn't ready. Didn't really try to contest anyhow. Gojil already setting up, trying to find something. But yeah, VL team, they're going to be forced to play a bit more ambush-like because of the Kalea nerfs. And for now, it's a waiting game. And unfortunately for VL team, despite the early objective, they haven't really been able to find a kill despite all this aggressive possibilities in their hands, like the Lancelot, like the Farsa. They haven't really been able to find something with a roam.
Yeah, but honestly, not bad. The fact that they are able to sneak a turtle from this composition of MV is already really good. But and in the fights, they should actually have an advantage. They have enough lockdown with the Kalea. They have the glue they can mount on the Fredrin as well. So many more angles to fight. And Toretto is already in position. Tsunami's time coming down as well. No Purify. That's not a lot of respect coming down from Martiz. He walks up just very aggressively. And now, bringing him under the turret. Whacknut cannot move. That's another free kill. Should be. Actually, he's able to escape now. Blazing away coming down. Oh my lord. Win. Gets the kill, and MV somehow are able to turn it around. Jose rotating again with a puncture, and the Thorn Rose over to Whacknut, who's going to be taken very, very low. Wish Chaka one last hit. Toretto with the flicker forward, but the healing is a bit too much. As now Martizi walks up again. If the airstrike comes down, but he walks up a bit too aggressively and gets balled down by Wish Chaka.
Unfortunately, Langsbu gets out of danger there too. VL team with mechanics just brute forcing a win in the team fights. It seemed like the healing from Itike was gonna throw off VL team's calculations, but a lot of the members left the fight and then came back to seal the deal there. MVUPM kind of tunneled a bit too much there to try and get Langsbu, but he gets out with his life and 3 assists. A great start for the Farsa.
And now for Turtle 2, it'll be a bit tougher for VL team. If they win another fight, this is going to be a massive snowball for them. Toretto first onto it, grab, and a spread already over to win. Looking for the play again, trying to look for the mount down. Good lockdown coming down, as now it's going to be Jose walking up as well. Langsbu in the back line, going to be decimated by the Bravest Fighter. Still win on the Turtle, looking for the Retribution. Feather Airstrike coming down as Marquis the one to secure it. The fight was a bit too scattered, and it actually favors MV. Appraiser's Wrath from Win as he gets the kill on Toretto.
with everyone spread out like that, there's no real threat of like a singular bursted target. So because of that, MVUPM, they just chill, they use all the mobility and short duration damage tools that they have with the Valentina, with the Lapu Lapu, and they're able to make their own individual plays. Unfortunately, Langsbrew, after we were talking about him escaping with his life, he just got jumped on right there by Win and Wagnut and immediately gets taken out. The positioning, man, from VL team has to be really, really good right here because they don't have the advantage when it comes to sustain.
And they also just played towards the strengths of MV. Firstly, they weren't able to get the mount down. Toretto was a bit late on that. Wow! Martizi with the steal. Goes to glue for him for a bit in the bottom lane. Wagnut winning out against Jose, who's forced to use the retry on the creeps now. Just to clear. Shows you how strong the Lapu Lapu is currently. As they rotate over towards the purple buff, they know there's no retry on Jose. Win wants to go and take it. Toretto walking up, able to find the grab and the spread onto the back line, but will be bursted down. Finds the mount, will be looking to bring him back, but the CC immunity stops him. The flicker out from Toretto right into the lockdown for Win.
Immediate catch right there, punishing the attempt, but they were able to actually get Jose's purple. They had to sacrifice one member for it though, and Jose already back at it again. It's a bit too greedy, as Martizi is already on the way. Won't find anything though. Looking at the damage dealt ranking, you can see the Lapu Lapu all the way up there, man. That's some crazy amounts of damage. And that's by jumping towards the backline. The Lapu isn't going to do all that damage towards the tanks, towards the roams. He has to find ways to get to the Bruno and the Farsa. And so far, Wagnut has been able to.
Slowly but surely building this lead. Jose already on it. Wagnut. Bravest Fighter to the back line. Now with the Blazing Duet as well. Forcing the flicker out. Jose winning out the retreat battle, but now it's going to be the Tsunami Slime over. Good Bravest Fighter to cancel it out by their airstrike in the back line as Jose is able to escape. Now it's the glue isolated all alone. Nothing much to do as he gets brought under the turret. Toretto over to Illidan.
Toretto, man, giving up his life for family, for the team again and again. He's been able to zone, but if they keep doing this, if they keep letting Toretto mount on and get taken out without pressuring, without trying to find something in exchange, eventually he's gonna fall behind. He's already he's on the same level as Wagnut so far, but if he lacks items and EXP, this glue is gonna start to slowly lose his ability to be relevant in those fights, to kind of zone out, because it's gonna start looking very, very squishy to the members of MVUPM.
And now it gets really tough for VL team because they are scaling, yeah, sure. But it's really tough because even if they scale, MV scales quite well too in a way. With the Florin, it's different. It's not damage scaling, rather it's just sustained scaling. The Lapu Lapu and the Fredgen should actually fall off, but the fact that they have just so much more HP bars to play with the Florin as we get into the later stage of the game, it might be a case of MV outscaling VL team. But obviously, we gotta wait and see. Because we're still kind of new in this meta, ladies and gentlemen. We need to just measure it first. How much damage, how much Win. Looking for the taunt. Able to get it. Zoning Jose away. Free turret. Tier 2 traded for a Tier 1 up top. Bravest Fighter coming down as well.
Whoa.
Wagnut able to go for it. Now with the stun as well. Canceling out the feathered airstrike. Bravest Fighter, a few more lockdowns. But Gojel TZ gets the kill in the mid lane. Jose dodging away. Gets the Phantom Execution out.
I think the longer this game goes, the more short trades is going to benefit MVUPM. Especially if they're able to find a big moment, go with a Blazing Duet, a 3-man stun, you name it. For VL team, they have to try and make sure that the fights go as long as continuously as possible, I feel, so that Uis Jakob can actually get a lot more value from these big basic attacks as compared to Illidan that kind of wants to wait for that big moment, right? Unfortunately, sustain-wise, again, with the Florin on top of the individual healing already built into the Festival of Blood for Wagnut and in the kit of Win on the Fredrin, there's just so many ways, even before the Florin's in the picture, for them to heal. And the underrated aspect of that healing, of the bloom from Florin, is that it removes healing reduction as well. So everyone from MVUPM is going to be extra tanky in these fights.
Look at the healing already. Wagnut in the zoning at the back. A feathered airstrike to try to steal, but Win is too good on that retry. Too clean with it. Doesn't leave any gaps for VL team to capitalize. And this could be the beginning of the end for VL team.
especially with the landslide here. Jose not really having a lot of targets, a lot of ways to stay relevant. He can't even split push all that well because he isn't really, the landslide doesn't really escape all that easily. He does, but there's a lot of prerequisites when it comes to targets for the puncture and all that. So for a VL team, it is just playing for the late game, trying to make sure that they defend using the feather airstrike and that late game scaling Bruno. And so far they have the wave clear in the mid lane. Can they clear this Lord without MVUPM forcing something though?
Good rotation. Try to help the Lord to at least get one charge down. No holy defense. They can actually crack this turret up. Mid lane, Illidan sent there with the Claude. Able to take the tier 2 down as the Lord shoves in and charges in the bottom lane. Half HP in the bottom lane base turret. Now another tier 2 should be falling as Illidan makes his way up top. Ferocious. So now Slam locked him down. Martizi caught in the tough spot. Feathered airstrike and the Thorn Rose to take him down. Again, Martizi way too aggressive.
There you go, man. That's a pick-off angle we're looking for with the Kalea. Not even a flicker used. It's Gojel looking for something else. A bit too deep.
Whacknut with the bravest fighter. Now looking at the play. Remembering there's only 4 members here. Has to flicker out. Now brought back to the team by the grabbing the spread win. Looking for the taunt again. Toretto actually takes off, plays it away to the back line with the Purify Zone and the Win of Nature, but it's not going to be enough damage. Illidan gets away just barely. Wish chucked up. Worldy finds the kill. Toretto now locking him down. Appraiser's Wrath almost landing. Could have been a massive bonk, but VL team find an angle to come back in the game.
A massive turnaround. The long drawn-out fight we're talking about, Mirko. Luis Jacob was just throwing those balls left and right, dealing all that damage. And that is exactly what VL team needed, man. MVUPM did not have that burst momentum ready, and they were going in and out, and all the while, Luis Jacob was just stacking up, dealing that damage. That's what they have to try and look for, man. And for MVUPM, they got to be careful about that Farsa. Again, the Bruno is going to be a big problem, but the Farsa as well. Not really too far behind in gold. Still going to be a massive damage tool for VL team.
There's not a... Oh my lord! Almost another pick there. Luckily for Martizi, Gojel did not have the flicker. But he had to burn his own, Arashi. Martizi has just been so aggressive. Way too aggressive. Constantly getting picked off in this game. 3 times already. Now burned flicker before the big lord. This could be an angle for VL team to really capitalize, knowing that there are big resources down.
Wishing Lantern from Martizi as well. I'm curious to see what ultimate he's eyeing out here to really go. Does he want to go for the Tsunami Slam just to protect Illidan in the backline, or does he want to go for the Feather Airstrike still? Either way, VL team can hide it for now. They have the Toretto on the glue, which is sustainable. This is part of why the glue works so well. Just send him to the front and let him split apart and be difficult to shut down here. As the wave on the bottom side seems pretty equal, but it's bound to go one way or the other. Both teams are just kind of waiting on that to see if they need to try and pull the trigger and make a decisive move.
Paying attention to it to see which minion dies first. It looks very, very equal. There we go. Tsunami Slam coming down now with it all in into the back. Feathered airstrike. Taking down Martizi to be caught as well. With Chuckup dealing too much damage. Win locked down by the glue and Appraiser's Rat lands, but it's only on to Gojel. TZ blazing duet to the back, but they don't care. Gojel with the sustain and Jose with the assassination.
An all-out win. The flicker play on the Kalea. You mentioned it, Mirko. You need the flicker to make plays on the Kalea. It doesn't mean that you cannot make those plays happen, though. A massive pickup right there. After the goal was equalized, they might go for the end all the way.
They will be going for the flicker forward. VL team pull off the comeback. A reverse sweep against MVUPM to send them home.
Oh, wow, man. We doubted some of those picks, but they made it work. They played so disciplined. And that play at the base turret really costed them, dude. It gave them that slight bit of gold to really get started. I think it swung the gold by about 2,000, 2,500 gold. That was it from there. VL team also realized, hey, we have an angle here. Right? We can do enough damage just to the right person as long as the Florin isn't really involved. That's exactly what they did. To a degree, they even cycled the death timers, kept going for fights after that initial pickoff in front of the base. Playing with tempo, man, that is what Indonesia, I guess, does really well.
There's not a lot of picks that deal well with the Claude, but the Bruno certainly makes its way in there. The pick of the Claude into the Bruno. They were thinking about the other matchups, up against the Farsa, up against the Glue as well. They can get all the stacks, they can go in with the Blazing Duet and maybe deal a lot of damage to zone the Farsa away. But in the end, I think it was individual blunders that led them here. It was a win from the early game all the way to that first Lord, but they were able to get the base turret in the bottom lane to half HP. But Martese stepped up a bit too aggressively, and then the whole team decided to take a 4v5 for some reason. For whatever reason, that's something they're gonna have to live through. They're gonna have to live through the moment of almost winning, but now being knocked out. But that's the brutality of playing in a single elimination bracket. One little mistake like that, one moment of overheat, overconfidence, and it could turn the whole game around. Illidan,
man,
went to go for this play, and I don't think it was the right call.
That's some damage coming from Ois Jacob, dude. It's just crazy in that late game. And towards the final fight, Martese went for the Phantom Execution, Mirko. It's just unfortunate. They didn't really get to use it.
Absolutely. We're going to throw it over to our hosts with an interview with the winners and the losers.
To Indonesia, but unfortunately, it's their first match and also the end of their journey on this cross nation finals today.
Dan betul sekali apa yang dikatakan oleh Jose tadi ya. Dia tadi berkata kalau nantinya skor akan jadi 2-1. Game pertama untuk MVUPM, tapi game kedua dan ketiga untuk tim VL Team. Dan kita akan mempersilakan teman-teman dari MVUPM untuk memberikan penghormatan dulu sebagai penghormatan kepada tuan rumah dan juga kepada seluruh fans mereka. Silakan untuk bisa melakukan bow down terlebih dahulu, silakan.
Thank you very
Boleh
much,
tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk MVUPM. Nice try once again for MVUPM. Dan inilah dia pemenang kita, VL Team.
Wow, VL Team from Indonesia.
Yes.
Memulangkan ya lebih tepatnya karena ini single elimination.
Yes.
Memulangkan teman serumpun
Betul
dari
sekali.
Indonesia, dari tim dari Malaysia. Dan seperti yang disampaikan oleh Mas Gar tadi ya. Langsbu. Ini udah sesuai ya dengan prediksi kamu. It's your prediction before, it's 2-1. The first game it's for the MVUPM and the second and the third game it's for the VL Team. Yeah, and that's what we saw just now. How would you predict that?
Ya biar seru aja sih. Tontonan soalnya.
Biar seru. Memang harus seperti itu ya. Menjadi pro player itu memang harus punya predik dan memang harus bisa untuk membuktikan prediksinya sendiri. Cuman aku mau tanya lagi nih untuk teman-teman dari VL Team ya. Nah, ada Estes. Terus teman-teman dari MVUPM juga main Florin. Menurut kalian, apakah ini memang ada potensi untuk hero-hero healer kembali populer dipakai di setiap pertandingan? Atau itu adalah ya udahlah Estes aja gitu atau gimana?
Gara-gara ini nonton cuplikannya Bung KB di TikTok.
Oh, KB
Prof.
di TikTok
KB.
ya, dari profesor ya gitu. Kamu gak ngelihat cuplikannya Om Oji barangkali? Apa ilmu yang disampaikan Om Oji ada gunanya gak Om Oji? Konten
Sih itu kan gara-gara pengen tidur. Scroll TikTok dulu ada yang dikasih tahu dari Bung KB. Terus coba aja sekarang, ya udah enak ternyata.
Kamu mendapatkan ilmu Estes dari KB, tapi kamu harus nonton kontennya Om Oji. Ada ilmu-ilmu untuk bisa membeli Harley pertamamu nanti. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu untuk Om Oji dong. Ranger emas, the first caster yang punya Harley.
Ini
Desi,
loh,
ya?
penonton-penontonnya pada nurut banget, disuruh tepuk tangan
Tepuk
gitu kan buat Om Oji.
Luar
Tapi
biasa.
wah luar biasa sekali ya. Jadi memang ini strateginya dilihat dari ditonton
Betul.
dari Prof KB dan diterapkan ternyata berhasil ya.
Diterapkan.
Untuk hero-hero healer saat ini.
Nah, kalau kita ngomongin game yang tadi kalian mainkan, kira-kira momen-momen apa atau ini tim MV ini nyusahinnya di mana sih? Kalau menurut kalian sebagai bekal untuk menghadapi tim-tim lain di next match-nya gitu.
Mungkin lebih ke arah tim fight mereka kuat sih ya, kayak dapat dari hero-nya healing-healing terus gitu. Cuman kayak di game kedua kita balikin dengan meta yang sama, dia nggak bisa ngelawan. Mungkin emang karena metanya healing sekarang.
Oke. Nah, tadi lihat juga game ketiga Parsyanya, siapa yang pakai Parsya? Kamu ya? Nah, Parshamu memang sangat-sangat apa ya, in and out-nya sih saya suka. Momen terakhir sebelum kalian push banget itu kan di bus sebelah kiri, itu feather extract-nya bisa sangat on point. Nah, kamu ada preferensi hero yang memang bakalan sebagai nuker nggak? Atau memang ya udahlah, gue strong point gue di Parsha, atau ada plan lain nggak?
Lebih ke arah ngambil hero range yang panjang terus ngeburst yang bisa save gitu dari Fedrin gitu kan, Parsha soalnya.
Berarti memang jaga-jaga high ground juga ya?
Ya,
bisa
soalnya kan kalau YV gitu nggak bisa.
Kan pendek,
ya,
terus juga ngepok kan, habis itu juga burstnya mungkin ya in my humble opinion lebih besar Parsha daripada si YV.
Jadi itu part of strateginya.
Part
Nanti
of
kita
strategi.
akan lihat ya strategi di selanjutnya karena mereka masih akan bertemu dengan tim-tim lain. Tapi I just remembered before when we interviewed Win. So Win told us that one of the strong contender from the player is Uis. Uis cakep. Tadi kata Win dari MVUPM yang salah satu yang paling wah ini diwaspadai ini adalah Uis. Kamu
Uis gimana?
Sekarang berhasil nih ternyata ngalahin mereka. What do you think?
Gimana Uis menurut kamu? Dipandang sebagai istilahnya orang yang sangat disegani oleh teman-teman MVUPM dan kalian benar-benar bisa menepati janji untuk mengalahkan MVUPM skor 2-1. Menurut kamu gimana?
Lebih ke arah hoki aja sih kalau aku.
Selalu seperti itu ya teman-temannya. Ini adalah kata kunci untuk pro player dia yang jawabannya aman. Kalau dia cuma gini, ya kita sudah memperhitungkan sih. Wah sombong gitu.
Jadi yang aman hoki ya.
Hoki aja.
Oke, tapi apakah mereka nanti selanjutnya Mas Gar masih akan hoki juga karena mereka teman-teman dari VL Team selanjutnya akan bertemu dengan Nu Bulldog.
Nah,
tadi kalian ngikutin kan match pertama Nu
ngeliat
Bulldog?
gak matchnya Nu Bulldog? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Kan sekalian menghadapi Nu Bulldog, presentasenya dari 10 sampai 100%. Chance win-nya berapa?
100%.
100%! Boleh tepuk tangan dulu dong.
Emang pede banget ya. Ini sepede ini, you're that confident 100% you will win over Nu Bulldogs is because we're hosting this tournament in Indonesia karena ini di Indonesia disupport dengan teman-teman Indonesia nih di Mall Taman Anggrek atau emang udah siap banget nih?
Udah ngebaca atau gimana gitu?
Ya pede aja semuanya, saling percaya juga makanya lawan siapapun itu kita gas.
Lawan siapapun kita gas, kita kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi dong untuk VL Team. Terakhir Mon, silakan.
Yang terakhir, kan ini banyak banget nih ya di Mall Taman Anggrek lagi berkumpul di sini untuk VL Team. Kalian boleh dong minta dukungan-dukungan dari teman-teman yang ada di sini dan juga yang lagi di atas juga biar datang lagi besok dan datang lagi hari Minggu.
Silakan.
Apa nih tadi Kak?
Minta dukungan atau minta supportnya dari penonton,
Biar besok
dari yang
teman-teman
nonton.
yang datang tuh datang lagi, hari Minggu datang lagi.
Silakan.
Buat yang dukung VL Team yang udah datang hari ini makasih banget. Dukung lagi di besok kita lawan Filipina.
Ya. Oke, boleh tepuk tangan sekali lagi dong teman-teman.
Makasih yang udah datang.
Luar biasa sekali. Oke, kalau begitu sekali lagi thank you dan selamat VL Team bisa lolos ke babak selanjutnya. Teman-teman boleh kembali ke tempat duduk untuk mempersiapkan persiapan selanjutnya.
Congrats. Selamat sekali lagi untuk VL Team dari Indonesia. Waduh Mas Ger.
Yes.
So from the 8 team now 2 teams went home.
Yep.
So only 6 teams left.
Yes, 6 team left dan pastinya kita masih menyisakan pertandingan ketiga dan keempat. Ini ada pertandingan yang mungkin bisa dibilang juga sangat seru sudah ditunggu dan di akhir hari kita di pertandingan keempat kita masih ada pertandingan yang memang sudah ditunggu-tunggu yaitu dari tim Indonesia yang lain. Ada Unindra nanti yang akan bermain.
Wow,
Ya.
salah satu tim dari Indonesia juga
Betul
selain
sekali.
VL Team ya.
Yes.
Tapi selain yang ditunggu-tunggu match ketiga dan match keempat hari ini ada juga yang ditunggu-tunggu. Yaitu ada apa Mas Gar?
Yes, kita punya redeem code. Siap-siap silakan teman-teman untuk bisa ditampilkan di LED dan buat teman-teman langsung aja ambil HP-nya dan redeem. Code kalian. Silakan.
Nah langsung nih keluarin HP-nya.
Difoto terlebih dahulu barangkali.
Langsung dicoba untuk
seperti yang
di-redeem.
saya lakukan kali ini ya, saya akan memfoto menggunakan S25 Ultra saya. Nah,
Langsung Mas Gar.
sini lagi tes ya. Nah,
Tapi tenang aja, Mas
Nah.
Gar belum nge-redeem kok. Jadi
Belum.
Mas Gar baik kok. Cuman
Belum.
lagi promosiin ini ya, coba-cobain
betul sekali.
fiturnya
S25 Ultra. Nih, aku bisa foto ya. Ini aku bisa foto. Ini sangat luar biasa sekali ya. Itu kan ada prompter tuh dari teman-teman caster.
Dari
Ini
sini
aku
nggak
mau
kebaca.
zoom. Aku mau zoom.
Emang kebaca.
Kebaca,
Wah,
lihat ya, lihat ya, lihat ya.
kebaca. Wih, kebaca. Emang ya, yang nggak bisa di-capture pakai mata malah bisa di-capture pakai Samsung S25 Ultra.
Betul, tuh kelihatan banget kan. Nah,
keren banget
ini
ya.
nih. Kita lihat ya, ada tulisannya nih. Apa yang dibutuhkan MVUPM untuk memenangkan match ini tuh?
Udah.
Kelihatan. Itu pertanyaan yang akan dibaca oleh Cipi seharusnya.
Oke.
Karena Cipi sudah mulai bingung, aku baca apa lagi nih Mas Ger? Tolong.
Jangan dibocorin gitu rahasia dapur. Tapi sepertinya kalau ngelihat redeem code-nya sudah turun dari layar, ini berarti teman-teman semuanya sepertinya udah bisa meredeem code-nya yang ada di bawah dan juga yang ada di lantai atas. Tenang aja, yang belum kebagian nanti kita masih bakalan bagi-bagi redeem code.
Betul sekali ya. Dan juga teman-teman, sekali lagi saya informasikan, stream kita tidak hanya berbahasa Indonesia. Kalau teman-teman mungkin dari siang tadi sudah mendengarkan Madam Cipi dan juga Om Oji berceloteh, membangun chemistry dan juga membawakan pertandingan dengan sangat luar biasa. Kita juga punya duo bad boys, Arashi and Mirko, yang memegang rekor sebagai caster Inggris yang paling bandel.
Tapi
di seluruh Asia Tenggara.
Tapi hatinya baik banget
hatinya baik, personanya bandel dan kelakuannya juga tidak kalah bandel. Habis ini saya akan di dalam, tadi kan kita dengerin Indo, saya akan switch ke Inggris dan saya akan penasaran sekali melihat seperti apa Mirko dan Arashi ngomongin kita berdua di stream Inggris.
Langsung aja kita kembalikan kepada para casters.
Silakan.
What does bundle even mean, Arashi? By the way, no thanks, Mr. Masker. It means naughty. So we're apparently we're the naughtiest English casters around.
And he said it's a record that we've broken. I wasn't aware that was the case. I thought there were plenty of other casters, you know, with more tendencies. Lafell.
Sorry to name drop, but like, it comes soon.
He's proud of it.
Yeah, he is. He's proud of it. He's very, very proud of it.
Where do you think we learned this from?
Exactly. We had
the greatest
to refer to someone to get this, you know? We're not the bad boys. Again, it's a bad boy and a good boy here on the desk, ladies and
Mirko
gentlemen.
being the bad boy, yes.
Sure. MVP. Let's take a look at it here for our final game in match 2. It's the Kalea 2-6. And honestly, fair. Like, I don't like the Kalea in this meta, but the way he was able to play it and the way that he constantly found Martizi. Martizi, man, I think I gotta give a shout out to him because many times I feel he was the MVP. Look at... What?
Sometimes a bit too overzealous there. Again, against a team with this much damage to throw back at you, if they were against a composition that runs out of damage, then maybe his approach would have worked here. But again and again, he was just going all in, using both dashes aggressively, and he stands in front of a Bruno. Buddy, that's a ton of damage, dude. That's before Jose is even in the picture. Give a shout out to Toretto as well. That man was making sacrificial plays again and again. Initially, opening up space for Gojel to actually find that moment there. But when it matters the most, when there is that window to actually turn the game around, Gojel was there. And I think he did it twice. The 2 times he goes in for that flicker engage is where those big fights actually happened. The beef here, right there, boom. And just like that, 1 man down, everyone moving forwards, no need to kite back. That's just the way that VL team wants it. Goes in aggressive, wipes the floor, cleans it up. Doesn't even go for the Lord, I believe. Just goes straight for the end.
They were overconfident in the healing, right? Like, yes, you have a Florin, and yes, you have kind of weathered the storm up until a point where the Florin is starting to heal a lot more. You're starting to be able to deal with the damage coming in from VL. But still, you need to be able to survive. You cannot let yourself get picked off like that a couple of times as well, right? The way that the healing works is you're able to kite back and forth. It's never an all-in. That's why burst is so important. And they fixed that, right? The Farsa pick, like we said, I think better than the Lilia because now they actually have an insta-kill button. Whenever you go for a pick, yes, you have healing on the floor, but if you can't even react to the damage coming in from the other side, then it's of no use. You're healing a corpse who's already dead. The glue pick as well, that adaptation from VL is amazing. The last 2 picks I think could have been I think they could have won all the way from the start, is what I'm trying to say, right? With the Alpha over the Lancelot, with what would be the better choice over the Kalea? That I don't know, but I think it ended up working. If they go Alpha Kalea, I think it would have been the same kind of deal. Props to VL for being able to stay composed for so long, for, again, almost the whole part of this game. It was early on, minute number 1, all the way to like minute number 12, where the comeback suddenly happened for VL.
And Jose himself, I mean, he's not doing anything too crazy, but burst physical damage to pair up with the burst magical damage, and now you have an annoying combo on your hands. Whoever gets Tsunami slammed, you know, you have to take time to actually itemize against both kinds of damage, and that's enough time for VL team to take advantage of it anyhow. And he did a decent amount of zoning in the back in the final few fights. Now that there's more pressure, now that I think MVUPM saw that, yo, this Bruno kind of crazy though, that's where the Lancelot has a bit more moving space, and that's how it has to be, right? You have to balance it out.
Just like the balancing in the game, you guys need to balance yourselves. When you play competitive games, ranked games, you must also have fun with it. And this year's All-Star just got a whole lot wilder. From the 27th of June all the way to the 5th of August, join the limited time Dino Patch in MLBB. Face off against Roar, the Pterosaur Lord. Beat him and win exclusive rewards like a limited avatar border. Join themed event to unlock a free skin. That's the Popo and Koopa Proto Hunter. And if you're a creator, submit your clips to grab special battle emotes. And finally, are you ready to roar, Evo's fams? Oh, because that's their tagline, right? Evo's
yes, sir.
Roar. Like, I
used to be really into dinosaurs when I was a kid, dude.
Really? What's your favorite dinosaur, Rashi?
It used to be the Triceratops.
Wow.
Because the usual, right? It's like, it's a tank. It has the cool like helmet-looking thing.
Okay. So what is your favorite dinosaur now, as you've aged, as you've matured, now in your 40s?
Might be a Basilosaurus.
Is that real?
No.
I was like, whoa, that sounds pretty cool, but it's not. You didn't catch on. I said you're in your 40s.
Man. See, back in my day, those dinosaurs were walking across the earth, man.
Yeah, exactly. The ancient one over here, and ancient one, talk about technologia.
Technologia. Well, you can redeem your voucher at the Samsung Shop app and get your special discount. You scan this QR code, right? SGMLBB50, right? And you want to get that phone with the 3nm processor, the fastest processor in the Samsung Galaxy lineup. And when they say fastest, they mean business, dude. It is quick.
Yeah. I've been playing on this phone for quite a bit here with the Vapor Chamber. Like, heat is a thing of the past when it comes to gaming on your phone. Back in the day, it's kind of always a problem, right? You play a few games and your phone gets way too hot. But now, with this new Vapor Chamber that they have in it, with the ray tracing and Vulkan optimization for improved gaming experience, and with the thermal interface material that they call TIM, you'll get a smoother and cooler experience so you can fully immerse yourself into the game for longer. And don't get me started on the charging time, because on my previous phone, you charge, it's too long. And speaking of too long, we've been talking and yapping for too long. We're going to be going on a break. Mirko and Arashi will be back in a bit.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC in Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team to claim it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow. Cool.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC bad this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys. This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team? They claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Street lit, stars bright, come lit, just right. Wow, what a sight.
Wow,
okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Isn't MSC in Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go! Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Wow. Cool.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Isn't MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys. This symbol, it matches the Cuban frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, just smash it. I found it! The secret format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wild cards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
Welcome back to the Cross National Finals of Galaxy Gaming Academy X Mobile Legends Bang Bang Campus Series.
Dan kita pastinya masih di Mall Taman Anggrek, Jakarta Barat. La Casa de Esports of Indonesia. Dan kali ini kita akan kembali menyaksikan pertandingan yang akan mempertemukan dua region yang tadi sudah pernah bertemu.
Sudah bertemu di match pembukaan
Betul
hari
sekali.
ini ya.
Yes.
Ada dua region berbeda, ada Singapura dan juga Filipina.
Betul sekali.
Kalau di match pembukaan tadi itu adalah champion dari kedua region.
Betul.
Kali ini masih dari region yang sama tapi
Yes.
mempertemukan dua tim dari runner up ya posisinya.
Kalau tadi di match pembuka kita punya New Bulldogs versus Banana Brawler. Kali ini kita punya match yang tidak kalah serunya ya. Runner up kali ini dari Filipina ada Novus Braveheart yang akan menghadapi tim Secret dari Singapura ya. Dan mungkin teman-teman sudah memperhatikan pola permainan yang dilakukan oleh tim-tim dari kedua region ini. Nah, untuk di match pertama kita bisa menyaksikan kalau New Bulldogs ini punya pola permainan yang bisa dibilang taktis, cekatan, dan mereka bermain full objektif. Artinya di game yang kedua mereka bisa membukukan banyak sekali elimination point untuk bisa mengejar kemudian memenuhi objektif yang harusnya mereka lakukan. Nah, untuk game kali ini apakah Novus Braveheart punya pola permainan yang sama?
Atau mungkin tim Secret sudah melihat tadi di match pembukaan, oh jadi seperti ini yang perlu kita pelajari dan mengatur strategi lagi agar bisa akhirnya membalaskan dendam tim Singapura ya.
Mungkin saja hal seperti itu karena ini akan menjadi pertaruhan terakhir buat tim dari Singapura. Mengingat tidak ada lagi nyawa kedua, kita menggunakan format single elimination. Artinya kalau kalah di sini pulang.
Yes, dan satu tim dari Singapura tadi sebelumnya Banana Brawler sudah pulang, menyisakan satu tim yaitu tim Secret. Jadi kalau misalnya tim Secret juga hari ini harus mengaku kekalahan, akhirnya sudah tidak ada perwakilan dari Singapura juga. Jadi kita akan lihat seperti apa. Karena previously on the first match we saw it's 2-0, 2-4 the Philippines team. Filipino team. So right now we will see if it will be 2-0 for the Philippine teams or
it will be Singapore team.
It will be for the Singapore team.
Yes,
so tanpa berlama-lama lagi, Mas Ger dan juga Mall Taman Anggrek Jakarta. Langsung saja kita lihat inilah match ketiga hari ini. Para casters sudah ready di sana. Silakan casters, take it away.
Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle of Campus Champions here, live from Mall Taman Anggrek. You heard it already earlier from Moko and him, Asker.
Oh man, that's the combo, man. They've been doing a great job just hyping us up. Because the next match, bro, the next match is pretty interesting, man. Let's be real here.
Novus Noxus.
I heard Bravehearts.
Novus, yeah. Novus Bravehearts.
Team Secret.
Bro, Novus Bravehearts took a picture of me yesterday, so technically I'm biased towards them. They asked me for a picture. They said they're a big fan. They said, please do the Sans, Gila Sans for us. And I'm like, yo, all you need to do is win, right? But we're gonna go and throw it over to an interview very, very soon. But first, before that, we're going to see the updated elimination brackets.
Oh boy, earlier we saw the Banana Brawlers get taken out. And afterwards, we saw MVUPM also fall short. So later on, we're gonna see, tomorrow I believe, right? Yeah, we're gonna see NU Bulldogs against VL team.
That's crazy.
And now we're trying to find out who's gonna meet tomorrow for this side of the bracket here. Novus Bravehearts against Team Secret, Yunindra against UUM.
Will it be a PH Grand Finals? Because technically both of them are placed into the other sides of the bracket here. Today's schedule, again, you can see we've gone through 2 matches. Unfortunately, if you lose today, you are out. You lose tomorrow, you're technically also out. But in a way, not so much. Because tomorrow, there's still going to be a third place bronze match. So if you lose tomorrow, there's still going to be a third place bronze match that you can possibly win or lose again. But that means a second life at a tournament. Here, though, again, we've already sent 2 teams home. The Banana Brawlers and MV.
Man, first day and already 2 teams gone from the listings. It's definitely a weird situation to be in.
We're gonna throw it over to an interview right now because apparently him, Asker, and Moko have already asked the questions.
Thank you para casters. Dan sepertinya di belakang kita ada yang lewat. Pas banget
ini dia. Nah.
Ada kapten dari tim Novus Braveheart. It is Alaskador, the roamer.
Do you speak English or English? Okay. I
If
thought
not-
you will speak
Tagalog. Nanti Mas Gar yang translate ya kalau bahasa Tagalognya.
because
Kamustaka.
I cannot.
Okay lang.
Oh, Monica, you speak.
Itu doang soalnya. Kamustaka.
Okay.
Luar
biasa. Luar biasa.
Jadi Alaskador yang bisa bahasa
Jadi bagus
Indonesia
ya.
ya.
Benar. Okay. How I mean like how I call you Alaskador, Alaska. Alas. Oke, kita bersama Alaskador dan kita akan memanggil beliau dengan name-nya yaitu Alas. So, Alas, this is the first question from us. What do you think about this event?
This event is we can.
How do you feel? How do you feel for
Excited?
playing in this? Are you excited or not? Or
Very excited to play with Team Secret, Singapore team.
Jadi dia sangat excited sekali untuk berhadapan dengan tim Secret teman-teman ya. Seperti itu.
Yes, and Alaskador, so you're facing a Team Secret,
Yes.
which is from the Singapore. But previously, on the first match today, also your team from the PH, it's MUPM.
No. New Bulldogs.
No Bulldogs. I'm sorry. No Bulldogs won over a team from
Banana
Singapore
Brawler.
also, Banana Brawlers.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Will the PH team win again over Team Singapore?
Yeah, we planned it.
They plan to win again versus another Singaporean team. So, New Bulldogs want to meet you guys. Maybe in the next match if you guys can beat the Team Secret. How do you feel about that? Derby Filipino.
I think we're happy that New Bulldog is waiting for us at the top.
Oh, wow.
Jadi dia senang banget kalau New Bulldog ini benar-benar nungguin mereka di babak selanjutnya dan itu akan menjadi sebuah motivasi tersendiri buat Alas dan juga teman-temannya untuk bisa menunjukkan performa yang oke juga ya. So
Betul sekali,
they will
Mas
play
Gar.
with a big heart so
Yes.
they can meet again with
Yes.
New Bulldogs.
Karena memang tadi No Bulldogs ketika winner interview mereka bilang pengennya ketemu tim PH lagi.
Yeah.
Biar PH ketemu PH. Filipino Derby ya.
The Filipino.
Dan sebelumnya juga memang kita lihat di match pertama tim Filipin ada No Bulldogs memulangkan tim Singapura, ada
Yes,
Banana
Banana
Brawlers
Brawler.
dan saat ini juga tim dari PH
Filipina
juga
juga.
ketemunya tim Secret yang
Betul
dari
sekali.
Singapura.
Dan kita akan lihat seperti apa. Apakah akan ada pemulangan atau malah mereka yang akan dipulangkan. So, teman-teman, kita akan lihat dulu matchnya kalau begitu. Jadi jangan kemana-mana, kita akan kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan.
Yo, Novus Bravehearts, they're looking very confident, Arashi. They sound very confident. To be fair, I don't blame them, especially after seeing how good NU Bulldogs are. This is a team that took them to a 4-game series and a best-of-5, right? It was 3-1 in the end there. So, I think they've improved as well, for sure. They're probably very, very confident in the meta currently, and they're looking to go bang for bang.
Back for bang. Well, what to see? We have another interview, do we?
Yeah, we do. This time with the other team, Team Secret.
Lihat ya, ada tim dari
Filipin.
PH. Dan ini yang lewat nih dari
ini Singapura
penantangnya
kayaknya.
nih.
Kita
coba.
wait.
Ini ada yang
This one. Okay. This one.
Ada Team
this one.
Secret from the Singapore
Yes.
that will be facing
Yang tadi nanti aku culik di match selanjutnya aja.
match selanjutnya ya. Ini aja dong. Ada hoki.
Ini kalau nggak salah hoki. So hoki, you speak English? Oke, siap. Kalau gitu kita akan interview hoki. Kita akan ajak ngobrol-ngobrol hoki tentang event ini. So hoki, do you see any differences between scene esports in Singapore and Indonesia? What do you think about esports scene in Indonesia?
It's another experience for us because MPL Singapore isn't this big and nice.
Okay.
Yeah, so very thankful for the opportunity to come here.
Okay.
Wow, memang jadi kalau dibedakan dibandingkan dengan scene di Singapura, katanya memang nggak segede di sini. Jadi sangat-sangat ini opportunity, kesempatan yang sangat menarik untuk tim Secret juga bisa bermain di sini ya.
Yes.
Dan
Okay,
so
the second one is, do you see any opportunity in the future or is this a good things to play as do you have a career as an esports player for you as a Singaporean? Or after this, do you want to try another field or something?
I think for me, first we need to go to the military for army, yeah. So yeah. So after this year, we are most of us are going to the army. Yeah. Then after army, then we see how it goes.
Oke. Ini baru ya teman-teman. Jadi di Singapura untuk hoki dan teman-temannya dia akan menjalani wajib militer terlebih dahulu. Setelah ini selama 2 tahun. And then setelah itu dia akan melihat chance-nya gimana untuk melanjutkan karirnya. Apakah dia akan stay di e-sports setelah vakum 2 tahun atau mungkin ada field lain yang akan dicoba oleh hoki dan kawan-kawan ya.
Dan itu memang agak berbeda ya dengan Indonesia.
Sangat berbeda
budaya,
sekali.
ya.
How old are you? I'm sorry.
20.
20, wah.
Okay, so
beda.
2026 you will go to military service or this year?
Depends on the government.
Depends on the government. Okay,
That's very
good one,
nice.
good one.
But talking about the tournament today, you'll be facing another team from the PH, Hockey and Team Secret. But previously, we just saw that the first match, your another team from Singapore, Banana Brawler, went home already. What do you think about that? Are you still confident?
Yeah, because we want to raise the Singapore flag higher. So hopefully we can proceed to day 2 and day 3. Yeah.
Oke, jadi katanya memang pokoknya di turnamen ini pengen ngeliat juga bendera Singapura tuh naik ke atas.
Betul
jadi mereka
sekali.
akan melakukan yang
Mereka akan
terbaik
fight
juga
untuk
ya.
Singapura yang terbaik untuk Singapura pastinya. Oke, kalau begitu kita akan kembalikan lagi ke caster yang sudah bersiap-siap di sebelah sana. Silakan.
So he's got to experience MPL SG already. And he thinks, obviously the Indonesian scene is so much bigger. He should have been invited to MPL Indonesia, man, to really feel that atmosphere. Season 15 just ended a few days ago, ladies and gentlemen, and man, was it epic. Here he gets a taste of it, I would say, right? This is where it all began. This is where legends were created. So for him, maybe it's the start of his story. Team Secret. Can they do it up against the novice Bravehearts, who are, again, one of the favorites coming into the tournament, being the 2nd seed from the Philippines?
So it's yet another Singapore-Philippine showdown.
Right, the Banana Brawlers.
Number 1.
And then now this, Secret.
Interesting. Well, curious to see again the meta adaptations from 2 different regions, because usually, right, different regions have a different interpretation on what kind of meta, what kind of heroes show up, assisting that meta, developing it even more. So that's the fun part about having such a recent patch update. But you gotta feel for the players, man. They're under so much pressure, and now they still have to kind of allocate some of that brain power to try and do something new.
Can they do what the meta needs them to do is the big question now, because we got to see a few healers here and there. Technically, the healers did win more than they lost today. We had 1 loss on the Florin, but 1 win on the Florin, 1 win on the Estes, just previously in match number 2. Here, let's welcome the first team, Team Secret, Vendetta, Tech, FMM, Hockey, and Gira.
Gira?
Gira.
Wow. Right. Definitely seeming confidence. Cool names, honestly. Gotta say. See how they look up on stage, man.
Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome on stage. It is Team Secret.
Ooh, dressed in black, cool, calm, collected. Let's see, dude. They seem to be the intellectual types, put it that way. So we're expecting a lot of interesting things, a lot of interesting options they might be exploring here, especially after getting a look at 2 matches so far that has adapted somewhat to the current patch. Let's see their opposition today. Novus Bravehearts with CJ, Nari, Zywin God, Alaskador, and Ryoshi.
Whoa. Again, with their own jerseys, they are fully dripped out. We saw Secret with just black tees. Here, this is a team already made to dominate. Welcome them on stage, ladies and gentlemen. It's Novus Bravehearts.
All right, dude. Seeming calm and calculated themselves. We saw them earlier watching the previous matches, and they seem almost anxious, right? Just hyped up to go. Like they were watching the match. It seems like they were saying something along the lines of, we can do better. Let us take the stage.
Let's see if they can. Let's see if they will be able to live up to those expectations again. Let's welcome the coaching staff. Wow, a coach and an analyst for Novus Bravehearts. Lord X10 and Dior.
Very interesting indeed. Dior, this is some level of focus we weren't really expecting. Not off the bat, at least. Let's see if that extra manpower in behind the scenes is gonna allow them to find success in the drafting phase.
Fun fact, the guy you see all the way in the middle of Team Secret there, his name is FMM. I know that guy. He was part of Bleed back in the day, the team. Ooh, he's in my friend list. His name in game is Wei Long. Team head-to-head, Nova's Bravehearts versus Team Secret. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, but whoa. Well, the head-to-head is actually quite different here. Earlier, we saw the Banana Brawlers having a way better KDA compared to compared to the NU Bulldogs. But here, it is Nova's Bravehearts who have all the stats favoring them.
We discussed briefly how the higher KDA doesn't always mean better. It means a lot more kills, a lot more brawls. But is this, an example of it swinging too far in the other direction? A 2.5 was it? KDA? Definitely not what we were expecting.
Let's take a look at this. Brave versus Skirt. Total 7 games. 57.1% win rate. Blue side favoring them, but it's the same for Team Brava. 5 times 80% win rate on blue.
But for Bravi, 80% to 50% stark difference. Whereas for Skirt, it's more like it's like about the 20% difference. So not as contrast, as starkly defined there. Looking at some of the moments here against NU Bulldogs themselves, you can see the Braves bringing it in. Ryoshi, I think, was someone that we were told should be kind of highlighted, having great performances in the tournament so far.
So consistent, 13 kills, dropping it against the NU Bulldogs. The runners-up of the Philippines, Bangsal and Estacio, the guys we saw that were just dominating their field against the Banana Brawlers. Here, we're actually dominated by Nova's Bravehearts, especially in game number 1. It doesn't seem like they were able to control the game when, again, Nova's Bravehearts has their mid laner on a carry pick. Here, though, Team Secret.
Seems like they themselves have that calm, calculated style. Being able to go for fights like this without losing too many members shows a level of understanding in the team fights. As I say that, though, you can see that they are no strangers to taking risks. Wow, what a dive!
Wow. Again, wow, Gira, Shiki. I wonder who's going to play here because it's FMM, and if I'm not mistaken, FMM is a gold laner, and now they have Gira as well. Has FMM changed his role? Is he a mid laner now? Because he is sitting in the middle too. This veteran, Mr. FMM. Taking a look at the gold lane showdown, the elite sniper, Ryoshi versus Gira.
Oh man, average kills actually favors Ryoshi a little bit more, but the damage average tells you the story of Gira, man.
Damn.
It's a lot of damage. And both with only like about 5 or 6 heroes. That's plenty though in the current meta. Average GPM, better for Ryoshi. So if his team gets going, man can farm. But can man deal enough damage to deal with Gira?
That's a good question, man. Gira, I wonder how crazy he plays, right? He has the name Gira. We've given the moniker Gila Sans to Mr. Sans, obviously. A couple of times to Rins as well in Indonesia here. He did get a Maniac earlier in the highlights, but it is easier said than done. When you're playing online, no pressure. But when you're playing here offline up against Nova's Bravehearts right next to you, they're gonna have to really look at the keys to victory. Tree, mid, play, active, not reactive. Use utility mid heroes for long team fights and beware of Vendetta as the playmaker of Team Secret.
Interesting, man. Utility mid, Mirko. I mean, we've been pretty vocal about this. Not our preferred option, but hey, maybe with this team in particular, that is the way they go. Maybe in the drafting phase, they find some other role to take over that damage role.
Back to back, Team Secret babysit Gira to win the gold lane matchup, Arashi.
Oh, so he needs babysitting. That's interesting. Well, give Vendetta a hero that can control the far lane as well, and force Nova's Bravehearts into an assassin battle. Alright, so interestingly, for 2 of the win conditions for both these teams, there are things that has changed with the patch.
Yep.
One recommending a utility mid, the other an assassin in the jungle. So it's kind of interesting.
I hope it's a marksman in the jungle. I hope it's a Yi Sun-shin. Because, fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, Nova's Bravehearts have actually played the Yi Sun-shin even when it wasn't meta. They played it when they met NU Bulldogs in the Grand Finals. When they lost, yes, but that was a different patch. Now the patch actually favors the Yi Sun-shin. I really hope that we get to see it, because so far we've only ever seen it in the banning phase of Phase 2. Please pick it up. I want to see the Yi Sun-shin in the hands of these Goliaths.
I think we saw earlier, by the way, in the highlights, aside from the cool moments, we also saw a Fanny in the picture, buddy. Again, I don't know, Mirko. We haven't talked about how the Fanny has shifted in the current meta. Do you think it's still really good, or now it has dropped down?
Still pretty good, I would say. It's still very, very good, but it depends on the user, right? If you're playing up against a player who can play the Fanny, then it's really good for you. But I'm going to be banned out. You can already see the setup for the Fanny, like you said earlier, Rashi. Kimmy taking out the board as well for Nova's Bravehearts. Team Secret, I think they have to ban the Fanny out. They gotta, right?
Might be the case, man. But I wanted to see if the Baxia that was so important in the previous match, is it going to show up here as well? You know, with the Fanny again in the picture, with Nova's Braveheart seemingly confident enough to pick it up. Wow. We'll have to wait and see here. One more ban for each team. 1-1 though, banned by Team Secret.
First phase 1-1 ban is interesting. Not too sure about that, right? I mean, like, yeah, the 1-1 is really, really good, but is it really first phase? Can you not counter it with the Irithel? Novos, Bravehearts, Badang, and the Kimmy. They banned the Kalea now and just like say, all right, let's go for the Fanny. Wow. Hayabusa. After the big nerfs onto the ultimate of Hayabusa, I would expect Hayabusa to just be completely ignored in the draft, but Nova's Bravehearts definitely knows something we don't against Team Secret.
Might be a respect type of ban, honestly. One more pick here for Team Secret to ban out, to show us what's going on in their minds. So far, it seems to be mobility-based. And I guess technically Farsa also has great mobility with the Wings by Wings. That's also a great prior hero that has been removed from the clutches of Nova's Bravehearts. First pick right here is gonna be the utility style coming through, the Baxia first and foremost. Or could it be something else here, maybe?
They set up for the Fanny. It'll be interesting to see that the Fanny won't. If they don't pick it up, it'll be interesting to see that, like, you know, they left it out despite banning out the Badang.
Right.
Fanny, Baxia both work as a first pick. Again, the Yi Sun-shin. I don't think it's first pick, Prio, but it is up there. We might, yeah, with the Farsa banned out too. I think it actually makes sense. Oh, wow, they go for Harith. I guess reading into what Team Secret wants to do, banning out the Farsa already, right? With the Farsa ban, you expect usually a Harith to be taken out, or the 1-1 usually, but 1-1's already banned out, so the Harith is going to be the first pick for Nova's Bravehearts as Team Secret go for the Kalea that has been nerfed quite a bit. It has taken a lot of the power away from Kalea. With the good old Baxia.
Good old Baxia indeed. I guess for Nova's Bravehearts, if they know that Team Secret don't play a Fanny, there's no need for them to just grab that hero all that early in the first phase. And now that they've seen the Kalea as well, is this enough crowd control to deter an assassin pick? Because technically the nerf was to the distance of the engage.
There you go.
But here we go, utility mid, the option that Mirko does not like.
To be fair, Farsa has been banned out already, right? So this technically forces Secret to show the Eve in the first phase too, because if they don't, it's going to be quite tough later on to pick up a mid laner. And there you go, they take the gamble. They'll be like, all right, we'll go for the Granger instead, and we will let our mid laner, Mr. FMM, take a bit of the beating in the bans, because I think Nova's Bravehearts will get rid of the Eve, and we'll get rid of the damage. Now, if there's no damage on board, we're full utility, brother.
Full utility right here. Again, the Fanny hasn't really been shown just yet. And I feel like Nova's Bravehearts are kind of like circling away from that option. Unless they're really thinking Team Secret might over-respect it and ban it regardless there. It's going to be a joy ban for Novas as well.
Interesting, man.
I guess again, if they're confident that the Fanny is only available for them, there's no issue with them narrowing down the hero pool just that much more. Phoveus and Exborg though, banned from the side of Team Secret, so EXP heavy. All these heroes that can stop the Baxia from rolling in.
It's weird that Team Secret ban out the Phoveus, even though again in the composition they don't really have a lot of dashes. They go for the Sicilian as well, so that again, confuses me with the Phobius ban, right? I guess Novus Bravehearts read into that with the Ling ban, but the Joy ban for me is kind of weird. They already have a Harith, that's a very good pick against the Joy already. You kind of have the Joy held down by the Harith. I guess they're just gonna respect Team Secret. That's what we're seeing here with the bans, right? So 3 jungle bans actually away from deck. Novus Bravehearts. What's it gonna be for the last 2 picks? Do they go for the utility jungle? Do they go for the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle? And then they double down with an XP or Roam that's a bit more tanky again. Against this comp, honestly, Tigreal doesn't sound too bad, no? The Glue, though, I think is the better choice up against the Badang as well.
Definitely be an option.
Wow.
Lancelot. Yo, okay.
Okay, they don't go for, okay, Terizla.
Cool, they want to get a good balance of physical and magical damage. And now we're seeing the same scenario here. Tanky frontliners with a healing tool and insane long distance range. Granger and Cecilion, just good mix of physical and magical from a long distance away. The Lancelot can get to the back, but with the Kalea in the picture, is that too dangerous? So once again, a team fight, a dive composition against a proper front to back. Once more, we're going to be looking at how this matchup goes.
Previously, we did see that the healing comp was the better composition overall.
Yes,
it was a big blunder from the healing composition of MV that led to their loss, and that's how the boys were able to get it done, Mr. VL team. So now let's see if Novus Bravehearts has what it takes to actually beat Team Secret out up against a composition again that by all means technically works in their favor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 in match 3. Team Secret, Kalea and Estes and the Baksha as well. This is pure Ube.
It's full on utility. And remember, the Estes provides healing, but so does the Kalea. So in the early game, there are options available right here. And considering the composition, there is no need for Team Secret to force anything at all. They can just play it proper front to back, and eventually, right, deck on that Baksha is gonna find something. By the way, is it deck or Dees? Because like December.
It's deck.
That's December.
Yeah, he used to actually play professionally as well. I remember seeing his name in MPL in Singapore. So these guys, you know, they got a lot of experience compared to Novus Bravehearts. Be interesting to see. Oh man, he just keeps on picking him up, man. Mr. Zywin God is playing basketball in MLBB.
Oh, he might pay the price for it though.
Shield Unity with a few bad impacts coming down as well. Now, some reinforcement from Alaskador in the mid lane.
FMM not really able to set up with a Sanguine Claws right there just yet. All right, now Novus Bravehearts, they're kind of racing against the clock. They have the utility mid. They have the Assassin in the jungle. They want to get aggressive here as fast as possible. Team Secret, they have no issue letting this game go as late as it can with the bad impact stacks for FMM and Gira as well. More Rhapsodies, more damage as always.
Good rotation here from CJ. We'll be rotating over to the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, there's already a Gang Thorn Rose coming down with a Phantom Execution. Good flicker out from Gira to stay alive in the bottom lane.
Cool, calm, collected, dodging away from most of the damage, flickering the Phantom Execution. Great moves. And Ryoshi here, we talked about him being the master sniper, I believe. It's on the habit though. We'll see if he can brawl the same way he snipes. As the first turtle is already up, Novus Braveheart should have this unless Team Secret pull off something crazy with Vendetta already level 4.
Nari, already in enemy jungle, has the Retribution, might be going for it. Red Tree battles actually won out by Deck. No Red Tree for Nari, and Deck will have full prio into the turtle.
Well, now there's no Red Tree for both sides, so it's kind of even. Wave clear becomes something that both teams want to have, wanting to get some control, some setup onto the turtle. But while this is all going on, Kira is actually pushing the lanes, getting some more farm. So Team Secret actually getting quite a bit of value here from the delay.
Let's see if they can actually utilize this. Turtle down to half HP, no Retribution, still 3 seconds on it. Deck walking up with the Poissons as well. That's going to revitalize coming down. Oh, penalty zone from CJ with AOG. Good flicker up from Hoki. Now the chain CC on to Nari, who's unable to get the Retribution down now with the Phantom Execution. Finding Hoki. Alaskador caught all alone. Still though, Lantern Flare placed on him with a few of the hammer swings. Ryoshi walks over in the mid lane. Good rotation. CJ picks the kill. 1-4-2.
1-4-2 in the end. And correct me if I'm wrong, who took the turtle there?
It was Team Secret. Deck got it.
Man, so again, full-on win so far, I guess. Those Bravehearts, though, with the more creative ways of fighting, you're seeing a lot of different approaches there with the flanks, with the movements from Nari in particular. Team Secret doing a great job just keeping the fights contained, proper front to back. If the fights keep going on like this, I think Team Secret will be very happy to fight it just the same way as FMM. Forced to flicker out. Can he turn it around, though?
Yeah, good flicker out now. Tsunami Slam locking him down under the turret. CJ forced to flicker as well as Ryoshi goes for the double lane in the mid lane. Deck, Shield Unity, Zywin God has the Lancer Flare. The Crimson Beacon will be forced to utilize it now. Throwing him back. Gira looking for the final shot, but it's a good flicker out from Zywin God.
That's a lot of damage coming out of Gira, man. The setup there. Team Secret having the late game technically, but they're holding their own here early on, using the rotations, using the Kyla pressure. Novus Bravehearts are the one that seem kind of lost on what exactly they're focusing on, that they're looking for. For now, though, at least in the jungle, both junglers equal in levels, so farming is still not neglected by either team.
Good take from Nari.
Oh, I should say that.
Already utilizing the invades here with a better movement, mobility of the Lancelot, at least in the way that he can clear the jungle. He's moving up top as well, so gonna go for another green camp as Deck tries his best to set up for turtle number 2.
See Gira on the way to the top side. Might be a 1v1 angle here for Nari. But no, he's already rotating. Seems like the Bravehearts are going to try and contest this.
Asking over the taunt already. No penalty zone. Locking him down just yet now. Thorn Rose into the back. Hoki still able to escape. AOG coming down, but it's not going to be landing. Penalty zone. Locks him all in. But the blessing of the Moon Goddess gets him out of the flicker as well. That's going to be one kill over. Elastador taken down. Gira up top as well. Able to get a turret for free. Vendetta looking for more as FMM continues to snipe them down slowly but surely.
Those bad impacts slamming down onto the Bravehearts. They're trying to go for a bit more of a dive angle, but Team Secret, they're able to clump. Oh, hang on a second. Zywin God barely got out of there. But yeah, they're allowed FMM to just output so many bad impacts in that fight. That's something that Novus Bravehearts have to kind of watch out for. They can't allow the Sicilian all that safe and safety, all that space and safety to just sit in the back and just output that damage. Especially when they're clumped together like that. The AoE is kind of insane.
And all that was a 4v5 to Team Secret, Arashi. Granger was up top all alone. He has a Sky Piercer now. And now if he racks up kills, it's definitely going to be very bad for Novus Bravehearts. But they got to be way more clinical. Losing a 4v5, Deck walking up already. Ryoshi, Zaman Force coming down. Might be a solo kill up top as FMM is able to deal with the rest. AOG coming down as well. He's going to be in a full lockdown with a Lantern Flare. Wombo combo with the Revitalize and the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. FMM is basically a tag. He's still surviving against all of them. Gira picks up the triple.
And slowly but surely, man, the members of Novus Bravehearts fall. That was FMM pinned down by 3 members, unable to land the bat impacts because they're too close. But Gira comes in, saves the day, and a Hoki with the lucky play, I guess, the fortunate play. That's what his name means in a dialect. Hoki there comes in with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess and keeps FMM alive for way too long. That was ridiculous, man.
Wow. The healing has been absolutely amazing. Again, FMM survived that skirmish. He's supposed to be squishy in the early game, yet he looked so tanky. 2 turtles already for Team Secret now as they look for more. Deck walking up with the Shield Unity. Won't be able to find anyone. Alaskador looking for the taunt. Able to find it now. That's going to be the knock-up for Deck. Another knock-up with the Lantern Flare. The rest of the team still following very closely by. Hoki saving the healers.
Not have to do anything too crazy right now. Slowly but surely push away the Bravehearts. Now Team Secret might be going for the purple as well there. The Red Shield was not used on the turtle take, but whoa!
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that, Vendetta.
Interesting move. But again, you have to remember, Mirko, for Team Secret, the sustain is not just the Estes. And if the Bravehearts think that that's the case, they're going to be sorely mistaken and going to be caught off guard. There's the healing from the Bat Feast and also from the name's escaping me right now, but the passive of the Kalea, man, it's a decent amount.
Look at the bad impact. Constantly coming down. The Death Sonatas as well. Vendetta looking for the Tsunami Slam, but this time does not have the flicker. We didn't see the previous fight again, okay? We didn't see it, Arashi.
No, not at all. They're all together, and for Team Secret, sieging is not a bad idea at all. There's no way for the Noxus Bravehearts to catch them off guard by all means. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
With the Purify out already. Oh, good mobilization in the back with the Sanguine Claws. The Force coming out with a 4-man, 5-man penalty zone. Gira doing a bit too much damage as Hoki continues to heal. Despite the 5-man set, they just can't dish out enough to deal with the healing.
It's not enough follow-up right there. Even with a 5-man penalty zone, there's no big AoE tool. The mid laner is a utility mid laner. This is what Mirko dislikes seeing.
Yeah.
And Ryoshi on the Harriet, he can do a lot of damage. But as of right now, without the Holy Crystal, I guess it's only single target. Right? Even with a 5-man clumped up team, those Synchro Fishers ain't gonna burst down the whole team in any way.
See, Rashi, if that was a Yves, could have been a different story. It was a damage dealer in the mid lane instead of what we got with the Jusin. Could have been a different story. Now again, oh, Tsunami Slam! 6 stack already, make it 7 on Gira! With a double kill, 9 minutes in. This is a stompy stomp if I've ever seen one. Sanguine Claws goes wild. The Holy Defense in the mid lane. Not going to be proc just yet. Novus Bravehearts keep it alive as the turret falls in the bottom lane. For Novus, they will look for the tier 2 here. Ventana is already rotating, looking for a possible 1v1 now, knocking him up, looking for the sustain again, jumping onto Nari, just shooing him away as the team gets the Lord for free.
Free Lord, 2 massive long-range tools. This is looking like a done deal for Team Secret. And unless they make a big mistake, what is Novus Braveheart supposed to do right here? They can't go for a surprise lift with the Lantern Flare. The best thing they have is a 5-man penalty zone or an AOG, but at this point, they really have to hope that Team Secret go for something risky under the base turrets, because they're gonna need that extra firepower.
Yeah, they will. But Novus don't really have firepower right now, right? It's all on Team Secret. Do they even have enough damage to get through the front line? Hell, we don't even need to talk about the healing. Just get through the Baksha. Oh, wait. I think they pulled the Lord into a good spot for the clear. Okay, it actually works out really, really well because Team Secret didn't account for that. I thought it could have been bad because it got the Lord away from the Holy Defense. It could have been another shove into the mid lane, into a base turret take as Nari continues to split push up top. Mid lane can be threatened as Deck walks up. The AOG won't land onto anyone. Sanguine Claws! Oh my lord, the damage! Gira finding the final stack on that Sky Piercer. 80 stacks, baby! Deck push-ons. Now another shot with Death Sonata as Gira looks to go into the bottom lane. Nani cutting the waves.
And Team Secret are relentless, man. Going for the Sanguine Claws right there, CJ.
Uh-oh, Shield Unity not landing there in the back line. Zywin God knocked up. That's another kill. And another again for Gira. 10-0, 11-0. Getting him a triple. Waiting for the Maniac, Alaskador, the possible Savage back up again. Mini waves coming down. They'll be able to clear it out as Alaskador pops in the top. Won't be able to find it now as he's going to be locked in one more time. Legendary, unofficial Maniac. He's looking for the unofficial Savage, but the waves have been cleared out already. Team Secret, are they going to continue the chase? They have enough HP.
Zywin God respawning right now. 2v5. Wow. Can Nari find something? Can Zywin distract long enough? The whole team is up now.
Nari walks up, Thorn rolls already. Phantom Execution in the back line. Penalty zone locks him down, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess heals them for a bit too much. Gira, legendary, 13-0. Ryoshi's Aman Force jumping back and forth now as Vendetta finds a Tsunami Slam. A double kill as he's looking for more. This is going to be the triple kill for Gira. A triple. 2 more for the Savage. Phantom Execution up in front already. Nari trying to run away, trying to defend again. One last shot to find it. Gira will just go to Zywin God. One more pop, but it won't be necessary as Team Secret deal with Novus.
Wow, dude. The healing again and again. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess is ridiculous. When you have this kind of composition and where you're not allowed the space to pressure and dive and really punish the passivity of your opponents, this is what happens. Again, Team Secret that has no need at all to make anything crazy happen. They want to stay in the back, ensure that they have the right responses and reactions against dives coming in from the Bravehearts. And it's smooth sailing. Even here, when we thought that they might have overstayed their welcome, Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Look at that, dude. And the damage output from a 12-minute Cecilion and Granger. Considering how early it is ridiculous, dude. Basically 2 unofficial Maniacs for Gira.
Triple kills. Double unofficial Maniacs.
Yikes.
Wow. What a composition, man. This is the new meta that we were talking about. That new Ube that could be what we need to expect now from every team. Novus, they gotta go back to the drawing boards here. Their composition is a bit. Usually we were talking about being a meta late. They are 2 metas late. They're still picking Jusin up. They're still picking the Lancelot. I don't even know about the Lancelot, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen potential from that Lancelot pick, but especially against a comp like this. I think when it popped up, we were immediately thinking like, what's the deal? Is he gonna 1v2 the back line? Is that a bit too ambitious? And now looking at how teams can play, the Kalia, Mirko, not really going for all those surprise picks, but now it can be used as a deterrent, forcing out the Thorn Roses, forcing out the Phantom Execution, and the healing. Again, dude, Blessing of the Moon Goddess is one thing, but then the Kalia healing, the Bat Feast. Dude, there's just so many ways for Team Secret to force out and bait out the Bravehearts. They thought that it's a done deal, it's a free kill. It's a trap.
It's a peel tool as well, right, Arashi?
Yes,
the fact of the matter is they were able to utilize the Tsunami Slam so many times when Nari went in. So it's a forced error. If you don't deal with us, the Granger will get constant free shots.
Yep.
And you'll die to the Sicilian or the Granger. If you try to dive us, we have a Tsunami Slam to lock you down, and then it will be a free kill for the Granger, for FMM on the Sicilian. One of them.
And if you're concerned about no engage being available for Team Secret, it's the speed, bro. It's the shield unity. At that point, you just can't outrun it. And there's no way for the Bravehearts to stop that shield unity roll anyhow. And that's why this is the MVP. Yep. The lucky man himself, Hockey.
Guys, you guys are probably thinking, why did the Granger get it? Well, it's because this guy was what kept the team afloat all the way from the start of the game. Just take a look at his positioning here. Every single time. Yes, he did get slain there, but it's very, very difficult for you to position in the early game. But after that, you can see how Hockey played here. The positioning is very, very good. The way he was able to use the Blessing of the Moon Goddess as well. But also, I gotta compliment the rest of the team because they played around the Estes so well. The reason why Ube doesn't work a lot of times is because it gets too messy for the team to play around the Estes. Look at here, Hockey was just healing FMM like it was. Oh man, this was absolutely beautiful, phenomenal stuff from the boys.
And that was the play, right? They baited out the full in dive from the side of the Bravehearts, and then because of that, Gira got 3 stacks off the bat from that fight, and from there, oh boy, it's just pick off city.
Oh boy.
Because they have all the control and all the scouting with the range. Then the range disadvantage that the Kalia now has, Vendetta didn't feel it at all. He just waited in the bushes, and whoever walked in paid the price immediately.
So well played here. Just clean healing. And Noxus Braveheart, they couldn't do anything. They were clearing the waves in the end, but it was kind of like given to them, right? Again, Hockey, photo healing. Oh,
ridiculous,
they never need
dude.
to recall. Just look at that. And then they buy the oracles too to make it even worse. The healing just kept on coming. That was the best they could do. Immortality down for deck.
Oh man, is that it? That's all they got from a full-on committed fight.
19-3 is wild, bro.
That is crazy. With none of the neutral objectives given over to the Novus Bravehearts as well. Man, and it's not the usual approach we see usually, right? Before in the previous meta, it's like getting an early advantage and then invading, stopping the jungler, taking away the purple buffs. Right here, yeah, Team Secret took away some purple buffs, but overall it doesn't even matter.
Yep.
They stick together and they force you to fight.
It's so wild. It's so good at this point. I mean, like, what do? You gotta ban the Estes at this point of the game, right? If you don't ban the Estes, because like the Kalea is just it's a deterrent.
Yeah.
It's a distraction.
You can plug and play a different hero into that exact slot.
Exactly. You can put in the Benedettas to handle the side waves. You can put in the Paquitos, heck, even, I would say. As long as you have the Baksha, a strong mid laner that can play for the long team fights, and an Estes. Oh man, I think the only way to stop this would be if you can burst the opponents before they heal. So again, it comes down to Noxus Bravehearts steering away from the utility mids. I know we were talking about utility mids for Noxus Bravehearts, but the meta has shifted by a lot. They can't just play for that anymore. Or they gotta ban Estes if they do want to play that style still.
To be fair, that's a fair point, Mirko. If the mid lane was not a Tsushin, if it was a Farsa, if it was... Give me burst heroes, man.
Eve, just give me Eve as well.
Technically, but if it's
no, just
burst,
damage. It doesn't need to be burst. Just pure damage to get through early on.
Fair. Because in that one fight, the main big fight that turned everything around for Team Secret, I feel like any kind of damage and FMM would have gotten slain already.
And then an alpha in the jungle, dude. I swear the alpha finds so much value in this current meta, especially around the first few neutral objectives, right?
Against Baksha? Yeah.
Against Baksha, against healing, bro. Just shred through all of them. That's burst, technically.
Yes, sir.
Better burst than the Lancelot, at least in the early game. Because Lancelot, Ling, Hayabusa, their burst is still very, I would say, it's very conditional. It's not instant. What were you, Alpha Julian? That's pretty instant.
Oh, Julian, that's a bit of an underrated pick right now, I feel.
Another burst type that can deal with this healing style.
Level 3, you can delete someone 100 to 0 with the empowered sight as well.
Hear me out here, Rashi. Yi Sun-shin. You don't consider Yi Sun-shin a burst hero up until you meet it.
Yeah.
His level 4 power spike in the current meta is a bad word.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah, that means that, yes. It's a bad word that means ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems like it's just about survivability and then damage, right? That seems to be the idea here, because you're seeing teams really win out dominantly even without the other conventional tools, like let's say crowd control, wave clear, right? It seems like as long as you have good frontline, good sustain, man, you just force out everything. And even when we've seen teams attempt to try and take control back using the split pushes, using the wave manipulations, doesn't matter, bro. Just get in there.
Get in there.
Get the collision or get the neutral objectives. And either way, when you get the neutral objectives, yes, you might lose 1 or 2 turrets in exchange, but then you can play Ube plus Lord. Exactly. And that's just, oh man, that's difficult.
GG, well played, man. Really good stuff that we're seeing right now.
We're seeing.
Like, dude, this is actually... I know in the previous matches we were like, all right, we're still gauging the meta right now, but this has given me inspiration to now finally play the game again. Yesterday I was like, all right, you know, I'm done with MLBB for a while.
Why?
I think I cracked the code already in the drafts and everything. I think I know what's to come.
Really? Okay. On that note, Mirko, so with you understanding it now, right? To quote DJY.
Understand it now.
What's the idea with the Estes? Is there a counter to it? Should teams ban it out, or is there a way to just
burst and AOE lockdown? That's how you counter it, right? You need CC lockdown and burst. That's how you counter it. But again, it's very easy for you to just ban out those heroes or to play around it. You can just go for a composition that we saw earlier. Even with the pure lockdown, they can just go purify. So that's where I think the Estes really shines. You can always go purify, you can just play around your team, and unlike the Florian, you don't need to wait mid to late. You're good from the early game.
Yeah.
It just comes down to picking up strong picks around the Estes. You need a strong jungler, preferably I think utility in this meta, so that you can constantly be there to peel for the boy. Or XP, an XP peeler, an XP tank. It's back to M3. It is literally just M3 all over again.
Man. That being said though, so is there no other hero that kind of matches up to that Estes then? It's just so much burst healing, dude.
The Baksha.
No, I'm not, when it comes to healing, dude. I mean,
oh, so healing?
Estes?
Florian late game.
Late game though. I mean, that's also like still very situational. Yeah. When it comes down to just burst healing, Blessing of the Moon Goddess, I think still stands as one of the best like health dispensers in the game, man. Imagine if they try and do something with Revitalize. Because that amplifies healing, right?
Yeah.
So, Revitalize, Blessing of the Moon Goddess, something like that, that's crazy, man.
It's a matter of time, I think, but if the Estes gets banned out, I wonder how Diggy can show up in the meta, because in a meta like this where, again, I don't think we're going to be seeing Diggy, though, because it didn't really get buffed, but it's worth a shot for me to experiment on, for me to try. I'll definitely be experimenting a lot now in my ranked games, just trying to find the best formula for the meta. This looks like a very scary Blacklist meta. Like if Blacklist was still here, if VYs were still playing, this looks like a scary Blacklist meta.
Imagine they come back, it's for the duration of the meta.
Stay away from MLBB viewers. They're getting a lot more money as streamers anyway, you know?
I guess. Well, we're gonna have a... Man, I wonder if they have time to really process all that. You know, the teams.
Maybe they will if we give them the time. And I think we are going to be giving them the time because both our hosts, Mr. Masker and Monica Ko, want some screen time to themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The
All
bad boy and
ask,
the
bro.
bad girl up on stage. Him, Asker, and Mo Ko. We're going to throw it over to them on stage. You can see them actually right there, standing. What are they doing? What's this activity? Good question. Throw it over, Arash.
Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi Omoji dan juga Madam Cipi serta dua caster Inggris kita ya. Ada Senor Mirko dan juga kalau Arashi apa ya?
Bad Boy Arashi.
Bad Boy Arashi.
Casanova Arashi.
Arashi
gitu.
sudah berbeda sekali ya. Dia sekarang tujuannya untuk bekerja dan nge-cast bahasa Inggris sekarang itu bukan hanya untuk passion saja di Mobile Legends.
Tapi apa tuh?
Fulfilling his heart.
Oke, tapi ngomongin, kita tinggalkan dulu ya Arashinya. Karena kali ini kita ngeliat tadi, wah sepertinya tim Singapura mau balas dendam.
Bener ya.
1 poin
Betul
sudah
sekali.
diamankan oleh tim Secret
Secret
dari Singapura. Tapi tentu saja ini masih best of 3 series. Jadi masih ada game penentuan dan kalau
game
misalnya
ketiga,
game ketiga ya, kalau misalnya
nggak boleh
satu
nge-jinx.
sama.
Tidak boleh
Belum
nge-jinx
tahu ya.
Karena yang berhak untuk membuat game panjang sampai 3 game, kalau best of 3 ya 3 game, best of 5 ya 5 game atau best of 7 ya 7 game adalah Nevin.
Tapi Nevin hari ini
nggak
belum
ada
ada ya.
Besok.
Oke. Jadi
Nevin
di luar
besok.
itu kita Mas Ger, kalau kita udah muncul, kita
Betul.
kan baik hati ya.
Betul
Biasanya
sekali.
kalau kita udah muncul, berarti kita mau bagi-bagi sesuatu.
Betul sekali, kita akan bagi-bagi bansos.
Bansos. Iya sih,
Iya sih.
bansos di MLBB.
Bansos di MLBB
gitu
ya maksudnya ya.
Tapi sebelum bagi-bagi tentunya kita mau seru-seruan dulu.
Betul.
Jadi kita ada syaratnya biar kita bisa bagi-bagi redeem code.
Betul sekali ya.
Syaratnya kita main bareng dulu dong.
Betul sekali ya.
Seru-seruan. Jadi langsung aja coba kita lihat nih karena di kiri kanan kita kayaknya udah banyak
Wah,
banget ya Mas
ini
Ger yang
sekali ya, udah
ngikutin
kelihatan
dari
ya.
tadi match-matchnya.
Betul,
Ada
betul,
yang
betul.
mau main sama Mas Ger?
Ada 5 orang, saya butuh 5 orang. Wah, ini depan-depan aja deh, yang bening-bening aja.
Coba.
Yang
Aduh. Istri
Tuh.
di rumah
Ya
nonton
Allah,
nih ya.
anakku 2 ya. Mohon
Iya,
sekalian, Mon, sekalian. Sekalian sebutkan anakku 2 gitu ya.
Oke, karena
Ini,
Mas
boleh.
Ger
5 orang, ayo sini. Kita kemana? Ke Dufan? Enggak ya? Nggak boleh.
jauh.
Sini aja.
Kita di Mall Taman Anggrek
Ya.
masih setia ya.
Sini,
Dan
sini,
sampai
sini.
dengan 3 hari ke depan.
Boleh, ke sini.
Ayo di sini dong.
Waduh.
Jangan takut sama Om Gary.
Ini dia
Jangan
nih.
takut. Nggak apa-apa.
Ini yang saya suka ya kalau ngeliat ini ya. Ini tuh menyapanya jamaah gitu ya.
Dijawab. Kalian tuh mau aja dicandain sama Mas Ger.
Boleh kita
Aduh.
pegang dulu mikrofonnya, kita kenalan dulu dari ujung. Namanya siapa? Dari mana?
Aku Aisyah.
Dari mana?
Dari kampus Poltekkes Jakarta 3.
Ih, sedap, Aisyah telah pergi meninggal.
Kayaknya mereka nggak tahu. Aku juga soalnya nggak tahu ini ya.
Sorry.
Usianya
Itu ada
agak gap ya, gap year.
Ya,
Gitu.
ya. Sebelahnya ada siapa?
Nama aku Mesya.
Dari mana?
Dari mana?
Dari kampus UNJ.
Nah,
Oke,
sebelahnya
ada Aisyah, Mesya.
Aisyah.
Aku Tiara.
Dari
UNJ juga.
UNJ. Sebelahnya Tiara.
Aku Reva.
Penduk barangkali ya teman-teman, mic-nya boleh dikasihkan ke kakak-kakaknya. Thank you banget. Nah, itu tadi kita habis bagi-bagi bansos nih teman-teman ya.
Bansos MLBB. Tapi tentunya bansos MLBB-nya juga akan muncul di layar
Betul sekali.
Mau
Tidak
Taman
hanya untuk
Anggrek
bertiga.
dan juga live stream yang ngikutin live stream langsung aja ngeliat ini.
Ini
ada
dia.
redeem code
Redeem
untuk
code.
kalian.
Silakan langsung
Diambil
saya
HP-nya.
foto. Cas.
Loh jangan
Foto,
selfie Mas
boleh.
Ger.
Salah. Nah.
Oh udah benar.
1, 2, nah.
Dari
Itu
tadi
dia.
Anda foto tapi nggak nge-redeem kan?
Karena itu sengaja untuk memancing agar mereka cepet-cepetan redeem.
Benar.
Karena dia pasti udah tahu nih, wah ini Masker kalau udah foto HP-nya ada 8. Di MLBB-nya ada 8 juga. Jadi satu-satu dapat.
Sombong banget. Yang penting redeem code udah turun, berarti semua udah nge-redeem dan langsung saja kita akan melihat bagaimana game kedua antara Team Secret dan juga Novus Braveheart. Para caster di sana sudah ready, so silakan casters take it away.
Did you get those CD keys, my boys? Did you get to redeem those codes? Did you? You did? Good. Good job, Jonathan.
Well, what is potentially the final game right here, considering the
understanding
outcome
of the meta
of game number 1.
Secret have been keeping their secret. Very good.
But is this a Estes contest angle?
I think it's an Estes contest angle, but I think for the most part, it's more of a Baksha contest angle. Just contest the Baksha. First pick it. Now the Baksha finds itself in an even more valuable position. Like previously, it was already valuable because you can flex 3 rolls. Now you can flex 3 rolls, and it's the counter to the Estes. If you pick Baksha, that's a surefire way to say, hey, if you don't pick Estes, we're going to pick it up and play with the Baksha. If you pick an Estes, we're going to counter it with the Baksha and then with more burst.
So considering the situation, is there even a place for the Fanny then? If that's how the dragon phases keep going, then the Fanny kind of becomes moot.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think we're going to say goodbye, good night to Fanny. We're going to see more 1-1 first phase bans again, just like we did in the good old M3. Ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase of game number 2 for match number 3. A possible... Yep, they're going for it again. Kalea banned out, but the 1-1 and the Mathilda has been taken out, and Novus Bravehearts give blue side away. Oh no! Ladies and gentlemen, I think it'll be even scarier if Team Secret get first pick, because again, they can go and pick up the Baksha first. Now, the ban on the Estes and the floor and Estes.
Oh man, I do wonder if the Estes is gonna show up in the bans, because even the Florin, there's a window before the Florin becomes OP, but with the Estes, all the way from the beginning, when you team fight, you just have so much value. So, you wonder if there's going to be a different approach right here. Is there even a different way to deal with it without banning it away? Phobius banned away from by Team Secret against the Novus Bravehearts. See what it is, man. Regardless, they have only one option. If they ban the Estes here, then the Baksha still falls into the hands of Team Secret. That really seems to be the cornerstone of the entire strat. That high clear, high mobility, super tanky, healing reducing hero. And it is indeed banned away, so Team Secret, it's just a Fredrian angle.
I think it is. I think the Fredrian should be the first pick for them. They banned out the Phobius though, which leads me to believe that the Harith might come through as well. It didn't do too well in game number 1, but that was because the Baksha was up for grabs. Here, yeah, I think the Fredrian makes a lot of sense. If not, maybe they go for... I'm really confused with the Phobius ban, right? Because that throws me off. It means they want to go for... I did not think about Kimmy. Why did they ban Phobius? This has to be Fredrian now, right? What, did they go Fredrian Estes and then play for the Kimmy?
Barca Granger so far. Man. Yeah, they go Fredrian here with the Kimi. It's not a bad idea. You can lock someone down and then like melt them down using Kimi and you know, the spray down. Is that gonna be enough though? By all means, they can still go with the Estes. It's just, you know, without the Baksha in position, it's still a really good healing tool, right? So it's not all that bad.
All right, let's see. Team Secret, is it going to be the Fredrian Estes or do they go for the normal comp?
And when we see Fredrian, we talked about how the Valir might show up, but now against the Farsa, you know, the hero is no longer going to pop up. Moskov Hayabusa though, so even further back in the meta, I would say.
Arashi, I think we're going to see a game 3.
Toes.
I'm not a fan of the pick here so far. I really hope I'm wrong, but Novus Bravehearts have a very, very good road to winning in game number 2, and they have gone with the Roger as well. In the jungle, pretty good, honestly, up against these picks. Again, you have to understand that the Moskov and the Kimi are 2 mid to late game scaling picks. The the Hayabusa has just been nerfed, so that killing pressure early game has been kind of taken away. Novus banned on the Vadang. And Team Secret. I don't even know what... So now it actually makes more sense why they banned Phobius, right? Because they wanted to pick Haya, I guess. But why Haya? Why is Haya prio? I don't even think if you let it go into the second phase, it'll be banned out.
Unless Novus Bravehearts have that information somehow. But yeah, our assumption that it's not going to be the case. The Angela. Well, Angela Roger was a thing by all means, but I feel this is a bit premature. Even if Novus Bravehearts do go with the Angela, then that makes a very squishy early game composition. You know, there's no one to actually stand in the front, except for maybe the EXP lane, which means that during the turtle contests, there'll be a lot of prio for Team Secret anyway. So, Angela Hilda. Let's try to take away all these sustain tools from Novus Bravehearts. So, they might be playing around this Kimi, using it to try and harass and get people low enough before the fight even begins.
Did they just go Gatot Kacha Tigreal here up against the Hayabusa, or is it too risky? Maybe they go Gatot first if they want to play it safe, right? And then they wait for the mid lane pick to show up first for Team Secret, and then they go for whatever big setter they want.
Could be it. And now for Novus Bravehearts, I was thinking something tanky. Uranus.
Whoa!
Stacking quick with these basic attacks from both the Kimi and the Moskov. We saw it banned out in MPLID, but we didn't have it. We haven't seen it picked up. Now with no Estes, but with built-in healing from the Uranus and two really far long-range heroes, it's like a makeshift healing composition. Will it go revitalize though? Probably not.
The Kimi and the Moskov and the Haya. Oh, again, I don't know how good the Uranus is, right? If we're talking about M3, Uranus here would be perfect. I agree, but this is not M3. Ooh, Esmeralda.
What year is it, dude? Uranus Esmeralda duking it out for the sustain and the clear and the EXP lane. We haven't seen this in multiple seasons, bro. And Jawhead, the final answer right here. So, tanky EXP lane and pick-off hero in the roaming position. When it comes down to it, it just seems stronger for Novus Bravehearts just because they have the Farsa to follow up onto the ejectors.
Rashi, at this point, I don't know. They have a very weird comp Team Secret. Some of them want to play early, most of them want to play mid to late. At least Novus Bravehearts, like you said, are the better composition in the early game, right? Like by far, with a Granger, Farsa, Roger, Jawhead. They know what they want. They want early game. Team Secret seem to be all over the place, but sometimes it actually benefits a team that doesn't know what they're doing, because if you don't know what you're doing, your opponents won't know either. You might be able to pull off a crazy 2-0 sweep against one of the tournament favorites.
Exactly, man. The Chaos Theory. We'll have to wait and see how this performs. This Esmeralda in particular, I'm pretty sure there's not a lot of shielding from the side of Novus Bravehearts, just the Jawhead. So let's see how it goes, especially in the early game, man. That's where it gets interesting.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn for game number 2. A possible 2-0, but also very possible 1-1 to game number 3. Hoki, Time's Revenge, not landing.
All right.
FMM.
Whoa. FMM, man, that's a lot of damage. Usually we see this Kimi really gets so much pressure, so much more usage because of the tankier frontline Bakshas. Now without the Baksha, it's just a Kufra. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult for the Kimi to actually find that space. And it's a bargain hunter Kimi as well, man. A bit greedy, I would say, against a team with so much burst and so many ways to dive towards that backline.
Remember, Rashi, greedy can be good. Time's Revenge locking him down. Oh, ejector as well. Good quad shadow over to the back again. Alaskador. It's going to be low, but there's no ultimate yet. It's a triangle pattern for the Hayabusa in his jungle.
See, Roger still gets the higher clearing speed. That used to be one of his signature strengths and why he was so meta. The fast clear. Hoki is definitely looking for more chances to make plays happen here. He kind of needs to on this Kufra. Being able to engage from so far, so early on in the game is definitely one of the strong suits for now. But level 4 is upcoming soon, and once that comes, once the ultimates are available, Novus Bravehearts with the Feather Airstrike can make the first move.
Rotating down below. CJ. Again, just walks up. Vendetta knows something was fishy there. There was no one on the map for quite a while. And this actually gives Pryo in the mid lane over towards Team Secret.
Seeing Alaskador rotating, trying to gut level 4. Taking some damage. Hawkeye is a bit too late to the party though. Wait, he might get jumped on.
Okay, that was very okay. Like it pounds. First blood over the Novus Bravehearts.
Oh boy, that was definitely a bit of a mistake from Hawkeye there. A bit too overzealous without having the right response. Vendetta behind though.
He missed. Falling Star Moon didn't land. Now it's gonna be Deck caught in the tough spot. Unstoppable force as CJ gets the kill. What has happened to Team Secret? The clinical plays. Oh, Hawkeye with a miss again, and that's gonna be a kill over to Vendetta. Purify with the consecration. CJ gets away. Arashi, remember how I called it 1-1? I think I'm gonna stick with it.
We'll have to wait and see, man. But this Uranus is definitely doing so much better. But never mind.
They overstayed. Oh, double for the double. Ejector, but look at the not so lore accurate Stormtrooper who is landing his shots.
Alaskador with the focusing mark Jawhead. Definitely an aggressive outlook. But this means they're relying purely on CJ to be the main tank. They're thinking that with all the small chunks of damage and no burst, this Uranus is going to be unkillable on the front line, allowing for Nari and Alaskador to find openings on the sides with the flanks. It's a bold game plan, man. With this Skypiercer completed for Nari as well, the Novus Bravehearts want to try and fight some more, if possible.
Oh man, Novus Bravehearts again. Back into the mid lane he goes. Hawkeye's opening up the map, and the Alaskador gets an angle. Unstoppable force with Ejector coming down as well. Lockdown onto Hawkeye. It will be Novus with another kill early on.
Man, it's a lot of damage. And that's the difference between a Jawhead and a Kufra. The Kufra just cannot put you out of position, technically. Only catch you where you are, so Alaskador.
Shadow kill with the quad shadow landing already. He can go back with the quad shadow and will be able to get FMM with the final shot. Feathered airstrike. Good dodges from FMM in the mid lane.
High action game right here. Dive towards Gira. Nari goes in. Oh, like a pounce from downtown.
Follows through and Gira will be taken down. A nice try though. A nice attempt to survive. Turtle though going to be heavily contested by Team Secret as they have 4 members down there already.
Man, this Roger interaction is definitely a bit wonky. CJ though. Half HP.
Flicker out. Traction pulse coming down as well. Now Deck looking at the play. Goes in, but the retreat is a bit too early. Now Deck caught in the tough spot. Good immobilization, but the chase continues. Feathered airstrike almost landing. Deck gunned down by the notorious human/gun form.
The gun form, man, doing a ton of damage. 3 and 0. I think 2 of those were with the Skypiercer. Gira gonna be in a 1v3.
He has the flicker. Zywin God flying by as well. Oh, what an ejector from Alaskador. Oh, and a dodge too. Hawkeye. I think he's only landed 1 time of revenge this game.
The minion throw to get the stun. Talk about creative, man. Down here though, look at that gun form doing work.
See, he gets the gun from nowhere, right? It's a gun form. Right? Where does he get it from? Like when he's Lycan form, the gun disappears.
It's part of
the gun.
It's part of his soul, Miracle.
Look. You see a gun? I don't see a gun.
Is that his
when he transforms, look. He just gets it.
It's a magic trick, bro.
Exactly, Arashi. That's why it's the gun form.
Alrighty then. Man, the EXP lane so far, it's kind of even. And despite having the Falling Star Moon, more of playmaking for Vendetta, he really hasn't been able to match CJ's impact just because it's shielding versus HP, right? CJ just is gonna regen, and there's no expiry date on his HP bar.
Damn.
Same can't be said for Vendetta, but he is trying his best. It's been a while since we saw just like a brawl between the Esmeralda and Uranus. I wasn't expecting to see it here.
Time to revenge. Oh! Finally landing in the bush. No rage though. Ejector gets him out before he can get with the clap down. Unstoppable force. Last shot. Traction pulse. Knocking him down. FMM! Whoa! Gira! Looking for the back again. Nari Lycan pounce. Stopped down by the immobilization. CJ with the rotation to cut him off again. Hawkeye. CJ taking a bit too many turret shots, but at least it'll be a turret down below for Deck.
Chaotic game we got right here, but at least it's high action. Nari already at 4-0.
CJ!
One more stack onto it, but ooh. FMM doing a great job kind of stopping Noxus Bravehearts when they're going aggressive. With the neutral objective game, dude, with the control that they have here. Again, the sustain and burst all favor Novus Bravehearts. So now, every single time there's a contest of some sort, Team Secret are just forced to back away immediately.
5,000 gold lead for Novus Bravehearts. And you can already see Alaskador taking full control of the enemy jungle with the early lead. Turret down below going to be fallen.
Let's not forget, the Novus Bravehearts have no issues sieging as well. The Uranus with the built-in regen and all the long range. Eventually, it's going to be Team Secret. They have to go for some kind of move here.
Ooh.
SOD though. He's going to go for Zywin.
I think he should be able to take him. It's actually just going to be Vendetta in the mid lane. Throw back to the team. Falling Star Moon landing as well. Doing a bit too much damage. Hoki able to flicker around. Shadow kill to the back line. But again, Nari is there. Delve onto the turret. Looking for more damage with the Lycan form earlier. It ends up just being a 2-for-1. Or 2-for-0. But 1 being the turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, there are moments here where Novus Bravehearts miss position or clump up together too much. But Team Secret can't punish. The best they can do is get a multi-person spray down with FMM. That takes way too much, man. Alaskador in particular has been ignoring all the dangers. His shielding is enough to just withstand that damage and find that pick-off regardless. Team Secret's only angle at this point is to play with the Moskov and maybe go for some kind of split push angle.
The Spear of Misery actually doesn't land. Kira able to flicker out to safety, but it's a big resource burnt out as Hoki goes in. The Lycan form from Nari. Hoki, Revenge, not gonna go for the rage. Hayabusa in the mid lane, able to crack open a tier 1. Novus, they can't get too overzealous. Yes, it's a 6,000 gold lead, but Team Secret's late game is actually still very, very good. Ejector flicker combo into the stun. It will be a kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Hoki not able to land it.
Unlucky there. A good combo would have allowed his team to get Ryoshi. Still on 0 deaths. But you're seeing Team Secret avoid teamfights like the plague, but now Deck too far out.
Feather airstrike, now he jumps away. Like a pounce from Nari.
That's the bird form, dude.
That is the bird form. Gunbird, flying guy.
Now
my lord.
Flying across the map on that Roger. That's a free lord for the Novus Bravehearts. 7,000 gold advantage. Team Secret hanging on to the game for dear life. All their hopes hinge on Gira, on the macro plays, but without pressure, how are they supposed to find these windows to push out?
Man. Gira, CJ's walking up again. That's a good stun over.
Wait a minute.
CJ, unstoppable forward. Feather airstrike locks him down. It was all a diversion. That's the shadow kill deal in no damage. Deck walking back. What a sight from Ryoshi! Another one as Deck falls to Zywin. God.
Oh man, they used everything there and CJ didn't even get taken out. All of these small instances of damage only serve to increase his built-in stacks even more, man. CJ is just an absolute juggernaut. And Hoki on the Kufra has not been able to find anything. That's the wall between him and the backline. A 10k gold lead for Novus Bravehearts. And the Lord hasn't even pushed in just yet. This might be the end angle if the Novus Bravehearts can find an opening.
Wow. Team Secret still have to deal with the Lord up top again. Zywin got with a feather airstrike, taking Gira. And Deck to solo Vend. Hoki. No way. We heard it from Ranger Amas. What are you doing, Hoki? After an MVP performance in game 1. This is a not-so-MVP performance. Watch Shadow actually dealing more damage to Deck. Now on the back line, Lycan pounce. Nani! That's a bit of a throw, my friend. A shutdown over with a Shadow kill landing on CJ. The SOD, just a pixel away from landing.
Now without Nari though, that's a big shutdown. And one big member off the map. Hoki will not go for it just yet. All the base turrets down. Again, Team Secret, they'll take whatever they can. That one kill will have to do. It's back to that macro attempt. Gira has to attempt some kind of outplay though, or have some really bold moments here, because the Novus Bravehearts are not gonna allow Team Secret to get that position without a fight. Look at the gold difference, 3k!
That's a big gold difference, but I'm still concerned. What's going on to Hoki? Deck with the quad shadow again. Oh, that's a good clapdown on 2. Spear Misery as he gets away with the step.
Dude, Gira is not even on the Swift Trinity just yet. It's almost 12 minutes, my guy. He's on 2 items. Life is not going well for this man right here. He is definitely the target for a lot of the members from Novus Bravehearts. They want to get some revenge from game number 1. Team Secret, though, with 15 seconds to go. Is it going to be a let go, a split push, a defend towards the inevitable?
Sometimes, Arashi, I look at games like this and I'm like, I wonder if they read the patch notes.
Well, we have no idea right now. But, CJ.
CJ walking up again. Oh, man, he just is so tanky. Ryoshi finding, the backline traction pulse. Shadow kill onto Ryoshi. FMM free fire it out. Dari, Lycan pounds, flicker around, almost a kill back. Ryoshi looking for the snipe, just needs one to land. Ryoshi with a flicker forward, finding the kill as Vendetta gets dealt with. Only FMM left alone. Ryoshi with a shot now, another one. Unstoppable force with the ejector over to Ryoshi.
That will be it. Novus Bravehearts equalize in dominant fashion, showing the adaptations, showing the patch meta understanding. And Team Secret, man, they dropped the ball pretty hard in this second game.
How do you go from that game 1 to game 2? It baffles me, Arashi.
Mobile Legends is a weird game sometimes.
The bang bang, the 2 sides of the coin of MLBB. You can draft phenomenally, but it could also just be a fluke.
Could it be? Is it too early to make that kind of statement, Mirko, that game number 1 was a fluke?
I would say it would be, but we were slow-mowing there. But then we saw Kimi Moskov first pick. And then I'm like, all right, I understand it now.
Definitely unusual, man. That final play though, Alaska door, shout out. That was a pick onto Gira, I believe. I think he got an ejector. And again, one of the more creative ejector usages, man. Remember, the minion throw. That was pretty funny.
Well played. Again, we knew exactly what team, what Novus wanted to do from the start of the game. We saw the composition. We knew that this is an early game comp. They were looking to snowball with the Jawhead, with the Roger as well, and the Farsa. We had no idea what Team Secret were trying to do. It's almost like they kept the drafted secret from us even.
It's interesting, man. Just keeping their secrets.
A bit too many secrets, my friend. Could lead to a knockout here.
Although I'm glad we saw the Uranus though. I think I've been wanting to see this hero for a while now, considering the potential and the heroes showing up. So seeing it pick there ideally against 2 multi-hit, multi-damage instance hero, I think that was really smart coming out of Novus Bravehearts there. And you can see that being the soul tank, for the most part he was a soul tank and he was unkillable.
Yeah.
So, man, what a nightmare.
No disrespect, but after seeing that game, I think Hoki's best pick might just be the Estes, When he can he's very spatially aware and he knows how to play back, like while moving back. But when he has to be the one engaging, we saw a clap into Bigatron's trophy cabinet. We saw Tyrant's Revenges going wild, but not landing. You can go wild, but land, but that was wild, but not landing.
Is he a defensive merchant? Put it that way.
Defensive merchant.
He can actually be proactive,
I think
seems.
Some players are better off with reactive heroes, Yeah. Yes, and it's fine. Venus never played the Kufras. Venus is like, all right, I'm good on Estes, I'm good on Novaria, I'm good on these healers. Let me just stick to it. Like even here, even if they landed that would not. It's a Kimi early, fam.
It's just difficult,
it's not going to lead to a kill.
And the fact that they just kept fighting with this composition, seeing the Uranus just heal back up everything. They could have stalled the game out more if they really wanted to play for this split push strat using Deck and Gira on the Hayabusa and the Moskov. They really could have avoided some of these moments here, but man, with the snowball starting out so early for the Braves, immediately, dude, Zywin God just blasts everyone again and again. Look at CJ, dude. He just does not get taken out.
Wow.
On top of that, once the fight is over and Team Secret are moving backwards, trying to escape, they get gunned down from behind, dude. The feathered airstrike, the Death Sonata. And right there, again, great pickup onto Gira. This seems like the moment to really get a comeback, but wasn't meant to be, man. The frontliners just stay in the front, and Ryoshi does what he does.
Yeah. How do you even like get to the backline when Uranus is so hard to kill? Like, you literally cannot penetrate Uranus.
It's way too solid. He has a tight grip on that frontline damage control, dude. And he, again, it looks simple, but he had calculations.
The laser, the shuriken, the lady dancing, nothing could penetrate Uranus. Not even the Tyrant.
Yeah, actually. Only the tenacity with the agility, man.
So it wasn't even a tanky Uranus, like per se. It was a mobile Uranus.
Yeah, man.
Uranus is mobile.
You know, you can go with Sprint, Purify, or Vengeance on the Uranus. And I guess right here, as long as he doesn't get locked down, it's fine. Not to mention the lockdown tools for Team Secret. There's some minimal lockdown, man. Falling Star Moon, the immobilizing, what's it called? The Kimi's immobilizing beam. And a Spear of Misery, I guess. And then Hoki, his whole kit. But for the most part, CJ is like, yeah, you know, do your best.
Imagine that Uranus with healing, like with the Estes or something, right? I mean, it's already very hard to kill. To be fair, I think Secret dropped the ball already when it comes to the picks. Like, the first pick was a Kimi. I was already kind of like, okay. Fredrin Estes then, and then they went for Moskov Haya. And I was like, all right, Rashi. I think we're seeing game 3.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough one. I think after we saw... I don't know, actually. The final 2 picks, I think the Hayabusa, that's the signal of like, oh man, we don't know how that Hayabusa is gonna do.
Bro, what? I'm sorry, but what? Okay, why would you pick Hayabusa? Why would a composition need Hayabusa? Tell me first.
To dive towards the backline.
But first, if you have kill pressure, right? So that he can get kills in the early game.
Yes, sir.
What winning lane did they have?
Not really, actually, yeah.
There's no winning lane. There's not a single lane that actually... Like if you have a CC against a Baksha, you know? Or if you have an Irithel against a Granger, an Irithel against a Wanwan against a Harrod, then it's like, oh, okay, we see the kill pressure. Let's put in an assassin in there, right? To capitalize on the kill pressure.
Maybe they thought that the Kimi Kufra was gonna do better against the Jawhead Farsa, dude.
That's only if they hockey. That means lucky in Indonesian, guys. But they not hockey.
Not exactly Indonesian, is it? Well, I guess Indonesians would know it, yeah. It means like lucky.
Lucky.
Yeah. So if they get hockey in the early game, maybe there was an angle, but they did not.
But like,
they did not, my guy.
Against a Jawhead fam. A Jawhead fam. And a Roger fam.
Was not it. For sure.
Here's a pro tip. When you pick the Kimi, it's a flex pick, so don't pick up a marksman. Just
Yeah,
let it be.
actually, dude, they picked it together.
Let it be, okay? Just let it be. And the Haya in this meta should never be first phase picked, okay? The patch kind of took a big poo-poo on Haya, okay? Just to put it simply. Don't pick the Haya first phase, man. Trust me on this, okay? Just go Fredrin or something. Or just pick up an XP, you know? Like Badang, hey, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. We've seen it being used multiple times throughout the day as well, so definitely up there, you know. Good shielding, good damage, good...
Also, when you have a scaling mid, you want to try to get like someone that's ready to fight so that it balances. But if you get Moskov and Kimi, it's like... And then Haya, it's like you're getting 2 guys who need to wait for food before they can work. And then a Haya that's like, I want to work now. And if I don't work now, I don't want to work later.
Yeah. This awful job planning there. And honestly, I feel like they could have really stalled a bit more, man. If they knew that, they don't really have the early game.
That guy's a Spanish fan. Look at him. Wearing the Spanish jersey.
Ooh.
He's probably a fan of Lamine Yamal. ¿Y qué fue? Yeah.
All right. That's probably how it felt for the Novus Braves, man. Just going
Yeah, they were probably dancing there.
Especially CJ.
Oh, CJ was bringing the radio, bringing the speaker. Oh, whoa. You got spotted in 4K, man. You dating in Taman Anggrek. None of you are safe in the balconies up there. All of you will be captured by our cameramen. They're really good. Trust me, we got the best cameramen in the business.
They have that awareness, man. So if you think you are unnoticed by the cameraman, you are wrong. You're just straight up wrong.
Boom. You probably didn't expect to be on cam, huh? Oh, he did. Oh, what is that? It's a...
Oh, I see
it's his girlfriend.
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
If you hear this, Ranger Amasa, as always, being super energetic with everyone that's on broadcast. That's a signature.
Man, I
Ranger
actually want a
Amasa move.
snack. I've seen the people in Taman Anggrek having a snack with them, eating yogurt or snacks. It's been really cool. By the way, Dior, Coach Dior, please. Is that his name?
Yeah,
it's Dior.
I know. Yeah. Would you say, Mirko, that there was room for experimentation there? And that's what they were doing.
This is single elimination, man. There ain't no experiment. Hey,
but it's 1-0.
You want to go home?
1-0. Did they think potentially, perhaps, if everything goes well, if they were the Earth and the Novus Braves were the Moon, you know, would they connect?
What? Let's take a look at this. Novus Braveheart's second pick again.
Oh, first pick Team Secret.
You lost on first pick. Remember, the first win was on Red, and then the Red won again in game number 2. Red has been pretty good for you because you can get 2 picks. But you know what? Even if they go Red, if they go Kimi Moskov, like, you're solo casting, Arashi. I'm not doing this.
We just like enjoy
if I see
the show.
another Kimi Moskov, Arashi, I am...
Is there an angle where Mirko would walk up to the stage and be like, guys, just shake them unconscious. Like, guys, come on.
Maybe in a different
Especially
universe.
the coach. You just like, grab the coach.
Dior! Coach Dior! Okay.
Oh my God. Explain.
As Midnight once said, oh my God.
Oh my God. That's definitely the reaction we saw with the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
I think that, again, this is a...
You see the nerf, right? You can see it. You don't even need to read the patch. You see it.
You kind of feel it, right? So far, right, these are the selected teams to participate here in the international stage. Anyhow, I think we can expect them to learn from their mistakes, you know, improve on it in the next game.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle of Campus Champions, Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
X-MLBB Campus Series.
At MLBB?
X-MLBB?
X-MLBB Campus Series. MCS.
Yes, sir.
The MCS with the GGACS. Gax. Samsung. Mobile Legends. Bang, bang.
Oh, boy. Look at the players from...
You play Magic Chess, Arashi?
Magic Chess?
Yep.
Not so much.
This is a MLBB, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and then Magic Chess.
Go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
GG in the
Heart is a really good game. Our good
It's actually
friend,
too good because I don't want to play it because
brother,
I'll be
our
addicted
good
to it.
friend Realize, who has a job outside of casting, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is a man who is busy, has played 1,000 games this season.
You sure he has a job now?
More than 1,000.
You sure he still has a job after playing 1,000 games?
That's what I want to ask. It's 1,000 games.
He needs to realize, man, that there are things that he needs to prioritize over just, you know, I mean, obviously you can prioritize MCGG, but hey, man, that's the way you get bread, you know?
That's the allure, bro. That's why it's you need mental fortitude. It trains.
As a good friend of mine once said, Arashi, bread is bread.
Bread indeed is bread. So, I mean, it's a great way to just polish your composition skills.
You're a composition.
Well, I'm a composition. See what composition they're gonna bring out. Final game here between Novus Bravehearts and Team Secret.
Okay, Novus Braveheart ban out the Florin. Mathilda gets taken out, and the 1-1. There we go. You know what that sets up for? A utility jungle, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that doesn't set up for? A Hayabusa. You want to go up against the Hayabusa when you're... I mean, you want to go up against the 1-1 when you want to play Hayabusa. Nova's Braveheart ban out the Estes. So that's out of the window already, right? No Florin, no Estes. Good night. And then it's probably going to be a Baksha ban again.
Gonna be an Angela, though.
Dude.
Gonna be
my God,
a Rafaela. The throwback.
Oh, you know what? Recently been buffed. So
there is a possibility.
Yeah, and she can revive people now. She's that character from Soul Leveling, reviving people.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. Well,
the Aura guy.
Oh, the main character?
The Farsa, yeah. Farsa Granger.
Junwoo.
Sung Jinwoo. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, we got the Farsa.
Let's go.
And funny enough, we got the Granger as well. So 2 heroes that were used by the Nova's Bravehearts will be taken away for now. What's it gonna be, Mirko? What's it gonna be? The Baksha's open. The Baksha's open.
I wonder what with Baksha open. I wonder what's gonna be picked up here. Really, I think I gotta really think about it. Like it's so difficult. Oh man,
are they gonna do it though?
Oh, what do you pick if it's not Baksha? You know.
Well, they're taking their time with this. Hey, wait a second.
It's very difficult, Arashi. That choice.
Dang.
They need to think about it. You know, they need to think real long about it because it's a very tough choice. Nova's Bravehearts now. This is the real tough choice. What do they go for? No Farsa. Oh, dude, it's gonna be kind of tough and rough.
Alpha, like you mentioned.
Not early though. They can go last picket.
Right. So probably the setups, no? Do they want to go for the Kalea?
I would personally go. I don't like Kalea. Badang Harith? Would you go for Badang Harith? Or just go CC?
CC. I like CC. But they can wait on that too.
Yep.
So there's nothing really super prior that has to hardcore show up right here.
I think it's fine though.
Maybe
Just go for CC. Harith CC. Show your gold lane and XP.
Yeah, I think
and then you can go jungle next or mid lane, and then they'll ban out jungle, and then you pick up alpha last. But they go full. Phobius Angela.
Technically, that is flex, you know? Not the Phobius, the Angela. Now for Team Secret, without the Angela to combo with, what's it gonna be here? Do they want to go for the long range damage coming in from the Eve? A bit of that, you know?
Yeah, the Eve makes sense in a way up against the Phobius. No Granger.
What? I think they want crowd control, no? Against a team with an Angela.
Did they just go Bruno? Oh, Roger and Kalea. Okay.
Roger's not bad. Wait.
Roger jungle, Baksha. They basically utilize all the flex
around.
Yeah.
What if this is Roger gold lane?
I don't think we're gonna see Roger gold lane. Irithel gets picked up here.
Huh. So Angela Irithel combo available here for the Nova's Bravehearts. And level 4, Phobius Angela will be pretty annoying to deal with, but with the Baksha, this is what you're talking about. The Baksha can lower that shielding amount as well from the Heart Guard. Right. So, do you think there's any flex potential here for the Roger, Mirko? Or the Baksha?
I don't think so. I think it's just jungle. The Baksha, yeah. The Baksha and Kalea, it really depends. Like, it could be Roam Kalea, it could be XP Kalea, it could be XP Baksha, it could be Roam Baksha. I personally prefer the Kalea in Roam. But after the changes, I might actually switch over to XP. I'm not too sure. We gotta see it here. Sicilian gets banned out, so FMM gets proper respect now. I'm actually not too against a Theramis pickup for Team Secret.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What makes you change your mind on the Theramis?
Against the Angela. You're up against the Angela. It's a really good choice.
Is to buy some more time for the Heart Guard, technically?
Basically, 5-man ult Heart Guard is better than 1 ult Heart Guard.
All right. That being said, though, I do wonder what mid lane options Team Secret have considered. Because I think you were mentioning in the highlights we saw a Xavier?
Not for this team. It was Banana Brawlers.
Oh, that was Banana Brawlers. My bad.
But they do ban it.
But it is bad, eh?
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, the Xavier makes sense up against a composition like this, right? Like, if they get poked and kited away, yeah, that's...
And they move forward.
Yeah, the Phobius is going to have a tough time. The X-Borg is already banned out. I think they need to ban out... Ah, dude, because Novus pick up Phobius, I don't even think the CC needs to be banned.
Unless it's Phobius mid. Ooh, what year is it?
Yeah.
That used to be a thing for a little while.
At this point, if Novus really want to win early game, they go Yisun Shin, right? Ban out the Fredrin.
Right, so jungler for Novus Braveheart's not really shown just yet. Is it going to be Assassin Miracle? Or like we mentioned, will the Alpha really work here?
Oh yeah.
Alpha Angela ain't bad.
Just have to be careful about the Kalea there.
Oh.
They take the Veramis away before Team Secret. There you go. Okay, and this final pick should be the Alpha. I honestly really like this composition right now. Team Secret are kind of in a tough spot now. Really good stuff from Novus Bravehearts, I gotta say. I think they probably are gonna go like Harith now, Team Secret, and Eve. Oh, Eve would be good. Yeah, Eve, Harith probably. Up against the Feramis, you already have that box. Against the Feramis is really, really good. The Harith should be a solid choice again. Great AoE against his composition. And then maybe the only part of the the only reason I won't go Harith against the Phobius is because the dashes. But they end up going Claude and Valen. Valen steal the Netherrealm, I guess. There you go. So that's a pretty good response too, to be fair.
So they're banking on the Claude to really carry the late game, and they want this Roger Baksha to take control of the early game.
At least it's not a Kimi Moskov, you know?
Yeah, but
could be worse.
They don't have a lot of tools to really get the game, get the fight started, or even to follow up on any kind of pickoff. So.
I think that instant damage, instant kill button is not present. I agree.
It's a slow chase down type of composition, which means that the Kyla loses a bit of value, in my opinion. It's not really as scary as it really should be. The final pick here for Novus Braveheart's Miracle, is it indeed going to be... It is an Alice against a Baksha.
Oh, wow, yeah. That's the only part I'm concerned about, but the Alice is very, very busted, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be an Alice jungle. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Novus look pretty good, look pretty solid.
Pretty fun options here. Alice Angela, along with the Faramis. I feel like in the beginning, they're going to have some struggles with damage output. But towards the mid game, I feel like that is going to even out really, really quick. 1 or 2 items is all it's going to take for the Novus Bravehearts to actually be a real threat in those fights.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know which draft you like better, because this time around, I think it's a lot more 50-50 than Game 1, Game 2, where we kind of knew who was going to win at the start of the game just through the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3, final game of the 3rd match of the day.
Let's see how this is going to play out, man. No real engaged tools coming in. A lot of chase for the side of Team Secret. For the Novus Braves, there's a clear-cut way to play the game out, but they still require some kind of scaling. So, especially in this mid lane, you can see a lot of attention, a lot of fighting going on. The mid control is going to be such a critical part of the playmaking process. And Hockey on the Kalea, let's see if he can make this pick work, even with the nerfs.
When we're talking about Team Secret here, the way they will be playing, does seem like their composition is better suited for fighting in the early game, right? Compared to the Alice at least. And they should be able to shred down some of these members, especially considering, firstly, they got the Kalea, and FMM has a way to steal the Netherrealm. So Roger in the early game as well, really, really strong. It does seem like that is the path that they are going to be taking, because Roger's already playing in towards Green Camp's bottom, looking a path towards the turtle.
Again, the battle spells real quick here. Inspire for both the Angela and the Faramis. Very utility heavy for sure. Fatal and Bargain Hunter for Ryoshi, though, he does not see the threat potential. Especially on a sprint Irithel, without any hard CC. If Hockey can find Ryoshi, that might be the only way that Ryoshi is going to be in real trouble.
Okay. Slow build again. Both teams looking for level 4 before they look for the fight. Again, Valentina and Feramis. Both of them will need level 4. So expect a rotation early towards the top side. There you go. Zywin Goddery doing it. Oh, with XP Crab take by Deck. Turtle spawning in the game.
Pantic has to go for the purple buff. Oh, look at this. Damage coming through. Alaskador survives it, though. Not level 4. Trying to clear as fast as possible, but look at Vendetta.
Simon God looking to play again into the back. That's going to be the jump with the Infernal Pursuit over the deck. Still able to use the Lycan form in the back line. Will get obliterated. Good Netherrealm coming down as well, but it's going to be the steal over the Netherrealm as well. Hoki taking the Netherrealm. Deck very low in the back, all alone. Isolated from the team. Oh no, Team Secret. They didn't play very together. They were separated, and Ryoshi rotates from the gold lane.
It's all that sustain coming through. Even the rotation from Ryoshi to pick up 2 kills. Value moves from Nova's Bravehearts, and Team Secret immediately fall apart right here. They tried their best to get that early game power. They tried to use a Revitalize to cheese it out, but it just was not enough.
They gotta play together, man. They gotta play together. Deck was completely isolated again. An all-in into the mid lane. Good Shadow Stampede to bring him under the turret. Relieving pressure off of the rest of the map. Hoki, flicker forward, a Tsunami Slam. Now an all-in over to Alaskador. 1 kill back. Team Secret on the board. But look at the Phobius. He's cleared the entire... That's a whole wave that Boxer will be missing.
Yeah, they took down Alaskador, but he's a roamer.
Exactly.
Right? Team Secret used a lot of tools, multiple ultimates even, just to get Alaskador there. So it's definitely not ideal for them. So take a look at some of the items. Dreadnought armor for CJ means that against all these abilities, which there are plenty of on Team Secret, he's going to be a lot tankier. Great news for the Novus Bravehearts formation per se. But in the mid game, Team Secret has to plan ahead right here, because Alaskador is definitely going to do the macro Angela hard guard push strat. That's something that they haven't really faced right now, so they have to plan ahead for it. Find ways to punish it.
4 minutes in. Novus Bravehearts, they can play the slow game here. They have a composition that does really, really well as we get into the mid game. The pressure is really on Team Secret with these picks.
And yet they're unable to actually get the ball rolling. And even here, you can see how CJ is pathing, just not concerned. If multiple members of Team Secret were there, he would just brawl it out. That's happening.
They have the hard guard, so even if they go... Wow, Zywan God, I think a bit too early on the skirmish.
Whoa!
It put a pursuit under the turret? CJ, that was too crazy, my boy. Vendetta pulled back, Alaskador poked down as well. Nari, flowing blood into mid.
Bit too deep there by CJ, under the turret and out of the Netherrealm. Definitely not what they wanted. Looking at this turtle though, 50-50. Red trees available. Oh!
Good CC lockdown in the back line. Lycan pounce!
Oh man.
From Tech, looking for more damage. Nari in the front of it all. Now looking to turn things around. Vendetta lockdown for Ryoshi to deal damage again. Nari on all of them. Another immobilization! Last shot from Nari is Ryoshi will gun Vendetta down on that Ducati.
On the other side though, Gira going for the split, getting value, but his team is paying the price. FMM!
Last shot, FMM able to escape tier 1 in the mid lane, however, won't be able to. Hoki walks up, but CJ will be the body up front for Ryoshi and Alaskador to get the solid hits on.
And look at the clear from Nari immediately to the lower side jungle, taking everything away. Almost 2k gold advantage as Hoki holds the way for Gira. By all means, Team Secret are still banking on the Claude being able to hard carry in the late game. So right now, it still seems like wishful thinking, but who knows if the game lasts all that long? That could actually happen.
CJ zoning them away so that they can get a turret up top. And in the bottom lane, Nari is actually still staying. Let's see if this actually ends up being good. You have the hard guard, to be fair, so... Oh, it actually ends up being A-OK despite the anti-regen. They cleared out as well, denying a trade from Team Secret, and now they go for it again. Blazing Duet coming down. Nari! Blazing Duet locking him down. FMM finds the kill. CJ with the rotation. No hard guard to be playing again. Hoki. Tsunami Slam over. CJ not again. In front of pursuit. Into the back line. Whoa, what a dark wave. That's going to be the Netherrealm stolen away. But look at CJ.
That's the dive. That's the drive-by damage coming in from Ryoshi. 4-0. With all the protection, all the safety, Novus Bravehearts have no issue at all going in for those risky plays. In the middle though, Deck got that middle turret, so there's something traded on the board for Team Secret. But now the game is actually extending all the way. It's seeming like it's gonna be a late game type of deal. And if that happens, I feel like it's a bit more equal, Mirko, with the Claude in the picture.
Free turtle for Novus Bravehearts. That Netherrealm has come in so clutch with the help of the hard guard as well. Now Team Secret are the ones playing around for the turret up top. They really have the tempo all over the map. And CJ can do as he pleases. He can just jump around in front of pursuit. FMM's got to respect this. Ryoshi taking the turret up top. Purple buff even here. Very difficult to take. Nari's constantly threatening. Uh-oh, Dark Wave landing. Shoulder bash. Vendetta caught in the tough spot again. Hard guard ready. Purple buff taken by Deck.
Oh, the flowing bloods there thrown out by Nari definitely gets you thinking, man. In this middle game with the Clock of Destiny Oracle, usually this is still going to be an Alice you can kind of deal with, but with the hard guard, it's a whole different situation. Gira, better be careful, dude. Only 2 items right now. 1,500 gold behind, more or less. He is still the last hope, I think, for Team Secret if they want to go and win out a big team fight. It has to be him softening everyone up for Deck to get in there and secure. Because Deck has damage, but what really makes him dangerous is that execute threat of the Lycan Pounce. So if those Bravehearts are able to bait that out using the hard guard, using the Netherrealm, that's already a huge aspect of Team Secret's team fighting kind of taken away from them.
Alaskador on the Angela. He can play in the side lanes as much as he wants. That global presence will certainly help them take in turrets again. And even for Team Secret, usually the Claude is used in a way where you want to play in the side lanes. Hoki going in, has a tsunami slam, but I don't think you want to go for anyone here. That's Flicker into the back line. The hard guard comes in with the Netherrealm as well. So the hard guard plays down 2 Netherrealms, but look at the damage coming down. Ryoshi is doing a bit too much damage for them to deal with. Nari in the back, finding another immobilization, and it will be Deck to fall next as CJ goes in, Flicker out, Nari with a double. They've wiped Team Secret out.
Hawk is going to be up in 7 seconds, but while that's happening, a base tower seems to be available for Novus Bravehearts. That was a great move there. Ryoshi gets taken out, but at what? He made it very, very expensive for Team Secret. Knowing he has the hard guard available to him and also the Netherrealm, he just went in there and became prime bait. A 4-0 Irital was a juicy, juicy bait that Team Secret bit on, and they paid the price for it.
What do you do now? Everything you've kind of built for in the early game has kind of crumbled down. Novus Bravehearts are the ones on the Lord, and it looks like it's going to be free. CJ walks up in front of pursuit. That's a Shadow Stampede into the Dark Wave. That is Vendetta with a Poissons and a Shield Unity defensively. That is a free Lord over to Novus Bravehearts.
An easy Lord take, allocating 2 members on zoning duty, leaving no stone unchecked there. Novus Bravehearts playing in the intelligent game. 4k gold advantage. And as of right now, Ryoshi, I think, is on a roll, having a ton of items already. This is that crazy combo, the Irital Angela. As long as Ryoshi gets his chance to dive towards Gira to kind of shut down and force the Claude back away from the possibility of landing that Blazing Duet on multiple members, I don't see Novus Bravehearts losing the fight here.
Zywin God walking up. And the Ghostbusters on all of them. Oh man, you cannot come together. Not against a Faramis who's 4-1.
That's the Ghostbusters, and also the AoE kit coming in from Ryoshi on that Irital, man. That's before the heavy crossbow is even in the picture.
Oh my lord. 2 basic attacks on the frontliner, and the Vendetta looks so squishy.
That's a Baksha, by the way. The hero that's quote-unquote meta because he's just like, he's so tanky. Doesn't seem like it anymore. Purple buff take. Is it going to be a fight dive angle here? Novus Bravehearts have the tools for the drop.
My lord! Oh! That's almost a kill. Flowing blood, not taken by Nari. Vendetta just fainting. Oh my lord. Gira cannot take that damage.
And look at what Novus Bravehearts are doing. They're not forcing anything. They're not trying to go and use that Netherrealm to go for a dive. Not using the hard guard to go for a dive. They just play it slow. They know that if it scales, there's no problem. They would like to scale. Ryoshi, though, has got to be careful. Probably not the best idea to be separated from his team quite like that. Gonna be back to a waiting game, though. No base towers taken out. But it might as well have been with how much pressure Novus Bravehearts are exerting right now.
Winter Crown for Nari. Already. That's a big item to pick up here at this point of the game. They'll be able to play it slow. They'll be able to just scale up. And with the Oracle too, that's a lot more healing, my friend. Oh man, whoa. There's such a good mix of damage that even Gira is gonna struggle, right? He's going for Wind of Nature, but there's so much magic damage.
I feel like at this point he shouldn't go for Wind of Nature and just use his teammates to try and deal with Ryoshi. Because for the most part, I feel like the guy who's gonna be on his case is gonna be Nari. With this Alice, dude, he has so many ways to really surprise flank, and he's gonna be safe doing so with this shoulder bash.
Okay. Oh! Dark Wave as well. Now with the shoulder bash, unable to land it. Tsunami stand appeal for the team, but it's gonna be the all-in over to Hoki. Shadow Stampede. Here comes Ryoshi. Zywin got with a pick. Ryoshi with the AoE damage. Now in the back line, able to find the flowing blood of the Winter Crown now. The Netherrealm melting all the way. They're inside of the base with no minions. Novu's Bravehearts are now stuck in enemy territory. Nari just soaking in as much as they can.
Wait a minute.
A big throw from Novu's Bravehearts.
Wait, the Lord is up. That is not the move there, buddy. Nari down for a good 28 seconds here. 9 seconds to go for Deck. This could be the chance for Team Secret to try and find something. If they can't get the Lord, at least force out a fight. Oh man, but maybe Novu's Bravehearts feel like they have so much of a lead right now that it doesn't even matter if they go for a fight. Either way, crazy move from Novu's Bravehearts. Team Secret trying to capitalize. CJ looking for a chance.
They need to win here. Oh, CJ! Jumping to the back again with the Dark Wave and the Hard Guard too, giving him all of the CC possible. Tsunami Sam locks him down as Gira loses a lot of that damage coming down. Ryoshi with the nature still able to cut away. The Lord resets! Hoki walks up, Lord taken, Zywin got fallen. Team Secrets are doing it. They're pulling off the comeback. Alaskador all alone in the bottom lane. FMM and Hoki will deal with him.
Oh man, this is a massive problem right now. Look at the death timers, man. 10 seconds to go for CJ, 28 to go for Alaskador. It's gonna be a while before Novu's Bravehearts can actually fight together properly as a team.
Generational throw, Rashi.
I mean, that was a pretty massive throw there in the base without minions. Now though, Team Secret are trying to force something with this Lord. Can't get it. Hoki attempting to go for a push, but Novu's Bravehearts will be able to clear. We did mention that their late game scaling ain't bad at all, but a lot of control has been taken by Team Secret. Those turrets are going to be so valuable in letting Hoki find that chance to jump on the members of Novu's Bravehearts. Remember, the only guy with the Purify is Zywin God. Everyone else is susceptible to getting jumped on, particularly Ryoshi.
Wow. This has turned to a game that is much closer than it should be. Bravehearts, they were holding on to such a massive gold lead. I think even the coaches back in the rooms, in the locker rooms, are shaking their heads, thinking, how could this have happened? Novu's Bravehearts displaying that, honestly, yeah, youthful, fighting, overzealousness, but it's a negative here for them. It looked like a free game. Vendetta walks up, will be taken very, very low. So has revitalized Netherrealm a bit too late now as he go all in. Nari! Into the back line! It's recovered instantly despite the big fumble. Novu's Bravehearts, they've done enough. This should be the end of it all. FMM will go for the kill, but again with a hard guard.
Oh!
FMM, if you can't recall, you cannot save this game.
Doesn't even matter now. FMM denied the recall. Recalled on even. As Novu's Bravehearts crack open the base. They go for the end. It looked like there was a moment there for Team Secret, but the Bravehearts have taken them down.
GG Novu's Bravehearts. A reverse sweep taken by them despite a big throw. It did not matter. They were still the better team, and they will move on to the next stage, knocking out Team Secret.
Just like that, the two Singaporean representatives are out. It's a cool game here, the competitive Mobile Legends scene, but it is what it is.
GG to Novu's Bravehearts. Definitely a lot to be fixed there. Again, you can definitely see the emotions from them as well. They're not too happy with that performance, but a win is a win. They will be able to move on to the next stage. You just have to improve and fix that discipline, man.
That was a crazy move. 5 men in the base, no minions. The minions aren't even coming. There was a wave blocking the minion, and they stood there, and then they sent 2 members to cross over the base. That was crazy.
Kumar moment.
Triple Kumar moment.
It's a song, bro. Kumar. You know the song?
I'm not
It's
familiar.
a meme right now around like
I see.
TikTok and everything, but yeah. Eugene, we're gonna see the fist bumps here. Both teams, Novus Bravehearts and Team Secret. GG, it was a nice drive from Team Secret. Oh man, that game 2 will go down in the history books. It's like, why? It's like they had the Estes, they had the Fredrin, they could have just played their game, but they ended just playing someone else's game. Definitely not theirs, Moscow, Kimmy. Wonder who made that call.
Unfortunately for Team Secret there, they had to fight that last fight backwards. So the Blazing Duet was used pretty much to secure the kill onto CJ. Not ideal after losing their first front line.
Wow, look at that CJ with the wave onto Team Secret. We're gonna throw it over to our hosts.
Revenge for the Singaporean team.
Yes.
But Team Secret has done their best. So once again, please, a round of applause for Team Secret from Singapore. You did a great job.
Nice try once again. Dan kita kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi yang paling meriah untuk Team Secret dari Singapura. Dan you guys can bow down to everyone who support you and go back to your room for once again. Dan kita akan langsung aja invite tim pemenang kita kali ini yang sudah bertanding dengan sangat luar biasa. 3 game ya. Novus, wow, ini benar-benar
Novus Braveheart
menjadi sebuah apa ya? Ini hampir aja mereka merelakan game ketiga.
Apalagi ini single elimination ya.
Ya, hampir aja mereka pulang.
Betul. Dan Mas Ger mungkin kita tanyain ya. What happened on the 3rd game?
What happened?
What happened?
Alas, what happened?
We just gave them the first game.
They just give the Team Secret the first game.
But what about the 3rd game? It's really a
You guys
a
almost
tough game.
lost the composure. Alice in a base of the enemy.
We want them to feel like they're gonna win.
Oh.
But actually, you're very
That was
confident and you're going to win, right?
That was good. That was good. Okay, what about Estes in first and second game? Estes.
What about Estes? Estes gave you a hard time on the first game?
Yeah, it really did give us a hard time in the first game because we saw that the SS was really one of the viable picks that they had. It was a good combo to the back shot.
But you didn't ban Estes on the second game.
And they also not.
But we took away back shot.
Yeah, they took the back shot away
okay.
and they got the second game. And I want to ask about the third game, the Alice for like 1 or 2 minutes in the last moment. What happened? Who used Alice? Why you try to move into the lower turret and then you get picked off, and then the enemy team got Lord. What is the plan of your what kind of movement that
I trust my Angela.
Jadi Mas Ger nanyain gimana sih tadi Alice ya? Dan
kenapa sampai melakukan hal itu? Apakah pede banget bakalan ke bawah atau gimana? Ternyata Angelanya nggak support juga sih.
Iya, pokoknya ada Angela aman lah.
Iya,
gitu.
dan itu membuat mereka kehilangan Lord dan sempat hampir aja ada reverse karena Lord bisa masuk dan akhirnya mereka mendapatkan outer turretnya. Sama-sama nggak punya outer turret, cuman momen terakhir Paramis dan segala macamnya itu bener-bener hoki banget dan Poviusnya bisa on point dan ya mereka bisa mengembalikan itu semua. So, thank you once again Novus and congratulations you guys. Advance into the next round and you may go back and rest
Thank
to
you very
prepare
much and
for
congratulations
tomorrow.
for Novus Braveheart. Dan ini semakin membuat kita berarti bisa melihat nanti Novus Braveheart dan juga Bulldogs
Still
dari
Bulldog. Tapi
PH-PH
ini benar-benar
ada
terjadi.
kemungkinan ya, kemungkinannya
mungkin
akan
ada
terjadi.
terjadi untuk derby de Filipino.
Betul
Gue harus
sekali.
mengucapkan dengan logat-logat atau aksen Tagalog.
Filipino. Gitu.
Derby de Filipino.
Tapi ini baru match ketiga, masih
Yap.
ada satu match terakhir.
Kita akan ada match penutup
betul sekali.
untuk hari ini.
The closing match today. So langsung aja karena kita langsung akan masuk kepada para caster yang udah ready untuk mungkin akan membedah
Bahas
sedikit
ya
apa
sebelum
sih
kita untuk break ke
tadi
match
matchnya,
berikutnya.
apa yang terjadi. So
Yes.
casters take it away.
Silakan.
Thank you so much, him, Asger, and also Monica Canado, for that interview with the boys there. Apparently, they just gave game 1 away.
And they said like, why did you group up in the base and what was that? Oh, we're trying to make them think they might win the game. That's cold.
That's pretty
dude.
cold, my friend.
That's also pretty.
Be careful.
Pretty crazy, man. That's pretty wild.
Crazy. That's pretty wild. You know, to be able to play with your food like that.
I don't know if we approve of that, Mirko.
I approve.
Okay.
In an ecosystem of MLBB where it's so safe, I want that kind of spice, you know.
Okay, all right. We have to make sure that they kind of keep it clean though, but the MVP is Alaskador.
Congratulations to the MVP here. Let's take a look at the highlights for Alaskador.
Well, knowing the hero, Angela, you're going to see a lot of healing waves for the most part. The hard guard timing though, I feel like it's still pretty good. I think overall as a team, there was a call being made on who should be getting the hard guard, which I think really works well. And the coordination, particularly between Zywin God and Alaskador, knowing when to kind of like, you know, cycle these skills together, these spells together, so that they don't really waste any efficiency. I think that's really good. This was the play here by Ryoshi and Alaskador. Just running around in circles around their own teammates just to ensure that whoever's chasing them gets the full brunt of damage from the rest of the gang. And from there, dude, even the tankier frontliners just cannot withstand. That's so much damage, man. And we talked about the Irrital being such a strong tool, but the Alice in this game really was no pushover as well. 2 kills given out there, but it doesn't even matter. Dude, this one big engage right here was definitely surprising to say the least.
Yeah, definitely is. Again, you can take a look at the game and say, like, this was a stop up until that moment where they really threw the game. It looked really bad for Novus Bravehearts, but again, they were able to just recover it through Kumar. Oh my lord, it always is the Baksha, huh?
Look at the blazing duet. The one-man blazing duet.
Oh my lord. The one-man blazing duet. Deck running away, but you can't run away from the Ducati. What color is your Ducati?
That's why I think the Irrital is so underrated right now.
Yeah.
Again, aside from the mobility, right? It's also the fact that your build path has a has clause, so you heal so much.
Yep. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Oh man, killing spree. No wonder he was able to chase for so long. That's new, you know, actually, the killing spree.
On
Irithal.
Well, looking at how he was performing, man. What, 2 basic attacks, get a proc immediately? Brother, that's a lot of damage, man. I wonder if, like, again, with the necessity for burst to counter a lot of the healing, is the Irrital and all the other crit options gonna rise in popularity? I would love to see that.
Yeah, the
Because for the longest time, right? In the marksman position, it's always just these Swift Trinity marksmen.
Yep. And even the Harith, right? Now it's a consistent damage. So even if you don't have Zaman Force, like, well, usually that's the weakness of the Harith. And in this kind of meta, if you have proper healing and you can get away from the Zaman Force burst, then the consistent damage that comes from a crit hero will definitely find a lot more value. So yeah, I think we might be seeing, you know, the era of crit back again. Even the 1-1 builds crit nowadays.
With more playmaking tools available, that's cool.
I wonder if the Melissa's gonna come back, because again, like, all of them are grouping up together a lot. If it's like utility meta,
not crit though, is it?
You can build crit on Melissa.
Did you say it wasn't optimal?
Yeah, but like, depends on the meta. It was before. It wasn't. Yeah.
Well, you know what's also right now in the meta, Mirko? That's that Samsung, my
Always
guy.
in the meta.
Come on, you gotta keep up with the times, with the technology. The 3-nanometer processor, currently the fastest processor in the Samsung Galaxy lineup. Technologia indeed, my guy.
Go ahead, buy it now and visit Samsung.com/ID. AI understands you with the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Awesome. Is for everyone. Redeem your vouchers at Samsung Shop app. There it goes. SGMLBB 50. And then there's a QR code for you guys to scan.
Yeah, gonna work smart, not hard. Just go for it.
Maybe you want to work hard.
Quick scan away. And you get so much value, dude. And again, we're highlighting the important parts of the phone. I mean, like, for instance, the large vapor chamber with the new thermal interface material, the TIM. You get a smoother and cooler experience, so you can fully immerse yourself in the game for longer. So there's all these other features we haven't even started talking to you about. We're just highlighting the main points.
Check it out, guys, because seriously, you really can immerse yourself into games for longer. It helps you with creativity as well if you're an aspiring content creator or if you are a content creator, right? You get so much value out of the AI that lets you delete the background, lets you add things into your pictures. The note feature is amazing with the S Pen because you can write down, like usually for me, I'm lazy to type in the notes. I want to write things down when I have ideas popping up on my head. So with the S25 Ultras, I can just take the S Pen out and start writing whenever I have an idea.
That's interesting. You know, science has shown that writing, that movement of writing makes the idea stick better.
There you go, science. We're gonna get into a break here to wait for our final match of the day.
We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC that we had this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory, Pro, Max, Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team to claim it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
A final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Stars bright, come red, just right. Wow, won't that sight?
Wow. Cool.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is MSC bad this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close.
You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances.
We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Theory Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds!
Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team to claim it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solve the final format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm not with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup?
Or they could just find a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
Easy. Find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
Find it real quick. Send it to the click. Wow, the place is sick.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond.
Kita masuk ke match terakhir, match penutupan pada hari ini di Galaxy Gaming Academy X Mobile Legends Bang Bang Campus Series.
Dan kita juga akan kembali menyaksikan pengulangan pertandingan antara tim dari Indonesia berhadapan dengan tim dari Malaysia.
Wow, negara sahabat. Kalau tadi kita sudah lihat ya, tim dari Indonesia memulangkan salah satu tim dari
Malaysia, yaitu MVUPM dipulangkan oleh VL Team dan kali ini apakah akan ada pengulangan lagi? Karena ini yang bermain adalah tim-tim yang memang berada di puncak ataupun juara masing-masing region ini.
Jadi dua tim ini adalah champion dari kedua region.
Yes, betul sekali.
Unindra dan juga UMX Boboyot.
Jadi ada Boboyot api, Boboyot air.
Salah alamat.
Bukan.
Bukan. Itu Boboyot yang lain ya. Gitu.
Kita nggak boleh sebut merek itu ya?
Iya, biar aman kan ini. UMX Boboyot akan bertemu dengan Unindra, champion dari region Indonesia dan juga champion dari region Malaysia.
Betul
Kita
sekali.
akan melihat bagaimana tentunya ini akan sangat sengit ya. Karena keduanya adalah champion, match penutupan pula. Kalau biasanya kita bilang semakin malam, semakin panas.
Full
gitu.
of pride. Istilahnya mereka mewakili regionnya masing-masing, juara. Dan ini adalah match penutup di mana biasanya mereka kalau ditaruh di penutupan tuh yang gongnya lah, yang bener-bener yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh penonton, yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh teman-teman yang lagi nonton di rumah juga, baik di stream Indonesia ataupun stream Inggris. Dan kita juga bisa menjadi apa ya, ini kan istilahnya mereka ini memang sudah melalui babak kualifikasi di masing-masing region.
Betul sekali.
Dan mereka juga sudah sudah belajar dan mereka sudah menyaksikan semua match hari ini.
Betul.
Dan mereka sudah mendapatkan banyak sekali insight, apalagi kalau matchnya ini berasal dari regionnya masing-masing.
Betul, kalau untuk region Indonesia mereka pasti semangat karena tuan rumah
betul.
ya. Banyak yang mendukung di Mall Taman Anggrek Jakarta Barat
betul
ini.
Sekali.
Tapi untuk Malaysia juga ini mereka satu-satunya tim yang tersisa. Jadi pasti semangatnya tuh semakin tinggi untuk bisa memenangkan pertandingan kali ini. Apalagi ini kembali lagi ya single elimination.
Betul sekali. Dan mereka nggak akan mau dong pulang begitu saja karena tim yang sebelumnya juga sudah pulang. Masa iya pulang dua-duanya?
Betul.
Dan tim Indonesia juga berpikir, masa iya sih saya tuan rumah harus kalah? Terus masa iya sih saya boleh senderan kayak gitu? Oh udah enggak ya?
Loh. Salfok. Tapi ngelihat ya Mas Ger di sini di depan stage di lantai 1, 2, 3, 4 banyak banget yang ngeliatin ada apa sih di bawah.
Ini belum weekend loh padahal.
Weekend,
ini masih Jumat ke arah Sabtu. Dan besok pasti masih ada match-match lain yang sangat luar biasa. Match lanjutan, match babak selanjutnya kita belum lihat kocokan timnya yang akan bertanding besok. Tapi besok teman-teman kalau bisa ajak semuanya untuk datang ke Mall Taman Anggrek. Nonton Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series X Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Dan itu untuk besok dan lusa. Tapi hari ini langsung aja kita akan masuk ke match penutupan hari ini. Para casters sudah ready di sana. Silakan casters, take it away.
Let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. They always do this to us, Arashi. The hosts, right? They're like, are you ready, casters? We don't even get to answer. Man, what if we weren't ready?
Yeah, we're here like... Oh.
Gotta check, hosts, okay? But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fortunately for them, we are ready for our final match of the day. Oh my lord, does it feel good?
One more.
To say that, one more. Because all good things must come to an end, and we want to keep going. We want to see who makes it to the semifinals. Well, technically, yeah, semifinals. Who makes it over to the grand finals on Sunday as well in the third place match. So let's take a look at the bracket 1-1 more time.
Here it is. Boom. Let's check it out. Earlier, we had Banana Brawlers with NU Bulldogs. A 2-0 sweep. MVUPM against VL Team where the Indonesian team took it a 2-1. Afterwards, Novus Bravehearts continue beating Team Secret. And now finally, Unindra against UUMX Boboyot.
Versus Un. Who's gonna win, Unindra or Right now, we have one Indonesian team already in the semifinals, 2 Filipino teams, and a possible one more Indonesian team to follow, or perhaps a Malaysian team, making it all the way into the only Malaysian team that will technically leave the Filipinos alone in their own level, technically, because they have 2.
Right. Unfortunately for Singapore, I guess their teams have performed valiantly, but they've had to be defeated.
Shout out to FMM, aka Wei Long. He's in my friend list, you know.
Cool.
The mid laner.
We're gonna have an interview though, Mirko.
With who?
I don't know. Actually, one of the players, I think.
One of the players. Will it be with Moko or will it be with Masger? Who declare Mongstar?
Who declare Mongstar?
Alyssa.
Whoa. You're just throwing out names right now.
Who are we gonna interview? Who are we gonna get?
I don't know, man.
What did you predict for this matchup, by the way, Arashi? Because I predicted Unindra. Oh, you went 2-1. I thought, did you go 2-1 every game? Every match?
Most games. I think
what's wrong with
3 out of 4 matches.
You're not Indo Pride? Look at this. Unindra are Indonesian.
I'm still for Unindra, bro.
Oh, why? You think X Boboyot are that good?
Hey, day number 1, you gotta be a bit conservative with your predictions, right? You don't want to come out too strong and end up cursing your team.
So far,
fam.
I've gotten everything correct, but not score-wise. Yeah, it's just 2-0.
Exactly. I think score is a bit too difficult for day number 1.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we're gonna have a bit more of a grasp on, like, you know, how things are gonna go.
Well, we're going to be proceeding into the team entrances, guys. It's late at night here in Jakarta, Indonesia, Mall Taman Anggrek. It's currently 9 p.m. GMT plus 7. For all the GMT plus 8 people, that's 10 p.m. We're going to welcome both the teams up on stage. Firstly, with the boys representing Malaysia. UUMX Boboyot, Fine Fuzz, Sim Chwek, Midori, Chakai Jush, and I'm QT.
Walking onto the stage. Look at that confidence, dude. It's the final match of the day, but they seem prepared, ready. They've been waiting for this throughout the whole day, and they've had time to come up with new strats. They've had time to observe the opposition and steal some of that knowledge, some of those adaptations. So I'm expecting a lot more depth here in the drafting phase.
Welcome the next team up, the Indonesian representatives, Unindra,
Kakak TZ, Ars TZ, Axure, Noom, and Scorch.
One more time, boys, we see them walk on stage. Let's welcome them, Unindra.
I wasn't expecting a name like Scorch, by the way. That has personality, man.
Scorch that. As
As
Carl Urban says in the Boys TV show. Here we go, boys. Woo!
Whoa! Look at the point.
Poses. The point. That's, I think, the famous Keyboy pose from after winning against Ara Kyohoshi 4-3 in the grand finals of MPLID.
Yes.
He just pointed. That's such a cool pose, man.
Enough said. They have the classic esports pose as well.
Whoa.
Taking a look at the coaching staff here. Wow. Marshall Fandi brings in Liz and Raitop and JP. JP!
It's his fault. It's his fault, ladies and gentlemen. JP is in the building. Watch out for his kajas, jawheads, and watch out for his fault. It's his fault. It's always his fault. JP.
It's really him. Who was expecting it? A surprise appearance
all
right
the way from
here.
the Philippines, man.
All right, man. Again, you have to wonder what's going to happen here as you take a look at the team head-to-head. 2.7 KDA, so pretty clean gaming, I guess, coming from the side of Unindra for UUMX Boboyot. You can see that the damage per minute, though, quite high up there. This is a high-action team, and so far, higher win rate still.
They look really, really good. Again, 78% win rate, but again, that was in the regional national qualifiers. Right here, Guinevere actually makes its way into the most picked hero.
Look at the Lunox as well, though, for Unindra. So a lot of surprises potentially showing up here for the final match of the day.
Could this be an Octa performance rash?
Could be. And by the way, shout out to the logos here for UMX Boboyot. Pretty cool, pretty fire.
What is that, Arashi? Is that a...
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an anime character or something.
It's like a cat of some sorts.
That's a cat right there. They don't look like cats, though. They do not look like cats. They look like human beings.
Yo, we're in sync.
Jinx. Now you can't say anything, Arashi.
Wait, no, wait.
Ah, there you go. You owe me a Coke.
You can't say anything until you say my name, but you just said it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I was trying to play the loophole, but it's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, Clash of Champions. That's number 1 from Indo versus number 1 from Malaysia. Unindra versus UUM x Boboyot.
Well, now there's a second minigame. Aside from just the clash of the champions, there's also the clash of the adaptability with the new patch. We've seen teams struggle with it all the way from match number 1. So they were champions, but that was a different time.
A different time indeed. This is the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. If you guys are watching or tuning in just right now, this is the Campus Collegiate level MLBB that we are seeing. Young players in Tier 3 here rising up to the top in the first ever, I think, International Collegiate Championship, the Battle of Campus Champions.
Look at some of the highlights here for Unindra, just so we know what we're dealing with. As always, you do see the Fanny show up there. But as we mentioned earlier, that might not be as big of a trump card any longer. But you can see the aggressive approach here coming in from Unindra. But for the other side, for Boboyot, right now you can see the signature divey style, man. They like going for these aggro plays as well. Which is why, in theory, Illidan. A bold move right there. In theory, this should be a match that's very fast-paced. It might really end very, very early on.
Yeah. Illidan, we saw Illidan get taken down by VL Team, the team that, again, both of them have taken down the respective second placers, right? And in that matchup, it was VL Team who got the better of Team MV. So we'll see here if UUM can bring back a win to Malaysia. Redemption, at least, up against Indonesia's Unindra.
Tall order, certainly. As we take a look at the Jungle King's DNA. Chasing the throne or repeating the same old story here. Now we're going to compare him, Ars TZ here to Rin.
Yeah. The way that they've been playing, I think earlier you saw that Ars TZ is really, really good on Fanny even, right? And that's something that is very underrated in the current meta. Like, you need to have someone who plays really good Fanny. But after the patch, that has changed quite a bit. Like, now with the Bakshas being so good, with the Kaleas, the hard lockdown heroes being so good, I'm not even too sure if the Fanny still can make its way into the draft. We saw Fanny completely ignored in the last, what, 2-3 matches?
I feel like it's a different situation though, because the Fanny, I feel like that, surprisingly, right? To get it to work in a competitive level, you need some synergy. You need kind of, you need good communication and synergy too. You know, in ranked, maybe the Fanny just, you know, can just take off solo whenever, whatever. But in the highest level, dude, you have to understand that your team has to set up for your dives, for your invades and all that, which is why I think it kind of curbs the power just a little bit.
Let's take a look at this. Unindra, their keys to victory. Give Num a counter setup hero to deny Chekai Jush's momentum-based play. Do a 4-man move play and win the goal lane. Focus on objectives and avoid overextending. That seems to be a lot of the win conditions for, you know, these amateur teams, right? Obviously, discipline is still a rare commodity for a lot of these players.
A rare commodity. I think you have to agree with that one. Overextending has been a massive problem. And in the meta so aggressive, who can blame the players, right? You wanna get those big plays. You wanna get those moments. You wanna prove to the world at this point that, you know, you've got what it takes. That you got that potential, and hopefully you get noticed and you get the chance to go pro. So, on the other side though, for UUM x Boboyot, what do they have to do to win this match? Target Scorch. He's a key player of Unindra. Let go of Assassin and contest Lucas from Ars TZ and disrupt Ars TZ's jungle pattern. Considering the emphasis here on options, on like the Lucas for Ars TZ and jungle pattern, if Unindra wants to go for some of those fighters in the jungle, some of that knowledge from playing the Lucas can transfer over when it comes to pathing, when it comes to neutral objective efficiency. So I think we have good, high expectations here for Unindra.
I agree. You can see Unindra have chosen the first pick side. Meanwhile, for UUM, they kind of have to play with the red side. And again, blue side, red side, we've kind of seen both sides win it really comes down to how and what they've planned for this matchup. And for Unindra, I really hope they've gotten a firm grasp on the meta. I hope it's not like a game 1 experimentation into a game 2, game 3, finally, oh, okay, coming into a conclusion type of deal. Because we did see that from VL Team, from Novus as well. They were a bit late to understanding the meta, and that almost got them knocked out.
That's gonna be a big problem here. Who can actually pull the trigger first on going up with something unexpected? Let's go straight into the drafting phase, Miracle, to kick things off for the final match of the day. Unindra versus UUMX Boboyot.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. First, oh, there you go. I love to see it already. Unindra, Estes first ban is kind of wild if you haven't been watching. But if you have been watching from match number 1, you know just how disruptive this Estes can be. They'll ban it out, and it does seem like for UUMX Boboyot, do they still ban out the Baksha?
That might be the angle to go for right here. The whole Baksha Fregen trade is still gonna be on the table. For UUMX Boboyot though, is that what they're looking at, or do they want to try and get some more value on the other lanes instead? Maybe the gold lane, maybe the mid lane as well. We see the Farsa being so important that the 1-1 is higher on the list for Boboyot.
Okay, they'll ban out the 1-1. Now for Unindra. I think with the Estes ban, it kind of already makes us think that they're not going to play utility jungles, you know? And then they ban out the Florin as well. So I wonder why UUM still banned out the 1-1, knowing again that Unindra... Oh, it's because UUM want to play the utility junglers. All right, we'll see about that here. So we get into, again, to continue the banning phase here. Will the Farsa be banned out? Do they have that in their sights? I mean, it is a good pick up against even utility picks, right? It's just really, really good. Honestly, with these picks being banned out already, it wouldn't be too crazy to see Farsa first pick.
I wonder if the Fanny is going to be banned out by UUMX Boboyot. Even though the meta, you know, still goes for the utility, but the Fanny just is a bit different, right? They go to Fredrin first, actually. Wait.
They banned 1-1 and then the Fred. Wait, so they don't want utility?
But this means that if there's only one option left, if Unindra wants to go for the Baksha, they can force that utility style unless they really care more about the healing heroes. And if they want to ban one more, in theory, looking at today's games, it should be the Angela.
And there's no 1-1, by the way, right? They ban out the Granger. So technically, if they do want to go utility, it makes sense. But for UUM, I think this is these bans contradict each other. Usually you ban out the 1-1 because you want to pick up Fredgen or Baksha. This time you ban 1-1 and Fred, and it'll be very weird if they still also ban out the Baksha too. Baksha? Do they still go for the ban? It does look like they're setting up for like a Joy. I think in this case, if I were an Indra, I would just first pick Badang and then set up for a Fanny or Joy. And then, ooh, see if UUM go for the Phobius, right?
Potentially. Mathilda. All right, first pick right now. Unindra, what's their move? They want to go for the Fanny. It's still very much available.
Farsa, Fanny,
Farsa,
Baksha.
A lot of prio here. They want to go to Baksha and then maybe last pick the Fanny, you know, get some surprise in?
Honestly, I think it's a safe choice here. If you want to first pick something, the Baksha is always a safe bet just to have some security and flex. But the Kalea is technically up for grabs as well. We have seen teams, you know, kind of stay away from the Kalea first pick just because of the nerfs towards that second skill range. But we have still seen it. Oh, there you go. As called to be the Farsa first pick after these bans came through. UUM. Now they're placed in a tough spot because usually when you see the Farsa here, if you don't see the Farsa, you go for the Harith because the Harith is really, really good. But when you see the Farsa, you kind of hesitate to go for Harith. You don't want to go for the Harith anymore just because the Farsa does really well against it.
Kimi Baksha, perhaps?
I think so.
It's a classic at this point. A lot of teams have gone for it. Utility and a good mid lane with pressure. And with the Baksha's presence on the map, the Kimi that usually struggles to match map pressure kind of gets a bit of a free pass here as well. 10 seconds to go as Boboyot, they kind of take their time considering this. It is going to be quite the important decision. Kalea still with the Gatot Kacha.
Wow.
Against the Farsa, by the way. You know, the Gatot's passive is only physical, so there's that.
I think the Baksha can still make its way into this game here. Looking at the two healers, right? The Kalea and the Gatot Kacha, I think it's a pretty solid choice to go for. And then I think at this point, just leave. Or no, yeah, go for the Harith. Why not, right? You've already picked with the Farsa. You've set up for the Harith properly as well. Go for the Baksha and Harith. Oh, no, they go for Badang and Roger instead. Huh.
The Roger approach.
I like the Badang, but the Roger...
Well, it's a more aggressive option here, and it kind of has the same kind of attributes as the Baksha. Fast movement, fast clear, but in a way more damage, more carry potential. You just lose out on the healing reduction. And to be fair, they can go for items to try and get that, unless they really want to brawl it out in the early game. That might become an issue.
I'm confused for UUM at this point. Did they go jungle? And if they do, what, Eastern Shin?
Oh, the Eastern Shin, yeah, is open.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, first
Finally.
Eastern Shin of the day.
I hope this isn't a loss. You know, we've been building a lot of hype for the Eastern Shin, and it was banned a couple of times on the second phase. Finally gets picked up.
All right. Actually, very safe with the Traceless. A lot of output potential for the Eastern Shin, but not really as tanky as the Roger. So we'll see how this matchup goes through. Looking at the setup, though, still gonna be somewhat pick heavy for Boboyat, so something for the front line is gonna be required. That may be what Boboyat could be targeting here, taking away some of these tankier scouting heroes. They can kind of expose that Kalea mid-transit. They still ban the Baksha, bro. So they're not convinced. They're not convinced at all. They think that maybe your Ninja might use it in a different role, maybe.
Okay. So we're gonna see it now. The Baksha, yeah, it's interesting. I guess, to be fair, they have a Kalea and Gatot, so it makes sense for you to ban out the Baksha, right? Like, you don't want to go up against that anti-regen. Ooh, Unindra. What do they go for next? The bans. Mid lane and gold laner, the two roles up for grabs. And in the mid lane, you can deal with the Yves, maybe take it away, go for, and then the Valentina. Take away, you know, the possible carry picks in the mid lane that can still work. I wonder what they went for, because we don't... Oh, it is Valentina, okay.
All right then. Your Ninja making sure that they can get a lot more big playmaking tools available. That's probably what they're hinting at. The question is what? Especially against a Gatot and a Kalea, there's a lot of ways for these two heroes to cover each other, right? And still kind of stay safe. So I'm gonna be a bit more careful about this. Is there any chance that the Roger goes to the gold lane though, Mirko? Is that something that can still be explored? Or in the current meta, do they just need so much more DPS? A lot more of that late game style carry?
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of the Roger in the gold lane yet, but I personally haven't tried it, so can't knock it until you try it, right? But I think it does fit in the jungle a bit better. The glue gets banned out, which is interesting because yeah, I guess it can get on the Yusun Shin. But you have a skill 1. Yeah, we have ways to deal with it.
I guess I want to make sure that the glue can't really get in the way and let those blobs block off a lot of those spells, eat up a lot of the damage coming through from the side of Boboyat. Farum is banned though for Ninja, so
they actually like it here.
They're looking for some kind of clash here. So surprisingly, Mirko, with the meta kind of shifting a little bit, the Farum ain't looking too bad, but very situational, huh?
Yeah, I agree with it. I think this is a very, very good ban coming in from the side of Unindra.
Kimi.
Playing out the Faramis, knowing that again, for UUM x Boboyot, it's a Kalea and a Gatot already. They're playing with overwhelming sustain, so having a bit more, another layer to that sustain, especially with a composition like this is a burst composition for Unindra, right? Parsa, Roger, Badang, they really want to get in and out real quick. They want to win the team fights quickly. UUM have taken a different approach. They've taken an approach where they want to play the long team fights with 2 MMs.
Well, Roskov. Okay, Ninja, so not really that early game oriented. They go for the CC as well, just to melt down the frontline members. Now for Boboyat, disengage I think becomes a lot more valuable right here. Now they're only looking for the gold lane option, so it's gonna be something like an Irithel? Something that can just stay safe, or yeah, without Granger, I think the Irithel becomes the next safest thing.
Well, the Bruno, that does pretty well against this composition. Has a bit more... Yeah, I mean, the Irithel I think is safer, actually, you're right.
Harith?
The Harith is a solid option.
They do have the Shin in the jungle, right? Physical and magical. It is going to be the Irithel. So it's so much kite, by the way, coming from Boboyot. The Kimi, the Shin, and the Irithel all are going to be very much annoying to chase down, but we'll see if the Badang can work his magic. And we've seen Roger Airlines, the Roger flying across the map there earlier, so chase is definitely available for Unindra if they do get that early game pressure.
Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is much better compared to the games that we've seen before, at least in the drafts. Let's see if in the land of Dawn they can execute the plans better than the previous matches, because we're going to get it right now. Rashi, what do you think? Which draft is better?
Oh, I gotta say, if you go with what we have been seeing, the burst damage usually just gets so much more done. But I feel like if it's played properly, the draft from Boboyot can work, but I think it just leans more towards Unindra.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 in our final best of 3 match today. In the early game already, you can see, let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Killing spree for the Roger.
Huh. Interesting options there. I mean, the Roger already is very fast, so getting more never be a bad option there. Oh! So close!
Almost a solo kill, but look at the extra damage back onto Midori, forcing the regen out early.
Alright, so aggression in the mid lane, that's something that always happens. Again, the battle spells, sprint for MQT. So, a lot of these names, by the way, I'm pretty sure are quite different from what we were saying earlier. Fine Fuzz on the Gatot.
Fine Fuzz. The Badang is going to find a lot of value in this game. No one has brought Purify. That is an interesting choice. Again, knowing that there's a lot of lockdown CC from Unindra.
Even the weapon mastery for MQT, by the way, for the Irithel, it's going to be a lot of damage, but much, much later on. The Kimi as well going for the Bargain Hunter, so fully expecting to be jumped on, but not going Purify and not going for defensive emblems. It's definitely a bold move against a Farsa, bro.
Level 4. Zimtrek, look at this. Again, look at the burst coming down already. That's what you can expect for the Eastern Shin, ladies and gentlemen. Massive power spike. And that's why Unindra are playing it safe early on. You would expect usually early on you want to invade the Eastern Shin, but after the patch, yes, Eastern Shin didn't get changed a lot, but you can really feel that burst.
You see immediately Bobo are trying to get as much value as possible. 1v1 here, Scorch and I'm Cutie.
Yeah, Scorch doing a good
misery
job.
trade. Let's see, man. Hurdle is going to be started off by Boboyot. They do have the Gatot with the Revitalize. That's a lot of chi sustain that can be used to really win the fight out. But can they get the red tree advantage though?
Level 5 for Zim Chuek. He's going to get it. There you go. Dashes into safety. Tibikaka on it already. That's going to be the ultimate. Utilize Zimtrek with Retribution. Now as he goes for the stun, his Numb will be locked down. Revitalize and the healing. The Traction Pulse doesn't land. But Unindra just back away safely, losing that neutral objective.
Unfortunately, not enough damage there. Fine Fuzz surviving a bit too long for Unindra's liking. And off of that stun there as well. Zim Chuek on that Eastern Shin gets a very easy level advantage take on the turtle. Already a great start here. 1,200 gold lead. That's showing the farming speed of the Eastern Shin as well, by the way.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying, Arashi. When it comes to clearing the jungle, Eastern Shin is top notch. I wonder why these guys, the other players haven't picked it up much earlier. Again, you can see just how fast he is pathing through. He should be steadily a level ahead over RSTZ.
Could we think just hiding the strat maybe for much later on? I don't know, man. We have seen a decent amount of Eastern Shins. But look at this, dude. The aggression coming in from Boboyot, man. Just rotating around together, waiting for a big fight. Knowing that they have the damage output, the DPS advantage right here. So as long as Fine Fuzz is still tanky enough to take a decent amount of damage, I feel like Boboyot can get away with this.
Yep. They can just play for the farm. For Unindra, technically they can also do the same and then wait for turtle number 2. Like the CC pick is really good against the Gatakacha, but that means you're going to have to shred the Gatakacha before the fight even starts.
going to be quite difficult with all the follow-up available for Boboyat. If Kakatizi kind of goes a bit too far deep, he can get punished really easily, man, with all these range tools that can kind of kite back away from him.
There you go. Perfect timing.
Okay.
Oh, but he just pops in the region and he gets to safety. Bloodwing's already built, by the way, for Exure, so he knows of the risk up against his composition. A lot of kill pressure. Whoa! Heavy crossbow just a poke for the airstrike coming down as well. MQD gonna be locked down. Oh, weird interaction. Don't think he meant to do that up top. Kakatizi will be taken down with the turtle too. Zim 2x, second kill of the game on the Eastern Shin.
Got a lot of damage there, just not enough though. Scorch, 1v1 trying to punish MQD. And the Moskov isn't really touched so far, so Ninja has that split push threat to use for that late game. Midori with the glowing wand though, this means that all this regen is going to be difficult. Sure, it gets jumped on.
Has the Purify, will be able to utilize it. The traction pulse there used too. The Feather Airstrike comes down, but it's only onto Chekai. UUM are playing it so clean, by the way. This is some good MLBB from them.
Yeah, Ninja now, because of how cleanly UUM x Boboyat are playing, they're forced to use a lot of their spells counter-actively, right? To try and get something back after the initial play from UUM x Boboyat. So, for now, if you keep playing reactive, they're just going to take this game and run with it, and they already have the rotational advantage too.
Okay. Rotation over. Num's going to walk up, immobilized already. Tsunami's time going to be ready too. Oh, no, it's not. Good Spirit of Misery. Up top is a 2v1 now. Zim2x going to be careful. Will be able to run away. The curtain call locks him down, but Zim2x dealing a lot of damage. That's an all-in over from Kakatizi. Ars looked for the Lycan Pounce. Won't be able to find it in time. Zim2x is able to hold on up top. Not to the turret, though. It was taken by Unindra.
Good move from Unindra to get something, just get some pressure out. The gold advantage, steady at a 1.5 more or less, 1.5k. 20 seconds to go, though. And I think UMX Boboyat still have a hold on the game. There's no signs that Unindra have the tools available to really find something here, or to even counter and stop all the plays from happening. The Purify for Exure is going to be up in 3 seconds, though. That could be a big factor.
Okay. Slow push here, good Scorch rotation up top. Kakatizi to be caught in the traction pulse. An all-in onto the back by MQD. And he's going to be caught in the heavy crossbow. Lycan Bounce chasing him down. That's the gold laner taken down just for Kakatizi. An all-in with a Tsunami Slam locking him down. Num taken out again. The SOD lands. It's on for. Will he take it? He does. But he gets chain CC. It has a Purified Spirit Misery comes down. But it's going to be Zim Chuek who walks up and gets the triple. RCZ on it. Very low. Exure unable to get the first kill. Now flies by. Lycan form. Over to find Buzz, scratching him down, Exure, finding the kill.
The bird, the passive, the basic attack procced it, and that extra bit of damage secures the kill onto Zim Chuek. That's massive for Unindra. It was a bold play to send Scorch in there 1v3 technically for a split second. He paid the price for it, but overall, it's not a bad trade at all, man. The gold difference has just been negated, and they get one more turret on the bottom side too.
Unindra, that was a phenomenal sequence of events to get them back in the game. Losing out in the first two turtles didn't mess with their composure, not at all. No pressure for them. It felt like another day that they can just, again, utilize the side lane control. They got the tier 1 up top, and then they played in a phenomenal fight. Again, Kakatizi, 0-2 start, but the sacrifices have been worth it, at least for Turtle 2.
For a second there, you thought they made a mistake, though, overextended perhaps, and you kind of got concerned, but hey, it all worked out. And look at how they're playing right now. Getting into the jungle, looking for something, but also escorting Scorch. One more free tower here, tier 2 for tier 1. Macro gameplay for Unindra. This is some high-level stuff.
And this is not good for UUM, this rotation. For them, they're getting out macroed. Zim Chuek is getting farmed, but at this point of the game, the Farsa is really going to be a threat to him. This is the reason we were talking about this in the grand finals as well. Tsunami Slam, logging Kakatizi down, has a vengeance. But their airstrike in the back line, you can see that damage. SOD! Scorch with the Spirit of Misery, jumping in again with the AOG. It's Fine Fuzz jumping on 4. Not too sure about that. That's gonna be the pin down coming down as Zim Chuek is walking up, looking for the damage. RCZ looking for damage as well. Triple for Zim Chuek. Now it's I'mQT in the midst of it all. It's I'mQT with a kill on Scorch.
That's the back and forth, man. Again and again, you saw that Scorch was trying to get in a fully committed fight in there.
Wow.
But he wasn't sure. Does he want to go straight in? Does he want to back away? Sure. Looking for a chance to try and find something. Air strike.
Finding one, now onto I'm Cutie, but that will be all she wrote. No chance he gets more than one. Zim Chuek gets the mid lane turn, and now you see how OP this pick is, Arashi.
And it's how he's using it as well. The distance management there to make sure that Scorch has to pick between actually securing the kill on Zim Chuek or getting picked off by the damage from I'm Cutie as well. That fight was just kind of sporadic there, and it really favors Boboyot with more outplay potential. For the most part, Ninja is looking for this big moment where they can just burst someone down 100-0. And UUMX Boboyot are not allowing them to have it. Now with the Lord, with the Kimi, not exactly the best wave clear, but they have some damage. They have burst damage at their disposal if they have Zim Chuek in the mix.
Wow. The recovery from UUMX Boboyot was just as good as Yunindra's recovery. Fraction Pulse not landing. The Feather Airstrike will zone them in the back. Oh, Lord will be dealt with before he gets the charge. Good defense from Yunindra, but still Zim Chuek. Man. Whoa! Goes for the dive on RCZ! Almost getting it. That's the Yisun Shin damage, Arashi.
And this fact that you have an extra bit of crowd control there really changes things. Tsunami Slam though.
Locking him down again with the fist crack, but there's no follow-up. SOD lands. But I don't think he'll be able to take it now. Chekai Josh on the wall already. Num with a big punch into the face. That feathered airstrike already as well. There's AOG. Locks him down. Fine Fuzz. Losing his life.
That's a 2-for-1, man. The Badang fist crack turnaround there kind of allowed Ninja to find something. No roamer, no EXP lane as well. Still a 5k advantage for UUMX Boboyot though. Out of nowhere. It seemed like they equalized, but off the back of a few fights, you can see the farming speed difference. Zim Chuek was it just 2,000 gold ahead from Arsteezy. It is approaching full build though. They have to try and get some more value before they lose out in the item advantage. But easier said than done against a Farsa, against a Moskov as well. With the BOD completed, I think now, really, any kind of squishy hero from Unindra has to be very careful.
It's how you farm so quickly on the Yisun Shin that makes it so OP, guys. You get your items so quickly. And you can see the BOD already built up. He's actually able to level the amount of gold that the gold laner has in this game. 5,000 gold lead, now a slow game for UUM.
10 seconds to go before the next Lord, and UUM is waiting around on the other side, escorting I'm Cutie. And just like that, there's no real safe zone just yet for Unindra to go for that Moskov split push. It's a good move here to really deny the tools available to Unindra, because that Moskov pressure is one of the only things that they really have as of right now over the side of UMX Boboyot. Look at the control here. Calm, cool, composed. But now they're on the Lord though.
Slow build for the Lord here. Doing it pretty quickly actually, as the bottom lane will still be pushed in by Scorch. Can see already done. RCZ! What a steal! I can bounce in the midst of it all now with the first crack as well, but RCZ will be taken down by Midori. Now with the flicker, AOG to cut him off. I'm Cutesy finds the mega kill. Lord for 2.
Interesting. You would think that with some of that AoE burst, maybe the Spear of Destruction was going to go, but Unindra, they kind of recognize that there's so much more DPS tools. There's essentially 3 marksmen on the side of UMX Boboyot. Why force the fight? They get that Lord. Unfortunately, they were forced to sacrifice Num as well on that Badang. But as a result, now they have the Lord on their side. It hasn't been cleared. And now with 5, they can try and play the split push angle, and the tower on the top side is already half HP.
Oh, wow.
This is a great situation to be in for Unindra. They're gonna send Scorch to the bottom side and escort this Lord slowly but surely. But wait a minute, 1v1?
What a clutch play, man. A clutch play, really, from Arsteezy to save this game. Could have been a case of this, the outscale. Kaka already going in, but it's only Ultimate Ori now gets taunted down, doesn't have vengeance, and will just explode out of existence here. Scorch in the bottom lane, actually going in a bit too deep, getting a turret shot on him. Mid lane turret still alive, and they'll keep it that way.
That's a damage EXP for you. Can't really tank that damage, but the turret way too close for comfort. As we take a look at some of the items right here, Midori with the glowing wand and the divine glaive already, definitely shredding through with a lot of damage. With the rose gold meteor though, it's going to be extra survivability for MQD, and he's respecting both sources of damage. He sold the boots and went for the magical defense, but also for the Wind of Nature. On the off chance he's stuck in a duel with Kakatizi, Arstizi, or Scorch.
This is really a really good game of MLBB being played by both these teams, man. They are really trying to force error each other, right? Great steal from Unindra, amazing recovery from UUM, keeping the base turrets alive as well. Great siege, good discipline. This is good. This is some peak stuff. Something that I personally have been waiting for all the way from match number 1. We did get a glimpse of that from NU Bulldogs, but now it's level, right? Both teams having the same level of play.
6.5k gold advantage. Mid lane tower still stands for UMX Boboyot, just barely. What's the play for Unindra now? They can't really make any macro plays happen with the Lord, but with the kind of setup, with the composition from UMX Boboyot, they can rush down and melt down the Lord so fast. So this Moscow pressure isn't really available. Whoa!
Cutie was standing in the bush now. Fist strike with the feather air strike! Cutie will fall. That was the big concern. Now it's an all-in for Sim. Oh no, Scorch pops into nature in time. Oh my lord! Extra rotating again. Now he's the all-in from Simtwig. Finding one, looking for more, getting two. Extra next to the chopping block as Scorch is back in the mid lane, just shoving it in.
That was a great start of the fight for Unindra. They're getting the pickup onto Cutie, but in the end, because of the DPS available to them, UMX Boboyot make it a favorable trade. But look at this, Extra already scouting, already setting up for some kind of pick-off attempt against Zimchuek though. That's a dangerous preposition.
Extra has to purify, will hold on to it. Wow, well played. Has the feather airstrike, pops it in, does a little bit of damage over to Zimchuek as Fine Fuzz walks up. Big resource down. Lord held down by Zimchuek, who's on it. Scorch now walking up, dealing damage over to Fine Fuzz. Midori, traction pulse on the way, gets him there. Immobilization field as well. Extra! Almost looking for the steal. Oh, good dodge from Num's pin.
All right. Mid-tower falls in the chaos, but that's the Lord picked up by UMX Boboyot. Again, with a good teamfight composition, with 3 sources of DPS. Now they're going to escort the Lord. They might set up for a 3-wave push as well. Unindra, now they're in trouble. They're going to be forced to use the Feather Airstrike for the Lord, but also they're going to need it to try and deter these marksmen, these long-range damage dealers from UMX Boboyot from actually just forcing the end. Let's see how this one plays out.
We're going to see an Evolved Lord for sure, unless they fumble this defense. Uh-oh, that's exactly what should happen. Traction pulse lands. Scorch in the back. The AOG deals with him. Now it's Kakatizi walking up. Fine Fuzz going to be taken down now as he will be able to pop into Vengeance. Now Num walks into the back line. Zimchuek able to get that skill 1 in time, but the base turn to the bottom lane. Oh, they keep it alive.
That's a tense one, man. Scorch, despite being taken out early on there, without the main damage dealer, UMX Boboyot plays it calm, cool, collected. Only the middle base tower taken. Oh boy, it's going to be going back to some macro gameplay, and still again, Scorch hasn't really been allowed to use that global presence. And in fact, that Spear of Destruction has been dodged away from multiple times here. Hard to predict what's going to happen next.
Really comes down to the final lord of the game here, Evolved Arashi. For both these teams, they'll get extreme value with the Evolved Lord. That damage reduction, the group up together, it's basically an auto-win team fight. Taking a look at the items, it's full build for everybody.
Well, one more item to go. Well, I guess technically for Scorch, one more item to complete. Same thing for Extra. For the side of UMX Boboyot though, yeah, that's definitely the case. I think if they really want to go for some kind of pick-off play, trying to take advantage of their burst damage, they gotta get Zimchuek, man. That guy is just doing so much work right now. And he is just so much more of a threat compared to the rest of the marksmen on the side of UMX Boboyot, just because of the outplay potential.
It's almost impossible to kill the Yi Sun-shin in the late game. Scorch caught in that tough spot, will be airborne by the AOG in the back line. I'm Cutie, walks up with Winning Nature, actually saves him. Numb in the back, Hakatizi taken down. Numb gonna be taken out as well. Zim Chuek picks up the double kill on the YSS.
Massive play, man. All the battle spells used up just to get a guaranteed play. 30 seconds to go here. Are they gonna go straight for the end? 5v3, it's definitely possible. No one can tank.
No one. And actually still have the Tsunami Slam. Oh, Purify out already. Tsunami Slam! Finding it in the back. Score's going to be taken down now. It's a desperate Lycan pounce from RSTZ into the Winning Nature of I'm QT. UUMX Boboyot. Phenomenal MLBB in game 1.
What a beautiful game right there from UUMX Boboyot. Dude, the patience, the shot calling, and how decisively they take some of those fights. That's what we've all been waiting for, dude. That was a match. I mean, a game. It felt like a match.
Wow. That was good. That was really good. Sky Juice, by the way, is apparently how you pronounce this Sky Juice name. Sky Juice.
Interesting.
UUMX Boboyot. What an amazing game of MLBB, man. I am impressed. Wow, that was some real good stuff.
You gotta be impressed with that kind of performance, man. They did not risk anything. Nothing was really all that 50-50. And even though they did lose the Lord, the recovery was quick.
Rashi, finally. Yi Sun-shin, man.
Yeah.
Yi Sun-shin, guys. I've been saying it from game 1. Yi Sun-shin, man.
And you're seeing the value, the power over the Roger even. Because honestly, RSTZ, great Lord Steal, great damage output. But towards the end of the game, you really start feeling like, yo, what's... Man's not doing much.
Nope.
He doesn't really do too much damage from far away.
Nope.
He's too squishy to jump into 3 marksmen. Against a Gatot, you know, there's crowd control. So he was nullified, dude. That's why you can see so much pressure on Scorch and so much emphasis in exchange from UUMX Boboyot to get to Scorch. Because they know once Scorch is down, right, RSTZ, he ain't gonna carry the whole team.
Yeah.
But the Yi Sun-shin can. When he was the last guy alive, it's even more dangerous because all the spells are down.
You saw that damage from the Yi Sun-shin, that level 4 power spike that that I mentioned, the pathing as well, the very fast clearing, the team fight, the AoE ult as well with the stun. You get so much value out of Yi Sun-shin right now, and that's why for me it's super prio. I just wonder why it hasn't been picked up by a lot of the other teams. Maybe either they're not comfortable on it, or they feel like, or maybe they're just not used to it yet. They haven't played it in scrims yet, right? Because now the cat's out of the bag.
Bang.
It's time for Yi Sun-shin to be prio, ladies and gentlemen. I keep on first picking this hero in my ranked games.
Very interesting. Well, the MVP for this game is, of course, Zim Chuek on that Yi Sun-shin. Only 1 single death. And even that was a freak miss. Like, you can't really calculate. It's a basic attack from the Farsa with the extra passive, you know? Surely he wasn't expecting all that. But afterwards, overall as a team though, you can see the formation here. You know, the setup. Even when they are forced to sacrifice Cutie, Midori steps up and understands, hey, they're focusing on that guy. Time for me to do work. Look at this. Same thing here. Midori's like, okay, they focused on me. I'm out of the fight. I'll stay in the back. It's fine. Yeah. No need to risk anything too crazy. So the team fighting knowledge is definitely impressive.
And Zim Chuek, man, what a performance from him. So clutch. This one time, obviously, it was a 50-50, so you can't really fully blame him. But the fact that he's able to stay composed despite the steal, despite dying once as well, it's honestly so clean. I gotta give props to him. And here, this was the moment I was like, oh my god, they're waiting in the bush. Why? Back away, it's a Badang. And then they did lose out in the end. But guess who's there to buy them out of a loss? It's Zim Chuek again. Just look at his positioning in this fight because it was phenomenal. Waiting for the vengeance, going in. The targeting was crisp, clean. This guy's good. This guy's really, really good.
Yeah. And again, the synergy though. You look at the difference here. It seems like whatever is being done by Ninja, they just keep getting countered here. The AOGs are on point. It cancels out the movement of Scorch. It cancels out the Feather Airstrike from the Farsa too. It's just really, really good. On the other side for Uninja, you see some good moments, but there are some plays that are happening that just isn't all that communicated, not all that synergized. That fight on the top lane, Miracle, I thought that was the moment they're gonna clean house and come back. But they kind of went all in there, even though Sher was kind of on cooldown.
Yep.
It's moments like that where you kind of lose momentum, where you kind of like suddenly find yourself at a disadvantage. And those kind of moments were far few in between for UUM.
Definitely. And here we get to see it again, guys. In case you guys want to see it, the itemization, also just the emblem choices. The weapon mastery turned out to be such a good buy, such a value choice because, bro, he made it to the late game where that would give him that extra value. Wow, I'm really impressed. I love it. I like it. This UUM team, I like them.
Yeah, I think it's all just really well thought out. Even the fact that Midori isn't as farmed as the other two, that's fine, right? Because on a Kimi, even if you're not fully farmed up, you can still provide utility. You're not really forced to be that main damage dealer. So it's fine for her to for Midori to kind of take it chill. And when the game eventually, inevitably gets to that late game, then slowly but surely, he's gonna catch up. So the game plan from the beginning, even though we were quite confused at the Gatot and the Kalea, it seems like they have everything planned out. Fast farming, good power spikes for the Yisun Shin, Aerithal's playing it safe, right? Just avoiding a lot of these big moments. And slowly but surely, in the mid game, in the late game, they make the right calls. They stifle the macro opportunities from Unindra, and they did not fall to a lot of these burst damage pick-off tools that we are talking about that we said would be more beneficial in the current meta.
Good stuff to UUM. They have a shot again to just sweep the Indonesian representatives in Unindra, who we thought coming into this tournament would also just be the favorites with NU Bulldogs, with the Nova team as well. Novus, sorry, Braveheart. Right now, we got the Dark Horse, definitely. UUM looking very clean.
What do you think about the approach, Mirko? The fact that, like, okay, DPS, damage is king, and they just went 3 marksmen, dude.
Yeah. I think it's really good, especially considering how they played it, how they draft for it as well.
Yeah.
They panned out the Baksha, the Fredrin, and the Mathilda, I believe, right? Those were, oh no, the one, it was the Baksha. The Baksha was actually banned out by, it was by them, but in the second phase.
Right.
I think a lot of the issues, by the way, that we saw for Team Unindra could have been dealt with by picking up Baksha. I wonder why they were so hesitant about picking up the Baksha. Because again, you don't need to flex, you don't need to force it into the jungle. It's the flex potential of it that gives you so much value. I think if they had the Baksha over the CC in XP, it would have been a better game for them because they would actually be able to deal with the healing coming in from the Kalea and Gatot early. The CC was a weird pick. Against the Gatot, it was good, but remember, what's the main counter to CC? CC. They had a whole lot of that with the Tsunami Slam, with the immobilization, the traction pulse, so many ways to kite away as well from CC.
And the kiting, dude, from UUM again will be so much more difficult to kite back from a rolling Baksha. Yep. You know how it is, right? And 3 marksmen technically against the Baksha, that's also not that bad of a deal, right? With multiple instances of damage, the Baksha, gets more value. That's why it's so good against the Kimi. You can see they can get that value against 3 picks from the side of UUM. So it's definitely an option they are looking back on. That really they could have used and maybe they would consider for the next game.
We'll see about that next game because we're going to be waiting for it here in the draft. It will start there when it comes to actually preparing for it. I think the banning the Estes and the Florin is fine. I like that, right? You don't want to play that game, no problem, but you need to still go for the Baksha. I think not picking up the Baksha in the first phase was very, very greedy, especially considering you saw the Gatot early. It wasn't like the Gatot was hidden. It was a Gatot. Was it Gatot Kalea?
No, it was. I think it was Gatot
Kimi.
Kimi, yes.
Gatot Kimi into a Yisun Shin and then the Kalea later.
Yeah.
So it was. You saw the Kimi and the Gatot. That's like double value for the Baksha, bro.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't think they needed it. I think they were really relying on that
Badang
playmaking.
Not going for it, yeah.
And to be fair, there were moments made by the Badang, but overall, you saw that the moment where they were able to get something, it has to be the badang, and then UUM just did not allow a lot of those moments to happen.
Oh man.
So now they know they're up against a team that will not allow them to freely get their win condition. They have to fight for it, and that's where picks like the Baksha and more crowd control can help them find those moments there.
We'll see just how they'll be able to bounce back from that, because again, it was just minor things in the draft that led to such a dominant game for UEM, because honestly, it was good for Unindra. It wasn't like Unindra were bad in the game. They played very well with the tools that they were given. It's just unfortunate that technically one of their heroes was kind of useless. I'm talking about Kakatizi, right? Not the player, just the hero itself. The CC was not able to really create the impact. That curtain call was always dodged away from by Zimchwek. It never hit Midori or I'm Cutie because they were just so far back. The only times it landed was on Skydrush or Fine Fuzz, and that's where you want it to land for the enemy team. For UUM, they're like, oh, okay, sure. We can just sustain out of it. We have a Revitalize. We have Kalea passive.
Yeah, man. I feel like if they really wanted to play with this style, they needed more. Like, if they're trying to go for the pick-off using the Roger, I think that there's some things that have to be traded out here. If they want to go with the Roger, right, and they think that's the way to go, then the CC needs to be something that can help and assist the Badang in engaging or in finding those pickoffs. If they want to go with the CC, then I feel like that Roger has to be changed into something else as well. Point is, they're being a bit too greedy, trying to get all these different composition types, but then they don't really have one strong suit they can really use. That might change right now. Drafting phase for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, before we know it, it is here.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. A possible clean sweep for UUMX Boboyot, who just looked so good. The same formula again. 1-1, banned away.
All right, Kalea this time. Banned away by Unindra. Apparently, that Tsunami Slam is part of why it was difficult for Unindra to move forward perhaps and find some of these moments. Will the Yisun Shin come into the ban, show up in the bans, Mirko, considering how crazy it really seemed? And do you think for Unindra at least, seeing the results from game number 1, how that Yisun Shin was played, do they think it's a fluke, or do they actually recognize that it's actually so strong right now?
What, the Yisun Shin?
It's Yisun Shin.
I think it is very, very strong. Honestly, obviously it comes down to the user too, because you need to have a strong Yisun Shin player on your team.
You think Unindra, like, you know, has this thought right now, like, dang, that was really good.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's way better than the Roger. Like, it's harder again to play compared to the Roger. But if you're good at the Yisun Shin, this is a very good hero that can really, you can take the game in your own hands, especially in ranked. So I don't see why not in the game like this, especially when you play around it. That Kalea got thought after the Baksha ban, or the got thought into the Baksha ban into the Kalea was phenomenal. Now they go for the Kalea and the Kimi, and I think they, unfortunately, might have changed a bit too much. The Estes and Florin ban was not bad by all means, and UUM now have a free route to go for the Baksha first pick into the Estes choice, or the Florin choice. They can play into that. Hell, they can even go Baksha into Yisun Shin and Estes.
Huh.
It'll still be Ube. It'll be literally M3 with Wise playing Yisun Shin.
Definitely still works, so that's a concerning thing to witness as an Indonesian supporter, put it that way. But the Kimi though, I guess there's less kite ability available to UUM. That might be why they're looking at that Kimi as the big problem. They want to be able to get their hands onto the players of UUM without being immobilized or pulled back with a traction pulse.
Okay, final ban. Will it be the Estes ban? Will it be the Baksha ban? Because UUM seem like they just want to go for Yisun Shin again. Honestly, these are the same bans exactly. And this is honestly pretty good setup for the Yisun Shin. Again, pretty good setup for the Baksha too. Unindra, balls on your court, or in your court rather.
Yisun Shin ban.
Good respect, good respect. I gotta give him credit for that. UUM, Baksha. I think the Baksha is more prio than any of the other choices. Unless they want to go like Farsa, but even then, I would still say Baksha.
Yeah, I would agree. For now, at least. I think the Baksha is going to be a bit more flex potential. more counters for the possible follow-up options that Ninja can go for in exchange for that Baksha. So, let's see, man. This is a slow one. taking a lot of time considering all of the options. Has to be Baksha. Yeah, the only utility jungler left. Which raises the question, oh, never mind. Gatot Kacha.
Okay. Whoa. Now I think you can still, you can see a little bit of the holes in the game of UUM. Like they just love the Gatot a bit too much, and that could hurt them because again, the Baksha was a very glaring, easy answer for Unindra. The only problem for the game, for first game, was the fact that they just didn't want to play it. They wanted to play the Roger. Now they got the Granger and the Baksha. So that's already a response, an answer to the Revitalize of Gatot and to the sustain of Gatot that makes him strong.
Oh boy. Now for UUM, do they want to get that Farsa away so that Uninja doesn't have access to that long-range combo, the Farsa Ranger? Or do they want to actually secure some more like playmaking tools? Unfortunately, already showing the Gatot, if they go for something like a Badang here, if they feel like it's going to be necessary, it'll be a bit more readable. But Roger, Farsa, how to turn tables, Mirko?
Yeah, without the Yisun Shin, this honestly makes sense, right? It's a good Farsa pick, to be fair. The only thing I would change personally would be the Baksha. Like, Baksha first pick instead of the Gatot Kacha if I were UUM and...
Oh!
Yeah, Unindra with the Lunox too. Good way to deal with the Gatot Kacha. That's another way. Like, I mean, you already have a Baksha to deal with it, and then now you have the shred of a Lunox. And the dive of a Lunox. It's good against the Farsa, by the way.
Yeah, that's the pocket pick we talked about when we saw the most picked and banned heroes from the side of Unindra. Second banning phase though, Irithel for Unindra. They had enough with these kiting heroes, man. No Kimmy. Well, actually, that's so funny. No Kimmy, no Yisun Shin, no Irithel. They just did not like any of that.
Nope, none of it.
Kind of extreme, don't you think, Mirko? 3 bans.
3 bans.
Dang.
3 bans. To be fair, I understand them. Those were the 3 picks that were really the big problem. Because, again, like, when it comes to the front line, the only reason the front line worked was because they didn't have Baksha. They just wanted to ego their way into a win. Now you see UUM actually ban out the Estes, which is a good read here. Could be a possible angle with the Baksha and Ranger Lunox. Unindra, final ban. Do they take away the Moskov too at this point? You know, get rid of all the marksmen that we can see from IMQD. There's already no 1-1. You've already gotten the Granger, the Irithel. Probably the only one that can do well now against this comp would be... Yeah, Moskov would probably have the best shot, no?
What marksman would counter the Baksha the most? Is it still just the carry? That's unfortunately just not good enough to bring out in the meta?
I think so. I don't really think it... I mean, the Irithel, I guess you have a little bit of shred there. They end up banning out the Claude, which is interesting, knowing that they have a Lunox that could literally just shred through. If the Claude ever walks up, he's going to have Wind of Nature and Athena or Rose Gold, you know?
Yeah. Isn't that just a...
Respect?
Some respect, and possibly like they're considering a full-on dive, and the last thing they want is a massive Blazing Duet. We've seen how that plays out. Not for UUM though. No Estes. Are they going to ban the Florian as well? Right? Or the Angela, more likely.
Yeah, I think the Florian is a pretty good shout here. The Angela... I think more Florian than Angela, to be fair. Unless Unindra got the Irithel, right? Like if the Irithel... What?
What?
I would think that would be good for them against the Baksha. Now Unindra just get a free Badang for no trade. That would... I thought the glue would for sure be like a choice for UUM to deal with the Baksha. Okay.
Well, now what? If this Gatot is going roam, what other EXP lanes are available here? Are they considering like a damage EXP lane? We haven't seen any of those today, I believe.
The roam was a Kalea in the previous game, was it not?
Oh, so it was Gatot EXP, so this could be a roam pick instead.
But what roam pick do you go for?
Jawhead?
Oh yeah, actually. Pretty okay, but you can get cancelled by the Badang, like you can just frisk crack out of the way. And it puts you in a tough position where you kind of have to win in the early game.
Definitely not ideal here. 3 seconds to go. Unveil the cards, UUM. Cho! Mincetar!
Wait, why Mincetar?
Is this really Mincetar?
Yeah. Looks like it's gonna be a Mincetar. But wait, why? What?
Wait,
what are they stopping?
I guess the Granger,
How do you stop Granger? You don't stop Granger. No, the Granger will stay out of the. Why would he ever be melee against the Mincetar?
Way of the Dragon.
Yes, Purify.
I don't know. Do they just want like engage tools, like hooks, basically?
And the Lunox will just yellow out of there.
Angela,
Brilliance out of there. You catch the Baxia, I guess, but now again, this is where the Angela actually gets a lot more value because yeah, you go for the pick. Let's say the Baxia gets caught in the King's Calling. Angela is hard guards, and then they're like, all right, that's fine, I guess. We want Baxia to get hit anyways. If you want to all in on Baxia, we'll just have Granger and Lunox. This is a cheese strat for UUM.
Yeah, gold lane Mincetar. You know, back when there was the buffs initially hit, it showed up occasionally, but it wasn't even popular.
Yeah.
It was occasionally once in a while showing up.
If it was up against like the Harith or a Ling Haya, it would be perfect. Like this would be a phenomenal choice. But because it's up against a Baxia with a Poissons and now the hard guard, and there's technically no one else that you can pick. They did go for the flickers with no Purify. That might change a lot, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That might change things to where UUM can find those picks. The hooks will start landing the way the Dragon as well for Sky Juice.
Is it just to get more damage with the King's Calling? You know, get 4 extra damage dealers in the picture? Because the Baxia can get out of it once he's committed. Is that the idea? It's kind of theory craft.
It's what the wise man from the Philippines told me. This might be the era of fighter gold lanes back because of the river changes. Maybe he participates in the first neutral objective battle and it becomes a 4v5 where he just puts that for full control on Turtle. Maybe you just get Turtle with this.
We have been seeing that, by the way. The Erythals and the Grangers, they've been roaming all the way to participate across the map towards the Turtle.
That's why you want to have a ready-to-fight gold lane. You don't want the scaling gold lanes.
So Minchtar, a
Moscovs?
ready to fight gold lane.
I believe all the Moscovs today have lost.
Yes, sir. Actually,
all the Harrods as well, I think. It's just that the mid to late game heroes aren't doing that well in this meta because you want to be active as early as possible, and we haven't seen that. Let's see. Let's see.
Quite a long loading screen right here.
If they get it done with Mincetar, I'll be impressed because again, the conditions are set. There's no Purify. This is the time that you would want to utilize it. If there was Purify, again, I would just be like, no, like the Granger will always be out of range. He'll have a Purify in case you flicker in towards him. But no, he has his flicker.
I think Ninja might be overestimating how well they can kind of deny all of these things by throwing the Baxia at them.
Yeah.
And overestimating the hard guard as this really OP tool. Because we've seen it before, back when it was meta, a lot of teams would go for the Baxia Angela, and they think they're invincible, but against a team like this, dude, for UUM, that's a lot of damage baked in, built in, you know? And they have an execute built into the Roger as well. It's a lot more dangerous than I think they're giving it credit for. Right,
let's see.
Not really in the Land of Dawn just yet. How do you think this lane's gonna go though, Miracle? Like Mincetar against Granger? Does it only hinge on whether or not the Mincetar can get a hook in?
Nah, I mean, I don't even think the Mincetar will be looking to trade. I think it's just purely like you wait for the Granger to shove, you clear the wave, and then you wait for level 4, and then you rotate the Turtle. It's like, it's a non-lane up until he needs to fight in Turtle. That's where I think the value is for the Mincetar. I don't think you want to 1v1 the Granger. Like, not before 4. And then after 4, maybe you go for the hook flickers, yeah.
I think the Granger's gonna be able to zone out that Mincetar though, because again, that's one of the strong suits of the Granger.
Early on,
having
he should
continuous damage with the Rhapsody, right? In theory, this should be a tough situation for I'm Cutie, unless what they send Psychiatrist to kind of help out, maybe. Using the roaming position, just help with the clear.
I think as long as I'm Cutie doesn't fight or doesn't shove his lane, he should be good. He should just wait for level 4 and then rotate over. Doesn't need the team to come over to the bottom lane. But after 4, it'll be different. Yeah, after 4, you can go to the bottom lane, especially considering there's no Purify on the Granger. So you can go for the kick into the King's Calling and then bang, boom, boom, bang, bada bing. Oh, we're getting called out by the Ranger, the Golden Ranger, and the Sylvia Monica of the
They're asking us if we're good.
We're good. We're good. We're really good, man. We're just podcasting right now. Welcome to the podcast, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, to the English podcast.
English podcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking we're back.
I'm thinking I'm back.
Dude, the references. All right then.
Scorch has got to be, he's got to pull in or pull off a John Wick performance if he wants to win.
Mm-hmm. Just take everyone down, dude.
Take everything and everyone.
Show a bit of that gun through.
Oh, hold them down to say what you want now. Whoa, brother was yawning. Oh, Monica and our host and her fiance in the building, Ivan.
Ivan laughed. Showing off the ring as well. Look at you.
Showing off the ring in front of all. Oh.
On camera.
Hey, Con in 4K, my friend.
Why you laughing, though? Why you laughing?
Hey, Con in 4K, my friend.
They were just caught in 4K.
Well, these are 4K cameras. I think they are caught in 4K. Caught in 4K. Hello, Auntie, and hello, little.
He does not look impressed.
What? What?
The auntie's like,
Hey, man. She's just there to accompany her daughter or niece or
I wonder if any of the players have like relatives or friends in the audience, coming over to support them.
Probably. I mean, especially the Indonesians, the Unindra squad. Hey, we can see the boys here just hanging out, watching some MLBB. Good MLBB.
They just have to watch from the staircase. There's a staircase right next to this atrium in the mall. It's just full of people, dude. Like, we have chairs.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, I wonder why they're sitting there when, yeah, you're right. Like, there's... Guys,
they like the elevation, they like... It feels like a stadium, right? The seats, with the seats.
And we have the people in the balcony, like, guys, come down. Why are you guys watching from up there, standing over the railing? Whoa, we got our talent manager as well, I believe, there. Okay, I see you.
Get highlighted. Bang.
Caught in 4K. Again, another shot at the boys.
See, technically, this feels more like a stadium, doesn't it, Mikko?
Yeah.
Like the stadium seats, people...
Hello. Oh, that's crazy. The instant flex and the sound. Whoa, okay, brother. Oh,
he's dual wielding.
Yo, that's kind of crazy. A Z flip and an S25. She's ballin', bro.
That's how
what
you
do
flex.
What do I do? What do I do to get that much money,
here,
man? What the heck? That's ridiculous. An S25 and a Z flip. It's like, yo, you know how many phones I got?
What percentage of the population do you think has both those phones?
2%, bro.
0.2%.
Hey, ladies. Oh, wow. They're like, nah. Guys.
Yo.
Oh my God, man. Why are they so scared of the camera? Guys, we don't bite.
Just wave.
Oh, she's running. She's blitzing out of there.
She's going home.
Oh my God.
That's wild.
Hello. Another shot at the... Hey, I see them there, little boys. Rashi's favorite.
I think Midnight was saying that, he loves kids.
Yeah, he loves kids. He does. Shout out to Midnight. He's casting in the Tagalog
That's why he's with a young man from the Philippines.
Oh, you're right. He is with the young man from the Philippines. Another little boy. Why is there so much distance, guys? Hey.
It's personal space, bro.
Hello.
Space personal.
They're all just saying hello to the camera. Hello.
Actually,
Hey, look, Arashi.
What's up?
Who's that?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I just it looks like someone you know.
Brother, considering it's actually like 10 o'clock right now, Indonesian time.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of people. I'm quite impressed.
Hey, we got a mom and her kid as well as watching. Hello. Enjoy the show.
Come on, kid, do something.
Oh my God!
Dude, this usually means that we're up
next,
soon,
we're
Mirko.
next. Okay, get your Samsung S25 ready, Arashi. Oh my God, Ranger OG, brother, Ranger OG. Oh yeah, it's coming to us next. It's coming to us next. Ranger OG
Where is it?
and Sylvia Monica. What's her name? Sylvia Monica? Is that her name? Oh my God! Hello guys, we're getting highlighted as well.
Up here, bro.
I thought it was the Jibby Jeep. It's getting so close. It's getting so close to the dudes there. Hello boys. Hello. You guys can't hear us.
Of course. They can hear us, but you know, the rare occasion we actually get shown on the broadcast.
2-0 or 2-1? 2-0 or 2-1?
Oh, let's go! The timing on that.
Let's see. Will it be 2-0 or 2-1 in the Lanadon? Exer and Fine Fuzz on the GK again, back to back, as the Tagalog broadcast would say.
Let's see if RSTZ. Oh, that's kind of close. Almost a steal there. See if RSTZ.
It's never enough, Arashi.
Well, Toretto isn't in this game, so we'll see.
He's out of the tournament, Arashi. Oh wait, he's not.
No, wait a minute, Mirko.
My bad.
What the heck? Just can't count him out like that.
I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, okay. Inspire onto Kakatizi, so he's gonna be trying to make plays. Extra on the tenacity as well, by the way. So look forward to those Lunox dives. He's already prepped for it, emblem-wise.
Okay. Skyjush in the mid lane, getting the prio with the Cho again for Unindra. Slow build, Zimchuek already rotating, getting a shot down, double, a stun as well. Over to Extra, having a bit of healing, and you can already see, whoa!
What is that damage, my guy?
Hey guys, we might have underrated. We might have appreciated. I'm QE in the bottom lane, going for the stun again. Scorch able to run away. Zimchuek, oh no, he goes for the gun form. Scorch caught, and Zimchuek picks up first blood. Minsathar gold.
Oh boy, Scorch was not ready for that. They went for a gank on top while still trying to go for a fight or take on the turtle. Kakatizi!
Taunt coming down as well. Now it's going to be Kakatizi, locking the Jikundo. Sky just jumping in. Extra, already using it with the flicker as well. Midori able to escape as RSTZ picks up the turtle, and it's another kill as Fine Fuzz falls. Skyjush with a Chunpu, but the airstrike coming down, but I'm not too sure about that. Midori! A big mistake from Midori. Now Skyjush holding his own in the bottom lane. Kakatizi with a pin down to the fist crack as well. IQT! Able to get another solo. Zimchuek very low with Retribution, and that's going to be Kakatizi knocking him out. Now Skyjush walking up again with Fine Fuzz. Level 4 collected, but up top Arashi, the Granger is 0-2 and 0.
Oh boy, what was that, dude? Ninja out of nowhere going with those aggressive plays. Did you see the drift from RSTZ? He was looking at Cho, at Skyjush, like, hey. And then he saw the Feather Airstrike. He's like, hang on a second. I'll deal with you later. Makes a turn. That's some quality driving right there. Immediately, man, the aggression from both teams. They want to try and take control. But considering that this Minstar is actually winning out in the lane, kind of, not looking so good for Unindra.
Shout out to a close friend of ours who calls Minstar. His hero is finally meta. He's been talking about this, preaching about the Minstar for such a long time.
Well, to be fair, he was talking about it even before the patch, so that was a bit of cope. He just likes the design.
Yeah, he like
Minstar.
Minstar.
It's Minsathar, right?
It's Minsathar.
Yeah, okay.
Minstar.
Just confirming. We're looking at the pressure here. With the roaming possibilities, you can see UUM getting a bit more prio, but the Baksha, that's the problem here. The Baksha is always going to be the first one into the fight, taking in all that damage, and nothing can really deter him as of right now. Brilliance Order already popped up.
Playing for turtle number 2. Despite the
zone
fight. Wow, again, that winning lane. That's a turret taken 4 minutes in, Arashi.
Huh?
UUM. That's Technologia. An all-in onto the back with a shield unity and a pin down as well. Midori going to be caught now. Way to Dragon locking him down, but it's not going to be enough. Now IQT able to get the King's Calling down, and Extra will be fallen. Zimchuek now holding Lycan form. That's going to be a pin down over to Fine Fuzz, as Zimchuek will need to run AOG defensively.
How did Unindra end up so far down there? I was thinking that they're going to fight from the top side. It's almost like a semi-flank onto UUM. Kind of worked out for them though. That's the Baksha power, the sustain. Even though Extra had to fall, he made sure that it was a difficult one.
Takes it.
Retry steal.
Oh no! Sky Josh! With a big blunder with that way the Dragon Flicker. Now find Fuzz, able to taunt, able to find it. Fist crack coming down. Zimchuek in the back with a Lycan form. Able to find one. Numb taken down. Another Lycan pounce coming down as well. As that's gonna be the pin down. Over to two. Now Extra with a rotation with the Chaos. Doing damage. Able to find Fuzz. Still leading him from the Lanadon. RTZ now jumping with the shield unit. Midori burning alive. Extra walks up, pops in the Brilliance to escape.
Oh, Midori, way too close for comfort. That was a long fight, and yet no one was falling.
I'm cutie.
Oh. Whoa.
Be careful. Punch to the face. RSTZ walking up. Way to Dragon. Good shield unit. Cancel. Extra walks up. Great outplay from RSTZ.
Is that an outplay or is it just like fortunate timing?
Both.
We have the Dragon get stopped in its tracks. And on the bottom side, the turrets.
Bang.
Getting some damage. Wow, man, this is a high action game, and the plays are being made, and they're not really relying on teams being grouped up as 5 any longer. These are like some 3v3s happening interchangeably across the map.
Takatizi rotating. This Badang is a big problem again, also for UUM. They do not have Purify, so once they get locked down, it's really tough. Sky Josh has away the Dragon, but I don't think any of these targets suit his requirements for a pickoff.
That's the main question with this Tro pick. It's going to be great to actually scout out and be safe and be able to escape away from the Baksha. But overall, who exactly is he trying to kick? Hard guards prepped already, but RSTZ will be able to just step away.
Has to be Extra, right? At this point of the game?
Seems like he's the only target available. I mean, Numb would be ideal, but that's a very tall order.
Oh. They see Extra, I believe. Find Fuzz, caught, has the taunt, able to escape now, pops in Revitalize as well. Good stun over, good poke, now forcing a hard guard away. Find Fuzz, no Revitalize. Sky just in the back line, able to find a way to Dragon, locking him down. Now with the AOG as well. Zimchuek goes in, but RCZ still wins out the retry battle. I'm QT, won't be able to find it now. Scorch with a Rhapsody, finds the kill. Find Fuzz in the back, that's a Sky Piercer over for Scorch. Shield Unity too. I think Arashi, we're going to a game 3.
Might just be the case right here. The Min Sitar on the gold lane now, you can really see the problems here. He can do some damage, but it's really easy to do with look at the damage!
Extra with the Brilliance! Zimchuek gets away, but they've done enough to zone them away of tier 1. But yeah, Min Sitar, good in lane. Here, in the team fights,
Not unless UUM find a way to really get a super value catch. Ours TZ, now with the Curse Helmet completed, even more damage, even more pressure onto UUM to try and do something about this rolling ball of death. But when they're doing so, the burst damage is the big problem here. Because if it's not RSTZ bursting you down, it's going to be Extra or Scorch. They have options. As Find Fuzz might get run down here.
Yeah, just slow damage from the wheels of Ars. A level ahead against the Roger, by the way, as the Angela stays up top still. Numb. Constantly pushing it in.
Looking for something more here, Ninja. But now they're setting up for that Angela split push as well. And this is what they can do with the Baksha, man. As long as the Baksha is rolling around in the great vicinity of the lane, then the Angela is going to be relatively safe, relatively protected. So the movement around the map is what's causing all these problems. If UUM can kind of force Ninja to be in the right place at the right time type of deal, then he can use that Min Sitar and find something, and prep for a proper big fight that they can win. But the problem is the ball is always in Ninja's court with all the macro pressures and with the solo playing potential from Kakatizi. You saw that the Badang almost assassinated the backline multiple times. Now with the Lord already up, what's the move here from UUM? Are they gonna wait for Ninja to make their move with the Angela Baksha, or are they gonna try and force their hand somehow?
Holy Crystal, big item power spike for Extra. I'm QT force to flicker out. Good fist crack to cancel out the AOG now as he goes for the punch as well. Now in the backline, Sky Jush looking for the way the Dragon to find Fuzz. Isolated, burned down by the Poissons. See, Arashi? Pick up the Baksha. The Gata becomes very normal.
Yeah, even with the Revitalize, there wasn't much that Find Fuzz could do. Conceal.
An attempt. Retry actually missing there, so could have been a great attempt, but no. UUMX Boboyot will play it chill as Unindra build this lead.
Are they really regretting going with this Mincetar though? They did have a game to kind of like try it out. Technically have one more chance, but this is if they fall short twice in a row, it's gonna be dangerous here. Unindra is definitely not a opponent to take lightly.
Definitely not.
Golden Staff for I'm Cutie, by the way. More damage, no range.
Turret down below for the Granger. Looking for more. Lord up top. Purple buff will be taken at least, but this is where the Roger Hirashi, right down like Roger. It's very like snowball heavy. It's you lose in the early game and you get hold up. Fist crack. That's a bit too aggressive, I feel, but luckily they're just too tanky. Good feather airstrike to deal with it. But yeah, back to the point of the Roger. You're so early dependent. You need to win in the early game. You need to look for the snowball. If you don't, this is what happens. You kind of just you're not gonna feed because you're just pretty tanky. You have a lot of mobility, but you're not doing much anyways. You know,
you're not a real threat.
Yeah, not unless you snowball.
Well, now pushing onto the base right here, Unindra is gonna be able to take down. They can possibly take down a base turret right here, but again with the backs protected, I'm Cutie might be able to do something right here. Oh, Sheer.
Extra caught. AOG to the back line, but a good fist crack denies it away. Now with a pin down, 3 members stunned away earlier. Fine Fuzz caught alone, shredded down by Scorch, getting another stack on the Sky Piercer as Unindra. What? Whoa. I'm QT! Oh my god! With the King's Calling finding Scorch. Is it going to be enough? As him, Chuek walks up with a gun form. Walking up with a Lycan form very soon as well to follow it up. A sudden turn with I'm QT, King's Calling flicker.
We did say there was a chance for the Mincetar to do better. Now that Unindra have to come to their territory, but what was that damage, my guy? Scorch got deleted. This is a full Swift build Mincetar, but still, I don't think anyone was expecting that to happen. Big moment there for UUM. They got a bunch of gold back, but they still can't get control over the map. They might want to try and set something up right here with 27 seconds to go. Ideally, one more pickoff, one more play right before the Lord would be so ideal. But Unindra, after falling victim to that play earlier, they're going to be a lot more careful.
Wow. So there's still that X factor. If you let your guard down and you let the Mincetar just King's Calling on your carries, both X-Shirt and Scorch are very vulnerable. Like, those guys will die to a sudden all-in. You gotta remember that despite the 4,000 gold lead earlier, UUM still got damage. That's exactly the damage I'm talking about with Weighted Dragon, but it's gonna be the brilliance to get him out of there. All in from Fine Fuzz. That means Fine Fuzz should just be dead. RSTZ in the back line, able to jump in with the shield unity onto Midori. As that's again X-Shirt dealing damage. Midori ran down by Numb on the Angela, just riding the wave of the Baksha.
I'm Cutie was flanking, but go for it, gets a hook, forces a flicker. That was on Numb too, that was really good. But too little, too late, with 3 members down. They can't really do much, but they're moving up right here. 3 seconds for Psychiatrist to be back. Unindra will not let that happen. Bang. Gets that Lord, wants to go for that siege. And now, as long as they're careful about that King's Calling, there should be a siege, a slow and painful siege angle to take UUM out.
Wow. Lord up top now for Unindra. Looks like it's the end of the line for UUM x Boboyot, at least for game number 2. Then we're going to have a full reset for game 3, and that's where I would say ban out the Baksha, guys. Why are you so scared of the Fredrin if you want, of the Wanwan when you want to pick the Farsa?
Questions that we need answers to. There's certainly damage coming through to clear the Lord out. Can they save the base tower even? They do.
Not the bottom lane one, I don't think.
No, but Seal. Oh, Sekai Josh, can he punish?
There's so many cancels. Weighted Dragon locking him down now with an all-in as well with the King's Calling in the back line. Oh, pull back down! What a hook! Extra all alone. Midori taken down, but now it's only one. Only Arsteezy left to defend up against the boys. Zimtrek with a Lycan Pound. Still, look at the damage, the tankiness of the Baksha. Zimtrek walking up with the Lycan Pound. Oh! Guard coming out again. Getting it in time. Arsteezy surviving somehow. Zimtrek dodging away from that Numb with the flicker forward. Oh! Lycan Pound. Zimtrek with the play. Getting the kill and now gets stunned up by the Shield Unity. And somehow, ladies and gentlemen, we are left with one of UUM and one of Unindra.
That is not okay, dude. Was that 2 hard guards in a single fight? Bro, it went so long that Numb had the hard guard back up, used it. That was the big moment though. That was the Hail Mary play. I think UUM wanted a big moment right there, a wipeout to try and get the game done, but Unindra were able to kind of equalize it. It's the play from Sakaijish into the King's Calling. Look at that. And the hook even onto Scorch. Everything went so well for them. But Midori gets taken out. 3v2 hard-guarded Baksha. And they were able to still eventually grind it down to a 4-4-4.
The Zimtrek guy. MPL Malaysia teams, keep an eye out for the Zimtrek guy. Man, this has brought a whole new light, like really, to the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. Early on, we've been just seeing stomps, wrong drafts here and there. UUM x Boboyot versus Unindra has been the best series so far. And wow, the talent that we are seeing here live. These young players. Scouting grounds definitely for a lot of young, or for a lot of these young players, for teams out there.
That was definitely a very impressive set of events, dude. The fact that he was so low in such a bad spot, and he has the composure to recover and turn it around. This guy just, whoa. I'm gonna be careful right there. The Lord is up. It's gonna be pressure. Wait,
Minchstar saying.
Minchstar split pushing. What's going on here?
The Angela. Oh, flicker out for the Angela. Oh no, fine Fuzz. Immortality down. There's no way they can save this in the back line. Extra. Oh, like it pounds! With the feather airstrike as well. Way the Dragon knocking him down again. Midori able to flicker out to safety. The Minsathar walking up. The Shield Unity will lock him down. Scorch coming in for the kill. I'm Cutie getting chunked by that Sonata. Skyjush in the back line will try his best to disrupt the waves.
That might just be it, man. They tried to cancel out the Angela Baksha combo, but unfortunately, 3 men down. Ooh, I'm Cutie. The carry Minsathar, can he do it? Can he clear?
No King's Calling. I think it'll be GG as we get into game number 3. Unindra will bring us to match point, 1-1.
Oh boy, dude. By the way, if you heard some noise earlier, that is the Taman Anggrek Mall being cleaned out, by the way. The mall has closed, but the tournament is still going, full swing. One more game to end the day.
Wow. Honestly, can't complain. This has been a phenomenal series. Yes, the Minsathar pick was, but
they kind of made it work.
They made it work. They did well with it, you know? Like, more props to like, okay, why would you fumble with the Minsathar? I think if they had a normal marksman, that could have been crazy, you know? To be fair though, maybe not. To be fair, maybe they just needed that X factor as well in this game. But all the games where we get full 3 games, Rashi, have been reverse sweeps. It would be sad to see any of these teams go home because, in case you guys are wondering, it is on the line. Their lives, their tournament lives. This is a single elimination bracket. So if they lose here, they're done. They're home. They're going home. Pulang.
Yeah, I really felt like they maybe could have cleared there. Like, MQD could have moved a bit forward. It's a damaged Minsathar. They should be able to clear out that one. But I mean, it's still like 16 seconds before what's his name? They got the Kacha. Who's gonna
Mr. Free Fuzz.
It's gonna be a while before he spawns. So I guess maybe it is already, you know, it's over. But man, dude, imagine, right? Imagine if they got it done. Comeback victory with a gold lane Minsathar. For a second there, I saw the vision, dude. It seemed so possible.
For a few of the fights, I saw the vision as well. But unfortunately, this game isn't made out of just a few things. You need to have very good team fighting or very good moments all throughout the game. You can't just be building towards one moment, but technically you can. But it's very conditional, very situational, and only maybe use it like a game 7 or something when it's all on the line, when it's crazy right now.
You think you should use it for a game 7?
Dude, imagine that. Like when everybody's already fatigued, they're tired, they don't know what to think, you pick the Mincetar and they're like, oh my lord, what do we do? 4-0 3. Wow, it's almost like the Baksha was good, the answer all through. Guys, stop it. Like, you play the meta. That you're playing single elims, man. Holy moly. Why are you not picking Baksha? Just pick it up. God.
To be fair though, man, I was so unhappy seeing the 2 hard guards. I'm like, that's so unfair.
Rashi,
I'm gonna call attention to it later on in the highlights.
Just to bring you into the minds of UUM, they picked Gatot over Baksha.
Wow.
Come on.
Interesting. Definitely interesting. Unfortunately, again, without any range, these lore dances just weren't really working out so well. And this is a problem. It's almost like it's a Harith, you know? But instead of a Zaman Force, you have the King's Calling. And you just have less options, less mobility. It has to be some kind of wombo. I can see the vision more for a wombo combo scenario. Right here, though, I'm Cutie. Was zoned out, didn't find the play. This was it, man. Look at this. RSTZ cancels out the Feather Airstrike. Gets the hard guard. Brawls it out. Him against the world with the Angela on his back. Gets 1. Makes it even. Gets 2. Wow. And as we were thinking, like, oh man, it's gonna be a wipe there. It's gonna be the Roger doing work. The hard guard comes again, dude. That's so unfair. The fleeting time.
Yep.
Look at that Roger damage, though. I mean, that's what you want. But unfortunately, when there's so much danger to think about, you can very rarely do something like that as a Roger, man.
I really think the carry would have been the better. Like, they wouldn't have won in the early game. And again, to be fair, they kind of want to have an early fighting hero. You know what? No, if they really want to change things, pick up the Baksha over the Gatot. You should be able to, come on, Fine Fuzz. If you can play the Gatot, you can play Baksha. You know that the Baksha isn't, mechanically crazy or anything. It's a guy with wheels. It's a guy who can turn into a wheel, bro. It ain't that deep, you know?
This thing is a transformer.
UUM, please. The tournament lives on the line. And for UIC especially, please. Because like this was the same thing we saw in game 1. Arashi, game 1. Game 1, UIC were like, it's okay. We don't need the Baksha. Then it gets banned. And then they're like, oh, maybe we do need the Baksha. Baksha wins you games. Put your ego put your ego out of the way, man. Like if it's not the Yi Sun-shin, it's the Baksha. TP asked me today, early before we started day number 1. She asked me, what are the prio picks in the meta? I told her Baksha, Yi Sun-shin. And then we continued to see, okay, a lot of Bakshas, but not a lot of Yi Sun-shin. We finally got to see Yi Sun-shin. We finally got to see how good Yi Sun-shin is. Baksha, this is a thing. Hey, all the way from last patch, Arashi. Why are they still not? Just pick it up, guys, please. It ain't that deep.
Who gets first pick, Mirko? That's the big question here. Final game of the day. Whoever gets that first pick option is gonna... I guess UUM calls the shots here, huh?
Yeah.
And if they do get that first pick, you know, will this key to victory Baksha?
But they got first pick and they went Gatot Gacha, man.
But that was earlier, bro. It's a different time.
I hope they change things. I hope they don't go for the Gatot Gacha first pick when a Baksha's open, because clearly Unindra have learned from that.
Yes, sir. Oh boy.
It ain't that deep, man. Just pick a Baksha.
It's not even too much to talk about. That was a crazy game, dude. And in a weird way, even if UUM kind of lost it, it's still like, yo, respect, dude. That Mincetar. What was that? 73% kill participation. I mean, not bad.
Not bad at all, man. He did a good job on the Mincetar. Gee.
Why not the So, we saw the Yuzong ban earlier. You think the Yuzong is it might show up in the gold lane? Or was that more for a EXP lane Yuzong?
What? What do you say, Yuzong?
Yeah, is it? We saw it banned earlier today.
Oh yeah.
Was that a ban towards a EXP lane Yuzong?
I think it was.
Or a gold lane Yuzong?
Bro, get out of here. No, I don't think we're gonna. No. Unless you're up against like a Brody or Beatrix, maybe. But even then,
Don't you want Nino to come back?
You know what's crazy?
Fighter gold lane.
They nerf Petrify.
Ah.
So like, not in this patch, but like Petrify doesn't CC long enough anymore. Like you can just get tough boots and you basically get out of it. Usually, especially for like Kadita Yuzong, Furious Dive Petrify, right? And it combos together with the Furious Dive or the Breath of the Ocean. Yeah, you Petrify Breath of the Ocean, you can flicker before the Breath of the Ocean lands. Same goes with the dive from Yuzong.
The Furious Dive?
Yeah. Like, you can flicker out of the Petrify before the Furious Dive knocks you up. So that's why it's not picked up anymore. I tried Yuzong, I played amazing, I went 4-0 and then I lost.
Oh, is that what you were doing?
Because the Beatrix got out. I'm like, what?
Man, it's a different time.
Yeah.
And speaking of different times here, if you had enough excitement here, look forward to excitement later on in MSC 2025 and MWI 2025 at EWC. Mirko's gonna be there.
One game, two champions.
Two champions.
Two champions. Join us and be part of history.
Yes, sir.
What you waiting for? Buy the tickets, guys. React.
Hey, don't miss out.
Wait, you don't know where to buy your tickets? Go right here, man. Like there. Tickets are on sale right now. Go ahead and check it out at webook.com. 31st July to the 2nd of August 2025. That's when you can see. Well, this is the dates for MSC. Just MSC, all right? For MWI, free entrance.
Free entrance. That's a flex.
Go ahead. Come over. Gasla. Free entrance.
Just walk up, walk in, and enjoy the show, man.
Walk up, walk in, walk on.
Walk over.
You'll never walk alone.
And after you're done, you walk away.
The teams that
what are you grinning about?
The teams that win here don't go to MSC, by the way, in case you guys are confused. But
yeah, that'll be kind of wild, my guy.
But they get a step closer to being at MSC because people will scout them, get them. I for sure will. I think Mr. Goldlane, Mr. Jungle Guy will get to MPL next season. Like
What's
this guy's really good, dude.
The short-term caster memory.
It's not short-term. It's 10 p.m.
It's
almost been added for
what is it?
12 hours.
Oh man, I'm blanking out. That's crazy.
Zeus something? Zeus Chuek? Right?
Yeah, something like that.
Husky, help us.
The Chuek guy.
We gotta help. Malaysian, help.
Malaysian.
He's watching apparently. He just quoted us saying, it's just the guy with wheels. He's just a wheel guy.
He's a transformer.
He's a
just turned into a car. Oh man.
What the hell are they talking about?
What are they talking about? Are they watching us the whole time?
Well, they're what?
Did they catch the comment about midnight?
The young man in the Philippines is working with the guy who likes, midnight.
Yeah.
So,
the Kidman.
Leo Kidman.
Leo Kidman? No, it's like it's
Midnight
Neil
Kidman? Neil Kidman de Guzman. Oh. Imagine having two men in your name.
What are we talking about?
Okay, so Husky just confirmed Zim Chuek. I don't know. Sounds like you're pronouncing it correctly. There you go. Zim Chuek. That guy's MPL ready.
MPL ready?
MPL ready. That guy's. This guy's actually the smartest player I've seen today.
Smartest?
Yeah.
What were the moments that gave you that impression?
His awareness, man. Especially on the Yi Sun Shin. Like, knowing when to go in, knowing when to hold from just hiding in the bushes, knowing when to use the ultimate. Those are little things that are very, very important as a Yi Sun Shin player, as a pro player. You don't use it randomly. I like this guy, Zim Chuek.
We'll see if Zim
Of course,
can remain Chuek.
Midnight says he's a big fan of Lilia. Exactly.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kidman.
It's a known fact. It's a known factor. Let's see if Zim Chuek can remain Chuek the whole time, though. The final game of this match. It's been fun. It's been exciting. As the mall grows dark.
Oh, no.
Let's see what comes through here in the drafting phase.
Fans, Harashi. UUM. Is it going to be the Fredrin again? Oh, please.
Never know what you're going to get.
Or ban the Baksha, please.
Are they really gonna ban it? Do they want to wait until a bit longer?
Alea plus what? Rash? What Rash? Fredra, oh my god, they're gonna go for the same bans against Baksha. Please, Baksha is up for grabs for UUM x Boboyot. At least first pick it if you don't ban it. Please, 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 Unindra. Oh man. Kalea, what's gonna be next? Do they ban the Baksha?
In theory, it should be them, right? Oh, Yi Sun Shin. Are these two teams really trying to find a solution to that Baksha problem? get some shred, get some true damage. A question as old as time, how to crack open Bakshia's shell. Let's see, man. Back when Bakshia was super meta, was the X-Borg a real counter? Or was it like just sort of a counter?
What?
X-Borg against the Bakshia, you know, with a true damage? Was that relevant at all?
Yeah. It was pretty relevant. That was also the way that I think Onyx were able to beat it. Oh my god.
Mathilda.
But knowing Zimchuek, knowing how you have him, like, do you want an X-Borg?
Probably
like,
not.
It's a...
Okay, maybe.
Sorry, I'm allergic to no Bakshas. Please, UUM, please save me.
Yeah, please.
Please, UUM, X-Boboyot, please. That's a mouthful. We've been saying it the whole game. At least, please pick Baksha. Please.
What is the one marksman that is left out here that was picked up? Irithel.
Please.
Come on.
They're thinking about it. Please don't
You know
go
that's
down.
good. Like,
if they
come
go.
on, do it.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm thinking of the song, man. Sabrina Carpenter. Please. Yo, please, I swear, please.
Don't prove the casters right.
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch the Indonesia just look at us like, what happened? What happened?
It's a wrap. Oh my lord.
It's happening.
Oh my
happening.
god. Oh my lord. That was so intense for me.
Dude, we gotta stand up now. That's a hype moment right there. The audience is looking over to the English desk like, what's going on? What happens?
It's that deep, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to win MLBB games, pick it up, man.
Just keep rolling.
It's a guy with wheels. It ain't that deep. Oh my, Unindra are like, hey, it's a skill issue, not a Baksha issue, brother, man.
Oh, man.
That is so weird, picking a Gatot into a Baksha. It's like,
where have I said this before, dude? Gatot
MPL!
Gatot Granger!
MPL!
What is wrong with Gatot Granger? Why is that such a thing?
I don't know. You ask your team. They're the ones who keep picking it.
I know,
My
right?
team just picks Barats, you know?
I want answers too. I don't understand. Your team picks Barats, you're right.
Shut up.
I don't know which one's worse. Dang.
Obviously, Barats.
My mistake,
One got to the grand finals. One loss on day one after leading 2-0.
Oh, man. Okay.
Pick up Farsa. Just go Farsa, bro. Just go Farsa Irithel. Go for it. Just go for Farsa Irithel. Don't make things complicated. Just try to...
Angela?
Just go Farsa Irithel, bro. Or Badang Irithel. Sure.
Okay.
Farsa would have been better against the Gato Catcher, but like, sure, bro. Sure.
So is this a Farsa or is this an Angela for... No, Angela. There's no combo here for Unindra. Should be the Farsa, no? Surely.
Against the Badang and Baksha, though, I don't know if they have enough peel. Yeah.
Okay.
That's better. I like it. Unindra with the Lunox again. This time really good against the Baksha and the Badang. So proper response. Now I think for Unindra, ban out the Angela because it's still Baksha and Irithel Angela. This is a crazy composition.
And to be fair, even UUM would have won earlier if the Angela wasn't such a pesky deal with a fleeting time. I think the Angela ban would be a great option. Unless they want to punish it.
Oh my lord. Oh, UUM can just go Estes, no?
Oh.
If they don't get Angela, they can also just go Estes and then...
Wait a minute.
Play like... they can go Farsa still, and then they just play together. They play, as Gideon would say, very together.
Oh man, so many routes to go.
Ganindra. Where do they even go at this point, right? I think it has to be the X-Borg.
Estes, no?
I don't think they want to play SS, do they?
Yeah, there's no synergy, really.
Like they're up against a Baksha. Yeah, the glue is really good, and then they last pick X-Borg, right? I think this is a pretty good composition.
Unless.
And then UUM probably go SS here. They try to heal the Baksha. Or, the Angela's banner. Yeah, so Estes. I think Rafa is not that bad here, right? Because you get movement speed to escape from the possible lockdown. And then mid lane, you just go... Yeah, I think Farsa.
Could be it. I don't know, man. It's looking like a slow, grindy kind of team fight type of deal. In a sense, doesn't it favor the Irithel more? Being able to output a bit more damage, a bit more AoE. Ferromis Lancelot.
Yeah, up against the glue, it's pretty solid. But now... Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah. Wait. This is pretty... But this relies heavily on like the Irithel and the Lance.
I think
as expected, by the way, we don't want Zimchuek to be on a Baksha.
Lucas.
Oh, that's
Remember
good.
the win conditions. Ars TZ on the Lucas. This is a signature pick.
Yep. Yup. All right. We got another banger here, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, dude. How is this gonna work out? Baksha against the Lucas. Who wins that fist fight?
Baksha against the Lucas? I'd say the big concern for me is how the Gatot Kacha will sustain, how the Glue will deal with the Faramis, and how the Granger will deal with the Irithel. On paper, this is a UUMX Boboyot winning draft.
Agreed. It's on. The pressure is on Unindra to find something, to make the moments happen. So far, the impressive outplays and performances has been from UUM. Unindra, final game of the day, of the match. Can they get it done? Do they have it in them at 10:45 p.m.?
Let's see. About to be 12 hours from when we started today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3, the final game with the final match of day 1 here at the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
It's been a long day, but finally, the final game is upon us. Already, look at the wave clear though from Num and X-Shear. It's gonna be a lot of Cryo here to use around. Takatizi on the Glue though. He was doing great being aggressive on the Badang. On the Glue, it's a different playstyle altogether. And Glue, the new Glue against the Faramis, again, easier to punish. Although we have seen teams fail to do the punish properly before. Have to see how this plays out.
Run by from Fine Fuzz. It's not Free Fuzz, it's Fine Fuzz.
It's free. Did you say Free Fuzz? My bad, bro.
Yanindra, get the lethal.
All right. Small wins. You got to start small here. Tenacity, firmness for Num. It's all about surviving, man. He's going to be receiving a ton of punishment. Kakatizi with the tenacity as well on the Glue. Kaka. It's all about distractions.
Okay.
Arsteezy, almost level 4 right here. Sky just wants to be a bit more careful, perhaps.
Yep. Rotation over to the mid lane, Midori. This is the problem with the Faramis as well. You lose mana so quick. You're going to have to recall after the wave, and now you're kind of down when it comes to setting up for the next neutral objective. The first neutral objective of the game. Arsteezy actually first onto that.
Interesting. All right. The signature pathing is to be assumed for Arsteezy. But let's see how far he can really get. For now, oh, it's the roll coming in. Num. Oh, it's gonna back out of there. Not level 4 just yet.
Yeah.
Hasn't revitalized, but hey, might be a bit too dangerous here. Midori's not 4 yet either, though. There's a fine window here where there's gonna be one ulti, but not the other.
Oh, actually, it plays out pretty well for them. UUMX Boboyot. Midori able to get level 4 very soon. Sky Juice as well, level 4. Zimchuek should be able to get level 5. There you go. Arsteezy walking up, Fine Fuzz doing a bit of damage. Kakatizi walking up again on the Glue. Using grab. IQT already rotating into the mid lane, finding the double lane. Fine Fuzz with the shield unity, locking him down on the back, and now Phantom Execution! And the Tornos! Another round coming down. Arsteezy taken out already. Now with the AOG, locking him down. Exure in the back to win damage, finding the kill on one, but the Thorn Rose gets him the kill. Now back again is Kaka. Finds the grab.
It's a bloodbath, dude. Trades up on trades, but UUM getting the neutral objective and the jungler in one fell swoop. Called it luck, but luck is skill.
That's so good.
Getting so much value out of that one single moment there. But they gotta be careful. Both teams have really good re-engage, and they have really good counter-engage as well. So I think the real fight is always gonna start after the initial collision.
Yep. At this point, UUM just have to be confident in going in, because they need to know that the Faramis works really well when they are proactive. The Faramis is a pretty bad pick when you have to be reactive with it. Again, if you're reactive on it, if you're the one being engaged on when you have a Faramis, it basically acts as the Netherrealm, acts as a secondary CC tool for the opponents, because you all get silenced. But if you go in with the Netherrealm, you've already dealt enough damage to at least force your Nindra back, or to bait out some pretty big resources, like here, Sacred Beast form. You bait it out, and you should just win out the fight.
Big emphasis on the should, though. Right now, with Fine Fuzz being the one rolling around in this Baksha, he's doing a great job just exerting this pressure. Still, even though you're not a jungle Baksha, in the early levels, dude, 1v1, you're gonna be smacking people left and right. Zintrek on the Lancelot, though, I'm quite concerned about how it's gonna go. That the burst damage, Rhapsody,
that's Sonata with a basic attack in between. Fine Fuzz gonna be Mounted on. Pops in Revitalize. Kakatizi should be... Huh. He saves the ult.
Oh!
Midori! Taken down by X-Sharp.
The Chaos Order.
Mounted on. Pops in Revitalize. Kakatizi should be... Huh. He saves the ult.
Oh!
Midori! Taken down by X-Sharp.
The Chaos Order. 2 and
now it's Midori gunned down by Scorch.
He walks through the wall, tries to get out. Numb still chasing him down. Might not have enough damage to take him out, but overall, Unindra, off the back of a losing team fight, that Revitalized really kept them in the fight, dude. With so many fighters, so many beefy members, that Revitalized has just extra value. It's almost like their answer to the Netherrealm, even though Fine Fuzz has a Revitalize of his own.
What a close game we have here, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 3 of the final match of the day. Woo. UUM looking to capitalize with their composition. Zimchuek has died twice in the last 2 turtle fights, but he's gotten the neutral objective. Skyjuice. Never mind. Thunderbelt built up for him. Zimchuek, there you go. Big item for him to try to escape. Tough boots.
Right, man. Zimchuek here on an assassin, aside from instead of a marksman jungler. The awareness definitely still helps him a lot. And you can see he's understanding which factors, what spells to really dodge away from, and how he can still get his way into the neutral objective. But it's definitely a tougher, more time-intensive ordeal.
Yep. Fine Fuzz with the shield unity. Constantly opening it up for the team. Unindra. I wonder how long they can scale for. Like, because they have a Lunox. My concern right now is the Iritha on the Faramis, man. Up against the Glue and the Granger. Granger's going to have a tough time, I think, in the later stage of the game.
It's definitely going to be a bit more vulnerable compared to the Irithel. But technically, you get stacks from farming now. That's why some people consider Granger a scaling hero. But a late game Irithel, oh buddy, those crits are going to hit like a truck. That's something that I think Unindra wants to kind of avoid as Fine Fuzz. Get some vision onto the turtle already. Yep. This is a sporadic fight. Look at the positioning, dude.
Yeah, Lancelot still up top. RSTZ holding on to it. Might be an all-in with the shield unity. And it will be the case here. Fine Fuzz zoning RSTZ away as Zimtrick rotates over. Oh! Fist track with the pin down, but there's no one there to follow it up. RSTZ with the Sacred Beast form coming in as the Netherrealm locks in a little bit more HP for the team. That's the turtle already secured. And now the AOG locks Skyjuice down as Zimtrick dives into the back line. Fine Fuzz still able to survive. RSTZ taken down. Double for Fine Fuzz. Mounted on. It will be a kill back, but now, Zimtrick. Not sure about that Phantom Execution. I'm QT. Might just be soloed. Mounted on again. Why did UUM leave? Say, I'm Cutie all alone. Oh! Doesn't land now. Oh, my Zim misses the puncture.
It's the pressure. It's the fact that it is late night right here in Indonesia. What is going on here? Plays after plays, outplays and misplays, all kinds of plays. Zimchuek is overextended.
It's out with the puncture again.
Right.
These decisions just haven't been looking like the UUMs and the Unindras that we've seen in game 1 and 2.
It seems like the fights are just so not comboed, if that's even a word. Even when they do have a combo that can work together, they just don't go in together. So you're finding times where Kakatizi dives in and there's no follow-up. You're seeing that big fist crack and there's no follow-up either. It's almost like a battle of like the team fights, but also the zoning heroes as Kakatizi take that shield unity again. Topside wave is pushing. Unindra gotta get to that before the neutral objective spawns in 30 seconds.
1,000 gold lead still for UUM x Boboyot. Warax done. On the way to the endless battle for Zimchuek. Be on the lookout for him. Warax. I think that's the end of the line for the damage items for RSTZ. He needs to start getting... What? Phantom Execution onto Numb. Forcing out the Revitalize, and that's going to be down for 70 seconds. The Lord is spawning in 4. Wasted resource from UUMX Boboyot.
Now with the wave also arranged on the top side, this is Unindra's moment. They have all the battle spells ready, basically. Kakatizi's Flicker just came up. All the plays available, man. This one's for all the marbles. We've seen close fights again and again that maybe now, with the absence of that Revitalize on the side of UUM, this could be the decisive fight that Unindra is looking for.
And this battle.
Still playing it slow though.
The wave up top. Is it going to be slow pushing towards?
I think it's going to push towards Unindra. It bounced back, it reached the turret, and the turret has pushed it back out.
That's a good wave for UUM. That's why they're taking it as slow as they can. And Unindra, this is a big problem for them. Their composition is a very team fight-oriented group up comp. They can't possibly send anyone up top, hoping that they'll be in time for the team fight around Lord.
And to make things worse for Unindra, they don't have any big engage tools, not even guaranteed ones. Even if they want to go for a proper engage, it's going to require some flickers off the bat. So their hand is forced right here. That wave is building up. That's basically 2.5 waves, I believe, on the top lane. And now UUM, they have this window.
Okay.
Conceal.
Getting position. They know they have the slow push built up top, so they need to hold the Lord in their hands. Good knock up there. Oh, damage onto Numb. They have a slow push. They don't need to fight this. It's actually Unindra who need to fight this. They need to make a decision whether to push up top, send someone there, give away the Lord, or just fight for the Lord. Because UUM are holding them right now. Oh. Zimchuek, calm down. They have a wave up top. This is... They want to contest it. Oh no, Sacred Beast form now it becomes a 50-50, and it's not won by them! In the back though, Exer! Able to find a big play. That's the mount up now with the pin down as well. A lot of CC coming down as the brilliance from Exer gets them to win the team fight. I'm cutie in the back line. Exer still dealing damage. Oh! But surely the mount down as well! Basically a wipe up, but Midori is back as he has the stacks. Why did UUM fight that, Arashi?
That's a catastrophe, man. That's the worst way that could have played out for UUM. They used the ultimate, the Phantom Execution. They went for the team fight. They did not get the Lord.
Oh my Lord.
They did not get the holy, the protection on the top lane. And they basically got wiped out. That's a massive loss for them. Oh boy, now with the Lord. Now Unindra is the one pressuring, waiting for a chance. After being so calm and calculated the whole time. Zinchuek, but oh, look at this now, Scorch.
Oh, it should be good.
Gotta be careful.
Oh, fine Fuzz. Got the realm taken out already and all in over to Exer. Brilliance gets him out. AOG! Locking him down, giving the kill over. Scorch taken down by the landslide on the back line of Mount as well. Now the Sacred Beast form gets him down. Kaka all alone under the turret. Triple kill for Midori. Oh! Wow! With a double.
You see the Sacred Beast, you run! Staying there with low HP, Midori gets punished, but it's basically a counter throw from Unindra. They lost everyone but RSTZ, and the Lord, fortunately, was still charged into the base turret. But that really went rough. Zim Chuek, after that questionable decision-making in the Lord situation, went into the backline and deleted 2 members from Unindra. That is how they were able to get such a good result in that team fight. I want to replay, dude, but there's so many moments. We can't possibly replay all of them.
I want to replay it all the way from the Lord, where UUM built up forced errors, Arashi, but they didn't use
They didn't cash out.
What was the wave even for then? Numb walks up. Oh, the burst down. Nether Realm to save them. AOG in the back, hiding him off. Phantom Execution Extra able to flick around to safety. Now the Brilliance as well. They baited it in, and now it'll be Sky Juice left to die. Zim Chuek taking a big tail beast bomb, but able to survive. 2 down. Unindra. The ball's in their court.
Zim Chuek trying to do the same thing right there. Dual sure out. Go for that pressure with the assassination attempt. Fortunately, it did not land. It's just a back and forth game, dude. But it seems like Unindra are just a bit more locked in. They're still a bit more calculated. UUM, they're doing a lot of risky plays, and you were talking about it earlier, Mirko. The Nether Realm needs to be used aggressively.
Exactly.
Using it defensive like that is just so unideal. Equal wave on the top side. Since it stopped earlier near UUM's side, it might... It's hard to tell, but I think it's just an equal wave overall. And we're back to this Lord dance, Mirko.
The thing is, Unindra can burst it down. They have a Lunox. This is the power of the Lunox. They don't even know. They're gonna burst it down, and UUM have no idea. RCZ secures it. Phantom execution in the back. Now I'm Cutie walking up as well. They're winning the team fight somehow. Oh my lord. Kakatizi taken down. Unindra, despite the Lord win, they've lost their carries.
What happened, dude? I'm Cutie just walked over in the back line and nuked everyone down. RCZ and Num 2v5. Only a small wave. Lord pushing on the top side. Sacred Beast form. Won't be enough.
Cannon in. Okay, they survive. And now RCZ looks to chase a Lord up top. If they can actually stop the recalls from happening, this could be a big base turret taken down for Unindra.
Even on the bottom side.
Exactly. Time is ticking. The Lord will be munching down, and it will be a base turret. No. Oh, he gets there in time. Wow.
RCZ, though, trying to do something about it. Won't get there in time. Oh, man, what is this game? Just inform me what happened, Miracle. I'm Cutie walked over and just started blasting, and Scorch got deleted. Exure got deleted. I think he used his ultimate for the Lord take. Did not have anything left in the tank for that one.
Wow.
What a game, dude. Gold lead now on the side of UUM after all that. Who has a better late game, Miracle? Lunox Granger? Or what, Irrital Lancelot? I guess with the Faramis, back then at least when it was meta, the Faramis was a good late game hero, just purely off the fact that you can come back so much faster with the passive. I don't know if that's still the case right now in this game.
It's more dynamic than that, Arashi. It's not just a question of, you know, who has the better late game for the carries, but it's also for the frontliners. Because at this point, Unindra, when it comes to playing front to back, Unindra will always win. But if UUM are able to break the formation, sending I'm Cutie and Zim Chuek towards the back to get Lunox, to get Granger, then they win. Like at this, oh no, the Kumar Bush, fine fuzz! Gets another realm in time now, Numb locking him down in the back line with Revitalize as well. The AOG doesn't land, bomb! Gets the immortality, Zim Chuek in the back line, able to dismantle them. RCZ with the walk up top. Oh! Zim Chuek! This is why you want him on the Lancelot. This is why they didn't let him play the Baksha. When you need him most, he comes to life. And I think this might be it. UUM knocking on Unindra's gates.
Kakatizi trying to clear, but it won't be enough.
It's over. It's all over. Zim Chuek. What a player. What an absolute beast of a player. Zim Chuek.
A ridiculous hard carry performance. He solo carried not one, not two, but I believe 3 to 4 team fights over the course of that game. When the going gets tough, when the meta picks don't do it, just don't cut it, the Lancelot comes through. Zim Chuek, where has this guy been hiding?
MPL Malaysia, teams in MPL Malaysia, you got a star right here. Sign this guy. Throws the first Lord and proceeds to carry the game. It's all part of the Zim Chuek plan. That's why he has Chuek in the name. He just ignores all the logic. He just performs.
Roll back the tape, dude. Watch those fights again. Zim Chuek all the way from the beginning. This game would have been a done deal if it wasn't for him. As weird as it looks. Oh man, what was that?
That was Zim Chuek. Unfortunate for the #1 team of Indonesia, Unindra, who played so well up until the end. They couldn't have possibly expected them to get. Oh, Scorch! Oh my god! Scorch got deleted! Oh my god, Yar!
That's 3! Oh. That's ridiculous, Mirko. That is absolutely ridiculous.
That's what you like to see.
Let's take it to the host right now for a bit of an interview.
Sudah melakukan yang terbaik, tapi sayang sekali salah satu tim dari tuan rumah Indonesia harus pulang pada hari ini.
Dan mengakui keunggulan dari tim dari Malaysia. Dan kita persilakan dulu untuk Unindra untuk bisa melakukan bow down terlebih dahulu. Sebagai penghormatan kepada seluruh fans dan juga seluruh penonton yang sudah menyaksikan dan mendukung mereka di pertandingan kita hari ini. Nice try sekali lagi untuk Unindra dan Inahdia. Pemenang dari match penutup kita untuk hari ini, X Boboyot. Silakan.
Congratulations! Wow, guys, what an impressive performance. And playing late at night,
They only
didn't
need-
bother you? No.
No. Okay. They only need 2 minutes for close the last game from the advantage that Unindra have, but they make it a reverse and then they win the game. So, what do you think about you guys' performance for today?
I'm proud of my team because we did it. I hope we can improve for tomorrow.
Is there any special preparation for you guys for tomorrow? After this, what you gonna do?
What more?
Is there any special preparation for tomorrow?
Yes, of course. We still have other plan.
Oh,
Still game. Another plan for tomorrow. So, after this, do you guys will take some rest or just do you guys doing some reviews or something?
Maybe rest first and then review. But we need to need a rest for tomorrow.
Last one.
Yeah,
So there are still regions left. Indonesia, one of the team, and then we have the Philippines. Which team do you think you're strong contender?
Maybe Indonesia team
Indonesia. VL team, they still have respect for Indonesia team for tomorrow. So, congratulations once again, X Boboyot. You may go back to your room and take a rest. Thank you once again, X Boboyot. Dan itulah tadi teman-teman match penutup kita untuk hari ini. Jadi kita sudah menyelesaikan semua match ya untuk hari ini dan dengan result dengan sangat terpaksa. Region dari Singapura harus mengakui keunggulan dari tim-tim yang lain ya.
Betul sekali.
Untuk penutup kita akan langsung kembalikan saja ke caster-caster kita dan mempersiapkan untuk pertandingan besok. Jadi thank you sekali lagi dan caster, take it away.
Arashi, the timing could not have been more perfect. You literally just asked me, who has a better late game? Like, it really depends because pure front to back, it's for sure Unindra. But if Lancelot, if Irithel, I'm Cutie, or Zimchuek can find an angle to dive the back line and kill him, they win. And then he does that. Brother Zimchuek. Respect from the English casters here.
We have information that he seems like a Lancelot god. Dude, what he was doing, he was dashing through all of the
clutched up. He clutched up. That's what matters. The
but I mean, that's probably why they picked it, no? Or was it did the Lancelot come first before the glue?
No, they picked up. Yeah, they picked it up. No. My MVP is we all know who the real MVP is. I'm sorry, Midori, I don't want to take anything away from you, but Zimchuek won all the red tree battles around Turtle. Lost one, sure, it was his mistake, but then carried the game, okay? No, it's Zimchuek. I'm sorry, Midori. No offense.
It was cool and all, but Zimchuek, brother. Oh man. You can see that when Zimchuek gets taken out first, the fight just goes completely differently. And this is the argument that the assassins are not really all that meta, but in the right hands, dude. It's a whole different situation, a whole different hero. This is one of the late game fights. Pay attention immediately to Zimchuek, dude. Boom, boom, boom. That's one. That's two.
Yup.
See, the glue wasn't there. So like, I don't know what Mr. Midnight Neil Kidman,
No, he was talking about the final fight, not this one.
I know, but it's not just because of the glue.
Oh, yeah.
He is just
here
performing out of his mind.
Let's take a look at it again. I thought with this he was just gone, because he was so far away. Look at it. Wait, this one he tried to steal, gets away with the gluelets.
This is I'm Cutie just getting there, just gunning everyone down.
We need to see the final fight, not this one.
Yes, sir.
Not this one.
That's the one we're waiting on. But even the other fights, not just the final fight, he was still doing crazy stuff. But this was it. Zimchuek, bad execution. Thorn Rose, that's two. That's some damage, dude.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Fully stacked up with the War Axe, fully stacked up with the passive, full late game as well. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
That's insane, dude. I think it's hard to argue with the result like that. You can nitpick as much as we want. Oh, Zim Chuek, no Lords. 2 Lords taken by Unindra, but wow, dude. Wow. That was something else. Whew. In fact, you almost feel like Unindra should respect that potential. Because they should know, right? If any one of those heroes, the Irithel or the Lancelot, gets to the backline without any assistance, their backline just cannot match up. And that's the win condition that UUM are able to just identify. And even though it was rough, it was messy, it took everything they got, they were able to find it, and that's what matters.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow.
What an epic conclusion, man. Final game of the day.
Dude, I'm honestly speechless. Like, I expected to see talent here and there, but to see Zim Chuek do that was phenomenal stuff. I hope he gets signed next season.
Remember the name, bro. The guy who does not care, Zim Chuek. Chuek means, what, ignore.
He doesn't care, yeah.
Or like nonchalant.
Nonchalant. Zim nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
Zim is nonchalant. He truly proved that he was nonchalant. Bracket update. Let's take a look at the bracket update here. After all of the matches, that means 4 matches of day 4. Boom, bang, bada bing. NU Bulldogs will meet up against BL Team to decide who makes it to the finals first. And then
we have Nova's Bravehearts against UUMX Babayot. And then afterwards, hang on, is that happening tomorrow? The bronze match here as well. Oh, we have some more schedule conveniently. Let's take a look here.
It is tomorrow.
And get some confirmation.
2 best of 5s, and then the final day will be the 3rd place match, best of 3, and the grand finals, best of 7. Here you go. NU Bulldogs VL Team, UUMX Babayot versus Nova's Bravehearts.
So potentially 10 games tomorrow and the day after if it goes the full distance. Oh man, tomorrow is going to be so good because now we have an idea, right? A bit more of what to expect from these teams. And we're going to see a bit more of that information battle, right? Yep. So for Zim Chuek, you can bet there's going to be a ton of respect in the drafting phase for this man.
Feast your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. The mall is closed.
It's dark, dude.
It is just us here that is still online, and that is why we got to close the show right here. It's been an amazing day. Arashi, thank you so much. We'll be coming here again, by the way, for day 2 and day number 3. So don't forget to put it on your calendar to watch. But from Mirko and from Arashi, we will say good night to you guys. Enjoy your night, enjoy sleep, get ready because MLBB Campus Championship will be even crazier tomorrow. I think we're gonna be throwing it over to the GM combo. That's Care and Mo.
Keep throwing it, keep throwing it, keep throwing, keep throwing.
Take it away.
Bang.
Dan itulah tadi ya, luar biasa sekali sebuah bracket yang membuat kemungkinan another pertandingan yang sangat seru bakal tersaji. Dan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Ranger Mas dan juga GB, Derby of Filipino bisa saja terjadi di babak grand final.
Wow, let's see ya. Karena dari 8 tim, 4 tim harus tereliminasi dan besok hanya 4 tim yang tersisa dari 3 region saja. Jadi kemungkinan-kemungkinan bisa terjadi derby Filipino atau bahkan kita bisa melihat mungkin Filipina akan bertanding dengan region lain.
Atau Malaysia berhadapan dengan Indonesia lagi.
Betul.
Artinya besok kita akan masih menyaksikan pertandingan-pertandingan yang sangat seru. Hanya ada 2 match besok. Dua-duanya menggunakan format best of 5 series untuk menentukan siapakah yang akan melaju ke babak grand final atau yang akan memperebutkan posisi 3 dan 4. Monica.
Betul sekali, dan perlu diingat seperti yang telah disampaikan oleh para caster kita tadi bahwa ini masih single elimination. Jadi mereka hanya memiliki 1 nyawa saja.
Betul sekali. Dan kesempatan terakhir untuk bisa memperjuangkan babak grand final hanya ada di besok. Karena untuk seterusnya tidak akan ada lower bracket dan mereka juga langsung akan menuju ke perebutan juara 3 dan 4. Dan itulah tadi seluruh pertandingan dan juga acara kita hari ini. Sebagai wrap up kita, ya kita sudah menyaksikan beragam pertandingan dan pasti juga sudah menjadi saksi bagaimana 1 wakil Indonesia melaju ke babak semifinal dan 1 wakil Indonesia harus pulang. Sementara 2 wakil Singapura harus pulang juga menyusul perwakilan dari Malaysia.
Betul sekali, dan Mas Gar, teman-teman semuanya, inilah akhir dari match hari ini. 4 match begitu panjang. Besok masih ada dan di hari Minggu nanti tentunya masih ada Grand Final. So hari ini Monica Ko dan juga Mas Gar pamit.
Mengucapkan terima kasih dan mohon maaf bila ada penyampaian kata yang kurang berkenan. Kita bertemu lagi besok. Jangan sampai lupa. Terima kasih dan selamat malam.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.